All right. I keep hearing about what we're going to do as black men. A lot of black men say they're conscious. They say they know a lot of things, but for some reason, they keep asking what the solution is. I'm not sure how you know everything, but you keep asking for a solution. All right, I'll give you a solution. We're going to find out what that solution is. Gangster Talk up next. All right, Dane.
Yeah, son. There's mad kids out there getting cream for the 9-5, bro. Yeah, and I've been doing this for a long time. You know, shoot the game, going for mine.
Alright.
And this is the year when mad caps get peeled. So I'ma spark this line, kick the real.
Bang them out.
With all this chaos in the realms of the street, your local street dog got to make ends meet. The average Joe's far too slow for this ghetto pro. You better know, when I hit the streets, I like to glow, I like to glisten. And at the same time, stay low, listen, motherfuck the fame. I'm pursuing the dope. My stilo is symbolic to a kilo. Cash is popping, coke's cooking, beef's copping. Ain't that some shit? A player that's used to living rich is now a sticky kid, caught up in a ditch. In 94, Giuliani kicked down the door. In 95, niggas flip to stay alive. Peeling caps while I laugh. In the stats, the 4.5. Remy in the glass, spark the boom, then I blast. They wanna confine me, sneak up from behind me. Bust a cap in my back and put me where they can't find me. They hate to see a young player pay.
They don't want to see that, son.
They rather see him spray. But I'm like Nitty, a Terminator, squeeze the lead off. Using verbs and nouns like rounds to blow your head off. Hitting up spots, heating up blocks. Invested in stocks like Colombian blow crops. I'm out to get cream and ain't no doubt in my mind. Fuck this broke shit, I'm hit, I get down for mine.
Yeah, get you a
I get down for mine. I get down for this. And you get money, put your hands in the air. I get down for mine. I get down for hands on the regular. Shit, no fear. I get down for mine. I get down for this. And you get money, put your hands in the air. I get down for mine. I get down for this. On the regular. Shit, I hear you wanna be a player. I ain't someplace you bet. Let's play a game of real nigga roulette. With this a DOA as I spray the melee. Contact and punctuation is compared to AK. You in a daze, overdose for pure funk. I'm fucking off like Tommy Gibb. My karma's a boost monk. Decapitated rappers in my trunk. I'm sick, pumping skunk, bouncing with my click, popping mega jump. I'm getting back while these clowns be zigzagging. Once this talk about flipping keys, come on, you're nickel bagging. I'm blasting off wings and making doubters believe it. You see, I was packing heaters when jokers was banging cheerleaders. Ain't nothing changed, it's still the same in the rap game. I'm known for banging rookies out the frame. Y'all done forgot who was the pimp from the start. Sipping vintage wine, eating a la carte. I'm phenomenal from the abdominal. Far from comical lyrics and sticking the brains like barnacles. Never sleep. I'm bringing the drama to the streets with techniques and rolling in fleets. Ain't nothing sweet about the streets, so I'm poetically ill. I'm pure like cook up and lyrics shine like fish scale. I got the banger at your throat and you ain't showing no signs. K-Dep, let them know I get down for mine. 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 Shake it, baby, no fear. I get down for mine. I get down for mine.
All right. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Gangsta Talk. Hey, lately I've been hearing a lot of conscious talk. I've been hearing a lot of science talk, a lot of mathematics talk. You see, brothers got a habit of walking around being scientifical and metaphysical and super fantastical chatterboxes. But you see, all of the rhetoric that they say in the conscious community and the 5% nation, it doesn't produce anything. And they are just as lost as the rest of us, even though they pretend to be conscious, they pretend to be woke, they pretend to be scholars, but seem to be lost like the rest of us. They don't know what the solutions are. They have all of this information about the past, no information about the present, nor what to do in the present. And what kills me is they talk about the past, but they don't talk about our past. They talk about the past that belongs to someone else. The past they talk about belongs to our ancestors. They don't talk about our past as Black people here in this country unless it's about Jim Crow. I don't understand why you want to give that much attention to a law that was made to oppress you. They don't talk about the past of how Black people used to be in this country. At one point, Black people was on the rise. And there was a big reason for that. It's because the families were intact. The communities were strong. So a brother by the name of Kendall Rowland said to me one day here in the chat, he talked about the mathematics of the day being build and destroy. Well, in order for one to happen, you have to have the other, right? So we can't destroy anything if we haven't built anything. So what is it that Black men need to build? Because they don't seem to know what to build. Again, all of this mathematics, all this scientific talk, all this scholar shit, guys running around talking about they're the greatest debaters on earth, but for some reason, don't have any solutions. Now I'm a little confused. You guys say that you're the biggest brains on earth. I don't understand how come you can't find a solution for us. But this is what you say you are. A lot of you have long, extensive vocabularies with a lot of $25 words. But for some reason, at the end of the day, the simplicity of it all seems to be a reality, right? You don't have any solutions. You are just as lost as everyone else, even though you pretend to be above everyone, you pretend to be smarter than everyone, you pretend to have your head in the clouds. But at the end of the day, the simple answer is you are just as lost as everyone else. Well, I have a solution. I'll tell you what to build. Since you don't know what to do, I'll tell you what to do. As Black men, what you need to build, starting today, if you hear this podcast, what you need to build is your family. Why you need to build a family? Because the families become the community. You want a strong community, you need strong families. The community reflects the families that live in it. The community is nothing by itself, but it's everything with families in it. The families make up the community. So when you look at the communities that are broken, corrupted, it's because the families in that community are broken and corrupted. Children come out of corrupt households. Households where the father has abandoned the child. There's all kinds of chaos going on in the house, whether it be drugs. Some of the single baby mamas are on drugs. Some of the single baby mamas, their sons are drug dealers and they sell drugs to their own mothers. So this is what's going on in a lot of these communities. These families are broken. So this is what you need to be building. Don't go focusing on building a new swing set or something like that in the community, because if you build something in the community now, it's just going to get torn down because the mentality in that community is broken, it's wrong, because the families are screwed up. So you can't put anything nice there because the whole mentality of that community is broken because of the families. So here's an easy fix. You want to rebuild your communities. You want to build a strong community. Black men, you need to start with building your family. Now, let me tell you how you go about doing this. One, you need to be committed to staying in your home. You have to make a commitment to yourself, to your wife, and to your child or children. You have to make a commitment to them that you're going to stay in the home. Two, you have to teach the people in your home. You have to teach them what life is about. You have to get them prepared to come out into this world. You have to instill the right type of values and behavior in the people in your home. Three, you must establish a behavior of protection in your home and outside your home. Specifically for your boys, you want your boys to adopt this mentality of always protecting so they can protect the women and children and protect their property. Your family is where you need to focus. Four, you need to talk to your little girls, explain things to them, teach them what a good man is, what a good man is supposed to be, so that they will learn and understand how to recognize a decent man, a good man, and what to stay away from. Now, as a man, you know what type of men that can be out here in the street. So you teach your daughter the ins and outs and who to stay away from. So you have a lot of work to do. Now, these things may sound simplistic in nature, but I assure you, they are devastatingly powerful. And, excuse me, and because you don't do them, and because because you don't do these things, the family falls apart, and so does the community. We've already established that the community is the families. The families make up the community. So whenever you've been in strong community, it's because the families in that community were strong. Whatever the families are in that community reflects that. So this is how you build, this is how you fix your community. And the ones who are already corrupted with broken families, you need to go in there, or the black man in these communities where you feel that the families are broken, go in there and help try to repair these families. That's how you're going to fix your community, by finding a way to fix these families and building one of your own. Otherwise, your community will never change because the mentality won't change of the people that's in that community. And so, let's get with the boys. Why are the boys so important over the girls? Simply because the boys will grow up to be providers. They will grow up to be leaders. They will grow up to be protectors. Now, long ago, if you were to tell me, well, women can't lead, I would say, yeah, well, you know, men are supposed to lead, right? But nowadays, I'm not sure about that because the way things are, we live at a time where situations are unusual, and we're facing something that we've quite never really faced before. An influx of homosexuality, I mean, to the point where you've never dreamed. And they have taken many of our men. They have made our men weak. They have turned our men against their people. They've turned our men towards each other, looking for love. So it's more important than ever for you to build your family. And you have to make a commitment as a black man to stay in a home. It starts with you staying in the home. What are you going to do outside your home? How are you going to teach your children to have that close-knit family mentality? Because what you teach them in that home, they take out to the rest of the world. So if you taught your son to be well-mannered, he will be a well-mannered young man. If you allowed your son to become a derelict, then he will be a derelict as a man. So you have to take, I'm sorry, I'm a little tired, y'all. So you have to get involved in the lives of your children. And being a father is active. No, I'm not a father, but I've seen many fathers in action. My own plus my friends, I've seen them all in action. It's a thing that you have to be active with. It's not like you get to see your kids once or twice and that's the end of it. It's an ongoing thing. You need to be in your child's life every day. And so what you have to do, black man, is focus now on building your building your home. I'm sorry, building a family. Rebuilding the black family. When they did what they did to us, it's because they cracked the foundation of the black family. They broke up the black family. This allowed them to do all these kinds of things to us. It broke up our cohesiveness. It broke up our camaraderie. It broke up our cooperation with each other. It broke up everything. We are a very family-oriented people. Now, we have people now who don't sound like that. We have people now who don't believe in black love. I was told the other day that black love isn't the remedy. Well, I guess it depends on what we're trying to achieve as people. If we're trying to get somewhere as a people, then black love is extremely important. But if you're just trying to be an individual, then I guess black love doesn't mean anything to you. But black love means everything to me. Loving my people, loving my sisters, my brothers. Black love just isn't about intimate relationships. It's about loving yourself and loving your people. That's also what black love is about. Loving black who you are. And again, brothers, you have to build your family. You have to focus on block everything out, and you need to get back into these homes. And you need to go to work on your family. You need to build your family. The stronger your families are, the stronger your community will be. Because the families are the community. And if you have broken families, you'll have a broken community. So you got to get back to being in the home. Remember, that's the first commitment that you have to make. You have to make a commitment. Oh, I'm sorry, that. You have to make a commitment to your women, your wife, your children, to stay in the home. And you got to go to work. You got work to do, especially on your boys. You got to start gathering these boys together, start teaching them. Then you talk to your little girls, and then you make sure you have a strong relationship, loving relationship with your wife, their baby mamas, their mothers, their mothers. But the family is what you need to build, my brother. Forget about walking around here talking about the mathematics of the day. Forget about all this conscious nonsense. They don't have any solutions for you. I'm giving you one right now. I'm telling you what you should do. I'm telling you what you should build. You keep talking about you don't know what to build. You keep talking about what's the solution. Well, here's one right now. I'm telling you exactly what the solution is and what you need to do. Step one, as a black man, make a commitment to yourself, to your woman and your children to stay your black ass in the home. It has to be a real commitment. You can't get up and run at the first sign of trouble. Soon as you and your woman have a little punk ass argument, you out the door, you done flown the coop. No, you can't get down like that. So you have to make the commitment to being in the home. That's the first thing you need to do. Stop running around here talking about the government took you out of the home. What's keeping you out of the home right now is nothing. You are out of the home on your own free will in accord. Because you want to run around here and chase white women. You want to chase Asian women. You want to chase what you call exotic women. Because to many of you, the black woman is a plain Jane. So many of you want these exotic women because they're prostitutes, most of them. Not the entire race of these women, but most of them. You only want the prostitutes. So, again, make that commitment to stay your black ass in the home. 2, you got to start teaching. You have to start establishing understandings of what life is about. You got to start teaching your boys. Teach them manners. Teach them how to be strong. Go take them in the basement, put the gloves on them, let them go a couple of rounds. So they get tough. Then teach them how to protect their home, protect their mothers, protect their sisters, protect each other. Then start talking to them about integrity. Start talking to them about what is required of them to be young, productive men. Start putting productive ideas in their head. Teach them how to become productive. So if they're productive, then your community will thrive because you have productive men in that community producing things in that community all of the time. So your community will continue to grow because there is a productive people in it. Then you talk to your daughters. Teach them what a good man is. Teach them the type of men they should stay away from. Teach them the type of men that they should be with and what a man is supposed to be like when he's with them. Teach them these things. Teach them these ways so that they don't get caught up in the mix when they're no longer around you or their mother. And they'll be able to tell the difference and don't get themselves in the world of hurt. Teach your children. 3, do right by your woman. Let me explain something to you. A happy woman creates unbelievable harmony in your home. It creates harmony because her smile, her happiness lights up the whole house. She's happy, everybody's happy. You notice that? When mom is happy, everybody's happy. Because her energy permeates throughout the entire house. So you definitely want to do right by your woman, do right by your children's mother. Understand something. You should never want your children to see you being disrespectful to their mother. Especially when they're little. You don't want them to see that. That's why if you have an issue with their mother, You have an issue with the woman. You don't do it around the children. Y'all go into your bedroom and quietly have a talk. And listen, let me explain something to you. I told you guys before, marriage and serious relationships are only for strong men because the responsibility is great and the weight to carry is extremely heavy. This is not a problem for a strong man, but a weak man is going to struggle with this. He's going to struggle with responsibility. He's going to struggle with what his duty is in his home. That's one of the biggest things he's going to struggle with. So as a strong man, you have to deal with the situations as they happen. You're supposed to solve problems. A man is a problem solver, not a problem causer. You don't cause problems in your home. You solve problems. And yes, that woman, you got to love her. Because loving her pushes love all throughout the house. The children are happy because mom is happy. And if mom is happy, guess what? The children are going to love you more because they know daddy making mommy happy. So now they bouncing all over you, daddy this, daddy that. They hanging on you. You can't get them off of you because they love the crap out of you because their mama is happy. And the kids are playing with you and they are beating you up and the mother is laughing. She's smiling because she's proud. She's feeling great. She's got a lot of joy in her heart because her man is doing the right thing. He's a good man. He's a good provider. He's a good father. So now you got happiness all around. Can't get rid of the happiness. It's all in the house. It's all in the refrigerator. It's all in the TV. Every closet you open up, love is everywhere in the house. Now you've just succeeded in creating a salubrious environment for your women and children to thrive in. Your environment, your home should be a place where your women and children love being. And they should be thriving and learning in this environment. It's up to you as the man to provide this kind of salubrious environment. You want your home to be a haven for your wife and your children. And you want to be able to relax and take your time to teach your children. Your children should be learning lessons every day from you. It's an active thing. It's not a one-time thing. It's active. The teachings from the mother and father is constantly active in the house. Now, say you got 20 houses in your community. So that's 20 families. So if the next family is doing what you're doing or better, and the next family is doing what they're doing and better, and so forth, whatever. So you got 20 strong families. What do you think that community is going to be? You got 20 strong families in that community. That community is going to be strong. And guess what? That community is going to be a gold mine for the Black women that live in that community because the young men who are being raised in those households will be in that community and they're going to be decent young men to take as husbands. They aren't going to be lowlives. They're not going to walk around completely out of their mind. Nobody is going to be bipolar and all this other kind of, sick demonic shit. There's going to be decent young men aplenty in that community for the Black women to choose from, to take as a husband. The Black woman shouldn't have to go outside of her environment for a husband. But this is old school thinking. The new school, they're different. They don't really have much ties to the black family. They don't really know much about the black family, especially the millennials. They really don't care about anything. They are completely brainwashed by Western philosophy. Their education is completely Western, European education. This is why I don't pay attention to a lot of LGBTQ and all that stuff, because they weaponize academia against their own people. They go and they learn the white man's rhetoric and they use it against their own people. They come into your neighborhoods and use words that either aren't spoken or no one's ever heard of before, just so they can psychologically manipulate you. Okay? I like to call them intellectual criminals. They are intellectual criminals. They learn the European ways of intellect, the European ways of thinking, which is deception and misdirection. And they use it on their own people. But getting back to what I was saying, this is what you need to do, black man. You need to build your family. Stop focusing on the conscious. Fuck the hell with the conscious community. That isn't your family. Forget about these Hebrew Israelites. Forget about these red pillars or these sissy bims or manuscript. That's not your family. Forget about the 5% nation with their 120 lessons. That doesn't produce anything. Forget about all that. You need to focus on building your family. Your greatest attention should be to your family. Sure, you got your jobs, you got your businesses, but your greatest attention, your quality attention should be paid to your family. Especially if you have sons. You understand? Especially if you have sons. Sons are very, very important because they are going to be the foundation of the community. They're going to be the regulators in the community. So whatever you put in their mind is what they're going to take into the community and spread that amongst the people that live in that community. In order for you to break a community, you have to break the families, which is what they did with the drugs. They broke the family with drugs. Once the families went down, the community went right with it because the families are the community. So this is an easy fix, black man. You have to put the work in to fix it. And stop running away from it, calling yourself Hotep, getting involved in all of these factions that are nothing but distractions. Stop being afraid to be a man. Stop being afraid to do what you're supposed to do as a man, as a husband, and as a father. These factions give you a shield to hide your irresponsibility. So I'm thinking if you have joined the conscious community, you are an irresponsible man that don't want your irresponsibility to be known to the world. And you feel that you're not a responsible man. So you went and ran for cover. Rather than facing your weakness and strengthening it and probably getting some coaching from other strong men to help you fix that irresponsibility, you want to go run and hide and cover it up. And you're cool with walking around here with no shame in your game, being just as irresponsible as you can be. And even siding with men who help you lie, who tell you lies, tell you so many lies to where you think it's the truth. And then you go out here and start spreading the same lies they told you. Oh, it's black women's fault. The black men aren't in the home, so the black woman can't blame the black man. The black woman is taking my child support money and she's getting her hair and nails done. She's she's taking my child support money and she's out at the club getting drunk with her friends. And you believe this stuff. But when someone tries to come at you and tell you the truth, what these factions do is they hide you from the truth. They block you from the truth. They help you attack the truth. When someone says, hey, you need to take care of your kids, you need to do this, you do that. Here come the factions, right? Nah, man, nah, forget about that, man. You did what you had to do. You was a good father. She was the one that, made you leave the home. It's not your fault, man. It's her fault. They help you believe that you're not a deadbeat dad, even though you know you are. They help you believe that. And so you feel good about being around these guys because they are making you feel good. Even though you're a loser, they make you feel good being a loser. And you get used to this false feeling, right? You're walking around, you're a loser. These factions that you're with, they're losers too. And they say, hey, man, get used to it, man. It's okay to be a loser. We're all each other's God. We are a brotherhood, man. We're a brotherhood of losers. It's okay. Listen, you come over here with us. No one's going to judge you, man. We're all losers over here. You'll be accepted over here. Forget about those people that want to hold you accountable. Forget about your baby mama that's jumping on you about taking care of this child. Forget about her. Forget about your child who wants to be with his father, who wants someone to look up to, who wants someone to learn from, who wants someone to guide him in the right way to go. Forget about all that. You're a loser. You know you're a loser. Nobody have to keep telling you that. Right? Aren't you tired of people telling you a loser? Man, come on over here with us. We're losers just like you. And you won't hear none of that from us. We'll never call you a loser because we know you're a loser. You know how we know you're a loser? Because we're losers and you're over here with us. You wouldn't be a loser if you weren't over here with us. The fact that you came to us, we know you're a loser. So we're going to teach you how to continue to lose. And the first thing you want to do to make sure you keep losing is keep denying your child. Don't pay child support. Tell everybody your baby mama done lost her mind. Make up wild stories about she had sex with 5 other dudes and they can be the father. Start lying. Start creating all of these incredible stories. And you will continue to lose. So here's your solution. Many of you running around here with your mathematics of the day, build and destroy your conscious stuff, but you haven't built anything. You know why? Because your conscious community doesn't tell you to build anything. Because they don't build anything. They don't know what to build themselves. And let me ask you a question. Since these brothers have all this knowledge, then how come you guys are lost when it comes to solutions? Y'all asking other people, you asking, how the hell you go and listen to all these lessons, right? That you get from the 5% Nation. You coming out quoting the sun, the stars, the astrological alignment of Jesus Christ, and all this other stuff, right? All this heavy rhetoric. But then you asking the average person what the solution is. How does that work? I don't understand that. You run around here with all of this cosmic knowledge, But you asking an average everyday person what the solution is. Shouldn't you have the solution? With all this cosmic intellect? You don't have a solution? You guys said you were scientists. And you were mathematicians. And you don't have a solution? Well, here's a solution. It even comes with steps. Solution, black man, build your family. Help families rebuild and build your own family. Block everything else out. Forget about the conscious community. Forget about the Hebrew Israelites. Forget about all these factions that do nothing but help you hide irresponsibility. Forget about all of that. Focus on building your family. Focus on building your children. Focus on building a powerful and strong relationship with your woman, so that she can turn around and bless the house with happiness and joy and love, thus turning it into a salubrious environment. Focus on these things. Don't focus on the mathematics. As a matter of fact, make your mathematics of the day. I got it. I'm going to start my own percent nation. What should we call it, y'all? What percent should we use? 5%, 10%, 20%, 30%? The 100% nation, or the 1,000% or the 000% nation? Well, we'll come up with one. Right now, we are the 100% nation, and we want to say our mathematics of the day is build your children, black men. All right. My name is Wa Abu Wa Allah from the 100% Nation. And the mathematics of the day is, black man, build your children. Straight from Uwa Allah. That's how you pronounce my name. Uwa Ula. Uwa Ula. I am Wa Ula Uwa from the 100% Nation, or 100 Cent Nation. And the mathematics of the day is build your family. Build your children, black man. Peace, Hassan Bertan from the 100% Nation. Hassan Bertan from the 100% Nation says the mathematics of the day is build your children, black man. No, Felix, it's responsibility. Many of these men are immature, was never really, raised properly, don't have any idea what being a grown man is all about, or understanding responsibility, because the fathers that they had were derelicts, and they either passed that down to their sons or they were absent. They're not ready for those responsibilities. That's why I was saying the other day that black women shouldn't be messing with dudes, who act like kids who are immature and don't have jobs. Because a job will teach a man, how to have some kind of responsibility, even on the smallest level. But if he ain't got no job, then he's not really dealing with responsibility. So he'll pretty much walk out on you, or won't do anything for his children, or He's somebody you have to take to court all the time because he don't care anything about responsibility. I said this before, and I'll say it again. And I hate to be redundant, but relationships, you should only have children with strong men. If you got a weak man, don't have no baby with a weak man because he's not going to take care of any children. You know, you're just going to put yourself in a world of hurt. So, what is it about having babies that men run from? The baby itself, responsibility, and also what Belmore said, they also just want to screw everything. They're doing right now to other women what they do to black women. They're making baby mamas everywhere. Everybody's getting it now. Becky is complaining about she's a single baby mama now. Say it ain't so. How you doing? Right. And so that's the mathematics of the day, black men. Build your family, build your children. Now, you want a solution? I just gave it to you. I just gave it to you. Build your family. You want to fix these communities? Then you need to fix the families because that's what the community is. The community is families. We had a strong community I grew up in because we had strong families. And what was taught in the home manifested in the community. So if you was taught to be a decent young man in the home, it reflected in the community because that's what you were taught. That's why that's why you can go to somebody's house, they had the doors open. You can walk into their house and sit down and chill out and won't steal anything. You know why? Because you've been taught not to steal it. You've been taught not to touch things that don't belong to you. And if you did, you was getting your ass whooped, and you was taught to protect someone else's house. I'm sorry, to respect someone else's home like you respect your own. See, all these things are taught in the house. And then when you get out into the community and interact with other people, they manifest. And so you take those manners that you learned in the house, you take it to someone else's house. This is why their doors stayed open. They didn't worry about that because they knew the teachings in the community would not allow someone to just walk into their house and hurt them or steal from them. That's how much confidence they had in the teachings in that community. That's why the doors are open. Even in the South, when they used to do that, right? Used to leave their doors open because they understood the community that they lived in. They knew the type of people and the type of teachings in the community. And that's what you have to get back to, black men. You got to build a family. Forget about these Hotep YouTubers. Forget about these YT gangsters. We have a new percent nation. We are the 100% nation. My name is Uwa Uwa Allah. And I say the mathematics of the day is build your children. Anybody got any mathematics of the day? Let's go down into the chat and see if we can find some more mathematics. Anybody want to add any mathematics of the day for the 100% nation? I started off with build your children, black man. Build your family. Focus on your family. Focus on building a strong and powerful relationship with your woman and your children. That's the mathematics of the day from the 100% nation. Now, I understand some people don't want the black families back together because they never experienced the black family. But don't worry about them. Let them have their own experiences. Those of you who know what to do, those of you who know what we need to do, focus on that. Because that's when we're going to be at our strongest once our families get back intact. And they can get back intact if you as a black man will make a commitment to stay your black ass inside the home and do what you're supposed to do as a husband and as a father. We can get these communities back together by rebuilding these families and reestablishing the family code, reestablishing the family mentality. Black people thrive off of family. Our enemies understood this and knew this since slavery. That's why it was such a large effort to break up the family. Because even in slavery, black people were still thriving. They couldn't break black people no matter what they tried to do because we have family. And even after slavery, black people, a lot of black people soared up to the sky because they have family. They practically took over the industry, agriculture, because they have family. Owned farmland all over the South. So this is why they concentrated on breaking up the family. And they still want the family broken. It's not that they scared of you, black man. The white man ain't scared of you because he kicks the hell out of you every single day. He's not scared of what us individually. What he's afraid of is us together. He's afraid of what we can do together. That's what he doesn't want to happen. And stop, and please, brothers, stop walking around here calling yourself gods. You sound stupid. What God gets his ass kicked every day? What kind of God is that? You're a God, you wake up in the morning, you got to pull somebody's foot out of your ass every single day. That's not a God, so stop it. That sounds stupid. Please stop it with this God stuff. Y'all sound stupid as hell, man. The black man is God. Really? Where at? Where you at? Last I checked, he's getting his ass whooped. You can't be calling yourself God. You don't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out. You can't even do something as basic as raise your children, do right by your woman. You don't own any wealth in this country, but you're going around calling yourself God? And on top of that, you're getting your ass kicked every single day? That's just an excuse, Phoenix. That's just an excuse. Black men are just afraid, period. You don't let anything like that stop you. Yeah, Hassan, yeah, we got all these gods walking around here, right? They gods, right? 5% nation, they greet each other as God. What God are they talking about? Is it, hey, it must be a punk ass God, man. You're getting your ass kicked every day. But, getting back to what I was saying, brothers, you have to build, here's the solution. Build your family. We're going to go step by step. I don't want to sound redundant, but some of you need to understand. Some of you got to be held by the hand. Got to be held by the hand. The black woman shouldn't have to tell you anything. The black woman's supposed to be there to just chime in from time to time, throw her 2 cents in. because she sees a lot of stuff too. She's got your back. She's watching areas that you can't see, things that you don't pay attention to. And while you doing your thing, she'll slide in there, you know what I'm saying? Throw something in your ear real quick. Hey, honey, watch on your left side. So-and-so's coming up with a weapon. Hey, honey, watch your back. Hey, honey, what about over here? Remember you left this over here. Somebody took it. Hey, honey. See, she's got your back like that. She keeps you alert. She keeps you on your toes. She keeps you inspired. You need her by your side. You need her in your ear with what she sees, what she understands. And I'm telling you something, guys, you're making a big mistake trying to shut your women out of your life. They are extremely intelligent. You need all of that intelligence out here to survive. You need everything that the black woman is offering. Everything. You can't afford not to neglect anything about the black woman. You need all of her. You need everything she's got. Now, here's my thing. I've said to you guys before, right, that we're nothing without our black women and we're everything with them. But you got some groups of men who disagree. They say if we don't have black women, black men would be better off. Somebody to tell me how. I'm going to open up the mic today, and I really wish somebody would come up here and explain some things to me. Now, I understand you guys are afraid of me. You don't want no parts of me because my simplicity is devastating. I keep telling you guys, simplicity is absolute truth. That's why it's so hard to defeat. It's almost impossible to defeat it. It's about balance in life. I don't care what you do. It's going to always come back to balance. You can sit up here and jump on one side with all your consciousness, your cosmic heavens, your Milky Ways, and the sun travels around the world and meets a girlfriend called the moon, and they have a baby called Mother Earth. You can do all this stuff. But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to one simple thing: balance. And that is the simplicity of nature. Balance. And what are you afraid of me for? Y'all say I don't know anything. You call me all out my name. You say I'm a simpleton. You say I'm stupid. You say I'm dumb. You can call me every goddamn thing you can. So why are you afraid to come up here? Since I'm all of that and I ain't shit, I shouldn't be a problem for you to handle, right? I'm going to open up the mic today. I want somebody to come up here and explain some things to me. I want to know how we're better off without our women. Somebody needs to explain that to me. I'm ready to sit down and have a discussion, a respectable discussion with one of you brothers who can explain to me why are we better without our black women. Please. If you are SYSBM, fine. We'll overlook it today. If you're a manosphere guy, fine. We'll overlook it today. You have a one show reprieve. And the mic is open. You can come up here and explain to me how the hell are we better off without our women. I need to know that. Come and sell me this. Come and sell me this stuff. I want to hear what this is all about. Hold on, let me see if my yeah, we giving the listen, you manosphere, red pill, whoever. It's a one show reprieve. Okay, one show reprieve. You can come on up here. We getting ready to drop the link because I need to understand. I am open to have a conversation. I'm not looking to disrespect anyone. But I'm ready to have a conversation. I want to hear this explanation on how we are better without our black women. Somebody needs to explain that to me. Name, are you there?
Mm-hmm.
Drop the gangster link.
It's done.
All right, the link is in the chat, so hopefully somebody will take me up on my offer. Dang, change the screen. Somebody will take me up on my offer. I am willing to have a respectable conversation just for this one show. It's a one show reprieve. We'll call a truce for this one show. Okay? I'm throwing down a truce. I need somebody, one of you manospheres, SYSBMs, the red pills that's talking all this stuff about how we're better off and we're going to have all these resources and our women ain't got. I need to find. Please come up here and explain that to me. I'm serious. I want to have that discussion. I got questions. Yeah, man. I want to hear this. Dang.
Yes.
All right, so I'm at the end of my rant. What do you think? You think they'll take me up on my offer?
No,
Don't you want to hear this too?
I do.
I need to hear this, man. I want to know where y'all getting this. Yeah, I need to know.
Yeah. They thinking in terms of they thinking in terms of resources, the mathematics. You eliminate the woman need for resources.
Well,
Then the
you
man
vet.
will have all the resources he need, and he'll be
Well,
just
you vet.
fine.
If they come up here with that, I'm just going to throw them off because all that is nonsense.
They don't
Yeah.
think of the psychological implication that once women are gone.
But I'm hearing now that they're making single baby mamas to even the women who are non-black. The non-black women are starting to complain.
Yeah, because nothing has changed. Same. It's the same thing, different cover. Same book, different cover. Just because you put another cover on the book, don't mean the book changed. So he's saying it's the black woman. It's her. It's her. It's her. I'm gonna get me a Becky. But
Well, I just want to.
changed.
Yeah,
He
I just
ain't
want to have.
changed. She's not gonna change because it's a Becky. So what he
Yeah.
is stayed the same. So what he does with Becky gonna be the same thing he does with us. What he does with Ling Ling gonna be the same thing he does with us. The same thing with the Latina Maria. Shucks is already
Yeah.
happy with the Marias. The
Well, I
Marias
just.
was happy
Like I said.
the Beckys.
Dan, can you hear me?
Oh yes, I'm sorry.
I just want to have a conversation, a civil conversation, because I'm really curious. I have questions. I want to know how they doing all of this. How are we supposed to be getting along without our black women? I need to know this. I need to find this out because I'm curious. Because where I stand, they sound absolutely insane to me, but they don't think so. So I want to hear what this logic is. I want to hear this for myself. I want to hear how they break this down and how they have some kind of logical proof that we are better off without our women.
But that's the point, Max. They're using mathematical logic. They're not using psychological logic.
But mathematical logic doesn't say that we're better off without our women either.
Yeah, but
So I don't.
they're thinking in terms of just equation. You know, if if this amount of resources I need to provide to my woman or a woman. If she is gone, I would have the resources that I would have to give to her would still stay with me. And he's thinking I'll be perfectly fine because he's thinking in terms of just resources going, his resources going to the woman. That's all he's thinking about. He's thinking in that narrow, straight focal point. He's not
Okay, so
thinking of
okay, so basically what you're saying, these fools saying that, oh, excuse me, these males are saying that if there were no women, that they would have more resources to split amongst themselves.
oh no, not split among themselves to spend on themselves. They're not thinking in terms of sharing their resources with other men. They're thinking of just me. That'd be more money for just me. That's how they think. They're not thinking in terms of sharing among other men. Is that narcissistic selfish? Just me. Mhm. If I didn't have to give half my paycheck to her, that'd be more money for me to buy this car, to buy this video game, to buy these clothes. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to do without because I gotta provide for her.
Mm-hmm.
Me. They in the me narrow view. They got blinders to the wide world. They just thinking of me, what I can get, me, what I would be having if I did not have to provide for her. They're not taking into consideration everything that comes with a woman that they would be missing.
So let me get this right.
Mhm.
Um. Okay, so they're talking about resources, more resources that they would have to spend on themselves.
Mhm.
And so they don't want any interaction from women at all.
Well, that's what they're implying when they say that they'll get along just fine with no women. The ones that's saying that they'll be fine with no women are the ones that's thinking this way. The other group knows they need women, but they want women on their terms, with her at their feet, with their foot on her neck. All she is for sex
I don't.
and procreation.
Oh, okay. So they want to go the way the Greeks did it back in the day, where they banished their women to
No,
the island of Lesbos.
well, that's two separate groups, but basically, yeah. One
Who just
group
came
is
up?
saying no women. Bro, speak.
Bro, speak. What's going on, my brother?
Nothing much, Max. How you doing?
How you doing, man? What's up? I was just talking about you yesterday.
What I do?
No, I was talking to
Positive.
yeah, I was telling Miss the sister in the chat.
Just me.
It's just me. She was asking me why don't Kendall come up, and I said, well, very few dudes got the guts to come up here. And then I started naming off the names of the men that I respect that come up here, and that's how your name got thrown in there.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to tell Kendall. That's a sad.
Yeah.
Don't go up there.
Nah,
You're
man.
not gonna win that fight. Just
Nah. You see, I jumped off the panel, right? That was a lot of estrogen.
I knew. I was like,
Yeah, boy.
no,
Get out of there,
Kendall.
man.
No, Kendall. Don't do it. That's a setup.
That's too much estrogen for a man, brother. You better run for cover.
Shoot,
And then you had him riled up too. You had him pissed off. Oh no.
Yes, I saw. I said no. Get on the pimp. No, Kendall. No, Kendall was smart. He said, "Nah, I know how this
Hell
was gonna
no.
end."
I jumped off too. I said, shit, let me get out of here, but they jump on me. So, um, but
But
yeah, I hope one of them come over here. I want to really have a discussion.
well,
I want to understand how we're better off without our women, because I keep hearing a lot of them say this. Well, we're better off, really. Well, what's the logic behind that?
if I think Dame said it, and I guess I could try to um, do it a little better. I will try.
Hmm.
I think because if they're not dealing with a woman, at least trying to be in a like a relationship. Now some of them still want to have relations. The whole you know pump and dump thing, and they still want to have relations, but they don't want to have a relationship because they figure that, and I think this is coming from one person in particular. If they give like 7% of their time, they can focus all them of building their resources, um, focusing more on business, building their resources, getting more land and property, and going from there. I At least that's what from one person.
Okay,
Now
so
all the other
basically they
people,
just okay,
yeah.
so basically they just want an escort.
Uh,
They just want a woman that they pay for sex.
some do.
All
Some
right.
some they actually want the their interaction with women to be like that, and they be with her when they want to, and then all the other time they can get back to work and get back to making money and building all these resources. So
All right, so they want a permanent girlfriend. They don't want to get married. Okay, but what about the kids though? What do they want to do with the kids?
many of them don't want kids. The ones that have the kids, the ones that have the kids now, I guess they interact with them. But the ones that don't have kids, they don't want kids at all.
It's
They don't
just
see a
me.
point into it.
You don't see a point in having kids. Okay, so they want women on their own terms.
Hmm.
It's not that they don't want women; they want women on their own terms. They want women to adjust to the way they want women to be.
Right.
So yeah, okay. So you just that's not gonna happen. Well, you may be able to get that from a girl here and there, but as a whole, man, they can hang that up.
Yep.
They can hang. You can try it. I said you're not going to be successful.
Yeah. I when
Oh,
when I even heard that, I'm like, I mean, the only way you're gonna even make that work, if possible, you have to be making a a huge ton of money, and a lot of those guys who there's only going to be a few that can even achieve that, and even a few of them are going to actually live that lifestyle. Because
so these guys just want a lifestyle to where they can just have. You see, that's why I say everything is about sex. These guys just want to have sex. That's all they want to do. This is why you don't build shit. This is why you don't have anything. You don't think about anything else. You just want to have sex with as many women as possible so you can have conversations with your boys, talk about all these so-called conquests you had. But in the meantime, you don't own shit in this country. You don't do anything, nor do you produce anything. You're actually a worker. You're a permanent worker. You don't want to have you don't want to be nothing else in life but a worker. You want to work with somebody, make money, so you can go out and have sex.
yeah, there's the few that who's not. the entrepreneurs and want to buy land and property.
Well,
Those ones want to, like you said, want to be permanent workers. They
well,
want to make a lot of money.
actually, the person that's in the position to do what they want to do is the black woman. The black woman is creating 590,000 businesses a year. So she's the one that's actually in position to do that. She's got the money, she's got the credit, she's got the businesses, she's got the clout, she's got the connections to do exactly what they say that they want to do.
Right. Well, yeah, because well, I would say they have no choice to do it.
And then
The
here's another
guys,
thing.
unfortunately.
Here's another thing. The black woman is in a war right now with the Koreans for the beauty supply industry. They win that war. It's a man, you can forget about it. You can forget. I already said in my other podcast, I'm already out ahead of it, right? That the black woman is the new face of black people. And the roles are about to get reversed. She's about to become the leader of the black people. And she's getting respected as such right now. Goldman Sachs done threw $10 billion behind her. They ain't throw $10 billion behind no black man.
Mm-hmm.
She's becoming the face of black people.
And she's already, as far as politics go, she's the
what?
to go to. They don't, black guys don't even matter in politics. I mean, we saw what happened with that commercial that they try to throw at you, the stripper commercial. So I mean, that should tell you right there what they think of black males right there.
Check this out. All their name calling, they call the black woman all out of her name, right? They call her a strag, a whore, a B, says she's masculine, and all this other shit, right? Creating 590,000 plus businesses a year. That is absolute ass kicking.
Yeah.
And she's leading all businesses. We just did a show on it a couple of days ago. That podcast is The New Face of Black Business / Business. She is leading everyone. She is kicking ass out here and right now she's engaged in the war for the beauty supply industry is a multi-billion-dollar business. She gets her hands on that. It is absolutely over for Negroes. You can forget about it. You're going to be working for her in the near future. She's actually doing something to affect the black unemployment rate. These niggas ain't doing nothing. And she's producing business. Do you know black women have 99 brand products out here? 99 brand name products. And y'all calling all kinds of names? Yep. 1.6. They're about to create 1.7 million jobs. See, over $500 million of the GDP. What are you Negroes doing? We're reading comic books, playing video games. She's about to create 1.7 million jobs. Niggas playing video games. It's affecting the GDP for crying out loud. Over $500 million. And you're calling all kinds of names. You're calling them masculine. Unbelievable, man. She is the new. When it happens, it's already happened. I'm already out in front of it because I see it coming. She is the new face of black people. And other races of people, when they look for leadership in this race, they're going to look to her. She is going to be the new leader of black people. And then she ain't going to need your muscles anymore because she can hire her own. With that kind of money, that kind of prestige, she's going to get protected from outside sources. She ain't going to need the black man's protection no more. She's going to be protected by the government. Producing that kind of revenue, creating those kind of jobs, affecting the GDP like that, she ain't gonna need no black man's protection. She's gonna be protected by the damn government.
Yeah,
Sorry ass niggas sitting around here making podcasts, crying like girls. Man, this black woman out here doing her thing, man. They ain't thinking about you Negroes. And the sad part about it is, you should be supporting her. You should be on the bandwagon, because if you are in her good graces, you're going to get pulled up along with her. But you can't even do that. So now she's going to leave you behind. She ain't got no choice. Go ahead, bro, speak.
Well, yeah, I would, if it was me if I was smart, I'm thinking, how can I get a part of that 10 billion? I'm saying, hey, how can I get in? That would be me as a businessman.
Now check this out, right? Here's a black woman in the chat. Is it just me? She just said, we want to build with ours, but they want to build with Becky's. See, she knows that she about to overtake everybody and still reaching back one last time for the black man.
Well, to be honest, I don't think they want to build with Becky's either, though. And if you want to be honest.
Well, some fool was on Cynthia G. Some fool was on Cynthia G's show, right, the other day, talking about this is why black men want to invest in white communities, because black women have attitudes. I can't believe. Hold on one second. How the hell? I don't understand. Help me understand something, man. I'm a man. Okay, yeah. I'm a man. I don't know anything about no black woman's attitude. I guess because I'm impervious. I have 5 sisters and a mother growing up. So I don't know anything about no damn attitude. If you say to me, "Well, a black woman have an attitude," what? What attitude? I don't know anything about no attitude. I don't get. I'm not bothered, but I don't understand. How are you affected by a black woman's attitude? A black woman's attitude doesn't bother me. I don't have no. I don't understand what that even means. What is that?
You want me to try to explain that?
Yeah. I don't get that. Like, what are you talking about? But a black woman has an attitude. What?
Well, my personal experience, there have been some that had bad attitudes. I will agree with that. But do I let that affect my life? No. I'm like, shoot.
Okay, now when you say bad attitude, explain to me what you mean by a bad attitude. Like, what is she doing that tells you she's got a bad attitude?
Okay, well, every time, like, there was one I remember particularly. It's just like every time I'm around, she's pretty much snarky to me. But to me, I took it like, okay, well, she's had an issue.
Wait a minute. You said she was what?
Snarky. Yeah, just.
so yes. All right, go ahead, man.
Yeah, well, she just like every time it was to me, it's always some smart ass comment about certain things. Why you don't talk to me and all kinds of, and I didn't even know her. So, but I just took it. Well, that's just her. I don't. That's just
Uh,
her.
all women are snarky. All women have smart mouths. All women talk slick. It's not just a black woman. That's
Right.
just something that's just a natural thing that women do. It's like I said before, right? Y'all don't understand the nature of women. That's why y'all having so many problems. That's why y'all running around here talking about, oh well, she attacked me because she raised her voice. Oh, she has a smart mouth. She has a bad attitude. You don't have a smart mouth. You don't have a bad attitude. If you understand the nature of women, this is something that is natural. They all have attitudes. I don't know a woman that don't have it. If you find me a woman on this planet that doesn't have an attitude, she ain't got to be black, that doesn't have an attitude, she's probably dead or she's a mannequin or she's probably a blow up doll or a sex robot
Like a
or 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 a billboard or a cardboard cutout, a stick figure, a paper woman or something. Somebody that cut out some paper doll or something. She ain't no real woman. All women, even female animals, have attitudes.
oh yeah.
Female,
I have female
female cats have
cats.
an attitude.
Yes. Boy, do they.
All women have attitudes. That's a part of their nature. Get used. I don't even. It doesn't do anything for me. I'm impervious to it because I understand the nature of women. It's just like we're men, right? We have our egos. There's certain things about us that are natural. You know, many of us like to fight. That's in our nature. If you understand the nature of men, then you understand that men like to fight. And most likely we'll get into a fight. That ain't got nothing to do with nobody else. It ain't about disrespecting anyone. That's just our nature.
Yeah,
Women have attitudes. They roll their neck. They wave their finger. They suck their teeth.
mm-hmm.
They say slick stuff.
Yeah.
That's women. Get used to it. It's nothing to be alarmed about. It's nothing for you to be running around here. Oh my God, let me go duck up under the bed and hide in the closet because a woman raised her voice. So
Yeah.
what?
It shouldn't affect your life. I mean,
Listen,
that's the main thing. I
did
mean,
y'all not hear? Did y'all not hear Trinity up here screaming yesterday?
oh yeah. That's why I
Did
told
you
Kim,
hear?
don't go up there. Don't.
Did you hear me screaming with her? No.
No.
Did you hear me get spooked? Did I run off the panel? No.
Yeah, I mean, it's like,
Women get emotional, man. That's just who they are. They get emotional. Get used to it. Learn how to deal with it. If you remain calm, they'll feed off of your calm energy and calm down. When they
right.
get the howling screaming, they see you ain't howling screaming with them, they'll calm down. You know,
Yeah.
you ain't gotta get I don't understand it, man. I don't get it. You're gonna tell me that you refuse to build your community and raise your children because a black woman has an attitude? And then on top of that, you're gonna take your financial resources to a community that another man built? Don't you realize you're helping out that man's community? You're adding finances to his community to help his people? Even though you want to go over there and mess with one of his women, that woman you're messing with, that's still his people.
Mm-hmm. And the one that's
So,
dealing with the one that's dealing with you as a guy is two things. Either she's a throwaway or she's sent to you to get money from you to give that back to them anyway.
but
So
wait a
it's
minute, hold on. Right, but I can't get past this though. The guy said, right, he was on Cynthia G. Shout out to Cynthia G, the beautiful Cynthia G. The guy said that their black men are taking their resources into white communities. He said that because black women have attitudes. What the hell is that? What do you mean you're taking your resources to white communities and helping them build up their community? Why? First of all, okay, if you was going to do that, could you take it to a Haitian community or Native Indian community? Somebody with some damn melanin? It has to be a white community? They already got resources. They don't need yours. And then you know what? A lot of guys call themselves hurting black women by going with white women. Knowing what white people have done to our race, our ancestors, you want to go over there and give them more ammunition to hurt your people because a black woman has an attitude? What kind of man is that? Who does
You
that?
you you're asking the wrong person. I'm like I'm like, why would you even my thing is even if that was true, it, why would you take it to, like you said, why would you take it to another community? Why don't you just invest it in yourself? Why would you not do that?
Well,
That would
my
be
thing
the
is you have so much hatred that you don't even know what you're doing with your own hatred. You know, you're killing yourself by going to help white folks out. They're
right.
just going to turn around and wipe you out even faster. They're not your friends. I don't know why you're going over there. They've been trying to kill you since day one. I could see if you went to maybe the Haitian community or the Ghanaian community, at least you went to somebody black or at least somebody with melanin in their skin. You got to go to white folks? You don't even know what to do with your own hatred. I mean,
That,
you truly hate yourself because you don't want to live if you're going over there, and giving them more ammunition to wipe you out. Apparently, you wanted to go faster. You must hate your existence that badly.
well, it goes back to, a lot of these guys have it's blind hatred. It's not, you know, when you get to that point, you really don't care about yourself. Uh, even
Yeah, but I need a legitimate. You guys, I'm trying to listen. Today it's a reprieve for all of this SY. I'm trying. I need something. You got to give me something legitimate. Telling me that you're doing all of these fatal things to yourself and to our people because a black woman has an attitude. That's not a legitimate reason. That's ridiculous. I need something more than that. You got to give me something else. Because if you can't deal with a woman's attitude, then you're not fit to be with a woman. And perhaps that's probably why many of these dudes got blow up dolls. And again, they swirl them with blow up dolls too because all their blow up dolls are white. They ain't even got no black. They ain't even got no black blow up dolls. I'm like, damn, you can't get a black blow up doll? They swirl them with white blow up dolls too.
yeah, the blow up doll thing. Yeah, I'm not gonna touch that one.
I'm just saying, you swirl them with white blow up dolls, man. Like, damn, y'all can't. They got black blow up dolls. You can't get none of them. You hate them too? Damn. So my thing is, I need a legitimate reason. I'm trying to listen. I need a legitimate. I haven't heard a reason yet. An attitude that doesn't do anything for me. I need a real reason why this hatred exists or why you feel a certain way. Just so I can try to understand it and maybe we can have a better conversation. But right now, I can't. An attitude doesn't do anything for me. I need something more than that. I don't. A black woman's attitude don't. But I don't. Please, I need something other than attitude. I need some other than attitude. I need something legitimate. You gotta do better than that. Shout out to Aaron.
Well, okay, not the attitude, not the. I just.
Yeah, give me something because you listen to some of these guys. You know more of them than I do. What are they saying?
Mhm.
What else are they saying? Give me something else other than an attitude. I need something else.
Well, let me see.
Let me see.
Wait.
Now hold on, Dane. Hold on, Dane. Let him speak. Let him speak. I'm talking to him.
Well, now this is from what they're saying. Now, do I believe it or not? I don't. I, that's immaterial. But they feel like that the community has let them down, and probably because of their family lives, they've been betrayed by family members, other black men, other black women. So they just feel like they don't feel like they need to build the community. They don't need to do anything for the community, and
Okay.
that includes the women and the children. That even
Okay,
includes
son.
just having women and having children.
Okay, some of that what you just said that has to do with trauma.
Hmm.
I'm not a trauma guy, but we do have someone in the chat who's a social worker. It's just me. If you got time, can you come up here and join this conversation? Because you are the trauma expert. You know about trauma. Um, so if she comes up here, I'll see if she come up here because she can join in on that. But my thing is, okay, you're saying that you've been betrayed. They're saying that they've been betrayed by. Well, okay. Uh, Everybody has gone through something with their family. Okay, I've had my own brother break into my house, steal everything that wasn't nailed down.
Yeah, I've had
This is
that
somebody I
twice.
grew up. Yeah, yeah, this is somebody I grew up with. But I still, that's my brother. I got everything back, but still, he did it anyway. I mean, we've all gone through something, man. But that didn't cause me to come out here and hate black women and turn my back on my people
Yeah.
and just overall shit on my people every time you turn around. Didn't cause me to do nothing like that. I mean, sometimes family is fucked up. There's an old saying, right? That family ain't shit half the time.
I I believe that.
Yeah,
I
it's
experienced that.
true.
Yeah.
It's true. Half the time they ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? So, but hold on one second, y'all. Yeah, but I'm not going to, um, I'm not going to turn my back on my people. Uh, okay, y'all. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm not going to turn my back on my people because sometimes family ain't shit. And you said that they feel betrayed by their family, and that's what causes them to have these kinds of deep feelings about black people.
Well, not just their family, other black women, other black men. Especially when they were younger. Not being accepted by the community that they were from. And so when they grow up, they just like, well, fuck the community, fuck the women, the
Now,
fuck
when you
those kids.
say not being accepted by the community that they from, that's deep. Now, what do you mean? Were they picked on as a child? Were they awkward and people laughed at them? Did the
Yeah, that's
girls didn't want to play with them or something? What's going on?
okay. Yeah, that guys were picking on them because they were different. They wasn't
Hmm.
they were different. They didn't do the typical black, what we would consider activity that normal black people would do when they were younger.
I mean,
So
I got, I got my blackness questioned one time at a cookout because I didn't eat peach cobbler.
you, shoot, I got a question
Yeah,
because
but
I
I
didn't
didn't.
eat potato salad. I'm like,
Right.
you don't
Yeah,
eat
yeah, that
potato
too. Right.
salad?
Yeah, I don't even, yeah, I got. But I didn't go around talking about I hate black women and I hate my people, and they shitted on me at the cookout because I don't eat peach cobbler. You know.
Yeah. But that's the thing when
So they think that it's okay to legitimately carry some kind of grudge for like 25, 30 years.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, this is, and unfortunately, thanks to social media, it allow they find people with the similar type grudge, and they come together, and this is what you have right now. At least when you like, even, and I just say my personal story about that. I was picked on as a kid by
Mm-hmm.
girls and boys.
Mm-hmm.
So much so that, like in my early 20s, I didn't want to hang with black people.
Mm-hmm.
And luckily, like I didn't have social media back then. I think the closest we
Mm-hmm.
had was like Black Planet back when I was in my 20s.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Those are
we
the AOL. Those are American Online days.
right.
Mm-hmm.
So you didn't have all these like anti-black groups, or if you did, they were very you could barely find them. You still had Black Planet. So that getting away from black people like that, you didn't see that.
Mm-hmm.
And even when I went to college, I still joined a black group,
Mm-hmm.
So I still didn't have a group where they were just anti-black, and you didn't have that going around. So like I said, eventually I got over that.
Mm-hmm.
Just working and going to college, dealing with other racism people, and that's how I eventually, one of my best friends, he's an African. So
Mm-hmm.
that right there, that kind of killed that whole just against black people, period. And then that's eventually I met my ex-wife, and she's
Mm-hmm.
black. So, and through her, I got involved in her family, and they welcomed me, and because they saw that even I was a decent person. I took care of my ex when she got sick. That one time, I took care of her, and her father saw that, and so I gained his respect. I gained her mother's respect. So that kind of cured that whole I'm like just this hatred for black people, black women, and all that. I don't have that anymore. Now, am I am I anti-community? I'm kind of anti-community, but I don't shit on people who are community.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Mm-hmm.
some might have to be. I mean, the way we are right now is and this whole trying to separate, it's not going to benefit us in the long run. So,
Mm-hmm.
but that's just my experience. That's why I'm kind of, when I first came around here, I was more sympathetic to them than other people over here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm still sort of sympathetic, but I also understand that rage and just this rage and hatred towards black women, black children, black people, it's not going to get you anywhere. You know, yeah, you maybe if you focus it on getting your resources together, but at the end of the day, you still by yourself. You're not
Yeah.
you don't have a group behind you, because if you know you're alienating the women, you're gonna alienate some of the guys. And that's
Mhm.
what you know on the Mansfield side, that's that big war still going even to this day.
Mhm.
So and they alienating each other. That's why they haven't really grown past it, you know. So
I hope they don't. I hope they destroy each other because we don't need none of them.
well, we need a different one. I know that one because that you heard some of the I've heard some of the stuff now, and it's just like, whoa, these some of them people over there, man, I can't I can't be
So,
over there.
so basically, this is a whole trauma thing. You
Mm-hmm.
guys are still traumatized from childhood. And well, I can't really speak on that. I think I said I'm not a psychologist. I went through a lot of stuff in my childhood. I recovered from it. I don't know what the. I mean, to carry something this far for this long, I'm not sure what happened. Could have been some really bad stuff happened to you. I'm not sure. Um,
Well,
I've had.
well,
Uh huh.
that's the thing, because our community don't focus on mental health like it should. We're not together. You know, we just let people who have all these issues, they they just sit there and fester. And unfortunately, social media allows all these different groups who still have that same mental problems,
Hmm.
they don't come together to try to heal it, get therapy. They come
Hmm.
together to let the anger fester and stew. And you got people who will use it, to make money and get popularity.
Hmm.
So it's just something that it doesn't get healed, it doesn't get addressed, and just more and more people are added to the mix.
Hmm. So, okay. So this deep hatred basically comes from childhood. But okay, so my question is, for you to hate black women this much, then most of your trauma must have came from black women, right? I mean, it had to for y'all to have anger like this, hoping that a woman would die by drowning in a pool of her own blood. That's serious hatred. Wouldn't
Mhm.
you agree?
I would agree. I,
That's
I
serious
mean,
hatred. And so, so a black woman must be the one that's causing all of this pain and trauma in your life. You must have had really bad experiences with black women. Now, I'm
like,
thinking like this here, right? If you're hoping for a woman to drown in a pool of her own blood, then that means you must have been brutalized or something awful by a black woman or black women. Could have just been one black woman. It could have been several black women, but you must have been tortured. I mean, there had to be something that really got your mind messed up towards black women, because it can't be. Um, like I said, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a psychologist. I'm just going off of what I believe, just my own opinion. I'm not saying it's right, but in my opinion, it just can't be that she gave you a wedgie when you was a kid and they all laughed at you, or she turned you down for the high school prom, or she rejected you when you shot your so-called best pickup lines, and she punted your pickup lines into the stratosphere, and you felt bad about it. It can't be all that. That can't last for 30 years.
Okay. Well,
'Cause we,
maybe is it just me can answer. She's
oh,
on
great, 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 great. Here's our social. Uh, she's into these. Oh, she's a social worker, so she can speak better towards the trauma than I can. Go ahead. Just be good. Thank you for coming up. Is she there?
um is it just me? Uh
Alicia? What's her name? Is Alicia, right?
Annalisa?
And
Uh
Alicia?
Yeah,
oh.
she must be
Get
having
her mic.
connection problems.
Yeah. Yeah, she's a social worker. She works with trauma, and she
Right.
can speak much better to that because I'm not a psychologist or anything. I'm not going to pretend to be. But it has to be something deeper. It can't be, well, she got mad at me because I threw my best pickup line at her. No, I'm mad at her because I threw my best pickup line at her, and she laughed at me. And as a young man, when you throw your pickup line at a girl and she laughs at you, yeah, I mean, it's embarrassing. It hurts. You feel like a fool. You know what I'm saying?
Can you
But
guys hear me?
yes,
Yeah,
yes,
we
Yeah.
can
yes.
hear you
Oh,
There we
now.
thank
go.
God. Okay. And
Thank
I'm sorry, and thank you, Dame. That's
and
not
thank you for
trauma.
coming up.
Oh, no worries. I love this panel. I love
Uh
this
huh.
panel.
Yeah.
That's
Can you?
not trauma. Like,
Okay.
and I just want to say, like, bro, speak. You can't really be serious with these talking points. Like, I need to know how serious you are with these talking points before I even go into this. Like, are these true? Like, you're being honest about these points. Like, these are actual reasons given. Really?
Ma'am, you just have to go over there. This is
Well,
from somebody who's been
but
listening.
I would never, like, I have a brain, so I don't. You wouldn't catch me over there, right? Because if I heard this argument, first of all, there is no argument. That's not what trauma is. Trauma is not you were rejected, you didn't get the girl that you wanted, you were socially awkward, or even being socially defective is not a form of trauma in any capacity, clinical or otherwise. Trauma is the brain's inability to cope with and understand the pain, the neglect, the abuse that you're experiencing. That's what trauma is. That's
Okay.
what it is. It leaves an imprint on your brain and on your mind and on your body. That's not trauma. And this is why I'm starting to believe that these men are the most sensitive creatures on the planet. On the planet. And what they're doing, they're simply projecting their sensitivities and their fragility on Black women who really and truly are not that emotional, because I was picked on as a child. And it was bad. And actually, my two older Black brothers, nobody picked on me more than them, right? But you get a little bit older and you understand the origins of bullying. You understand the origins of being picked on, and you grow out of it, right? You don't take it personally because it says more about the person doing the bullying than it does about you, right? You work on your self-confidence and you brush it off. You sort of it's called adulting, and it's called using your rational mind. So I'm starting to believe that these Black men are emotional capacity of an infant child, is what I'm starting to believe. Because if you're telling me that they were bullied, they were rejected, and this is the reason why they've perpetrated an all-out war on their Black counterparts, slap yourself. You understand how ridiculous it is, right? You understand. And even to call it trauma is to trivialize real trauma, because that's not what it is. But even to intimate that it's trauma is, you might as well slap truly traumatic people, or punch them right in the throat. That's what you might as well do. It's sad. It's sad. They are so emotionally fragile. And really and truly what it is, it's arrested development. That's what it is. So maybe they were rejected one too many times. Maybe they were bullied, and they simply resorted to staying in that moment in that time. It's called arrested development. They simply stopped emotionally developing because they're so sensitive that they just couldn't handle it. They simply couldn't handle it. So now they have the idea that I'm going to reject the world before the world rejects me. It's very, very, very sad. And these same emotionally defective men, boys, really they're boys, because arrested development means you stop developing emotionally, you stop developing socially, and in a lot of ways as a result you stop developing intellectually, right? Because there's such thing as emotional intelligence and social intelligence, and you need all of these things in addition to intellectual capacity to be a fully formed human being. You need all of them. You can't have one without the other, because you might be a genius, but if I put you in a circle of people, you act like a little nut because you don't know how to converse and you don't know how to keep up and you can't read social cues. It's sad. This is a sad state of affairs. So if this is the case, then these boys, they truly do need to be. They need to go their own way and figure out a way to wipe themselves out, because truly these are not men who are revolutionarily inclined. We can't do anything with them. They can't be a part of any revolution other than to wipe themselves out, because we cannot do anything with them. They will be a burden. It's going to be like carrying dead weight. That's what it's going to be like. And it's sad. And if you're a part of this group, I feel sorry for you. Truly, I do.
Well, no, I'm not part of the group. So let me be clear when I'm talking from, part of it's my personal experience and part of it from listening because I've been over there, you know. But a lot of them I don't listen to no more because, like you said, they're self-destructive. And so there's only certain people I do listen to. And
Who do you
you know,
like?
even
Do you like Kinheel Samuels? Who do you
oh
really?
hell no, I don't listen to him. I mean,
Oh,
I've listened to him on panels, but that was a long time ago. That was way before he started blowing up and getting popular. And that's why I don't even see what the big deal with him. I mean, I don't see what the big deal is, but he's getting popular. I mean, I I was on a panel with a lady and she said her 13-year-old is talking the same talking points that Kevin Samuels is. So my
right, because
so
Kevin
that
Samuels has the mind of a 13-year-old. Right, because the 13-year-old, they can't sustain healthy relationships with their children because they're still children, right? They can't
hey, she,
maintain healthy relationships, and so they just continue to get divorced, right?
hey,
So yeah,
hey,
that's
she
why.
said it, not me. I'm saying
That's
like
why. No, but you know what? The thing about you is though, you because you see, when people know a lot about something, it's because there's an inclination somewhere and they're interested. I only research and I only put my things around. I only put myself around things I'm interested in, things that move me, things that things that help me develop and grow. You know a little bit too much about it for you to completely disassociate from it.
from who? Kevin Samuels?
Oh, all of them at this point. I could, because I don't know, because there's so many factions and I don't know. I just have to. It's just I just have to assume that you
Well,
align your beliefs or something. Something about it appeases you. So I have to
at,
wonder what and why.
I will say at like I said before, when I sympathize with some of them because I've dealt with some of the things that they dealt with. However, am I going around saying I hate black women? No, I don't do that.
Oh, we don't know that.
I don't go against I don't go around saying I hate black men. I don't do that. Am I now I said before, am I anti community? Yes, I
Well, you
am.
can't be you can't be pro black and anti community. You see it,
I didn't say I was pro black either.
then
I
slap
never
yourself.
said I wasn't pro I didn't say I was pro black. I didn't
Then
say
what the hell are you?
I'm an individual. That's
You
who I
see,
am.
you see the individualistic way of living, being, and thinking. This is the problem with black men. Women don't have. We really don't have this problem. And let's make no mistakes, because I know that
Um,
you might watch. Hold on, let me finish. You
I
might watch the real. No, no, let me finish, because you might be fooled by the Real Housewives. But women, we have the capacity to build and connect. And I've had terrible relationships with my sisters. My sisters have mushed up my credit. My sisters are pretty much evil, but that has not deterred me in connecting with other black women, and it has not deterred me from organizing and collecting and building with other black women. So no, this problem is very much exclusive to the black man's mind. Let's make this differentiation
I
very, very clear. Black women don't
I've
have this
heard
issue.
black women. I've heard some black women who say
I
the
don't care
same
what you
thing.
heard. Listen to what I'm telling
Okay,
you. Listen to
I
what I'm telling
I
you.
know what you're telling me, but that's what I've heard on even on YouTube.
You,
I've
yeah,
heard
but
the
right,
same
you've
thing.
heard it. You've heard it,
Okay,
and you because no, no,
okay.
hold on.
So
But
if I
are
heard
you a
it,
black woman or are you a black man? I don't care what you heard. I don't care about
okay.
what you've heard. And you've
Well,
heard it, and now you're
I
using it as a
can't.
talking point
Well,
because, like
you're
I said,
telling
you
me
subscribe to
is
these beliefs. Like I said, like I
you're
said.
telling me it's not going to change what I've heard in real life and on YouTube.
No, I'm
So you can
telling you, I
tell
don't
me a
care about.
whole lot of. You can tell me
Wait a minute, wait a minute,
what
wait a
your
minute. Hold on, hold on, hold
experience.
on. Wait a minute. No, no. You need to stop talking for a second and listen to what I'm saying to you. Because
Okay.
if what you think is the reality of the world that we live in, Goldman Sachs wouldn't donate money to black women as a collective.
Hmm?
We organize with each other, and if they didn't feel like we did, they wouldn't do it. Do you understand that? We wouldn't be leading in every statistical category if we couldn't
Okay.
organize together. It's you guys
Oh,
that can't, and you can't do it
okay.
to the extent that you must go in white communities. You understand the difference? We don't have to go outside of our communities.
Okay. Well,
You
there's
must
movement.
go outside of your community. You must marry
There's a
Becky.
movement
And
that's
even then, you
talking
don't
about
bring
that.
money and pump it back into your communities. Even then, you don't start black businesses. You nest. You're nesters. That's what I'm saying. I think that you want to be women so bad. You can taste it. You want to
Okay,
nest. You're
ma'am,
comfortable in your nesting subjugated state.
ma'am. If that's the case, why is there is on YouTube and
You,
on
I don't
and
care, yo. Don't talk to me
Facebook?
about YouTube. You need to pull
Okay,
up a statistic. You
okay.
need
I'm
to talk
going
to me about
by
real life, what's
Facebook,
happening in real time. YouTube
Facebook.
is not the end all be all. I don't care about no fucking
Okay,
YouTube.
Facebook and Instagram
Yeah, you see, you're in the
and
closet. You're in
YouTube.
the closet about it. That's
That
all. You
you have
and
women,
yeah,
black
yeah,
women
whatever.
talking about divesting, going with white men. That's a you heard the
Right,
pink pill?
but did you know? But you know what the
Have you
ratios
heard the
are?
pink pill,
Wait a
ma'am?
minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on.
Have
Hold
you
on.
heard? Have you?
Have you heard that black men are more likely to date outside their race? Have you heard that black men are the single group of men that are dating outside their race more than whites, Asians, Indian, Hispanics, any other group of men? Slap yourself, sir.
I
Slap yourself,
I've heard
sir.
that.
You can't even
I
hold a
don't believe
candle
it.
to the women. You can't hold a candle to the black women that are divesting because it's such a small
I
minority in comparison to in comparison to the men that are doing it in your
okay,
community
and
and in your collective.
I don't
So kill
particularly
yourself.
care. I don't particularly care. So,
No, you
ma'am,
do care. That's why you're bringing it up. But I'm telling
I
you, it's a
bring
moot
it
point.
up
You
because
brought it
you're
up,
the
and
one.
I'm telling you,
I'm
it's a moot
bringing
point.
it
So
up
move the fuck
because I'm
on.
telling
No,
you what I
move
have
on.
seen.
Move on.
So,
You do it more than
that's
anybody,
you
any
want
other
to
race of man on the
ma'am.
planet.
You
Move
trying to
on.
go after me
Move on. It's a moot
like
point. What's next?
I'm the one going
Move
after
on.
y'all.
No, you're the one
I
bringing it
don't
up.
give it. I
Hold on.
brought it
Hold
up
on. Wait a
to
minute. Wait a
say a
minute. Wait a minute. Wait a
point.
minute. Yo,
Well,
shut
I'm
the hell
bringing it
up and
up
listen to what
because
I'm
you're
saying.
telling me
You're
that
bringing
black
it up,
women
and
as
it
a
is a
whole are
moot
not
point.
doing this,
You're
but they
bringing it up,
are.
and you don't even have the numbers behind you to substantiate what you're bringing up.
What
You don't have
numbers?
anything
Okay,
behind you
well,
but Facebook and the
bring the
pink pill. Sir,
numbers,
kill
bring
yourself.
the actual
All
numbers,
you
and
have is
then
the
you
pink pill. That's
bring the
it. That's
numbers.
it.
Bring the numbers, ma'am.
Oh, you know
Why
what?
are you?
I'll do you one
And
better.
then why are
I'll do
you
you one
yelling at
better.
me?
I will do you.
I'm not your enemy,
Hold
man.
on, hold on.
Why
No,
are
no,
you
no. Wait a
yelling at
minute.
me
First of
about
all,
it?
stop talking because you're acting very
No,
effeminate.
Well,
Listen to what
you,
I'm saying to you.
how am
I
I
will post
feminine?
all of the links.
I'm trying to be
I will
calm,
post
but you up
but
here
you're
yelling
talking
at
when I'm
me.
talking, and you need to shut the hell up because you're someone that really
Now,
does need to
are you
learn.
serious right now?
You're
Come on,
someone who
man.
really needs to listen and learn. Listen to
I
what I'm
don't want
saying.
to
I'll give you
listen
one
to,
better.
ma'am.
I will put the
You're
studies in the
trying
chat
to
for you.
lecture me on something
I will put the
that on
study in
my
the chat for
experience.
you,
So
just for you, because you're so lazy you can't do the work on your own, like the
I
typical
don't, ma'am.
degenerate
I
that you
don't
are. I'll do the
care.
work for you.
I
Okay?
don't care,
Once
ma'am.
again, we'll do the work for you,
Why are
and we'll
you?
tell you. We'll tell you.
Why are
We'll
you?
tell you
I
what
do not
state your
care.
collective is in, because you don't want to do your own homework. You don't want to figure out what state you
I
truly
don't
are in.
care
You don't
enough,
want to know how many
ma'am.
black men, once they get to a certain tax bracket, once they get to a certain level of education, you don't want to know how many of them are marrying Becky. We'll do the work for you once again, sir.
Okay, I
Okay?
don't care, ma'am.
If you don't
That
care,
ain't
Calm,
my
then don't
concern.
bring it
calm
up. If you
energy,
don't
That's
bro.
fucking
not
care,
my
dum
Calm
dum.
energy.
If you don't
Calm
man.
care,
energy.
don't bring it up. You brought it up as a point.
I
You
brought it
brought it
up
up to
as a
try to
point.
checkmate me. I'm
I'm
telling you,
I'm not
if
trying to
you're gonna
checkmate
try to
you,
checkmate me
ma'am.
with that,
Take a breath.
you
I'm
need
not
Take a
trying to
numbers.
breath.
checkmate you,
You need
ma'am.
numbers.
Ma'am, why are you
Numbers are
yelling
not
at
on your
me?
side. How are you trying to checkmate
I'm
me
being
when
calm
you
as
black
fuck.
men do it more than any other race and group of men on
Ma'am,
the planet? You sad.
why are you
You sound
yelling at
sad.
me about this,
You sound
ma'am?
sad. You sound sad.
Ma'am,
No, because you're in the closet. I know exactly what
I'm
closet
in the
you are.
closet. How
You're in
am
the
I in the
closet.
closet, ma'am?
You're in the closet.
Why are you accusing me of being gay and stuff like that?
I didn't.
I'm
Oh,
not.
I said you're a closet degenerate. That's it.
How am
But
I
you
degenerate,
change your
ma'am?
talking points
How
so
am
that you
I
can fit in where
degenerate,
you live.
ma'am?
That's all it is.
How am
That's
I
all it is.
degenerate, ma'am?
You change your talking points so that
Why
you
are
can come
you
here and get
number
and fit in
one?
where you live. That's all. That's all.
Why are you saying I'm in the closet? Why are you accuse me of all this stuff?
Because I'm
That's
right.
why I'm trying.
Because I'm
Huh?
right. Because I'm
Huh?
right. Because I have ears and a brain, and
How am
I have
right about
proficient
what? You don't
comprehension.
know me, ma'am.
My comprehension
First,
skills
you
are
accuse.
proficient, so I
Huh?
can make this assessment. I actually can, because you're making
Okay.
a talking. You're trying to make a
I'm making
point,
a
and I'm
talk.
telling you,
I'm.
you
I'm not.
making the point
I
as a
said,
black man is a moot point because you do it more than everybody else. How are you gonna?
okay, so,
It's like a
ma'am.
murderer telling a serial killer. How are you like? What do you? How can you go about
Okay,
serial killing?
your point about it was what? I made it. It's a
A
point.
moot point.
Okay, so
You know
so
what a
what?
moot point
There.
means? It means
Okay,
it's
so
null and
what,
void. Do you know what
ma'am?
that means? It means
Why are
it's not
you?
statistically relevant. Do you know what
Okay,
that means?
why are you hostile towards me for? What's the problem here? If I'm if
Yes,
I'm not this
tranquilo.
degenerate, I'm
Everybody's
not in the
tranquilo. Everything's
closet,
fine.
I'm not
Everything's
all
fine.
this different stuff.
Everything's fine. You know
You're the
what?
one
Your
raging
point
against
was
me
the pink pill, Facebook, and on YouTube. And what I'm saying, this is what I'm
okay,
saying to you, sir. I'm
okay,
saying
and
that the pink pill, all of these things, none of it
mhm,
accounts for the amount of black men that are divesting in throat.
nothing
That's what I'm saying to you.
okay,
That's what the
okay,
numbers. I'm saying the
okay,
numbers, simple mathematics, it doesn't add up, is what I'm saying to you.
okay,
And what I'm saying is it's a moot
and
point. So try to make another point. That's what I'm
okay,
saying.
what point? Okay, I don't care enough. I'm just
No,
bringing
you
that
do. You
out.
definitely
I
care.
do
You're
not care,
triggered.
ma'am.
This whole
If I
conversation's triggered you.
care,
That's why you got on the panel.
why triggered by what,
The truth,
ma'am?
like
If I
all other
was
sensitive black men. You sound
I
like
triggered.
you sound like the sensitive men that we're talking about. As a matter of fact, listen to your effeminate laugh. Listen to your effeminate cackling. You sound like a witch. You're cackling like a witch. You're laughing. You have a very feminine, high pitched voice.
Man,
Listen to the laugh.
yeah, I know.
You
I'm
have
laughing
arrested
because it's
development.
so
That's why your voice
hilarious.
hasn't. Well, that's why I'm
Hey,
sorry.
I
yo,
There's
know
no
because
yo,
it's
bass in your
funny
tone.
as fuck. I
yo,
know.
man.
There's no bass in your
You
tone.
trick. You triggered. That's why I
There's
know. It's
no bass.
funny. It's
You don't have no bass
hilarious.
in your tone.
I,
You haven't reached
what,
manhood yet. Your
ma'am?
testes haven't dropped yet. I can hear
Because,
it in your
ma'am,
voice.
I don't,
Okay. All
ma'am.
right.
Hey, yo,
Wait,
No,
wait,
no,
Dame,
wait,
no, no,
wait,
no,
speak.
wait,
no.
wait. Everybody,
Stay out of it, Dane.
No, Dame, it's okay. I mean, she
No, I'm
raging.
fine.
It's
We're fine.
fine.
All is
Okay.
We're
well.
okay.
All right.
Hey,
I
yo,
want to see.
Dame,
I want to
Let it
see
be.
brother. I want to see brother Speed come out of this. I want to see him deal with this.
Okay.
He
Okay.
can't. He can't. He has to resort to.
No,
He can't. He can't. There's nothing he can do or say.
Hey,
He's just gonna
yo,
cackle like a little schoolgirl. That's all he
can
can do.
niggas hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Rosie. It's good to
Hey,
no,
see
yo,
Dame, it's okay. Because this is the thing. I
Yeah, let him have
understand why
his.
she
Hmm.
raging. I understand why she's raging.
We
And
was just
because she's hearing these talking points, and she probably, because I said that I do sympathize with a lot of those guys, that she thinks I'm one of those guys.
you were
And
doing all
I'm
right
trying
there
to
for a
tell her
minute.
I'm not, huh?
You were doing all right there for a minute, but you started feeding the feminine energy. Remember I was saying calm energy?
Yeah.
Yeah, you started
Yeah,
feeding the energy. Yeah, see?
yeah, and I'm trying
Right.
to calm it down, and
You were all right. You were all right at first, but she
yeah,
triggered you a little bit. So you started feeding the energy.
yeah,
Uh
yeah, and I gotta,
Hey, yo, bro,
and I gotta,
Speaks.
I gotta. That one of those things I gotta work on. That I
yeah,
really
you're
do
all
need
right.
to
You'll
work
be
on
all right.
that a bit.
You gotta learn how to maintain that strength, brother. You gotta keep that calm energy.
No, but
Okay,
Matt,
keep
Mhm.
that calm
Matt,
energy. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Matt, can someone explain to me how one can just simply be an individual? And like, if you're just an individual, why are you on this panel? Because we're not talking about individual issues. We're talking about issues that affect the collective. But
Right.
you're an
Now,
individualistic thinking single man. So I'm not really sure what your inclinations are here. It doesn't really make sense to me. You're not pro anything. You're pro you. That's the most selfish perspective to have on the planet. It's also the
hmm
least you're least able, or you have no ability to contribute because you're only thinking of the self. So I'm not really even sure what you're up here doing.
Hey,
well,
yo, bro, Speaks.
yeah,
Yo, you hear me, yo?
yeah, I can
Yeah,
hear you,
Roger, we
Roger.
got you. We got you.
Okay, all right,
I
baby.
want to say salute to the panel too. I haven't spoke yet. I want to say salute to the entire panel. I'm gonna keep quiet, mute up, so I can
What's up,
listen.
Hey,
Alan?
Aaron, how you
What's
doing?
up, Alan? What's
You all
going
doing?
on, brother?
How you doing, Dane Braz? It's just me. How you all doing? I'm just listening.
All right.
This is very therapeutic. This topic,
It
what we're
is, it
talking
is,
about,
it is. Your brother's
and
gotta
It's actually very
learn
sad,
how to
but
maintain
yeah.
your calm energy.
yeah. And I also want to
Hmm.
say that as a community, and I am speaking for the collective. We are in trouble as a community, and it does stem with black males because we're supposed to be the leaders of the community. We're supposed to be the protectors of the community. But too many of us have left the community to go save ourselves or go our own way, what have you, all that other nonsense. And I've broken it down before about the manosphere so many times that people will listen to me. But the manosphere is actually a white organization that was stemmed from white men who had a problem with white women,
What
and
in
they
the
even have
fuck?
white supremacist views. You had a
Hmm.
bunch of black men who adapted these ways and thought they would be validated by the white manosphere, but come to find out, the white guys don't even accept them because they still have white supremacist, white nationalist views, in addition to their misogyny and hatred toward women. So these black men that are trying to cape for these white men's approval and think they have some allies, they're sadly mistaken. So, but
Right,
they have to learn the hard way.
right. And I want my brothers, you have to understand, right? You have to be able to deal with situations. As a man, you're a problem solver. Okay. You don't exacerbate the situation. If she's charging you with things like this, listen. Listen to what she's charging you with. Try to have a civil conversation. Maintain your calmness. Don't feed her feminine energy and have her go off the rails and you go off the rails with her. Because now neither one of you have accomplished anything. You didn't listen to her and she didn't get nothing across to you. See what I'm saying?
I'm just curious. Because this is one of the problems, right? We can talk about problematic pathologies, problematic mentalities, and just problematic ways of being, thinking, and living. And the individualistic mentality is one of the most problematic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the individual, you don't account or speak for the collective, right? Your individual efforts,
Mm-hmm.
your individual accomplishments, it's never going to matter. What the majority is doing and experiencing and going through is always going to speak for the collective. It is the greater number. This is simple math, simple numbers. The greater number represents the democracy wins, right? The greater number represents the collective. So if you have this mentality, I'm just trying to understand what are you trying to accomplish and what are you trying to contribute to any of these debates or conversations, or when you go into these spaces. I'm not saying you don't have the right. I never said that. I said I'm trying to understand the motivation behind it. Is seeing, even if you're, since you're going to walk away from it with your individualistic and very selfish perspective and way of living and being. Is that's I'm trying to just have an understanding, because I would venture to say that the majority of black men think the way that you think. I'm trying to understand what you're trying to accomplish and achieve, and what you're hoping to contribute to this conversation, because we are speaking about a majority. We're speaking about our communities, which is comprised of collections of black people, of black folk. So what is it, or what's the end goal for you?
Uh, can I speak now? 'Cause I don't want to interrupt you. Okay, so when I first got on the panel, my thing was to talk the talking points that they have, add it with some of my experiences, so to give a understanding of what these guys are thinking, so that you know what you're fighting against.
No, I know.
'Cause-
No, listen, I understand that. You see, no, I
okay, ma'am,
understand.
I'm
I
not. I
understand
wasn't
why you
finished.
initially. I know you understand why. I understand why you initially got on the panel. I'm saying, why do you go into these spaces in general? We're not. There's nothing individualistic about the challenges that these channels are taking on. There's absolutely nothing individualistic about it. But that is who you
Okay.
are. You are individualistic in thinking and being and living. So I'm
Mhm.
saying in general, right? Big picture, what is it that you're doing and trying to accomplish and trying to contribute?
Okay, well, I like being here. I have much respect for Max. We don't see eye to eye on some things, but I like talking to him, and I generally do like what he's trying to do. That's why I'm over here.
So you're
Now,
you're not trying to contribute. You're not. Okay, got it. Heard you.
what, like, try to contribute how? What do you want? What exactly do you want me to contribute exactly? In your words.
Well, to contribute to these conversations in a meaningful way, but I think that it's hard to do that if you can only look at things from your vantage point. If you don't have the capacity to to think, or to be able to understand collective barriers, collective challenges, then it's very difficult to get anywhere with you. You understand what I'm saying? Like if one is only concerned with the self, one cannot be a part of the collective. And if they are a part of the collective, they contribute nothing. They don't even have the capacity to contribute. They only take. So big picture, I just don't understand.
Okay, you're making the assumption that I don't understand collective. Um, I work in a prison, which is you have to be a collective in that sense, because otherwise the prison get overran. So yes, I do understand collective, and some of the advices I do give when I'm over here is about collective. Now,
Then why are you still individualistic in your thinking and being and living?
because that's I'm a individualist because that's how I live my life.
No, why?
That's why, because a lot of my family did do me dirty. A lot of people that I know did me dirty. So yes, that's why I
Okay,
can be
so
an
you are,
individualist.
so hold on. So I was, my initial assessment was apt. I was right when I said that you are a part of the hypersensitive males who simply just cannot get over things in life. That so I was right. Once again, I was right. And that's fine. I don't take umbrage with that. But it's important for you to acknowledge that you are a part of the group that we are discussing at this very moment. It's important for you to acknowledge that. It just is. Because if you're ever going to shift your thinking from individualistic to collective in order to organize and evoke meaningful change, you have to acknowledge the origins of this. You understand that, right?
Well, I've already talked about my origins. I said that my personal experiences. So I already recognize that. There's not something that I need you in particular to
I'm not talking
tell
about me.
me.
I'm not talking about me. I said you. And if you already
Okay.
acknowledge it, then you should be proactive in trying to remedy this, because individualistic.
Okay.
Listen, let me explain something. Your brains are wired to connect. We're social creatures, and structurally your brains are literally set up that way. You're not set up to be individualistic in any capacity in your being, in your organism. There is
Mm-hmm.
absolutely no. It doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
There's no there in no capacity. You need to understand that. So you
Yes,
should
there
probably
are.
do something to remedy this individualistic way of living. Because
Can I
truly,
say something?
anybody with this perspective, anybody with this mindset, they will perish, because people need people. That's why we're all
Mm-hmm.
here.
Let you finish, Rosin.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
Russ.
Sheesh, God, Lord. Y'all going in up here, boy, I tell you. Well, listen, I just wanted to say, man, the individualistic shit is the biggest problem in Black America. Um, when it comes to bro speaks, I do believe, you know, I've talked to the boy many a times. He does contribute shit to the conversation. You feel what I'm saying? You know, I gotta ask Bro Speaks a question though. You say you sympathize with those black men. Listen, I came late, so I don't know what you said in the past. So, what do you sympathize? What is the things that they say that you sympathize about? You feel me? Like, I don't what do you agree on when it comes to them?
Didn't say I necessarily agree. I said that I sympathize because of some of the things that they've gone through that
Right.
I've gone through.
So you identify them, you see yourself in them, therefore you sympathize with them. Yes?
Yes, I do. I see them, some of what they went through, I went through. So yeah, I do see myself in them. But I also, there's some things that they have said that I don't agree with. I don't
You
believe
know
in
those
blank.
you do know those guys don't give a fuck about black women, right?
Yes, and that's why I don't agree with,
Yeah,
because
but see, it's interesting. They hate the very wombs from which they came, and I don't know you personally. To be
Mhm.
honest, if you gave me 10 minutes with you, I could probably figure it out. But I would venture to say that you're probably a MGTOW. Have you decided to go your own way, or is that a month? Am I too early?
No, I'm not a MGTOW. No,
So you don't have, you want to be married and you want to be a husband and a father and
I I've been a husband, so I've been
right. So
married.
you've been a husband. That means you can never be
Mhm.
one again.
I'm not looking to be one. If it happens, it happens. But I'm not looking to be one. No.
Okay, you sound like you're entirely defeated. This is what I'm saying. You seem psychologically conquered is the problem. That's why you're so individualistic in your thinking. Because conquered men, they don't even feel like they have the power, the capacity to do anything. So they are only concerned about what they can do for themselves. They
Hey, yo,
disregard the
Bro
rest of the
Speaks.
world.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, Bro Speaks. Are you
Hmm.
not community minded? Hold up. Are you not community minded, brother?
I've said before I'm anti-community, but I'm not against the community.
Oh,
I
hey,
don't.
oh, my
I know.
brother,
I don't go
oh,
against.
my brother.
If you're anti-community,
What
you're
did you
anti-black.
say?
I don't care what you tell me. Black
Uh,
men who marry white men, they're anti-black. They hate themselves and they're trying to align themselves
You
with
said
white
white
men.
man.
They're Yeah, hold on, wait a minute. If you're anti-community, you're anti-black. There's no other way for you to cut this cake. It's still a degenerate cake. You can slice it up however you want. But if you are anti-community, you are anti-yourself. You are anti the extensions of yourself, black children
okay.
and black women. There's no other way to cut it. I'm sorry. You need to
How
look at the realities of your situation.
Okay.
I wanted to say something also after bro speaks. I wanted to say something else.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm not anti-black because I would be
No,
going
you
out here
are.
being
You
like,
are. You can't
no,
bring
I'm
yourself
not,
to say it, but you
ma'am. Can
are.
I finish,
You
please?
are. No, but be honest. This is an intellectual. Let's be intellectually honest. You be honest with yourself.
I'm being intellectually
Then
honest.
you're
I'm
delusional.
not
You see,
anti-black,
it's
ma'am.
funny.
Can I say
You're
something?
Because
delusional and
if I was
anti-community.
ma'am,
You
if I
are the
was
manosphere. You're
ma'am,
the
if I was
manosphere. You're Miguel. You just don't know
if
it
I
yet.
was anti-black, I wouldn't even be here.
No.
Yeah,
No.
I
You
would
no.
not
Hold on.
even
You're
be here.
anti-community. You're
I'm
anti-black.
not
But maybe you're
anti-black.
lonely and you're trying to get it in where you can live. That's simply you. It's
Can I say
Ma'am,
something?
if I was lonely, I go outside, ma'am. So I'm
What
not
the hell does that have to
anti-black.
do with anything?
I go
Lonely people go
outside. I
outside all
go
the time.
around real
Lonely
people,
people are
but
out
I
there
do.
taking strolls and walks, and they're lonely. What are you talking about?
Okay, so I'm not lonely, ma'am. So you can dead that
No,
one.
you're not. You're fine.
See,
You know what? I redact that. That's been redacted from the conversation. You are anti-black. You hate the very room from which you came. You hate your black skin, and you hate your black communities. You cannot divorce
how,
yourself from your community and then tell me you
how,
love yourself and you love black skin and you love
how,
black people. You see, you're trying to create an alternate reality in which to exist, and you cannot. You cannot divorce
Can I,
yourself on the one hand and love yourself on the other. Do you understand the delusion that you've created so that you can simply exist and be happy in your cognitive dissonance? You cannot do
ma'am,
it. And I'm here to tell you the jig is up. Come out of the closet. And I'm not talking about your
can,
sexuality. I'm talking about the way that you feel about yourself and your community and your black people. Come out of the closet already. Go get help.
ma'am, ma'am.
can I
If
say
I was,
something?
I want.
well, can I?
Go ahead, Roger.
If I was anti-black, A, I wouldn't be over here. Two, I will be raging against black people, and I don't do that. So that anti-black thing is incorrect. I know
But
some
I,
No,
I
it's
guys
would have
who's
to
on
correct.
say,
YouTube
It's correct.
I would have to say,
who say they individualists, but they still support black people. So
what don't
that
make,
so so you can say that I'm anti-community, I'm anti-black. That's your opinion. I'm fine with that. But no, I'm not anti-black. I am not going out there saying F the black community. I'm not going
You
out
don't
there
have
saying
to do, you
no,
don't have to say anything for it to be
ma'am,
true. You
ma'am.
don't have to say F black people, F the
That
community
is
for
your
it to be
opinion.
true. Stop doing that.
no,
Stop
okay,
doing
okay.
that. You sound like a child. You
Let me
sound like
just
a
say this
child.
was, let me just say this though. Okay, so let me just say this. You don't love black people.
I
Let's just
didn't
say
say
that. You don't love black people, right?
You
Right,
see,
bro?
don't
hold
love
Please.
on,
black people. I love the
Razi, this is
people
the
that
problem. This is the problem. This is arrested development. I was hurt by black people, so I'm divorcing myself from black people. It is called conflating. And this is what and this is literally the foundation for everyone in the manosphere of MGTOW. Mommy hurt me, all women are bad, right? My girlfriend hurt me, all women, all girls are bad. It's called conflating. And conflating is what children do. It's arrested
uh,
development 101, everyone. Come off the
Now,
The
closet
ma'am,
already.
manosphere,
I wanted to
the
say
ma'am,
something really
manosphere is
quickly.
basically.
I know, brother, speak. We're beating up on you pretty bad, you know. And so, first of all, a huge shout out. Thank y'all, Dame and OG Max, for having me back on the channel. My bad, Aaron. I didn't mean to interrupt you, bro. I just want to say this real quick: is that I know it's tough for you, bro. Speak, and so kudos to you for taking
oh,
a lot of the beating right now.
man,
But
trust me.
yeah,
Hey yo,
I'm
bro,
taking a
hey
lot of
yo,
beatings on panels. I'm used to it.
well,
So
definitely, bro. I just want to say one thing in
I'm
particular.
disappointed, man.
Hold
I'm
on, Rosie. Hold
disappointed.
on.
That's all.
I just want to
I'm
say
just
one thing in
disappointed.
particular, brother. Speak to what you said about being anti-community, and I think that in this case, maybe we can attribute that to not necessarily being anti-black or whatever it might be, but community is what we built civilization off of, and so to be anti-community is not just bad for black people or white people, but it's bad for the human race in general. you know, to some extent. We need civilization, you know, and so I was joking about it in the chat, but it's kind of like saying you're anti-water, but you love swimming in the ocean, or you realizing that you still have to drink water, right? We do need community to survive, unfortunately, and most
Right.
people don't live in the middle of the wilderness, and they don't have the skills necessary to build their own house, or you know, furnish it, or cook or hunt by themselves. We have to
Right.
gather to some extent, you know. So
Right.
And let me just say
Yeah,
this,
okay.
man, bro. And let me just say this, man. Bro speaks, man. You know, me and you talked before. You seem like a cool dude and all that. So I don't want to disrespect you. But I remember one man once said, and it's some real shit. He said, punks forget about their community. Please don't be this punk, man. You understand? Only punks forget about their community. Brother?
Shout out to Honest
Come
Truth,
on,
man. Good
man.
to see you again, brother. I wanted to say something that Bro Speak said. You said you used to getting beat. Don't ever get used to getting beat up on panels, brother. Look at this. This is tough love. Look at this as this is supposed to be building you up, not destroying you. Because we are your brothers and sisters, and we still love you here. We're never trying to destroy you. We're only trying to build you. And
No,
as
no.
far as the community, you know what? To be pro-black doesn't mean you have to walk around wearing dashikis and saying you're pro-black. But by default, I think we're all pro-black because we're just black people, and we have a desire and have concerns for our community. That in
No,
itself
you're wrong.
makes you
Whoever's
pro-black.
talking, I'm sorry to tell you, but that don't spread misinformation like that. You can't make the assumption that anyone with black skin is pro-black. You simply cannot do that. It's counterproductive to do that. It's counterintuitive to do that, especially when
My
we know the
bad.
historical context behind the oppression and the self-hate that we've been subjected to. You can't do that. You can't say that.
now, Bro Speak,
I
I
stand
just want.
corrected. I stand corrected. My bad on that. Yeah, you're right. I didn't necessarily mean that everyone with black skin is pro-black. What I was trying to say is that by the fact that if you just have like the smallest desire to see our community do better, I'm talking about those of us that's on this panel and those who are like-minded. That by that notion, you would be pro-black.
No. But by that notion, you would also be pro-community, and you would also be pro-collective. You couldn't be an individualistic person who. How are you guys acting like the two can exist? I don't understand. Someone help, please. Someone help me understand and explain it to me. Maybe in layman's terms. Maybe in this area. Maybe I'm intellectually lagging because I simply cannot understand how you can be anti-community, anti-collective, and still be pro-black if you are black.
Well, I'm actually pro-community and pro-black.
Then you don't need to answer the question. I guess somebody who this resonates with can answer the question.
Yeah. This I'm the one that was just talking. I'm Aaron Collins. I'm the one that was just talking. I think you were responding to something I said.
Right, because you're talking about you don't have to go around and wear dashikis, but nobody has to do that. Nobody's even talking about that, right? I'm talking about being anti-community, anti-collective. I'm talking about the self is number one. Is this at this point you can't even say it's self-preservation because you're not even married and I want to understand for myself so I can take this information, retain it, and then when I move forward and I have conversations with other individualistic minded black men, I don't have to be uncomfortable about it and I don't have to employ cognitive dissonance about the contradictory statements that are being made.
I can. Oh, go ahead, Brother Speak. Go ahead. And I wanted to just say, everybody on the panel, if you mute while you're not talking, it'll give better audio clarity. I don't mean to tell Dame or Max how to run their panels, but it just helps a little bit.
Yeah. Well,
I'm about to mute up right now.
okay. Well, this is just my thing. I can't speak for everybody else.
No, it's not just yours.
I can't speak for people.
No, but no. You're speaking. Hold on. I'm going to say this one thing, and I'm going to go on mute. I'm going to be gone. You're speaking for like-minded men like you, and unfortunately, Black men like you, they account for a very large portion of our community, to the most unfortunate. So yes, please help us understand. So you say you're speaking for yourself, but all the individualistic minded people, I'm pretty sure everything that you're about to say is going to resonate with them, and that's the same reason that they've decided to go their own way in some capacity, whether it be I only care about myself, I'm only living for myself, and I'm doing this for myself. But yeah, let's just preface it with that, because you could say I'm only speaking for myself, but a very large majority of our collective thinks the way that you think. Because if they didn't, our communities would not be dilapidated. We would have leaders in our communities. They would be building, and there would be more community. But go ahead.
Okay. Since
Well,
is it,
Aunt Alicia, man, she's right, man. How can you? There's nothing to disagree on, man. If you anti-community, you ain't for black people. It just is what it is. If you love black people, black man, woman, and child, you're going to be for the community. A person who is not for community, whether they're black, white, Asian, or whatever, that's crazy. When you're saying that you're not for your community, what brother speaks, baby. Come on, man. Come
okay.
Yeah,
on,
like
baby.
let's be honest about this.
Well, before y'all get, because y'all start, I really do want to hear what Bro Speak is saying. Just let him say what he wants to say, and then we'll jump in. I know that the urge and it's a little discourteous, and it seemed to negate itself. He's gonna try to explain it. We're gonna listen, and then we're gonna give our opinions on it. Okay?
Okay, but Dame, let's understand. All of this derived, the origins of this is because he's been hurt by black women or black people. That's the origin of this. I want everyone to understand so they can draw parallels between the Manosphere, MGTOW, and all of these other destructive factions. The origins of his individualistic way of living, being, and thinking is hurt that came from black people. Let's just understand that.
All right.
If I can explain it, I will do my best. Now, if I'm wrong, I could be wrong. I said I'm individualistic. I support, but I always said I support people that support me. Now, that could be black people. I I support them who support me. I support my family. They supported me. I support them. Now, there's some members of my family I had to cut off because they were a detriment to me and my family. So I had to cut them off. That's why I'm more the anti-community, because I've seen people that who be in the community who does nothing for the community, but the community does support them. That's why I'm anti-community in that sense, and that's why I am individualistic in that
Are you
sense.
serious right now?
Yes, I'm.
So
Well,
you have conflated. You've conflated. So like I said,
okay, well, ma'am, I
it,
wasn't even finished. So if you
oh,
could
you're
let
not
me,
done, dear
if you could
God.
let me
Okay.
finish, I can. But I've always said that I support the people that support me. I I don't just be about just, yes, I am for my self interest, but the people that support me, I give my all for them, and because they gave their all for me. I'm not just take from people and just don't give back. No, I don't do that.
Okay, can I say
So,
something? Or you're not done?
no, I'm done. Like you said, I could be
Okay,
wrong.
let me
It,
no you let me I'm gonna tell you, it's not even really about it's not a matter of being right and wrong. It's just a matter of being counterproductive and potentially destructive versus productive. constructive and meaningful. See, this is the problem that I have. So I was right. Off the rip, I was right. You see, sometimes I really just go off the deep end and I'm wrong. And I can say, oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. But no, I was actually right. You really have conflated your experiences and extended it to the entire Black collective. You see, this is problematic because your support is transactional. Your support is predicated on stipulations. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. Have you seen the Black community? No one's in a position to scratch your back. We're not there yet. But they need help. They need leaders. They need mentors. They need economic stability. So you are destructive. You are anti-Black. You just don't know it. Because if a white man was helping you, you'll help him right back. Even if it's to your detriment. Because according to you, scratch my back, quid pro quo, and it's all good. And that's all that matters. But that's not how it works in our community. Not yet. Not yet. So no, I was right. And it pains me to say that I was right because you do represent the manosphere and the MGTOW in some capacity. You see, you might not hate women. Your contempt. Women might not be the origin of that contempt, but it is still very much to do with the Black collective and Black communities. It absolutely is. That's just the reality of the situation. That's just what it is. That's what it is. And it is destructive. In a very insidious way. It is very destructive.
And this is something I kind of talk about. I know It's Just Me comes at you pretty hard, and she says a lot of things that are based in truth and actual logical reasoning and explanation, Brother Speak. And this is something that I had to deal with a couple guys on my channel in regards to. There's one man in particular who was saying, well, a lot of Black women are overweight, right? As if all Black men are walking down with washboard abs, walking down the street. But I said, well, okay, if this is the case, if you really feel that way, and he said, yeah, I love Black women, but a lot of them are overweight. I said, okay, well, if you feel that way, if you're so, if you feel so slighted by their overweightness, then what are you doing to help them with their weight? And he said, well, that's not my problem. Well, I said, well, if it wasn't your problem, you wouldn't have brought it up to the panel. You wouldn't have brought it onto my channel. Obviously, it's bothering you to some extent or another. So it has become a problem for you, right? And well, yeah, I just don't like it. Well, okay, what are you going to do to fix something in your life that you don't like? Well, that's not my problem. But you just told me that it's your problem. So we kind of went back and forth, right? And my point to him, which obviously he didn't grasp nor cared to grasp, was that as a man, your duty is to find solutions. And I know he just jumped down. I'm sure he's still listening, but your duty is to find solutions to the problems that you have. Simply pointing the finger at the problem isn't going to do anything at this point for you. That's not how it works. Once you find and identify the problem, you find and identify the solution, and then you execute said solution, therefore rendering your problem irrelevant or null and void. Solution to the problem, no more problem. So it's really a simple case of find, fix, solve, and continue on with life. But unfortunately, like we see, a large amount of Black males, the Black quote unquote leaders in the Black community, only want to find the problem, and the equation stops there. So,
can I just say this, man? Can I just say this?
yeah, he might have dropped, his connection might have messed up or something, or he might still be listening. I'm not sure.
Hey, yo, I just want to say this, man. If we just knew how beautiful and powerful we are, Negroes wouldn't talk about I'm anti-community. If we knew the greatness and how valuable we are, niggas wouldn't talk about I'm anti-community. See, when you're so in love with Black people, like I am, like I'm so in love with Black women, you feel what I'm saying? I cannot picture myself being anti-community. I'm so in love with Black people. Like I love Black people. Like I wish I could give Black people the world. I wish I could give Black women the world. I don't just say that just to say it. This is how this is how I feel, man. Like I'm in love with black folk.
And
Can
I
I
like
can I
telling.
say can I say something to Kelvin? I'm so sorry, Razi. I'm so sorry. I know I don't want to interfere with your proclamation, but Kelvin, he's pissed me off to the most unfortunate. Can I respond to him quickly?
Oh, oh, Kelvin
Who?
James, what
Well,
can you
yeah, he had
do
a
to
comment.
help
He
with
said,
them with weight? Force black women to exercise, pay them to
Okay,
exercise, or act.
okay, Kelvin, I'm about to answer your question, but does anybody know what the contributing factors to obesity and having propensities to being overweight? Does anybody know what they are? Because this is an actual thing. It's not an accident. So we're talking about black women. We know that your weight and your health are directly correlated with poverty, with your economic status. We know that, right? Everybody can concede. Do you know that, Kelvin? Okay. We know that if you don't have access to the right resources, right? If you don't have time, and time is a resource, or time is a commodity, I should say. So you're talking about black women who are more than likely single parents, who are more than likely working more than one job, or they're working and they're going to school. They don't have access to the same resources that people operating in a two-parent home have. They just don't. It just doesn't work like that. There is only 24 hours in a day, and I'm not saying it can't be done, but I'm saying that stress contributes to weight, and its stress is directly correlated with your metabolism. I'm saying that your what's it called, poverty, living in poverty is directly correlated with your health, with your weight. So if black men cared about black women being overweight and being obese, they simply need to be men so that they can allow women to be women and take care of themselves. Being overweight is simply neglecting. You're neglecting your health, because usually the health of your children take precedence. Usually paying bills and getting other things done, and because you're overwhelmed and you're stretched so thin, you are the last priority, including your health, including your weight. You simply don't have the bandwidth to deal with it. It's not that you don't want to. I don't even want to say it's that they don't want to, because it contributes to your self-worth and your self-esteem. But if black men really care, they simply need to be black men and be in the home and contribute. They simply need to cultivate an environment where black women can feel like it is okay to take care and love themselves. That's what black men need to do to help. They need to be black men, fathers, providers, mentors. Pull your weight.
and to kind of follow up on that, Calvin said, what can they do to help them with their weight? Well, the man that I was speaking with, and there's feedback, so whoever's not speaking, try and mute yourself. The man that I was speaking with on my panel claimed to be a 6'4" Greek god, black man who was carved out of marble and slab, who's a gym rat, gym freak, and whatever it might be. And so I think for him in particular is a very interesting case because once again, kind of speaking to the polarization of how fascinating his mindset was on not being able to help other people with their weight, even though him claiming to be somebody that was carved out of a marble statue. It was just the cognitive dissonance levels were on an all-time high. So wait a second, you're a gym freak, a gym rat, and you can't find a way to help the overweight black women that you claim are so pervasively dangerous and hindering to your life. I said that doesn't make any sense. You are the person essentially that should be going and seeking to help black women with their weight, because you are the embodiment of what healthy weight is, of what working out is. Nobody else in our community has the knowledge that you have. And so what we see here, the more important issue is that the people who are qualified to give back to help the community, the people who are doing well, of affluence, the black men who have done well for themselves, more often we see that they still decide not to use their skill sets to help out the black community. And this isn't the first case where I've talked to somebody who has direct influence, information, and access to the knowledge needed to help our community, but they just choose not to because they feel it's not a part of their responsibility. Last thing I'll say, and I'll quit. I just got a comment on my channel yesterday from an African man. I did a video on Tevin Wamuels and him not being a high value man, and I talked about how other communities and races came to America and built up in America. One in particular was the Asian community. Whenever Asian people open businesses, the entire family, cousins, aunts, nieces, nephews, uncles, they save money in one bank account, and they'll save it for 365 days or a calendar year, right? At the end of the year, they withdraw that money and they give it to one member of the family, whether it be the daughter or whatever it might be. She opens up the business. Most of the time, it's a nail salon or a massage parlor or whatever it might be. The business does well, and then they start resaving for another 365 calendar days until after 10 years, they have 10 different businesses, right? And so it's not that they're making a lot of money, nor did they make a lot of money when they got here, but the money that they had, they directly put back into the community, reinvested into their community until all of a sudden their kids are doctors now because they can pay for medical school. All of a sudden they're all entrepreneurs. They don't have to work for anybody else. They work for themselves, and they only hire Asian people, which is their prerogative. That's their choice. And so when it comes back to what do you have to do, Kelvin James, for the Black community, this is why Black people will always, unfortunately, remain on the bottom, because there's a large influx of men who think just like you do, even though they might have the skill sets to directly change and contribute to the Black community.
And I also want to add to that, both Alicia and Honest Truth have made some good points. I want to mention also, if wasn't too many Black men talking about saving themselves and leaving the community, thinking they could find some better fortune in a foreign country, then we will have these facilities in the Black community. I do agree that we need some of these facilities in the Black community, but instead of complaining about it, what are you doing about it? So if you're either part of the problem, part of the solution. I choose to be part of the solution. And I know I'm just one individual person, but if I put one foot forward and do something, do what I can do, I figure I can do something that would put like a spark under someone else that meet me halfway, and we can keep moving. But it starts with that one move. And I also want to mention too something earlier that Bro Speak said about relating to these guys. Okay, hey, listen, I've been hurt also, but at the same time, I do not relate to those dudes on the manosphere. I mean, I think we've all been hurt on this panel. I mean, that's normal part of growing up, is being hurt by people. You get over it. Yeah, it hurt. You shed your tears, you lick your wounds, and then you move on. It's that simple. But to sit there and relate to a bunch of guys that's just spending all kind of vitriol toward Black women, to me, that's self-destructive, because we all came from a Black woman, believe it or not. A Black woman, I have Black women that are sisters of mine, aunts, nieces. My mom's a Black woman. You get what I'm saying, cousins, what have you. So, but back to what, as far as the health of Black women being overweight, well, okay, well, the question is what does that have to do with anything? I mean, that's not even necessarily even an argument. If that Black woman is overweight, then okay, well, maybe you could introduce her to some kind of weight loss program or something, or maybe start a weight loss program and help her lose that weight if she so desires to lose that weight. But if you're not with that particular Black woman that's overweight, why are you even worried about it?
Man, let me tell you something, man. I'm sick of these motherfuckers, man. Oh, man, Black women overweight. It's a bunch of Black women out here with healthy weight. I don't even know why these niggas even worry about women that they don't even want. If you don't want that woman that's overweight, go to the fucking woman that ain't overweight. You feel me? Like, bitch made shit.
It's really interesting because these same Black men will date Becky, and Becky, meanwhile, is a walrus. But he doesn't complain about her health. He doesn't complain about her weight. He simply nuzzles into her belly fat and calls it a night. Because I've seen the walruses that they're walking around with. I've seen them. One of my good friends, actually, he just recently engaged in a relationship with a white rhino. So you cannot tell me that this is that this issue is exclusive with Black women. And if it is, we have to understand. Everyone has to understand. Do your homework. Mental health is directly correlated with your weight. It directly correlated with your weight, because the brain has to compensate for the stress, for the depression, for the anxiety. And you can get that from food very temporarily. You can get it from sugar, you can get it from chocolate, you can get it from you can get it from high fructose corn syrup, you can get it from a lot of different things temporarily. You can get it from cigarettes, nicotine even. So let's understand, poor health and poor physical health and mental health are directly correlated. And who is the single group of people that needs the most mental health attention? It is Black communities. It is Black women. We suffer from the highest rates of mental health disorders and psychiatric disorders of anybody in the world. So let's
I
stay
agree.
tethered to reality and have the understanding before you talk about how fat somebody is, and stop talking about how fat
I
people are,
agree.
because I've seen what you guys look like in real life. You're murked.
I certainly do agree, Alicia, you're on point. And I do wanted to say this too. I want to add this, that if Black women are overweight, then why is it that these white guys that do swirl, why are they with our top shelf Black women, if that was the case? And why do these Black men seem to go with, like Alicia said, the walruses? And I've seen some these guys with women that you say that's the farmer's daughter. She looked more like the farmer's horse that he was dating.
Yeah, I
So
seen one pull a black dude
Exactly.
out from under her
She
armpit.
looks like she could. They look like they could plow plenty of fields. Because and when I asked him, I had to question my brethren, because I said, listen, like, because he tried to tell me she was big when we met, but she wasn't as big, you know. So when it comes to white women and their obesity, it's simply love is love. You know, I don't care what she looks like. Love trumps all. But Black women, it's a different story. So kill yourselves. How about that? If it's only a problem with Black women with black skin, but it's not a problem with white rhinos and white hippos, then kill yourself. How about that? Because you sound sad. Because I really asked him, because this is my brother's not, he's not ugly, and he's in shape too.
And I think another big point is that this is something I see all the time too. You know, when I'm in these various manosphere, and I know Bro Speaks said he's not, you know, he goes to anti-manosphere channels and he doesn't listen to the manosphere anymore. But Bro Speaks, the problem with saying that and then still coming on panels like this and talking the way you do is a lot of the points that you speak on and about, for instance, being anti-community, that's a manosphere point, right? That's a Black manosphere. That's a MGTOW. That's a black pill perspective on life. And so ultimately, you can't play both sides of the court. You just won't win. A nation divided can't conquer. So you're gonna have to choose one side of the field to play on, whether it be the offense or defense of the Black community. And so you're kind of caught in the middle right now. And I think you should think about it, you know, and really introspectively and figure out where exactly you stand. Because to me, it does sound like you are part of the Black manosphere. And I know that you said that you don't. But having said that, going back, and I'll kind of wrap up the weight issue. The reason I brought up the rate issue was just to simply prove that I've seen situations where Black men would rather point out the issue than point out the solution. And even when they're provided a solution, which in this case, it could have been this young man becoming a personal trainer and actually making money on the side, right? And helping the community out. It would have been a win-win for everybody. He chose not to do it. Now, I wanted to say something to Kelvin James. He said, and I think this is very interesting. So if I was a welder, and I was good at welding, I can force Black males to go into welding, question mark. That person has to want it, the honest truth. To some extent, yeah, you're right. But I'll tell you something. There was a man on my channel named Reese who donated to my channel who said, hey, man, I don't agree with a lot of stuff that you say, but I do agree with this topic. And he gave a story. He's getting ready to have a 7-figure real estate portfolio. And he said, I wanted to teach Black men how to get into real estate. He said he went to 15 different banks to get a loan so he could start. It got denied by all 14 except for the 15th one. And he said he realized that he needs to start building Black wealth in the community. One of the easiest ways to do that is real estate. So he found out that he could start, you know, teaching or whatever. And he tried to teach a lot of his Black brethren, and none of the Black men were interested in this. Meanwhile, he's getting approached from white men and other races of men who are willing to pay him, take him out to dinner, pay him consultation fees to learn what he knows about real estate. And so once again, it just goes back to that pointing out the problem, but not executing a solution that a lot of Black men, not men on this panel, obviously, but majority of Black men seem to exhibit in their day-to-day lifestyle choices and activities, right? And in a lot of different faces, black men would rather, once again, just point out the problem. And so that's how it relates. Kelvin, yes, obviously you can lead the horse to water, you can't make him drink. But when we're talking about the leaders of the community, we're talking about the ones who want women to follow and worship the ground that they walk on, i.e., black men. We're talking about the men who want indentured servitude from their black women. Then you will have to take the brunt of the responsibility into leading your community into the promised land. So, Kelvin, yes, it is your job to teach the community. And moreover, last thing I'll say, 15 more seconds, is that the beautiful thing about women is they take what you give them and they make it better. I say this all the time. You give a woman a house, she gives you a home. You give her your seed, she gives you a child. She gives you another representation of your existence in three-dimensional form. Women take and they multiply greatness. But if you're offering them dirt, they're going to give you a large amount of dirt because they don't have anything of which to work that dirt from unless you give them seeds and water and sunlight and a comfortable gardening area for them to garden and configure that dirt into a plant for you, right? Women are multipliers of what men give them. So, Kelvin, it is your job, Brother Speak, it is your job as a man and as a leader to give your woman something to work with. And I think it's interesting, once you do that, you'll figure out just how much better women make men. So that's all I wanted to say.
It's interesting to me because growing up, I've always been a proponent of, and I've always had the mindset of, to the victor goes the spoils, and too much is given, much is required. You see, these are the most entitled individuals on the face of the planet. They want all the accolades, they want all the praise, but they don't want to lead. Right?
Absolutely.
They've accomplished nothing, they've built nothing, they've done nothing, but they want submission. Right? And they want the fittest, baddest queens ever. Kelvin, I would like for you to put your camera on and come on the panel. Because what do you look like? Why are black men so hyper focused on aesthetics? But I see what you look like in real life. You look like homosexuals. You look terrible. Absolutely disgusting with you guys. You want the world and you've put out nothing. You've given nothing. You're emotional vampires. You suck all the resources, even to your children's detriment. You don't even care about your own kids. You'll still run back to your baby mother. You'll try to nest. You'll try to take her money and her resources, and you don't even care. You're sad is what you are. Slap yourselves into oblivion and beyond and never come back because we can't do anything with you.
I wanted to say all these folks out there, they got all this vitriol and all this smoke, and very rarely do they ever show up on the panels anyway. So you're probably not going to get that because see, it's anonymity and safety within the internet, and all these dudes that's out there but like someone said earlier, they really want to be women. That's just the deal. They want to be women.
Yes, that's what it is.
They probably actually at home fighting their women over who's gonna wear the lingerie and who's gonna wear the bra and panties. I mean, that's just probably what that is. And basically, what these dudes are experiencing, what we call little dick energy. That's just what that is. Bottom line. Yeah, I said it, and I mean, anyone in the manosphere got smoke with me, I'm right here all day long. I ain't going nowhere. I've had I've had it with these guys before, so it's nothing new to me.
And I find it interesting because, and I'm pretty sure I would love to hear bro speak because I'm pretty sure he takes the same stance. I don't owe my community anything. I don't owe black women ish. Can someone explain this ass backwards rationale? Because only an individualistic man mindset could explain this. And that's what I'm saying. You want to divorce yourself from your plight and your blackness and your communities and your women, but unfortunately for you, the world just doesn't work like that, right? The world sees you and they still see a degenerate because there are more of them than there are of you. Right? You can be productive and black and accomplished. It only matters marginally depending on where you go because the world still sees you and then they see the majority. They see what they see on the news because there's so much degenerate behavior saturating the media. Right? Because really and truly, you're not doing very well. Let's just keep it real. You're really not. You're at the bottom in every statistical category. Your black women are head and shoulders away from you. And to the extent that Saks Fifth believes in their ability to organize, collect, to build wealth, they believe in investing in black women and not black men. slap yourselves. How sad could you actually be? But I'd love to understand the I don't owe black women ish. I don't owe the women that give life, the purveyors of life, who bring us into the world. I owe them nothing. I'd love to understand it. Can someone help me?
Well, I'll try my best, and then I got to get off because I got some movers coming to move some stuff for me. Yes, like you said, there's a lot of guys who, unfortunately, they don't feel that they owe anybody because they never seen anybody do
No,
anything for
no, no,
them.
no, no, no. Neither do
Man,
you.
Well, hold on,
Neither do you.
let him
Bro,
speak.
man,
speak. Neither do you.
man.
Let him speak. Let him speak.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I only owe. My thing is, I owe the people who supported me.
Quid pro quo. We get it. We get it. Quid pro quo
Okay,
with you.
who support me, I support them. That's the bottom line. There's some people who believe that because when they have, some people have tried to help the community, it has turned bad. That's how they feel about that. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it is productive. That's just how they feel. So
And bro,
that's
speak. I don't listen. I'm not trying to throw a personal shot at you, man. I'm really not.
mhm.
Um, listen, I appreciate your time, bro. And I know it's always hard being that person, but really appreciate you, man. Eh, y- I mean, bro, you sound a little sad to me, man. You know, I feel like I just hear a lot of pain in your voice, bro. Um, and let me just tell you a 10-second story. I was in Albertsons. I was the only black person in line with the black woman ahead of me. She had a Louis Vuitton face mask on for the cerveza virus. I said, "Hey, that's a nice mask." She didn't say anything to me. I said it again a little louder. I said, "Hey, that's a nice mask." She still didn't say anything. And so I said it one more time. I was like, "Hey, where'd you get your mask?" And she put her hand in my face as if to say, "Nigga, please stop talking to me," right? So I got a little upset. I was a little embarrassed. Everybody was looking at me and kind of like, "Dang, she told you." And this is one of my black women, right? This is my black sister. And so she had a conversation with the person that was checking her out, and she walked off. You know, and I'm good friends with them and people that work at the store. I'm there every day. And he was like, "Dang, what happened there?" I was like, "I don't know." So I was walking out. I was still embarrassed and a little upset. And there was a new girl that they hired at that store. She was a beautiful black young girl, teenager. And I said, "Hey, have a good night." You know, I smiled at her, and she said, "Hey, you too." And I said, "I like your hair." And she's like, "Oh, I like your hair. I have dreadlocks, by the way." And we had a great 2-minute conversation, right? I said that to say this: I could have walked out of that store with two enemies potentially that were my black sisters instead of just one and a new friend. But unfortunately, unless we start changing our sad mindset that, well, I don't owe anybody anything unless, you know, they do something for me, until you start changing that in your own mind, your own mental happiness, not even the communities, but your own mental happiness is going to continue to decline. I advise you to watch a live stream panel I did the other day with a black manosphere content creator who recently permanently removed himself from the three-dimensional realm of existence. He did the S word. I can't say that on YouTube Live. And he speaks a lot of the same talking patterns that you did. His name was Renegade One. If you want to listen to him or check out his YouTube channel, 3,000 subscribers. And so he led a battalion of 3,000 like-minded young black men. And this is a man who is no longer with us. I want you to watch that because when I listen to you speak, I listen to Renegade, and I can hear Renegade in your voice. And the trajectory that you're on right now, my brother, is not a good one for you. And I do care about you. And so I think that the best thing for you right now is to take a very large step back and really assess where you are in life, how you feel in life, and whether or not you're truly happy. Because ultimately, I know that you're in pain. I can hear it in your voice. And I want the best for you, brother. Speak. So that's all I wanted to say there, man.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And if, like I said, if there, and I will admit there's some things I still have to deal with, and I never said that I didn't, but like I came up here is to give that perspective and why they feel, and that's just
But
my
bro, but hold on, but you're being disingenuous. You're not even being honest. This is the way that you feel to some extent as well. Why can't you just come out the closet
what
and say that? You do feel this way to some extent. You've divorced yourself. You must feel this way. It's interesting because you and Calvin, you guys are both in the same boat, in the same lane, right? Both sides of the collapsed. I'll call you guys collapsed because you sound emotionally collapsed. When people experience pain, some people, we have different responses. Some people fight, flight. Sometimes flight can be in an emotional capacity. Sometimes people emotionally collapse and they emotionally withdraw from the world. So maybe that's why you couldn't even care less. I'm not sure. I would have to have a conversation with you. But you and Calvin seem to have the same completely backwards rationale, because Calvin wants to say only one black woman gave birth to me and she isn't asking me to be her savior. Damn sure would be the savior to all black women. Is he saying he would be the savior to all black women? Is that what you're saying, Calvin? You need to work on your syntax. How about that? But I think it's more productive for you to say, yeah, I came on here to give my perspective. And because I've been hurt, I've had negative experiences with black communities and black people and black family members and everything like that. But just be honest. Be honest. Because the thing is, you can be dishonest to us, but you're ultimately being dishonest to yourself. You're not even allowing yourself to accept the facts. You won't even allow yourself to even get there, because once you get there, there's just a whole lot of pain that you refuse to deal with. And you probably sought solace in the manosphere and these other fractions. And this is why you sympathize and identify with them. So yes, I agree with everything that the honest truth just said. But stop coming up here talking about, I'm speaking for them on their behalf. Maybe this is what they're thinking. No, maybe that's what you are thinking or were thinking. Maybe you're still very much a part of it, but you still want to be a part of this. So you don't want to ostracize yourself by being honest and exposing yourself. I understand. But if you've divorced yourself from the community because you've had some bad experiences, I'm telling you, that speaks to your emotional fragility. And the fact that you won't even accept it, you won't even look at it, speaks to just a full-blown emotional collapse. So I would say seek therapy, talk therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, trauma therapy, whatever it is that you need to do. Because really and truly, you are not going to be of any use to anyone unless they are of use to you. And really, if you want to go even further, that's really how narcissistic people work. They don't care about you.
Absolutely.
Their best interest is the only thing at the forefront of their mind. And let's be honest, they're the single most destructive people on the planet. So if you're aligning yourself with them, I suggest you seek therapy, my friend.
Absolutely.
And let me just say this, man. Bro speaks, man. Every group of people have been through some bullshit in their community.
Absolutely.
Every group of people. You know what I mean? It ain't just black people. White people go through bullshit in their community. Everybody goes through bullshit. But at the end of the day, all those other group of people are community minded. I don't know why Negro men are not, say they're not community minded because they go through some shit with the women or with other men. Okay, you're gonna go through bad shit with your people, but that don't mean you not be community minded because you didn't have negative experiences in your past. This is life, bro. You're gonna go through bullshit, man. Everything, life is not gonna be a piece of cake. I mean, you know this, man. You got bad and evil out here. You're gonna go through bad shit with black people. This is the way things are gonna be. But you should not be community minded because you have bad experiences. I didn't have bad experiences. I had people rob me. I had people fight me for no reason. This is with black people. But at the end of the day, I'm still community minded. You know what I mean? I just seen some bad shit. I just seen the nigga get shot in front of my face. I just seen some bad shit. At the end of the day, nigga, I'm still black first. I'm still for the people. Even though I just seen some bad shit in the hood, man.
That's exactly piggybacking on what Rosie just said. Man, 2020 was a year that really challenged me in a way that, man, that only that year could challenge. I mean, I watched the dude, Honest Truth said, do the S thing, and right in front of my face. Now that could have traumatized me, put a scar on me, and who could blame it? But at the same time, I'm moving on, and like I said earlier, I've been done wrong too. I mean, I've been picked on most of my life. I grew up with a low self-esteem. I've been rejected. I've been, and mostly by a lot of times by the black people. But at the end of the day, I'm still community minded. I still love my people. I'm concerned about what goes on. I mean, the one thing we need to really wake up on is look at this gentrification that's going on in our community. What's going to happen? Do we want to see new stuff pop up in our community? Sure, we do. But we already know what comes with gentrification. You got removal. They'll pay you a certain amount to leave the community, and then what? Then what you gonna do about your community? See, the problem with us as a people, we always wait to the last minute when something is happening, and then when it's too late, then we start complaining when we could start taking care of the situation right before it happens. We need to start being more proactive as a people and not reactive, and stop using all these excuses. And for all these guys out there that's in that community, I'm talking about the passport community. If you think you can go into another man's culture, another man's country, and deal with his women, you think black women are bad. You try to deal with another culture's women, you're gonna see a whole another set of practices
Man.
and policies be put in place that you've never seen before. You're gonna see the full brunt of that culture if you even step out of line 1 inch with their women. Because see, their women are held to a different standard than our women over here. I said it this way. I love black women, and I much rather deal with black women. So people say that this is something I've said before. People say that black women got issues. Well, okay, if she does have issues, at least she could better relate to me and my issues as a black man. That's the way I look at it. I mean, she understands where I'm coming from, so we could both work out our issues together, if that makes any sense.
I want to make something very clear to Bro Speak, because I'm not trying to beat on you and tell you listen, everyone, we all go through things. We all experience pain. That's the part of the human condition. It's a part of being alive. If you care about something, there is the potential for pain. There's the potential that you can get hurt. That's the way that life goes, right? But you're allowed to experience pain. You're allowed to go through things. I'm not, but the way that you deal with it, the way that you respond, is going to be crucial to your development, your evolution, your people, your family. It's going to be imperative. The way that you respond to your pain. If you collapse, really and truly, arrested development, you're not really able to learn and to grow. You think that you're able to learn, really, but learning means you're taking information and you're able to apply it to your life and situations that are affecting you. If you are in a state of arrested development, if you are emotionally collapsed, you can't receive anything. Only on a superficial level. And I know you think that you're contributing and you're listening, but really and truly, you're not. You have to deal with and remedy the pain. If that means therapy, I think that every black human on the planet needs therapy and would benefit from therapy in some capacity. I believe in that 100,000%. The way that you address your pain, your trauma, is going to speak to the man that you are going to become. Are you going to flight? Are you going to collapse? Because if that's what you're going to do, then really and truly, you couldn't be a part of the revolution. You couldn't. And Kelvin, for you talking your talk, talking about your mom doesn't even ask you to defend her, to fight for her. If she did ask you, you wouldn't.
What? Kelvin's
If
insane.
she asked you, Kelvin, let's be very honest. You're a degenerate. So if she asked you, son, be my savior, you would be gone. You're a coward. That's why you don't see the value in your people, in your community, and in being anyone's savior. First of
I
all,
love
you don't see the value in it. A valueless people are valueless. in the community. Do you understand the nuance of what I just said? You have no values. You offer no value to us. So yes, you and mom can go and get gone. Peace.
Hey,
You're
Dame,
sad.
Dame or Max, why don't you all drop the link in the chat so Calvin could come up and voice his
He's
concern
a
because
coward. He wouldn't. He would
I've been
not.
dropping the link down there. I dropped the link several times. He is perfectly happy where he is.
Right, coward.
Otherwise,
He's
he would have been
perfectly
up there.
happy being a coward. That's why
like
he. That's why the idea of someone asking, saying, "Can you stand up for me? Can you be a man for me?" He'll shit himself. The idea of it alone has him crying in the comment sections like a petulant little girl.
And
So
this is
no, even if
something.
your mother asked you, you would be gone, Kelvin. You're a coward.
And this
That's
is
the
like I
truth.
something
said
I
before,
always say. Go
the
ahead, Em.
internet offers anonymity. I mean, like I said that before, the internet works wonders, don't it? I mean, it makes cowards into full blown heroes and warriors. The stuff that they would not even do or say in real life, standing next to an individual, they can be as bold and big and bad as they want to be. They can hide behind an avatar. They could be a warrior. They could be a spirit animal, or whatever, and talk all their talk. But when it comes time to really stand up and be counted and get up here, come upstairs, as we say it, and say what you need to say, you know where to be found.
And yeah, I always find it so interesting on my channels when I have a guy come on. They're like, "Well, I don't want to date women who are 35 or 40 or whatever. I want a young 18-year-old." I did a live stream on this the other day, and I asked them, "Do you have any daughters right now?" And they're like, "Yeah, I have daughters." Cool, cool, cool. So, how would you feel if you are at 40 years of age, met with your daughter's boyfriend, who is, or 45 years of age, or 50 years of age, met with your daughter's boyfriend, who's your age or rivaling you by 5 years? Well, I wouldn't like it, right? Another instance of them doing something that they wouldn't like done to them not wanting to protect black women. But of course, if it was their mother that needed the protection, if it was their sister that needed protection, they'd be willing to kill the black people that witness their sister or mother getting beat down or killed or robbed, right? So it only applies when it's not anything that has any immediate effect on their own personal lives. But let it be their mother or daughter or sister, then all of a sudden it's a problem. And this is the problem with the black manosphere, is that they're preaching this toxicity that they don't understand is going to ultimately be the undoing or the cause of unrelenting pain and torture to their mental psyche.
Exactly.
But by that time, it's too late. By that time, you've already converted 300,000. In Tevin Wamuel's case, almost 600,000 black men, by and large. I know a lot of guys who come on and play, well, women are subscribed to him too. Okay, most of them are going to be black men. Let's be honest, right? You can't use a lot of logic with a lot of these guys, though, unfortunately. But by that time, it's too late. And I liken it to this. I'll say 10 more seconds, and I'll give up the podium. Imagine that there's a cliff, right? And you're in a group of people, and you've been told that at the very end of this trail is a pile of gold, but you can't see the end of the trail because you're caught in a crowd right now. So the group is pushing. Hey, I want to get to the front. You're trying to get to the front, only to realize that when you get to the front, it's the edge of a cliff. By that time, it's too late. You want to go back, and you're trying to tell everybody, hey, turn around. It's too late. There's no pot of gold here. We're all about to die. But those same people that told you that there was a pot of gold at the end of the cliff or at the edge of the rainbow ended up not having the information corrected. But by that time, once again, it's too late. The damage is done. You're going to go over that cliff with the group of people that you fought so hard with to achieve whatever goal you set in your mind, to achieve whatever prize was at the end of the rainbow. This is what the black manosphere is, essentially. It's blind leading the blind off of the cliff into the pits of hell.
Exactly. And Kelvin, we won't see you in hell. By the way, you can fall right off of that cliff, and you are going to be alone. Let's be honest, and let's let the Kelvins of the world. Let's just let them extinct themselves. These are the ones that need to go extinct. So let's hope you hate yourself enough not to procreate, so that it ends with you, Kelvin. Let's just cross our fingers, because you are a sad coward, and you are and truly you are what make other black men and women ashamed to be black, because you somehow snuck it into our power and our strength and our spaces. You're a disgrace to this race, is what you are, Kelvin. Your mother should slap the shit out of you.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
We're gonna have this question again when he has a daughter.
I don't care if you're married. I feel sorry for your wife. And if you have a son, he's going to be self-loathing and black hating like you. So that's very sad. That's a very unfortunate state of affairs that you and your self-loathing, self-hating self are in. It's sad. You're sad and you're a coward. And then yeah, let's see what happens when you have a daughter. Let's see what happens. Poor thing.
Yeah, um, I'm gonna have to jump off because I really am running late. But I do thank
Yo,
y'all.
man,
Yeah,
Alicia be going hard, boy. I tell you.
yeah,
Homegirl
hey,
be going
I
hard.
saw. Hey, I saw it yesterday.
I'm telling
Rodney,
you, boy.
man, they were trying to get Kendall to come up there. To say, Kendall, don't go up there. That's a trap. So shoot, look, like I said, y'all gave me a lot to think about, and nah,
Hey,
I didn't
shout out
take
to
no.
you, brother. Speak. Shout out to you, bro.
No, like I said, I don't take no offense. I mean, she, you know,
Okay.
she's speaking what she feels, and I gotta take it in,
Yeah,
and
shuts up, man.
yeah, and no, look, I don't have nothing ill will for her or anybody up here, and look, it gives me a lot to think about
Hey,
because
yo, bro,
y'all
speak
putting
up.
my view in my face, and I got to really think about what I think about, and I do have to analyze. Do I, you know, is my thinking really a good thing to think about? So
Echo.
but so that's
Come
something
Hey,
on,
yo,
I
brother.
just
bro.
got.
Speak.
I'm gonna have to get.
You hear me?
I have to think about
We
it.
still love you, bro. Speak. You know we still love you,
You hear
bro.
me
Yeah.
good?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, it's
Look.
still love. No, there's no animosity. I don't take umbrage. I just think it's important for us to understand our individual truths so that we can contribute to the collective truth. That's what I'm a proponent of that. I don't take umbrage with anything. I think you're probably good people realistically, and I'll kick shit with you and have a conversation with you anytime. So there's no animosity. Let's just be very clear about that. All is
Right.
And
well.
and listen, brother. Speak,
Hey,
man. Listen,
yo,
bro.
bro, speaks.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, I'm gonna just say this before you go, bro, because I talked to you before. I fucks with you. I ain't gonna lie, man. I think you cool and all that, but I just want more black men to just realize that we just need be for the community, man. Just
Yeah.
man, just we ain't saying nothing that's bullshit up here, man. Everything we saying is real shit, man. Just take it all in, man. We, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah. I am. Look. I'm still gonna come back. Y'all not gonna run me off. So all right, y'all have a good one.
All right, brother.
Yeah,
all
Speak.
right,
like I
bro.
said
Black
earlier,
Peace
first.
to
brother.
you. Peace to
Tough,
you, bro.
tough
Uh,
love, man.
Yeah.
Tough love. And I
I
learned
don't know
something
if
new
he's
from
gonna.
Alicia today myself.
I don't know if he's gonna hear me on the way. I don't think Bro Speak is actually did at anti-community. I think what he did was he shut himself off from a part of his community. He still had a small part, the one that supported him, and he probably did that to protect himself. Otherwise, he'd be a raging monster and stuff like that. So now that he's healing, he just gotta be prepared to open himself back up to the rest of his community. Mhm.
Emotional. That's what they call in practice. It's emotional collapse. They've simply collapsed. It's a defense mechanism, but it's on the extreme end of the spectrum, and it's a maladaptive defense mechanism. Coping skill is what it is. Coping mechanism. It's not even a skill, but it's a
Mhm.
maladaptive. But what's his name? Kelvin wants to know why do you need the camera to get on? You don't need the camera to get on. I already know, like, I can, I'm not even going to say, you don't need the camera. Just hit the link, Kelvin. Hit the link.
Yeah, I'm not gonna ask you to do something I don't do. So no, you don't have to do the camera. We just was showing the ionic, the manosphere, and all these other subgroups of the manosphere. They're always demanding that the person of the opposite sex cam up. Otherwise, they're not talking. And then once the person cam up, they tear her apart. So But that's not what we're up here to do.
Yeah, it's just a really weird, odd, another odd piece of the manosphere, right? There's so many things we can dissect and dismantle, aside from them wanting their wife, like it's just me said, Annalise. Is it Annalise? I think they said. Forgive me,
It's Annalicia.
Annalicia. Thank you, Annalicia. Just like Annalicia said. Meanwhile, offering nothing really in return, by and large. I mean, and listen, I'm a black man myself, and this is something I say on my panel all the time too, is that I had to wake up one day and realize that I didn't even want my own sister to date a man like me. I didn't have a license. I didn't have a car. I didn't have a good paying job at the time. And so I was like, wait a second, why am I so caught up in this rage, caught up in this hype, caught up in the black woman not respecting me or worshiping me when I wouldn't even want my own black sisters to date me? Right. It's that check that black men need to start having with themselves. Right. And so when I do have these conversations with them, Aaron, I'll let you go. When I do have these conversations with them, some are able to wake up, but some are so set in their demented thought patterns that even acknowledging that they're not the person that they want their own sisters to date, or they're not the person that they want their own child mothers to bear children to, or whatever it might be, they still have a hard time accepting that fact. So a lot of work to do. Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, I call it to twist themselves in the pretzel so that they can keep their mindset.
I wanted to say this that when I first started this on this platform, my channel, one of my favorite content creators, one of my favorite female black content creators is Cynthia G. And yeah, I know just me saying that right there, I've probably just made one of the most controversial statements in Black YouTube, but I don't care because when I listen to her, I analyze what she's saying, and when I think about it, she's telling the truth. I thought to myself, when I first started listening to her, I got me, I'm like, man, she kind of awful hard on the brothers. But then I thought about it, I'm like, well, wait a minute. If she's saying some things that's actually true about our community, black men do date out in proportionate numbers, disproportionately. Black men leave the community, black men impregnate women and then leave them. And everything she said, I'm like, you know what? I really can't find anything to be upset about. And then got dudes in the manosphere who think like that way have even come at me, be like, man, she's talking about black men. No, she's not talking about all black men. I know that for a fact because I don't fit that category that she's talking about. So I can actually relate to what Sin is saying, and to this very day, I still got love for Cynthia G. And once again, to all those that's in the bushes, in the balconies or bleachers or whatever that's waiting to snipe me, I'm right here.
Absolutely.
We all on the panel. So, hey, you can put me in your target, in your crosshairs. I don't give a damn because I'm used to vitriol, and I'm gonna still continue to have nothing but vitriol toward the manosphere because really y'all make me sick. Y'all make black men look bad. Y'all are the reason that black men are getting the brunt every day. Okay, when you talking about these dudes out here, Max just did a video about this asshole in my hometown who shot his woman 11 times, and thank God she's still alive because he couldn't have his way. And just yesterday, I heard another tragic story about a man that killed his I think killed his girl's family over a stimulus check. I mean, and once again, this is a black man. We can't blame this on white supremacy. I mean, and I said this before. How come we don't have all this energy we got to white supremacy? We need to have that to these black degenerates and black derelicts in our own community. We need to have that same type of energy. And if they get and for them to get, if they get caught by the police in jail, I'll feel nothing for them. I really do not. And
I agree with that, but I think I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And I say that and mean it, 100%.
May I add to that? Y'all hear me?
Yeah, we
Oh
hear
Oh yeah,
you.
yeah,
yeah,
hey
yeah,
everybody,
yeah.
it's T Wash on the panel.
And what up,
Wash.
T-Wash?
Yeah, what's happening, y'all? I just wanted to add something to that because while I agree with checking the negativity and purging our community of ignorance, I think we got to be careful how we address it. And what I mean by that is sometimes it sounds like we associate these behaviors with blackness versus associating these behaviors with bad character. You know what I'm saying? Because one of the things I do often, uh, I try to keep my pulse on the not only our community but other communities to kind of see what's going on. You know, from always defending mine and holding mine accountable. But I like to see what's going on around the world, how we're perceived to others, how we perceive them, and the images that go out about black men. So that's why when it comes to us checking ourselves, I think we have to be careful in how we word things because we got people outside of the community who use certain talking points and certain stereotypes to consistently mislead other people
No,
who
they
may not
don't.
know.
No,
Excuse
they
me.
don't, T-Wash. No, they don't.
Let me finish. Wait a minute. We'll get into that. But we have people outside of our community who use talking points and associate these negative stereotypes with blackness or black men instead of these stereotypes and negative behaviors with
Black men
simply
are
being. Hold
perpetuating these
on, come on,
stereotypes.
don't do that. Please don't do that. I'm almost done. And instead of putting these negative behaviors on bad character, that's not blackness. That's all I'm saying. Go
No,
ahead.
no, no, but no. So first of all, you're wrong because black
Don't tell
men,
me
if
I'm
black
wrong. That's
men,
my perspective. But go ahead.
yeah, I don't really care. If black men were
I don't give a
worried
fuck.
about how
Go ahead.
how their character was perceived, they would change their behavior. All a person has to do is simply follow the patterns of behavior and attribute it
A
to the
person. You said it.
the
A
groups.
person. A person. That
Right, right.
negativity has
No.
nothing
A
to do with
person,
blackness, and
but
that's
it's
my
not
point.
just a man that's leaving his family. It's not just a man that is
And that's not a
struggling
black
economically.
thing.
It's
Is
not
my
just
point.
a man that
That's not a
really and
black
truly has the
thing.
highest rates of
That's a
unemployment. No,
negative
you're
thing.
you're wrong.
That's a
You're
negative
wrong.
character thing, and it has
You want
nothing
a
to do
cape.
with
You want to
blackness.
put your cape on for degenerates. I understand, but the reality
What
of the
the fuck are
situation,
you
you
talking
need to
about?
stay
Twash,
tethered to
if you
reality. Is
can't
what you
you
need
can't
to do.
interrupt her, Twash.
That's what you need to do.
After you got mad at her
I
for
wish you
interrupting
would
you, bro.
have told her not to interrupt me, but I'm going to chill. Go
But if
ahead.
we're gonna use your logic of reasoning, you can't tell her to shut the f
All
up
right,
right
all right.
now
Let us
and do the
speak for a
same
second.
thing.
I'll stop. Go
All
ahead.
right.
First of all, if black men are concerned with how their characters are perceived, if they had any interest at all in breaking these stereotypes, they would stop engaging in degenerative behavior. They would stop gouging out young black women's eyes out, killing them over stimulus checks. Do you
Oh,
understand
wow.
its pattern of behavior that perpetuates the stereotypes that they use and weaponize against us? It's black men actively engaging. It's black men actively unengaging in their family, in their
Interesting.
home, in their mentorship, in their communities. It's black men actively engaging in their own demise. So slap yourself with that rhetoric. Please.
Okay, may I respond?
Go ahead.
All right. Now, I'm assuming that the other men on this panel are black, right? They're black men, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm
Now,
black.
all right. Now,
You see my avatar?
does your blackness make you a good or bad person, or is that a character thing? A personal character thing?
It's definitely character.
It's a character thing for
And
me. I'm
that's
a
my
good black
point.
man,
I'm
and I
not saying that. I'm not saying that black men are perfect and that there are not black men who do the wrong thing. My point is, these negative things have nothing to do with blackness or black culture. Now, there's a degenerate part of American culture that we've adapted, but blackness and being a black man has nothing to do with these negative behaviors. That's a character issue.
Well, I'm gonna
And
have to.
here's what I say.
Yo, can I say this?
I'm gonna have to
Can I
fight back
say
on that a
this?
little bit. I'm gonna have to fight back on that a
Yo,
little bit. You know, I mean, listen. Let's be honest. All right, let's just be honest. Um, the culture that Black America has, i.e., hip hop, um, you know, love and hip hop type, degeneracy, which we find comedic value in, right? We joke about things like, oh, when I get money, I'm going to leave the hood, right? Stuff like that. There's a reason why we have these types of jokes for the most part. Baby daddy, baby mama type jokes, whatever it might be. For being honest, there is a large
We're not a
degenerate
monolith.
complex in Black America. We have to just be honest here. And so, yes, I agree with you, and I understand what you're saying, Twash. To some extent, it is arguing semantics, right? Which is saying that, hey, character goes beyond. It's deeper than the skin layer. It's not skin deep, right, or whatever it might be. I get that, and definitely. But the culture that we have in Black America, there's something intrinsically wrong with the character of Black America's culture.
I actually
And
mentioned that towards the end
and
and
the reason
adapting the negativity.
Definitely, bro. Definitely. The reason that I have to go after Black men is because they want to be the leaders of the Black community. And so the analogy I always give is this: if you want to be the captain of a ship, when the ship goes down, they say that the captain goes down with the ship. If you want to be the coach of the Super Bowl contending team, if your team loses the Super Bowl championship, the first person they look to question isn't the players, even though the player might have fumbled the ball in the last play. They're going to say, hey, why didn't you as a coach go over fumbling the ball drills with the running backs more? What happened on that last play? After they address the coach, then they will address the team, right? But the coach will probably get fired first. Why am I saying this?
I'm walking with you. I agree with all that.
Yeah. So I hear what you're saying. Yes, it is the character, but the coach creates the character and the morale of the team. So they're not mutually exclusive in that regard.
All right. Well, let me respond.
Hold on. Let me say something after the honest truth.
Sure. Go ahead.
Hold on.
Then Twash, let her go.
Hold on. Let me say something, because this is the problem that I have, right? And I agree. Character transcends race, right? Your character is your character. It's your core fundamental. It's what makes you a human being. It's what makes you who you are. I understand that. But then when you look at the numbers, right? You look at the numbers, you look at the state of the Black man, just the Black man. You look at the state of our communities, you look at the numbers of incarceration. There are a lot of things that you can refer to. So this is my issue with what you're saying. Black men are cultivating and perpetuating these stereotypes. Why are our communities unsafe? Who is pumping drugs into them at this point? You see, because we understand what happened then. But right now in 2021, who is cultivating unsafe communities where children are subject to murder, to violence? Black women, girls are subject to this type of violence. Who is cultivating this environment? Is it women? Is it women coming around and who's doing it? It's Black men engaging in this behavior, and therefore you are giving the dominant society. You're just allowing them to give you these stereotypes and to give the stereotypes merit, to breathe life into it. Not only are they able to breathe life into it, but they're able to attribute validity to it, because you're literally killing Black children, literally and figuratively and psychologically, in any realm, in any world that you exist and operate in. That's what's happening. That's the reality of it. So when something happens enough, character must take a back seat. And because the behavior is so pervasive, and because it's so predominant, you're not giving people options. You're not even allowing, you're not giving yourself the option to transcend your race. You're simply perpetuating it. You're simply simply cultivating an unsafe environment, self-hate, self-loathing. You're not protecting yourself. The white man has their foot on your neck. You're not doing a goddamn thing about it. But you're also engaging in degenerate behavior. You're killing your children. You're not providing for them. You're harming, sexually abusing, physically abusing young women and children. So no. You don't get to watch. You don't get to watch the chaos and then absolve yourself of it and say, no, look at the individual character. Because individual character becomes null and void when it becomes a majority. It's harder for the individual character of great men to differentiate themselves from that of their degenerate majority collective. It's almost impossible. So you need to go police. You need to police other black men. Don't come into this space talking that talk. Police degenerate black men so that they can change their behavior and therefore change their.
Can I just say this? You know, there is a lot of bad shit that go on in the neighborhoods that we live in. But I would just have to say, to the man's point, I don't know what his name is, but you know, shit, man, I just got tongue twapped. You know, I
Take your time, brother.
Yeah, because listen, though, the one thing I do notice, though, man, and I have to say, and I have to agree with him. We do attribute a lot of bad shit to blackness. You know what I'm saying? And like this shit, like we always, and that's due to the self-hate. You know, we do try to, like you get what I'm saying? Like we always try to make it seem like
Wait a minute, you guys are disregarding a very integral point.
Hold on,
is doing it. You're
hold up.
These attributes to our race. That's what you're doing.
Hold up, bro. Hold on. Let me go. Hold up, let me go. Let me just say this. You're right. Black men are doing a lot of harm to black women, the children in the community. I ain't gonna sit here and deny that shit. You feel what I'm saying? But at the same time, you feel what I'm saying? A lot of times we act like black people are the devils of the world, and we just don't even want to do bad shit. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
that's fine. You can say that, but the majority of you are still engaging in destructive, harmful, degenerate behavior.
Okay, hold up. Let me play one-on-one basketball with her. Let me play one-on-one. I'm gonna let y'all go. You're right, but and at the same fucking time, most people in this motherfucking world degenerate than a motherfucker. Let's keep it real on that.
Well, this is why I go.
Hold up. I'm gonna, but most people, regardless of where the fuck you go at, it's gonna be some bad shit.
But this is the difference, Razi. This is the difference. Okay, this is the difference. All right.
Right.
I want to explain something I talk about on my channel a lot. And then, yeah, you're right. There are degenerate people on all forms and continents of the planet. I get it. Here's the deal. When we talk about education rates, black males are the lowest in America. When we talk about criminal statistics, black males are the highest per capita, per demographic. When we talk about least earning,
who's the most criminal in America, though?
No. Let him go. Because I think I know where you're going with this. I could destroy that
Razi,
shit. Go ahead. Let him go.
By all means, I encourage you. I encourage you to. But let's talk about per demographic. Okay, 13% of America roughly is black people, black Americans. Okay, 13% roughly. All right. I don't like bringing stats up because everybody likes to find their own stats in various dark sectors of the internet.
Let's do it.
13% and nearly 35% of the jail population. So that is a very disturbing amount. Now, I understand police are racist, and I understand a lot of black brothers might be in jail that shouldn't be in jail. I get that. All right. I'm just saying that in relation to the total population of the United States is a very large number of black men in jail. That's why I bring up the criminal.
But why aren't mostly the? But let me ask you, who's mostly in jail? You think it's mostly black men?
No, I didn't say it's mostly. I said it's 35%. So it's nearly half. All right, it's nearly half. But we're talking about, once again, nearly half of the jail population with 13% of the United States. Do you understand how that's pretty?
Let's unpack that. Let's unpack.
Now, hold on one second. Let me go a couple steps further. Let me go a couple steps further, then we'll come back to that. Okay. When we talk about entrepreneurship, on average, the white dollar stays in the white community for 30 days, Asian community for 14 days,
I know all that.
Hispanic community for 7 days, and it stays for 6 hours. Not even a day, 6 hours in the black community. All right. So black men don't have businesses by and large. Actually, black women are the ones that got the $10 billion investment from Goldman Sachs because black women are the ones starting the businesses to increase the dollar circulation amount in the black community. Unfortunately, this is the honest truth. All right. And as a black man, don't like to hear this either because I'm a black man. But black men are the least earning, the highest incarcerated, the least desired, the least educated. Right, I said education for a reason.
You right on this. I ain't gonna lie.
So listen what I'm saying. Listen, I understand that saying black inherently isn't it shouldn't be a demonized, right? Black it shouldn't be bad, right? But the reality is, black males have given themselves in the black title a bad connotation. So if you claim that it's bad, you have to look at black males for making it bad, bro.
You've typecasted yourself.
Okay. But hold up, though. So let me ask you this. Hold up. I'm sorry. Oh, you're right. But how come? I just gotta ask you this. Mm-hmm. This cracker has been doing all this bullshit,
and you haven't done anything about it. Stop trying to do something.
Hold there, because it's going. You won't make this argument too easy. Man. You can kill out another way.
Let me take. I'm Alicia. I'm a different nigga. I understand where you do shit about.
You sound like a victim. You can't be a leader. You can't be a revolutionary and a victim.
Hold up. Can somebody stop interrupting me though? Hold up.
Sorry.
Hey, let me get something straight to you right now. I'm about black power. I want this Negro to fight back. Nigga, who don't quit like me? You talking to me?
Stop making excuses and fight, Rozzy, is my point. And that there is no stereotype. That you make the stereotype. You decide how the world looks at you. If it matters to you, you fight. And you get to tell the world how they get to address you and how they get to stereotype you. Until then, stop crying and bleeding a victim.
Crying? Hold up. Yo, God damn, hold on. First, hold up. Let me get everything out before you go, because you a fireball. Me, I never complain. I never ever play victim. I never complain about this cracker and what he do to us. What I was about to say is that I'm about black power. I'm about us taking responsibility. I'm about us bossing the fuck up. Who the fuck do you think you talking to with that?
Okay, so what's your next point?
Ain't the nigga.
What's your next point?
I don't play no victim. Over here,
Rozzy, why are you so distressed right now?
Hold up.
I don't know why you're so emotionally charged, but you want to bring me back to the plantation of 2021, and you're not doing it.
Hold up. Can I answer that question?
No,
hold up. I wasn't. Hold up, man. God damn. See, you always do this. You gotta let a person get everything out first, man, before you respond. Okay? Now listen, when I was about to say about this white man, I was about to say, I'm trying to figure out why the hell do we get always, demonized and looked at as bad, but this cracker could do all this bullshit and ain't no negative connotations to his
because the winner writes history. The winner, they write the history books. Yes. They won, you lost. That is why. So if you want to change the narrative, you need to fight.
And you know what, to your point, I have to say this. Listen,
if you want to change the narrative, period, Rozzy. That is why. You see who wins? The one who wins the battle and the war. They write the history books. They tell you what the heroes look like.
We're making a bunch of surface-ass arguments without unpacking anything.
Listen, hold up.
Hey.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, if the white man's writing the history book and he's the winner and stuff like that, and you know this, you got to give the ones that are trying to fight against this a separation for the ones that just roll over and roll with it. Okay?
Facts, nigga.
Absolutely.
Okay, so let me ask then in this case, Rozzy. I have to hold you accountable.
I agree with that, but you're talking about the way dominant society perceives you. You're talking about the stereotypes that they impose upon you. I am not that. I'm telling you why they are doing it. I'm telling you how you're perpetuating it and how you're allowing them to is what I'm doing. I don't agree with this.
understand that already, though.
So Razi and Twash, I have to hold you accountable by using that same reasoning. Then, what are you doing right now in your community to help change the dollar circulation for the black community?
No. Let me.
Okay, let me answer that.
Okay.
Let me answer that. Okay, now let me tell you something about my life.
Okay.
Right? Okay, right now I'm not doing that, but I do plan on doing that.
Okay.
I first have to get my life together. My life right now is fucked up. That's why I say in the chat I have to self-improve so I can get my life together. And I plan on doing that for the community because I am black first.
Nice.
Okay, so let me just say, I'll never make excuses for this black man. I'll give this nigga this work all the time. Facts. We gotta fight back. You ain't gotta tell me. I already know that. And she says the winner writes the history. Yes, the winner writes his history. But guess what? Everybody know this cracker has been all across this planet and destroyed everything, but nobody demonizes him.
Well, Razi,
if you hold on, wait a minute. If you know
that, just give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. I know you have a lot to say. And so this is Razi. This is what Annalisa is trying to say, and she's going to let you know better than I will here in a second. Is that listen? When before the world was conquered, essentially, everybody had the option to build ships. Every race had the options to build their armies, to discover fire, to do whatever it might be. You can't get upset when somebody brings war to your doorstep and conquers you. At that point, it's too late. Whether it's morality, right or wrong, it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter at that point because they have brought death to your door. And so, yes, we can sit here and say, well, you know what they did was wrong all day. Sure, of course. From a human perspective,
I'm not complaining about that.
Okay,
I'm not
cool.
complaining.
Well,
I'm not talking about
going
that.
on to
I think
answer
you're
your question.
misunderstanding me.
I'm trying to answer your question. I'm trying to
ahead.
answer your question. Why you said that? Why don't we hold white people accountable for their atrocities?
No. I'm not. No, that's not what I asked. That's not what I asked.
What did you ask?
That is not what I asked.
Okay.
Come on, man.
Well, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you, Razi. What were you trying to ask? I didn't mean to misunderstand you, bro.
I'm trying to figure out because people say, well, we, you know what, man? Never mind, man.
Well, let me bring
some clarity.
One more second, Alicia. I promise. 1 more second. Here's the deal, okay? White men own 90% of America, 95 probably percent of America. So, irregardless of what white people do to white people, the land that we're living on right now, they have made for themselves. All right. So a white person can be as bad as they want to, but a young white girl can walk into a white establishment and get a job a lot quicker than a young black girl can. This is just the socioeconomics and politics of where we are in America. So this is why it's so important and why I go so hard on black men. And I don't demonize white men because white people own the land that we walk on. This is the truth. Okay. And so as black men, this is why I ask you and hold you accountable then and say, okay, well, if we're going to demonize them, we also have to give them their credit and their props where props and credit is due. They've built this planet up for them. It is time that we stop blaming them for building up for their own race and we start to try and build for our own race.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Wait a minute. No, I have to say
let Alicia go, man.
Because this is the problem that I'm having. Because nobody on this panel is demonizing anyone. We are tethered to reality very tightly, and I suggest you all get with it. Because what the white dominant society that conquered us, let's be honest, they create the stereotypes. You simply uphold them by perpetuating and engaging in criminal and degenerate behavior. So if you don't want the world to see you, as builders, you must build. If you want the world to see you as leaders,
why they ain't got a bunch of stereotypes?
If you want the world to see you as fathers, you must mentor. Do you understand? You cannot perpetuate your own subjugation. You cannot perpetuate the stereotypes from which they hold you and then cry about.
I mean, you're right.
That's very
All right,
true. I
all
mean,
right.
that's why I asked
ain't
y'all.
this.
Okay, hold on.
That's
Hold
what
up,
I'm
hold up,
saying.
hold up, hold
You
up,
can't
hold
be a
up, hold
great
up, hold
leader
up.
and then be a victim and
Because
say,
I hear a
"Well,
bunch
they
of
did this to us.
bullshit right
We're
now.
not like that. They did that." No,
Let
no,
me
no, no,
add
no, no.
on.
The majority. The statistics say that you are very much what they say you are. And if you weren't, you wouldn't. You would be building and creating and leading and guiding and mentoring and loving your Black communities. Period.
Okay,
So
all
stop
right.
crying.
Okay, let me ask this question.
See, this, hold up, hold up. This is what's getting me a little frustrated. I don't cry. Go ahead.
All right.
Stop that. Stop. Don't say
All
that
right,
no
let,
more.
let me
What is you
no,
talking
no,
about?
yo, bro,
I ain't crying
don't
about
let that
nothing.
get to you.
Okay.
Because
Let's see Washington.
those little talking points is a bunch of bullshit. So, all right, let's start out with the whole black men are in prison, black men this, black men that. I get all of that. I get all of the
Right.
talking points and stereotypes, and we need to hold black men accountable. I get that. Let's start to unpack some of these things. So, to the sister who's has a strong opinion, um, are there successful men in your family? One question at a time, because I want to get somewhere. Go ahead.
You're not gonna relegate a question about the
No,
collective about my
I'm trying
personal
to make
life.
a point. I'm trying to make a point.
No, your
Are there?
point is moot. You're
All
not
right, so
relegating
let me
anything to
ask
my
the brother.
personal
I'm sorry. Let me
experiences
ask the brother.
because we're not talking about
Move
personal
on, move on,
experiences.
move on. Let me
We're
talk to
talking
the
about
brother. Let me talk to the
statistical
brother.
data and the
Because we're not
collective.
going nowhere with this
Focus.
yelling. Let me talk to the brother.
Focus.
All right, so to the brother I'm sorry. What's your name, brother? The other brother who was speaking.
Jonathan.
Razzie.
Jonathan. How you doing, brother?
I'm good, man.
All right.
No.
Now,
Oh, you talking about
based on what you've been saying, you
okay.
definitely, I definitely can hear in your voice that you're a very, insightful person. You're intelligent, and you seem accomplished. From even though I don't know you, that's my assumption of you. Now, what the initial point that I want to make, besides the statistics, the talking points, and stereotypes, are I'm gonna start out with asking: are there successful black men that you know, including yourself? Because I want to take this somewhere.
I don't consider myself successful, to be honest. No. Having said that, out of all the black men in my family, I'll just be honest with you. There's only one that has a college degree, and we're talking about more than 10 men. So, but yes, to
Okay.
answer your question, there's one who is successful. That is my
Okay.
father. So
Now, do you know? And based on the way you're speaking, my assumption is you surround yourself with other successful black men, or you're associated with them on some level. Am I right when I ask you that?
Not necessarily. I don't have friends nowadays. But to your point, the times when I was doing the best in my life, I surrounded myself with successful people. A lot of them are white, some were black, but successful people in general, yes. If they were black, then by all means, I had no problem with it. But I did know successful black men at a certain point in my life when I was really a social butterfly. So,
And here's why I asked that question, because similar to Razi, I may have a similar background to Razi, because I grew up in humble beginnings. I sold drugs when I was young. I saw a lot of negativity. Basically, I grew up in the early to mid '80s during that era, and I lived in the hood. I've been a part of all of that. But fortunately, I got a little mature. Graduated high school, got a little college under my belt. Worked in education for 15 years, but now I'm a truck driver.
okay.
So I've kind of seen a lot, and I've worked with, and I've been around, and to this day, been around black men who are on the streets, in gangs, in corporate, in education,
Oh
in
my
the trades.
God.
So I've been around different black men at different points in their lives. So I get that. I've seen it all. So this is why when I hear generalizations about, well, black men need to do this, and black men are raping all the little girls, and the black and the black and the black, it's just surface.
So your feelings are hurt, and you came on the panel to dispute facts because your feelings are hurt.
So
You
yeah,
came on the panel to
Let me just
dispute
say this.
data and facts
Well,
unfortunately,
you hear this
because
is
your
going to
crazy
be a
feelings
shit
bit
are
though.
right
hurt.
in this case.
Mitch,
And,
who
and,
Mitch?
and
You
Twash,
gotta
here's what I
calm
have to
that
say.
shit down and be easy.
And first of all, I mean, you can't curse at somebody and tell them to calm down. That's kind of gaslighting. All right, that's like telling you to shut the fuck up and expecting them to be quiet. That doesn't
No, I
work
need
that
to
way. All right?
respond to you about this, but go ahead.
I
Go
got
ahead.
you, but I'm just saying that you catch more flies with honey than with vinegar. That's what my
Oh,
grandmother always
I
said.
get all
Can
that.
I
I get
just
all
say
that.
this?
So what I'm saying is this. All right,
Can
I get that there
Bro,
are
you talking
that there
crazy.
are black men who have done well for themselves. I'm not saying that there aren't. All right. Yes, I might know a few. However, I'm just telling you that those black men, admittedly, and I know you can admit this as well, are part of the minority, and they're a part of the
Minority?
severe minority, man. Yes, I know black men are doing well. Some of them are doing well out there. I get that.
And
I
can you
get that.
tell me what this minority figure is based on? Let's unpack
Yeah,
that.
let's take the dollar circulation value on average 6 hours
Oh,
comparative
we're aware of that. Let's get into the socioeconomics now.
let
Before
me tell you this, all right? Out of the
let's go deep
3,400
into it.
publicly
Don't
traded
talk the surface part. Let's break that down
out
because
of
we
the
got to
I've
stop
been
3,400
being
out of
listening
the
disingenuous.
at
Go
his
ahead.
3,400 publicly traded
finest.
businesses on the New York Stock Exchange, 6 of them are black owned. Out of 3,400 publicly traded stocks, 6 are black owned companies. So we're not just saying this to say this,
No,
man.
let's unpack that. Let's unpack that. Don't just say
Wait a
that
minute. Hold on
figure.
one second.
How,
Can
how do you
everybody
how
hear
do
me?
you
Can
Let's talk
affirm
everybody
about
hear
how
that
me?
we
as a
got there.
statistic?
Can
Yeah,
everybody
we
hear
hear
me?
you, Max.
Yeah,
Yeah.
All right, Dame, put everybody on mute for a minute.
Okay.
All right, listen up, man. Listen, I've been sitting here listening for a while, right? You brothers on here, y'all got to stop being triggered. All right, you're not showing much strength right now. You guys getting all bent out of shape. I don't want any cursing, man. And I don't want nobody to start degenerating into some street shit. All right. If you can't deal with the young lady, then get off the panel. You know, don't be weak up here.
absolutely.
That's all I got to say.
Thank you,
That's real
Max.
talk. Real talk.
Absolutely.
Max.
And so going back to the New York Stock Exchange businesses, 3,400, 6 of them, those 3,400 is black owned, and I think a few of those are by black women. So I understand where it hurts to say that by and large black men aren't doing well, but I'm just telling you that's a statistic. I've worked at the airport. I was a server in the airport, made a good amount of money. We dealt with business people because the business people fly in airports a lot. Out of every 100 white businessmen that I saw come pay with the silver American Express card, the gold American Express card, the titanium black card, out of every 100 businessmen I saw that were white or Asian, which there weren't that many Asians to be honest, um, even less so were black, and I mean like 1 out of 100, man, and that's pushing it. If I go to 1,000, probably 3 or 4. All right. This is just what I've experienced, and there are numbers to back this up. I've even had a man on my channel, Reese, and I told this story earlier in the stream today, who is getting ready to have a 7-figure real estate portfolio. He tries to teach black men how to get into real estate, but black men, by and large, not all of them, by and large, are not interested in free information on how to better themselves. Meanwhile, whites and Asians want to pay consultation fees to him, take him out to lunch, and try and figure out how he's done so well in real estate because they know that as a black man, if he's doing that well, then he's really on point because they just don't see it that much. He's admitted this on my channel. When he first got in, he said, "Listen, Truth, I don't agree with a lot of what you're saying, but you're right." All right. And so uh, I've heard it from their mouths, the successful black men. He's not the only one. And I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. I'm not saying that you aren't successful, that you can't be successful. I'm just saying that a lot of black men in 2021 are not successful. They're not where they should be in life. So we're trying to change that. That's all I'm saying, man.
All right. I want to first start out with the whole. While I agree with respecting the young lady and
can
her
I just
opinion, let's make sure that she reciprocates that because I definitely believe in respecting our women, but we should get that same respect in return. I'm not talking about as far as an opinion of black men, but just the tone, just the tone. That's all I'm
Can I,
saying.
I need to
Now,
say something before we move
there
on
we
with
go.
this conversation. Let's make a distinction. Let's make sure that we're all on the same page. We are not going to relegate a conversation about a community and a collective. We're not relegating it to our personal experiences. It doesn't make sense. It is intellectually dishonest, and there's no base in fact when you get to talking about anecdotal successes and your cousin's brother's friend. We're not going to do
Y'all
that.
actually
So
just did that.
who did that?
Both of you actually just did that.
Who
Everybody in a sense just did that.
So you're delusional then. You're in denial.
No, I'm listening to what you said, and I'm listening to what the brother said, which I don't
He gave
disagree
you
with everything the
statistical data. You should have been processing that data. He gave
So
you statistics.
the
He gave
host
you
of
numbers.
the show, can we tell her to take it easy? You know, we can keep this respectful between the two.
What's wrong with this guy, man?
Well, Twash, I mean, come on, Twash, you're gonna make it, bro. You're gonna be all right. All right, go ahead.
Okay, now you see how now if I came at her with that tone, which
but Twash,
I'm
you're
gonna
not a
Tina,
woman.
they want
Twash.
they want Anna. That's what they want. They
But
won't get
Twash,
you.
you're not a woman, bro. You can handle it, okay?
Hold
you're gonna
on.
be all
Let
right.
me talk. Now, so even though I'm not going to disrespect her, I need you you shouldn't be quick to cut me off if I come at her with a certain tone. My tone wouldn't be with the intentions of disrespecting her, but I get cut off saying, "Oh, brother, you got to take it easy. You got to take it easy." But then she's able to yap and get
So, Twash,
loud.
let me use your same logic against you. All right. So let's just say that she
let's
decided.
not do that because right now I see what's going on right here.
You're acting like me. You're cutting everybody off. You're being
use
I
your
very
know
logic
that's the
against you.
hunger on
You're
all that,
acting
but
just
let's
like
be
me.
fair in this conversation.
How many women are on the
Let's
panel?
not do the yelling on one side and then checking the other side. Like, come on, man. Let's be fair.
Twash.
Okay,
Listen, man.
time.
Listen, bro. All right, listen. You're gonna
Just
make it, okay? Now I want
just
you to
me.
just.
And then with the little condescending shit, like, come
I'm
on,
not
man.
trying to
Let's
be
be
condescending. You're
serious
gonna be.
right now.
Listen, this is what I'm saying, bro. You're a man, okay? You can handle
Oh, this
more
guy.
emotional distress than a woman can.
All right.
You're not a woman, bro. All right. If a woman yells at you,
All
then
right.
you have to deal with
Because
it,
right
bro.
now you trying to. All right. Cool.
I'm not trying to
We'll get
listen.
past
Okay,
that.
say Annalicia
I
decided
get
to
your
hit
point.
you. She
I get
decided
your
to
point.
just punch you.
I get your point.
Okay,
Because
well,
I know where
listen.
you're going.
Let's say she
All right.
decided to hit you in the face. Are you gonna hit her just as hard as she hit you?
I get your point. Let's move forward.
Oh, he
Okay,
definitely would.
that's all.
But yeah,
That's all
let's
I'm
move
saying,
on.
bro. That's all I'm saying. It's like
I
you're a
get
man,
your
bro.
point.
So you have to deal with
I
more.
get your point. Let's move forward.
All
Let's
right,
leave
thank
that
you.
alone.
Thank
I
you,
get
Twash.
it. Now,
And just me, I would like to hear all of what he said before you come in.
My
I know,
apologies.
just hold up just a little second before you cut him off, okay?
I
That's
will.
all
I'm
I'm
sorry, Dame. I will.
asking.
oh my God. All right. Yo, man.
Yeah,
I guess my general. Okay, go ahead.
Yo, man.
Man, you
If I
brothers
may,
got to stop being emotional, bro.
Honestly, guys, like, come on, guys, get a grip, dude. It's not that serious,
Okay,
man.
let's move
if
forward.
I may say
Let's
something,
not beat that dead horse. Let's
if
move
I may
forward.
say something,
Okay.
it's Aaron Collins. If I may say something, will somebody want to speak first, or do I have permission to speak? Or will you speak in T Watch?
T-Wash
Okay.
had the floor.
I'm finished. Go ahead.
All right. I just want to say this real quick. Now, as men and women, first of all, this panel, I'm thankful for this panel because this is needed. We need this. But I want to say that as men and women, we're hardwired differently. Honest Truth just had a very extreme valid point, and I'm 100% with you on that, bro. Honest
Yeah,
Truth.
me too.
But women are actually emotionally wired differently. I mean,
That's
women
right.
get emotional. Women are supposed to be emotional. That's understandable. As men, we are supposed to be a little bit more reserved and more
Exactly.
guarded in our feelings and emotions. And I know
Exactly.
this because, and I can speak on this because I in fact myself, I'm guilty of being emotional when I shouldn't have been. And there have been times when I had to check myself for that. I'm like, man, I am getting a little bit out of control here. So it's nothing. It's no attack on the brother's manhood. And I hear what you're saying, T. Wash. I understand how you might have felt, but we just differently. We just built differently. And to the sisters that's on the panel, Dame and Alicia, I'm not making a misogynistic statement either.
No,
So
I
No,
appreciate that.
I
I
agree.
love the fact.
I appreciate how you said that.
Yeah,
Respect.
I love the fact that she's up here because it exposes weakness. You guys got to, man, y'all got to do better.
Wow.
Yeah.
You got to do better. You're men. You got to do better than that. Go ahead.
Okay, T-Wash, you got the floor. Jump in while you can.
All right, here we go. Well, let me ask this question because I kind of get the energy in the narratives going on. I agree with some, I disagree with others. Um, what do you suppose are the overall solutions besides surface talking points? Let's get down to the meat of what needs to be done instead of like repeated talking points. Y'all go ahead.
What's first clarify surface talking points. I don't think that we've said anything that is only superficially impacting us negatively
Okay,
or
well
surface level type of
okay.
issues.
Well, let me simplify the question. In detail, what do you believe needs to be done and by who? Go ahead.
Yeah. So the biggest thing is this: is that if you want to be a leader, you will have to hold yourself and other leaders accountable. For instance, myself, what I did is I said, okay, Jonathan, if you're going to sit and start talking about black men, then what exactly are you going to do to add to the black community right now as the leader that you're claiming that black men want to be? That you're a black man yourself, so everybody can do something. In my case, I built a YouTube channel, right? And so women who or people who have businesses who are black owned, I seek. So yesterday I found a new watch designer, and the name of the watch is Melanin. And I've been in discussion and conversations with her to start promoting her products on my channel. Currently, right now, there's a young lady named Loren who I promote her candles on my channel, and she's done very well with the promotions on my channel as of lately. So what I can do right now is directly influence the growth of the black dollar circulation in the black community, which in turn will help out the amount of people who can directly be benefited from black sales and black entrepreneurship. And hopefully one day, maybe this is wishful thinking, maybe Loren, that black young lady who's made a lot of sales because of the ads on my channel and things of that nature, can have a candle shop. And then a black young girl or a black boy can walk into that candle shop and get a job for the simple fact that there's a common interest in the skin tones. And so it starts at a very
Right on.
grassroots level, right? So what I can do right now, it might not be much, a couple $100 of profit for Loren or uniqueboutiquecandles.com might not be a lot in some people's eyes. But it's just what you can do right now, and that's what one thing that I can do, and that's one thing that I'm trying to do. And
Oh,
so
salute to you, brother. Salute.
appreciate you, bro. Thank
Definitely.
you, man.
I can dig that.
Personally, I think that black men need to start organizing and discussing these issues. The problem is, and the reason it's not happening by and large, is because, and you really are a perfect encapsulation of what would happen if men were telling the truth about the state of their communities and the state of their psyches, for that matter. So I think that black men need to start organizing and having these very difficult and at times painful conversations, and they need to accept the reality of the world around them rather than employing cognitive dissonance to push back, because it's so psychologically distressing to accept the reality. I get that. Oh, I do get that. But the reality is you won't be able to organize, and you will not be able to address and identify the deficits in our communities, in our minds, in the schools, unless you can do that. I think that black men need to start organizing and mentoring. I think mentorship is the single most, one of the single most identifiable ways and impactful ways to lead a young black man or a child on the path to success. And this is backed by studies and statistical data, just for reference. I think that black men need to be mentoring. I think they need to organize and come together and go into as many communities as they can and be staples in their communities. They need to organize. They need to start their own coalitions. They need to start protecting themselves and their women and their children. I think organizing, I think that collecting, I think that mentorship, I think that all of these things, but really and truly, it really does start with I think the defense is to employ cognitive dissonance, which is to create an alternate reality under which to operate, so that you don't have to deal with the truth. You don't like the
Oh,
truth. The
well,
truth does hurt. I understand, but I
may I
think that's the
follow up?
first step. That's the first step,
Okay.
because you can't even do it. You can't
Lucy.
even look at the truth and be real about it
All right.
without
Okay.
being
Cool.
entirely triggered and shut down. You can't
All right.
even
Well,
do
let
it.
me follow up
So let's start
because
there.
I'm remaining respectful. I know you're entertaining the people. That's cool. But my follow
No,
up
I'm not
question to
entertaining the
that.
people. You see, I'm trying to have an
Okay.
intellectually honest conversation, and you're
My
patronizing me. This isn't
apologies.
entertainment.
I
This is real
apologize.
life. You see what you're
I
doing?
apologize.
You're acting
No
like a
problem.
petulant little girl is what you're doing. You see?
Okay. All right. All right.
Okay, wait,
I apologize.
Tina,
Now,
before
my
you
follow up.
go on,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
let me add on to what she had just said. Okay, back in the day, and I kind of agree with this. Black men used to police black men, even though the world said that we as black people are this and that, black men specifically were this and that. We as a community never fell for it. Oh, there's a few every now and then, and the brothers, the men used to pull the ones that's acting out. Some of them just to talk, but one look, don't act the ninja. In other words, just because they say that that's what we are, that's not what we are, and you shouldn't be acting like it.
Oh, you're right.
Mhm.
You're definitely right about that.
So
I wanted to ask her a following question based on what she said. Now, when she says black men need to organize and mentor and all of these things, is she really saying more black men need to do that? And the reason why I asked that question is because while we need to improve just like every other community needs to improve, I actually see and hear and witness a lot of black men in different sectors who are putting in this effort. Maybe from our different perspectives or where we're located or what we have access to, maybe it's not seen. Maybe in our personal experiences, we're not seeing it. But me personally, where I've been in the areas I'm around at times, I see a lot of positive brothers out there doing good things. While there is negative, and that negative needs to be addressed by us, and some things are perpetuated by us, I see a lot of brothers doing some good things out here. And that's
Okay,
just part of the thing
okay,
I wanted to add to
that's
that
fine.
conversation.
You can once again
That, that,
cognizance. You can focus on the marginal amounts of positive things that are coming from. You can focus on that. That's fine. But you see,
marginal.
we're actually trying to focus on what's happening more commonly, more prevalently, and more pervasively, because it's more problematic and it has the potential to destroy us altogether. So you can focus and tap dance and on the marginal. But we're sort of looking at things that are
Marginal.
much more impactful and have much more destructive capacity and potential. So the fact that you even have to ask, is she asking should it be more, to me is problematic. To me, it's problematic
Oh,
because
okay.
if you think that it's enough, because more means it's not enough, right? So if you think it's enough, why are the communities
No, you're saying that. That's not what I said. You're
why
saying that.
are black men in academic attainment almost not even a thing, right? So it's like, why was that question was it rhetorical? Do you like I'm just trying to understand what kind of
Well,
a question is
also,
it to ask?
when is more a bad thing in that case? Wouldn't we want more, even if the amount was high already to begin with?
Yeah, I'm asking, is she saying
Why
more
are you
needs to?
asking is
I'm
my
not
question to
saying that
you.
that's a bad thing or not. I'm asking because when she made those comments, she said, black men need to do this. They need to mentor. We need to do that. And then, so since she said that, which there's some validity to what she said, what I'm following up with, based on what I see, is she's saying more black men should be doing this. Because from my perspective and from what I see and from what I've seen, there are a good amount of brothers out there doing good things in the community
Then let's
for
just
the
continue to
community.
rely on what they're doing.
Hold on, hold
This
on,
Can I
guy,
interrupt?
hold
yo.
on.
Pardon me a
Who are
second.
representing the community the right way.
Pardon me a second. Everybody. Hello, everyone.
Hey, Lucy, what's going on?
This is hey. I'm good, Max. I'm good, Max.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
What's
I was
up?
sitting back for a minute. And I was trying to get the gist of what's being discussed because I'm very, very
Mm-hmm.
late, and I
Mm-hmm.
apologize for
All
But
right.
what I want to try to interject in what's going on right here. I understand what the brothers are saying and I understand what the sister is saying. The issue that we have is there's no organization. See, we can have a black brother over here doing this and a sister over here doing this and a brother over here doing this, but if we're not organized, none of that means anything. We have to organize. So I think, and I'm late, so y'all can, say what y'all need to say to me, because Lucy, you late coming into the conversation, but I'm hearing plenty of good ideas. I'm hearing a call for help. I'm hearing the brothers saying that, this is what we're trying to do. But see, we got how many brothers up here that are saying that they're doing this, right? And then we got the sisters saying it's not enough, right? And I agree with both. The issue is we're not organizing. We have to organize. We can't have individuals everywhere trying to do something on their own. We have to organize and come together and do it as some people use the word collective. Now, I'm kind of shying away from that word collective because that talks about the whole group, and that includes
everybody,
Sambos and everybody, right?
Yeah.
And the half breeds and everything, right? So, the ones that are serious, when we have these conversations, what I don't see happening, and I'm not just talking about here on this channel, I'm seeing in other channels. You have a lot of people that get up here and talk, even myself, that get up on panels and talk. We have a lot of good ideas, but how many of us are linking together in the back chats or linking together on our DMs or exchanging each other's information so we can actually implement and come up with a plan? Because see, I like these platforms to hear people argue and go back and forth so I can see who's real and who's not. And like, okay, let me contact that person because that person is talking how I like what they're saying. So how many of us are reaching out? Okay, after this panel, I had this heated discussion with this brother, with his sister, but they said a lot of things. Maybe I can work with that person. How many of us are doing that? I mean, I do, but how many of us are doing that? Trying to link. Like, y'all know, I haven't been on this platform in a while, but I'm always listening. I'm always keeping track. I'm always keeping up with what's going on. You know what I'm saying? So what are we, my question is to everyone, what is it that we really want to do?
Can I get? I want to respond to that because I don't want to be misunderstood, and I feel that that's the case right now. So when I say it's not enough, I'm not saying this from an individualistic perspective. I'm saying this based on the outcomes of Black lives, based on the outcomes of our communities, based on the outcomes based on the outcome of the fractured Black family. This is not my observational. This is not based on my observations, okay? This is based on the reality. It's just the reality. Everybody take the pill of reality, get a glass of water and swallow it and be done with it. And let's figure out really and truly how we can do something about it. My issue with T-Wash is when you say, what do you mean by more? You see, to me,
Yo, don't twist my words. Go ahead.
Even the question alone is indicative of complacency. You are entirely complacent with what's happening in the here and the now. Because if you think that more, wait, so are you saying we need more? It's almost like more in addition to so much that's already happening.
The whole thing.
But if so much was already happening,
help you understand. Don't speak
let me finish. Let me finish.
No. Don't twist what I said. Let's be honest.
Let her finish first, then go ahead and correct it.
Yeah, hold on, brother. Let me hear her argument because I am late. I do request that of you to let me hear her argument so I can hear your argument. I appreciate it.
When we're having the conversation about what needs to be done, right? And when we're all posing ideas, we're all giving, it's just a soundboard. When you push back by saying, okay, well, let me understand. Are you saying we need to organize and collect more? The question, the core of the question has to be that it's already being done in great numbers. Because if you're questioning needing more, that's problematic, and that speaks to complacency, which is really the overarching issue in the community, right? It's like, well, I know a couple of people here and there who are doing stuff. Let them keep doing it, and eventually things will get better. right?
Needing
So
more.
that's my
Let me ask
that's
you a
my
question.
issue. That is my problem. Why?
Needing.
What do
Okay.
you mean more? Why are you
Needing more to
questioning me
what?
with the more?
All right, this is
Needing
what I
more.
meant by that. All right, you hear me? This is what I meant by that. Her initial argument or comments or talking points were black men need to do more organizing, we need to mentor, and we need, basically just black men just need to do positive things. It was the gist of what she was saying. So I responded with, are you saying more black men need to do this? Because based on what I've seen and experienced, I'm seeing a lot of black men actually in the communities trying to do things, trying to mentor young kids. I used to work in education for 15 years and even did, volunteered after school and even was a coach, before I became a truck driver. And I've been around other black men who were involved in the community, involved in politics, pretty much doing a lot of positive things. So based on that, I asked her, is she actually saying we need more black men versus black men just need to do? Because I see black men doing. So that's kind of what my question was based on.
Okay, even you even answering it gave absolutely. You're complacent. You said all of that for me to still say the question is complacent in nature.
She's entertainment. She's entertaining her peoples. But
Okay. So let me ask this. So, okay. So now I'm confused. I need to ask some questions. I need to ask some questions because now I'm confused. Okay. So what I'm hearing is the brother is saying that he's doing his part, what he can, outside his own family, and his brothers that he's connected with that he knows that are doing things. So let's say maybe it's 5 brothers that he knows that's doing this. Okay. I don't know what state you from, brother. That's
Jersey.
just one city. I'm sorry.
Jersey.
Jersey. So, Jersey in one city in Jersey. Okay. So, to my knowledge, that's a big place. You know what I'm saying? There are millions of people there in the state of New Jersey. So
Yeah,
what,
from
what I
Jersey
want to
too.
ask is
Wow.
what do us as black women? I want to ask the sister, what are, not even that, what are you asking the brothers to do?
Well, when he
When you
came,
say
so after we had the conversation about the deficits and the challenges in the communities, and then he wants to
right,
come and
Hello.
say, okay, well, what can we do about it? Right? Let's stop hearing. We don't want to hear the problems anymore. Let's start talking about solutions. So mind you, I don't have all the answers, and I don't even think that
right,
the onus is on me as a woman. The onus is not on me even to come up with the
right,
answers, but I will. I'll partake because it's great dialogue. So I said, I think that black men need to organize, come together on a specific day, specific time, every single week, organize, collect, mentor, go into communities, and try to provide a remedy to the very obvious deficits that these dilapidated communities are
right,
subjected to. That was my suggestion to him. His
right,
response was, okay, we need to do it more, as though there's an overwhelming number already currently doing this, as though this is something that is our baseline, right? And I'm not, he's speaking from observational perspectives, and there's no place for these intellectual debates and conversation for anecdotal stories and observational perspectives. There's no place for it, because anyone with a brain and eyes can go into any marginalized, criminalized communities, and they can very easily highlight the deficits, and they can also equally identify no one doing anything about it. And there's more of that than there is of his observational perspectives. That's my issue. That's what I said.
right. Okay. I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that. So that unfortunately, us being women is really nothing. I don't know what we can do to get the men together when they're constantly telling us we can't tell them what to do. Now, this brother is saying that they're doing it right, and we need more. But there's something also we have to remember: we can't attack individual black men because the collective of black men are not doing enough. We all know they're not doing enough, you know, and then they could easily throw their arguments on us that we're not doing enough because, you know, someone could say, well, what are black women doing, you
But
know, for the
Lucy,
daughters and the girls and stuff, you know, you see
Yeah,
the
and
part I'm
that's
playing, right?
no,
something
So I
but
I
want,
didn't
Lucy,
want to do.
hold
You know what
on,
I'm
but
listen,
saying?
y'all,
Lucy,
listen, y'all,
Lucy.
I'm not taking either side. I want
No,
to be
Lucy, but
neutral
listen,
No,
and
listen
you
to what
fair
say
he's saying.
something.
Lucy, hold on, wait a
to,
minute.
to listen.
Lucy, he didn't say that black men are doing. He didn't say that they're not doing enough. I said they're not doing enough, and he said, "Oh, so they need to do more."
What's
That's the very
I was trying to get
problematic
a
perspective that he's bringing
clarification
to the
based on
conversation.
her initial statement.
okay? I get you.
Can I just say something, man? Can I just say something? Hey, yo, I
Sure, go
just
ahead,
want to give it. Oh, I
go ahead,
just want to say something right quick.
go ahead, brother.
Black men are not doing enough. I don't care how many, and that you know,
Who is it,
the
Rozzy?
yeah, this is me.
Hey, Rozzy, boo.
Yeah,
Go
how
ahead,
you doing? Yeah,
go ahead.
yeah, Lucy, it's good, baby. But listen, what I was going to say is, you know, there's more sellouts in race traders than Negroes that care about the community. So
Okay.
to keep wash, yes, we need a whole lot more, baby. We can't use anecdotal evidence when it comes to shit like this. We just can't do
Whoa.
that, man.
Let me respond to that.
Well, and let me just say this. I understand that, you know, we got some brothers out here across the nation, you know, small pockets that, you know, that's for the community, doing shit for the community, you know, trying to get things done. And, you know, we salute to them brothers, right? But see, they're so outnumbered by the Negroes who don't give a fuck. You feel what I'm saying? Like, they're just so outnumbered, man, you know, and we need a whole lot more, man. We need,
I agree. I
Okay, hold on.
absolutely agree.
Hold
you know,
on.
Oh, now
are
you
you from
agree.
Jersey?
Now he agrees.
No. Hey,
Okay.
sister,
Wait,
hold on. I'm
Explain.
talking to the brother. Wait.
hold
Let
on.
me speak for myself.
Are you from
Wait a
Jersey?
minute,
You from
1
Jersey?
second
Yeah,
before y'all
yeah.
get to this.
I'm from
1 second
Delaware, baby.
before y'all, one
Okay.
second before y'all get to that.
We
Please hold
next door
y'all thoughts.
Salute
neighbors.
to Delaware.
Hello? Please hold y'all thoughts. I want to make this clear because the chat seems to be kind of confused. The reason why I needed that clarification is because I'm late in the conversation. And I wanted to, there are people up here that I've never spoken to before. So I like to fairly hear everyone's point of view and also kind of get a brief on what is going on in the point of the conversation. Now I see the title, but I know how these panels can get. We can go off into another conversation and even go even deeper because there are intelligent people here. The only people that are in the chat and on this panel are intelligent people. Okay, so I want to hear everyone's point of view and the aspect that they're coming from in the conversation so I can be able to logically and consciously interject myself into the conversation now that I'm here as fast as I can, because I don't have time to go back and listen to the 4 hours to be able to get caught up to what's going on right now. That's what I want the chat to understand. That's why. And then Miss La, you say I'm crippling black men. I would like you to tell me, how am I crippling black men? By simply asking questions, because I have not made any statements or even shared any perspective of where I'm coming from in this conversation. I've only asked questions. Thank y'all. Y'all continue.
I wanted to respond real quick to partially to what the brother Razi said. Razi, I definitely agree with you because it sounds like, based on what you're saying and your experience, we kind of come from the same type of background. So I definitely get it. Like we've seen certain things and we're aware of certain things that go on in our prospective neighborhoods that we came from. One of the things I think we should be careful in doing is negatively characterizing people based on where they are in society. And this is what I mean by that. Some people who are poor and who are in a lower class often get swept in with those who are doing negative, who happen to be in those same neighborhoods. Because where I'm from, even in the projects and some of the roughest neighborhoods, some of the sweetest people, elderly, still live there. There's still like some young teens about to go to college that came out of there. There's some beautiful people who are still in those neighborhoods and who are still coming from those neighborhoods. And a lot of times, those beautiful people get grouped in with those who are doing negative and
Can
those
I
who
say
are.
something? Can I say something?
Hold on, let me finish. And so those good people within and from those neighborhoods often get grouped in with the negative stereotypes that the negative people in the community, perpetuate. So I think we gotta be careful how we word things and how we come at it, where we're not just demonizing our community based on some negative people, and we're not holding other people up based on their economic status. Because just because you're doing good doesn't make you a good person. You may have made good decisions. You might have been at the right place at the right time. But there's some beautiful people who still live in those neighborhoods, and we should be careful how we sometimes group them in with the negative people. You understand what I'm saying, Rozzy?
Okay. Yeah, can I respond to that? Because this
feel
is
you.
gonna be long-winded,
I
and
feel
and
you.
you're not gonna like it either. But listen to what I'm saying to you. I'm speaking to T-Wash specifically. First and foremost, and I'm going to tell you my perspective, my opinion of this and everything that you said. My assessment of you is that you're simply projecting. I'm going to tell you why. Because if you were really listening to what we were saying, you would have the understanding and you would be able to concede that we were not talking about the collateral damage, right? Everyone that you're talking about, they're the collateral damage. We're not talking about them. We're talking about the perpetrators. We're talking about the perpetuators who perpetuate their subjugation, who perpetuate these degenerative states, who perpetuate the dilapidated communities, who are perpetuating these single parent households. We are not talking about the collateral damage. In fact, I am speaking on behalf of collateral damage. That is why I'm speaking with the amount of vitriol that I'm speaking with and the passion, because I am collateral damage. All Black women are collateral damage. I'm speaking for them and on behalf of them. I'm a representative of them. So I'm sorry that you feel as though you are being personally attacked. But if you were truly listening, we are talking to the perpetrators and the perpetrators only. So if you want to come on this panel and cape for perpetrators, then you're lumping yourself in with them and you're therefore the same. So you need to get over it and build a bridge already.
Right on, sister. Right on.
Sister, can I ask you a question? I want to ask the sister a question. Where you from, sister? Hello? The sister that was just...
Oh, she's there. She just on mute.
What's her name?
Yeah, man. Let me just say this, man.
Lisa.
Sorry. My name's Annalicia. I'm from Toronto. I'm from Toronto, Ontario.
Ooh.
Canada. That's what I thought. I heard the boots when you saying how boots. I heard you was pronouncing the word. Yeah, that's why I had to ask. Hold on, where's she from, Shawty? So, were you born there?
I was born and raised. Yeah.
So, where are your parents from?
My dad is from Trinidad. My mom is from Canada. My grandpa and everybody else is from the States. But yeah.
Are you Black?
Yeah.
She Black. Yeah, she Black.
You sound like another sister from Toronto named Classic Ruby.
No, I'm asking a serious question. Are you like whole or both your parents Black?
My mom is biracial. My dad is Black.
Your mom is what?
My mom is biracial. My father is Black.
Yeah. Hey, what up, Lucy? Long time no see.
Who is this?
This Aaron Collins. This the real Aaron Collins.
Hey, what's up, Aaron? What's up, Aaron? What's up? Aaron laughing because Aaron, you are look now. I love that Aaron is up here. So any smoke that may potentially come, Aaron could be the referee. Aaron, we all know, right?
Yeah,
So,
me and Lucy, we used to clown together on Taz, and you know how it got on Taz's panel.
no, but you know who we know who you married to, and me and you already come to the agreement that we still tight
Yeah.
because you know my views, right?
Oh,
Because
yeah.
you know my views. Okay, so the reason why I'm asking these questions, okay, T. Washington, are you black?
Absolutely.
Were you born in America?
Foundational. Yep. Jersey. Elizabeth.
Where were your parents born?
Excuse here. FBA,
Okay,
if you
so
want to put it that way.
okay, so young lady, what's your name again? I'm sorry.
Annalicia.
Okay, do you live in America right now, or
No, I'm in Canada. But are we
Interesting.
relegating the?
so what I want to know is why are you yelling like your argument? I get your argument and I agree with your argument, but you're in a different country. So
Okay, I'm in a different country. So take away from my argument then. Well, what
yeah,
what
because
can you
I
take
would,
away?
I would
like
take
to do
away
that.
from you.
How is it less valid? Is what I want to know.
How I would be able to take away from you. Now I'm not. Let me say this first. I'm not saying you wouldn't be able to have a solution that may work for us because you're an outsider looking in. You may have a solution that's something that might work. That's fine. But the smoke that you're giving these brothers, like even if these brothers organized and did everything that you said that they should be doing, it wouldn't affect you.
Oppression is a hold on. Oppression's a universal plight. You understand that, right?
You want to talk about global? Okay, so I'm in Ghana right now. Do you want to have that global conversation? Because I could talk about the men over here too and what's going on over here too.
Right, but I'm in North America, so it's still very much relative.
Yeah, but what goes on in America, what goes on in the United States has nothing to do with what's going on in Canada. Because what the black men organized in America is going to be based on our heritage and our lineage and what our history and what we've been through.
It's going to
that
be
were
based
born-
on your subjugation and trying to get out of it, the same way it would be based on black men's subjugation and
that's
trying
what
to
I'm
get out
saying.
of it.
So now if you want to talk about
sister, tag me
subjugation,
in.
wait. Now if you want to talk about subjugation and the laws and things like that, now we're still talking about international law because Canada is a different country from America. There's shit that goes on in Canada that would never happen in America. You know what I'm saying? And I can name one grocery store where it's a whole bunch of fuckery that goes on in y'all stores where they feed y'all mold and every fucking thing, and y'all can't seem to have because y'all need free healthcare. Y'all need free healthcare.
No. Let's stay within the context of the conversation.
Yeah,
Well, we're talking about the plight which pertains to black people. We are talking
Black
about
people.
subjugation.
So you want to? So we have to talk global.
We're talking about subjugation, which black people in North America are experiencing because we are a part of the same diaspora. So let's stay within context.
Okay, so wait. So if you want to, you can't have the diaspora conversation without having the international, global conversation. Now, because I'm in Ghana right now, I will have to bring in what's going on in Ghana, and we'll be on here for another 10 hours. So, but the time that's why I asked the question. See, the chat was confused, and that's why I laid my groundwork first, and I asked certain questions.
No, you're trying to invalidate my talking points, which are, first of all, you can't do it because everything is based on fact.
I said before,
you're trying to based on my nationality, which is hilarious, but it is not work.
Because if black men organize, what you need to understand is if black men organize, and you're telling black American men to organize, and they need to do this and they do that, they're going to do that for FBA and ADOS first before we even think about black people in Canada.
No,
See,
but what's
that's
your
what you need
point?
to understand. So
No,
we're
but wait,
having
what's
two
your
different
hold on?
conversations
But
right
what?
now.
So, but wait a minute. What's your point? So, if they're organizing in America, that was that going to impact Canadians negatively in some way? What Black Canadians?
No,
So,
now
what's
you
your
sound like
point?
a white woman right now.
No.
No, it
But
wouldn't
how
negative.
is me
Listen,
telling Black men in America,
I'm
mind you, I
trying to
say the same
explain
thing
to
to
you.
Black men in Canada.
I'm
How is
really
it a
trying to.
negative telling Black men to organize
I never
anywhere
said
in
it
the
was a
world? How is
negative.
it a negative?
I
How is it a
never
negative?
Please
said
let
it
me
was a
jump in this
negative.
one. I would
I
love
never
to.
said it was a
No.
negative.
See,
I
Washington,
never
stay
said
out
it
of
All
was
it.
a
right,
Last
negative.
between
you
two
you got
women.
it. You got it.
Like I
Okay.
never said it was
Because
a negative.
now that I
No,
know
this
she's
is
from
actually a
Canada and
very
all
sad
that, like,
conversation that you're having.
No, it's
Or
really not.
actually, no, your
You
point
don't
that you're
have a
trying to
lack of
make is it's
understanding
sad.
of.
Hello?
If you would be quiet for just 1 minute, I can finish. You ask me a question and you won't allow me to fully answer it so you can understand what's going on in
No,
this
I do
conversation.
understand. I do understand. I
No,
understand.
you don't.
Oh, okay,
No,
well,
you don't. No,
that's your
you don't.
opinion.
Because
But I most
listen,
definitely
you're
do
still running
understand.
your mouth.
I
You're
overstand.
still running your
Actually,
mouth.
I
And you're
overstand.
not listening.
I
You're not listening.
overstand.
You're not listening. No, you don't
I
overstand.
do.
Because
Oh,
if
you
you
go
did,
ahead.
we
You
wouldn't
go
be
ahead.
having
Go
this
ahead.
argument
Go
right
ahead.
now.
Explain it.
Okay, no, I'll let one of the men talk to you because maybe they can get across to you what I
Well,
can't.
let me just say this, man. Let me just say this. Me,
Because she's not listening.
I'm Lucy. I like you. You my homie, but I have to go against you on this one, though, sis. If
The
she's
only,
black
the only
first,
reason why you can go against me is because I haven't completed my thought. She was continually to talk. No one, I never said
Okay,
us
guys,
organizing in America. See, she's still talking. I never
guys.
said us.
so
I
that's
never
the
said us.
interpretation.
I never said us organizing in the U.S. would be a negative to Canada. What I'm saying is she's asking Black American men on this panel to organize. And what I said, if Black American men organize in America, it would be to organize America first. How can we organize for another country when we haven't organized in our own country?
Did I ask
I'm
you
not
guys to
denying.
organize for my country?
Listen.
What's wrong with you?
Listen. Can you listen? Can I finish my thought? So you can completely understand what I'm saying. This is the problem that Black people have globally. We don't allow people to finish talking, even if you don't like what they're saying in the midst of their sentence. You have to let them finish their points so you can completely understand the information that is being given to you so you can digest it properly. I'm not saying there's no beef. For some reason, y'all think it's some America versus Canada, and I'm on some stupid ass FBA 80 shit. No, I'm not, because if I was, I wouldn't be in Ghana. What I'm saying is, let's take it even smaller. How can Virginia organize something for New Jersey if Virginia hasn't organized themselves first? Virginia has to get their Black men together first and have something established, and then they will be able to go and help New Jersey. This is what I'm saying.
I
And
didn't.
based on
Okay.
okay,
I
I'll let
didn't
you
know.
cut me
I
off
didn't
again.
know.
Go ahead.
Let me make this very clear because now I see what's going on. Now I do understand. I didn't know I had to preface all of my engagements and my interactions with Black people. I don't care where you are in North America. I didn't know I had to preface it with, you need to do this in the United States. I talk to Black men in Canada. I talk to Black men all over the world, and I say the same thing because they are Black and because they are subjugated and because the oppression extends to every Black man in North America. So next time, for you, Lucy, I will preface my arguments and my talking points with, I am a Canadian, and and you have to do it. Is that better? Is that better for you? Does that make you feel better? Because I'm talking about, I don't care where you are. If you are a Black man, this applies to you and you need to do it in North America. If you are part of the Black diaspora, it applies and you need to engage in it, is what I'm saying to you. I don't care if you're in Jersey, Virginia, Harlem, or Georgia. It doesn't really matter. Or Toronto, or Canada, or Vancouver. It doesn't really matter. But you want it to matter. You want to try to make a differentiation. You can do that and create division within division within division. That's fine. But I'm going to still feel the way that I feel and have the passion that I have. I don't really care about what you think about it, to be honest. I don't really care. You're not going to devalue my talking points. You're not going to, there's absolutely nothing you can do and say that's going to change what I feel and what I say and what I think. It's just not going to happen. But for you, because it matters so much to you, I will preface everything that I say to make you feel better. Can we move on?
Do you feel better now that you've done that long rant?
No, I answered your question. And we're good.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, okay, someone new coming into the conversation when actually I'm the official host of this show. I'm asking questions again so I can know what's going on in the conversation. And also, I don't know you. I don't know your mental capacity. I don't know your level of intelligence. So yes, I do need to ask certain questions
Now
so
you're
I can know.
gaslighting me by saying, "Oh no, it's because I didn't know you." Okay, now I understand. As you were, We can
I mean, this is the
the
first
conversation
time
can
I'm
push
talking to you,
forward.
right?
Right,
This is
it's
the
the
first
first
time I'm
time, but
talking
it's the
to
first time you're
you,
talking to
right?
me. But at the minute you find out where I'm from, you try to tear apart
Okay,
my
I'll
talking
just go
points.
on
So it
mute
doesn't really
because
matter if it's the first or the second time. It matters where
he
I'm
just
talking
wants to
from,
yell.
as in Toronto. That's what matters to you.
He just wants to yell.
Lucy, in all fairness, you are being a bit condescending and gaslighting. I just want to say that. So,
I'm asking questions.
well, still, there's a way to ask questions, but you are being condescending with your
I mean,
questions.
I
It's
mean,
just honest.
who? Okay, so you're offended by what I'm saying too, when I'm asking logical fucking
No.
questions.
I'm not offended at
Right.
all. I'm not offended
So how am I
at all.
being condescending? I'm talking to people that I've never talked to before. I'm trying to connect with Black people, and I want to know where they're from because
But Lucy,
the
I
it does matter.
I just
It
got back,
does
by the way,
matter.
so I didn't
Especially
hear
when you
like the
start
past
the
20
talking about
minutes
honest
of
Black
truth,
conversation,
men
the
right?
and
honest
things
truth.
like
No,
that.
I
no,
want to
You
know
have a
what I
this is
said that
Lucy
was.
being
I want to
okay.
know
This
what
is
I said that
Lucy
doesn't
being
pertain
calm.
to Black men in the United States. That's what I want to know.
wow. Me asking questions.
I
That's
I
want
all
to
it's
wasn't.
know
Okay, it's not
which one of my talking
condescending. It's
points is
Lucy
not
and
being
I'm
relevant
calm
just
to
and
yelling.
Black men in
being
How are
Harlem,
you saying
Virginia,
all
and
these
Georgia.
negative
Which
things?
talking
One
point?
at a time, y'all.
okay. Me first. First of all, she's not being condescending. She's being calm and polite, and she's trying to keep the everything calm. She's in the I stay calm, you stay calm. It's not being condescending.
No, Dame, I can tell you how I feel how I feel after the interaction with her. Because on the one hand, well, when she initiated her queries or her questions, I should say, it was, "Oh, where are you from? Oh, you're from there. How can you talk about what you're talking about?" And then she wants to say, "Well, I'm just trying to understand. I don't know you. I've never met you." So no, that's gas. That is what gaslighting is.
Yeah, can I say
Because
something, man?
because if she
But
was
also,
truly
you know what? This is an ADOS space too. It's no offense or nothing. Like a lot of different. I had to figure that out 2 years ago
Oh,
too.
I didn't know
So
that.
it's like it's
Somebody should
not
have
to
told
be
me that.
funny.
Somebody should have told me that. I did not know that. Someone should have
Okay,
told
yeah.
me
It's
that.
you
Okay,
know some people are global too. You know, like disparate. Like which I'm kind of both, but I can agree with some ADOS talking points too. But I'm also for the disparate of Africans. Like I don't care where you come from, as long
Can
as
I
you
just
fuck
say this?
Black people first.
I just want to say this, man, to Alicia, man. You know, I agree with the shit that you say. You know, I'm not gonna sit here and bullshit you. You know, you say a lot of, most of the shit everything that I'm hearing you say is the truth. But let me just say this, like, I hear you talk on different panels, and I just have to tell you, man, it's hard for people to keep it calm with you. It seemed like you on 10 every time it seemed like you hype every time you talk. Can you please? It seemed like you want to be, and it's just in my opinion, man. It seemed like you want to be argumentative. Like you have an argumentative type of tone when you talk.
Rosie,
Well,
when I
I'm
have
just saying, man.
hold on, but when I
I'm
have
just saying.
but hold on, if you ever came to my channel and you saw, I'm cool. I can have a dialogue with damn near anybody, and I can keep it cute too. My issues come when cognitive dissonance is employed. My issues come when someone tries to devalue or someone tries to pick apart my talking points based on nationality. Like my talking, this comes from the denial of reality. If you're going to deny reality, this is what you're going to get from me. That's fucked
May I
up.
ask a question? To the sister who just spoke. Um, being from Canada, in your background, when you make a judgment on a place that you've never been and a culture that you're not directly a part of, I'm curious, where do you get your information about Black Americans from being from Canada and not being of the Black American community? What are your sources?
I
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I got to interrupt. I'm sorry, T. Watson. Give me 1 second, y'all. I need to correct something real quick. This is not just an ADOS space. This is about positive relations with all Black people, no matter where they may be on the planet. Okay, we're about positive relations with all Black people, not just a set group of Black people. As Black
Right.
people, we need all the unity that we can get.
Oh
So my
no, I'm
brother's
not
here.
talking about your direct channel. I'm
No,
talking about
please
Black
let me finish
YouTube.
saying. Right. Let me
But
finish.
a lot of people do
Okay.
say
Yeah, but
ADOS.
let me
So
finish, sweetheart. Let me finish.
okay.
Okay. I just wanted to correct that. Okay. So I don't want people who are from Africa or from different states or countries to feel slighted in any way. If you're Black, you're welcome here to say your piece. I understand certain people have different issues by people who are from outside this country. I get all of that. That's something that we have to work out, amongst ourselves. That's why I like the fact that we're all together. We'll work that out amongst ourselves. But all Black people, wherever you may be in this entire world, are welcome on this channel. Thank you.
Right, that's what I was trying to say. I was saying for your page it may be different, but for other parts and other Black YouTube, they always holler ADOS or FBA. I've
Well,
All right,
already
can I?
researched it.
this is my thing. If
It's
Black men
okay.
in America, if Black men in Canada, sorry, weren't doing what Black men in America are doing, I wouldn't be here. The problem is there are too many parallels for me to draw for me to disassociate myself from the diaspora and from the plight of Black men and women everywhere. That's the problem. The problem
All
is
right, here's why I asked
oppression
that
is
question.
affecting Black Canadians. Like I'm not really even sure how this is really a real talking point, and I notice only Americans want to have this talking point. It's very interesting.
Hold
Well, I
on,
should say a
hold on.
section
Let
of
me
Americans.
explain. Let me explain why I asked that question. All right, now even though we are a Black diaspora, and even though I'm my family is from America and have American roots, I do have a Pan African mindset in a sense. So I have that way of thinking. But the reason why I asked that question is, let's say there's some issues in Ghana, or there's some issues in a Black area of the Caribbean. Before I give I would be careful in giving my opinion on those communities not being from there, because even though I see them as Black, even though I see them as or recognize that they're oppressed, and collectively we have some things in common, there's some things specific to Ghana, to Jamaica, to Haiti, to the Dominican Republic, to Ethiopia, these different Black sections of the world that I don't understand as far as their specific history, their politics, their socio-economic structure. So if I'm not from there and I don't completely understand that, I would be careful in saying what those men or those women need to do and what they're not doing.
Do I sound like I don't completely understand that? I would like to know if what you're saying, if there's validity to what you are saying, and I'm not saying there's not, but you have to present evidence, right? If you're going to make the argument, what did I say in relation to the race relations in the United States, to the dynamic between Black men and Black women in the United States, to the state of the community in the United States? What did I say as a Canadian, as a Black
Okay.
as it doesn't matter where? What did I say that holds no validity? What did I say
And,
that makes no sense? What did I say that does not actually apply?
and
Can you
to
tell
her
me?
point, I mean, let's be honest, guys. Like, I've met Canadian people. I lived in Michigan for 10 years. I was raised in Michigan. So you could cross the border to Canada at a certain point in Michigan in the Upper Peninsula, if you wanted to. It's a long drive. I never went, but like there's a lot of Canadians in Michigan, and like Canadians aren't that different from Americans. Like we're both democratic systems. I mean, Canada is like an extension of the U.S. to be completely honest with you. And there's only Canadians in certain provinces. Like they're not all throughout Canada. So it's not like Canada is like this complete foreign country. You know, a lot of it's based on U.S. economics. Like, you know, it's capitalism. So if we're being
Okay, but
honest,
when we go up there, they would deport us. The thing is, if we go to, if I was to go to Canada right now, they would
know
deport
what
us.
I said that doesn't apply.
Can you stop
somebody
yelling
point
at
out-
us? Can you please stop
point out-
yelling at us? We're trying to have a
point out, please?
conversation.
Can you point
Damn.
I
out,
want to
please?
add something about. I just want to add something real quick about Canada. Another tidbit: the largest black population in Canada, I understand, is Nova Scotia.
Nova
and majority-
Scotia, and the number one and the first. So can
Okay.
somebody tell me
I would love to respond to
something that I said that does not apply, that is irrelevant, that honestly and truly you cannot identify with? Can somebody
Okay.
tell me which argument I made?
Okay.
I'd love to know.
All
So
right,
that I can
now.
Understand why
repeat
you
again.
feel attacked? Why do you feel attacked? This is what I'm trying to understand. Why do you feel attacked and you keep yelling at us? No one else here is yelling except you.
Okay.
We're trying to have a conversation,
someone-
and you're
can
the only one
someone-
that feels
Can
attacked.
someone, can
The
someone
other
please-
brother that said that
can
he
someone
disagreed
please
with
tell
me.
which one
and-
of my talking points and which one of my arguments
I would like to
did
answer
you
that.
Like to
pertain
talk
to
over
life in
people. How
America?
can we have a conversation if people talk over people? That's
Well, I'm still waiting for an
I
answer
can
to the
answer that.
question.
I can answer that. Now, initially, when I came on, I heard you speaking on how black men need to do more of this and that. And before I knew where you were from, my assumption is she's from America, but she doesn't necessarily sound like she might be in tune with what's going on all the way. But my assumption is she's from America. But then I found out that you're from Canada. Now, there's a brother who recently mentioned Nova Scotia and the black population up there. Now, me as a black man in America, there's a lot about Nova Scotia, their politics, their specific history, their social systems, their subcultures that I know nothing about. So I believe that I would be out of place if I see a certain negative element going on in Nova Scotia, and me way over here who don't know shit about them and their subcultures and politics and all that, for me to say they need to get it over here and they need to organize and blah, blah, blah. I'm not in a position to say that because I'm not a part of that. And I would need to speak to them and let them hit me to what's going on in their community, because a community can speak for itself. And to get your information from sources, I would hope your sources are like, for instance, for Nova Scotia, I would need to talk to some people who are on like grassroots people from Nova Scotia.
Sir, can you
So go
stop
ahead.
talking about Nova Scotia and talk about the points that
It's
I
making
made
a point.
directly?
That went over your head. You still don't get it?
No. Which one of the points did I make that are invalid? That are not valid? That do not pertain? What did I say that does not pertain to the United States and your plight? What did I say? Can you identify it and isolate it?
And to be honest, Wash, I mean, if we're being honest, like, yeah, she's from Canada, but I mean, she's not saying much.
No, let her speak for herself.
You know?
Because I read you. Let her speak for herself.
I'm just being honest, man. She's not speaking from a place of like.
I read you, bro.
I would love for someone to tell me when I lied, when I exaggerated, when I over embellished, when I misunderstood, when I misrepresented. I would love for someone to identify.
I'll represent you here.
No one ever said that. Why do you keep saying all this negative shit? Nobody ever said that. You keep projecting all this negative shit, and nobody ever said that. All I ever did was just ask you.
What's the conversation about then? I'm not. Why are you questioning the validity of my talking points?
I'm telling you that. I'm telling y'all that as a Black American man, everything she's saying is valid, and so I don't understand why y'all don't accept it just because she's Canadian. I'm telling you, right? Where did she lie? Like Keena said in the chat, what is she lying about? I'm Black and I'm in America, guys, so I'm backing her up. Am I wrong too, or what?
No, you're not wrong. You are the one that proceeded to disagree with me, and I wanted to hear your point. But I could never hear your. Wait, I could never hear your point because the young lady keeps talking over us.
Right.
And I
I
can
hear you.
never finish why. The reason why it's so much confusion is because she won't let me finish what I'm saying.
So what
And
did
she
you want
won't
to
let
say? I'm sorry.
anybody else finish what they're saying. So how can
Well,
we ever have a conversation if no one can ever finish
I
their
just
statement?
let T Wash finish talking and I responded, and I'm still waiting.
You
I'm
cut over
because
him.
but hold on, let me just say that, and then I'm done, because this is going in circles. This a dog chasing his tail at this
Right.
point.
That's
Because
what
of
I'm saying.
you.
Well,
This is
Because
ultimately,
of you.
we've been on for
no,
5
no,
hours. So if you can't
let
take
me
away
say
anything
this.
from the conversation, then at this point, nothing can be said. We're at the
Yes,
5 hour
because
mark.
of her.
So I mean, irregardless of whatever point she's trying to prove, unfortunately, the real truth and the honest truth about it is that you won't accept it because you choose not to. So we can blame it. Yes, she argues. Yes, she's loud. Yes,
oh,
she
that's
screams a lot.
your perception.
Absolutely,
Except what?
absolutely. But here's the point, though. This is something I say all the time. A lot of the time, when I have people that are upset at me or road rage or whatever it might be, I'm not a person that has road rage or this or that. However, there is a meaning and a reason behind the actions of road rage. What I like to do is look at the actions and the reason behind that. Why is this person upset right now? Aside from what they're doing, their actions, the best way to figure out how to avoid the situation for future confrontations and
But we
road rage,
still have to respect each other's opinions,
of
even
course,
if we
naturally.
don't
But here's the
agree.
deal. Here's the deal. If somebody is telling me and angry at me for a reason, if it's like my parents were upset at me plenty of times. They yelled at me plenty of times, but they yelled at me out of love, right? They cared about me. They whooped me, which sometimes they whooped me pretty hard out of love,
Right?
supposedly. I'm sure they
But
were
not
angry
all day
sometimes too,
long,
right?
though.
Now, but what I'm saying is that if somebody's yelling, if she's yelling at you and trying to essentially make you better, then I have no problem with her yelling at you, to be completely honest with you. Sorry if it hurt your feelings. I don't have a problem with that. T-Wash seems to have T-Wash, you seem to be sensitive, and I get that. But I don't have a problem with that at all,
Oh,
man.
so we going in on each
Wait, can
other.
I
That's what we're doing right now.
let me
No, I'm
ask
not
a
going in on
question.
you. You seem
Hold
more
on, let me say
sensitive, so that's
something.
why.
Let
We
me say
got
something, and then I'm gonna
jokes
be done
like
with this.
that's what we do.
Can I say
T-Wash,
something
I'm
so
not
I
trying to
can be
make it
done with
petty
this?
and this and
Nah,
that,
you
right?
know, with the
Let
little
me say
shots you
something.
just took, like
No,
like
we're
No,
what
gonna
was
give
your
it
goal?
up.
What was the purpose
let
for
me
that?
say
Me,
something and be done with
some
it.
guys gotta get that
Wow,
out there.
yelling at someone when you don't even have a full understanding of what they're trying to articulate at you, that's making someone better. When she didn't even finish listening to my thought.
That's not what happened. Can I say something,
See,
and then I'm gonna be done with this, because we're not getting anywhere, and
you
you're
can't.
willfully choosing to
And
disregard what I'm
there's some
saying, and
things I could say about the
and now
brother,
you're
but I'm
trying
not
to
gonna
use
do
where
that.
I'm from. You're trying to
Wow.
use where I'm from as a means
Okay.
of, and it's ridiculous. But let me say this, and I'm done.
Okay.
When I have these conversations with Black people everywhere. I'm gonna be honest. I have cousins in Harlem that I talk to daily. So their plight does affect me because I love them, right? I have family in New York. Their plight affects me because I love them. The plight affects me because I know you guys don't want to believe it, but yes, it does happen in Canada. My brother's been shot 6 times. They've been incarcerated for most of their lives. It has extended to Canada as well. So when I come into this conversation and all of my talking points are relevant, they're all valid, and I can provide statistical data to substantiate everything that I'm saying. The
And mention
only
your
thing that
sources when you're
you're
done.
resorting to The only thing that you are resorting to is, oh, you're from Canada. How dare you tell us what to do? Oh, you're from Canada. How dare you be angry and passionate? You see, so no, you are, and then you say, well, no, I didn't know. I'm just trying to understand. When initially you said, if you're from Canada, you really don't have a dog in the fight. So that is what gaslighting is, and that's why I have
Right.
a problem.
So yeah, y'all are definitely being petty. So I play just along with y'all. I'm the mirror. Y'all both said pretty petty things and things like, "Are you done yet, Lucy?" I mean, that's going to anger somebody to say that. And brother T-Wash, you're right. That was a pretty petty statement I just made right there. But I mean, it is true. You do seem to be more sensitive, man. But that is petty for me to
See
say that.
right there.
So
Now,
I'm
let me
asking
address
her if
that.
she done
Let,
it
It's,
let
so
me
I
it's
can
address
really
that.
speak
like a
because
respect
every
thing,
time I
though.
try
Let
to
me
speak,
address that.
People don't. If you talk
every
to them in
every
a
time I
different,
try to speak, every
respectful
time I
tone.
try to
Let me
speak,
address this
talk
brother real
over.
quick because he
So I
keep
can't
going
make
there.
sure someone's finished talking. Like, see, y'all are taking
Go
what
ahead,
I'm
sis.
saying as like great offense. I don't understand why. Y'all think when I'm saying I'm trying to be sarcastic or something like that, and Dame and Rozzy are trying to tell you because they know me better than you all, and I'm trying to get an understanding of who I'm talking to so I could properly articulate myself in the conversation and understand what's going on. But it seems everyone is offended at my questioning because they think I'm being petty. Now, this whole word being petty is being brought up. Like, why? Yes, I asked her, was she done? Because I wanted to make sure that she was finished her thought and what she was saying, so I can then properly respond to what she's saying. I mean, isn't that how a conversation goes?
No.
Like,
The
I'm
way
really
your
lost.
tone was a little condescending. Let's be honest, all right? I'm just being honest with
Look,
you. It's a
I'm
little
talking
condescending.
calm. She's yelling at me. She's actually yelling at me. I'm not yelling. I'm being calm and talking how I normally talk. And y'all saying I'm being condescending?
But I see a lot of
She's
people.
real
I
cool.
see a lot of
I'm
people in
going
the
on
chat.
mute. Wow.
Wait a minute, hold on. So this is my thing. I understand what everyone is saying. Okay, I'm taking everyone's perspectives and I get it. But you're talking about the American experience. And so if it was so different, why can't you invalidate my talking points and my arguments? If it was so different and I was so out of touch
Exactly.
based on my nationality, why can't anyone tell me what I said that was a lie, that didn't pertain, that didn't resonate,
Because
that
I
was
wasn't
irrelevant?
trying
Why
to
instead are you
invalidate
attacking
you
her personal character versus
because
attacking what
I
she's saying?
wasn't trying to invalidate you. I
Right.
wasn't
So what is
trying
your
to
problem
do
with her
that.
then, Lucy, in this case?
Who says I have a problem with her?
Okay. So you don't have a
So what
problem.
Like,
exactly are you
what
saying
the
right
fuck
now?
is really going on right now, man? Because, like,
I
see,
don't
now I'm
know.
gonna
I'm
get
trying
into
to
my
figure it
gangster
out.
shit. This is gangster talk, and I'm gonna get into my gangster shit because I don't understand why y'all think I have a problem with her or you.
So
I
you
came up
agree
here to
so
have
you
a
agree with
civilized
what we're saying.
conversation.
So you agree with what we're
Like, what the
saying.
fuck is going on?
So you agree
Yo,
with what we're saying.
6 peak
So I
game.
can't ask
Don't
the
let that
person
get
where
to
they
you. 'Cause
from.
let's see what's
I even
going
asked
on.
Steve Washington where he was from. I mean,
So
damn,
so
somebody
so
can't ask
so
somebody
Lucy,
questions.
do
Like,
you
are we trying to
agree?
get to know each other so we can come to some conclusions to try to
What's
fix
the
the
conclusion?
shithole
What's the
situation
conclusion?
that we are in globally?
What's the
Like,
conclusion?
damn.
What's the
I think it
So
would be
conclusion then?
beneficial if y'all knew that I was
This is
in
sad.
Ghana, because then
This
y'all
is
be like,
sad.
damn, okay, this is a sister that's on the continent. Y'all, I mean, that's important to know our geographical locations because that, I mean, when we talk about currency, when we talk about Forex and things like that, all that shit's important. Like,
If it was
damn,
so important, then what did I say that was a lie?
I didn't say anything you said
Then
was the
it's not
lie. Where you
important
getting
in
that
this
from?
case. That is my point. Then it is not important in this matter. In this dialogue, it's
What's
not
not
important.
important? I didn't say you lied. You just
Oh
asked
my
me where did
God,
I
this
say
is
you
sick.
lied. I
This
didn't
is
say
I
you
mean,
lied.
Lucy,
sick.
why
So
do you feel
This
the
again,
is
need to
there's
sick.
bring
no
in
issue.
Forex investment and trading and things of that nature right now? Why are we talking about Forex? I'm just curious.
Because we were talking about geographical locations and people that are on the ground and things like that. So, you know, Forex is foreign trading.
Okay.
Okay, when we talk about foreign international, I didn't finish international business, internet exporting, importing, all of that. So
Okay.
geographical location is important because now I know the sisters in Canada. Maybe I can talk to her later about exporting some things from Ghana
Oh
to
yeah,
Canada.
really? That was
So
the
yeah,
point?
so that would be
That
important
was
to
the
know.
point?
Now,
That's
Lucy, that does sound a bit
That's
far-fetched
interesting.
in my opinion, to be completely honest with you. But I
Why
mean,
would it
hey,
be
if y'all
far
want to
fetched?
talk,
I heard her accent.
Can
And I
somebody
asked her where
rewind the
she was
tape?
from.
This
Yes,
is fine.
no, you don't need to run the tape because I can tell you what I asked you. I asked you where were you from? Where were your
Right, you
parents
asked me where
born?
I'm from, and then you
Where were
questioned
your
why I'm
parents? I
talking.
can tell you.
You
I can
asked
tell
me
you
where I am
myself. I can
from,
tell
and
you
then you asked
myself.
me why am I talking to someone in the United States. That's what you did. So do you
yeah,
need to rewind
Lucy,
the
I
tape?
don't know if you're
No, you
reaching
didn't
an
let me
agreement
finish
now.
that question.
Precisely, she said,
Actually, you
why are
didn't
you
let me finish
talking
that
in that
question.
tone?
Actually, you didn't let me finish that question. You went off when you heard me say, why are you yelling at someone from the United States? And you cut me off before I could
And then
even
I
finish
told
my
you,
question.
that it comes from passion, it comes from frustration, it comes from the fact that I have family in New York,
But that
and I
wouldn't even be an
understand what
appropriate
they're going
answer
through. It
because
comes
you
from the
don't
things that
know what
I've
I was
been through,
asking
that
you.
my family
How
has
can
been
you,
through.
let me
I
ask
answered
y'all
that.
something. How can you
You
answer
asked the
a
question and
question
I
if you
answered
don't
that.
know
So
the
where are
whole
we now?
complete question? How can you answer a question if you don't know the whole question?
No,
Hey, look,
I
I'm
answered your
going mute.
question though,
Y'all could go
Lucy.
back to what y'all was talking to. Y'all think I did derailed the whole conversation by just
You
trying
can.
to connect
I
with
answered your
people up
question,
here and
Lucy.
ask questions, logical questions that make a difference for multiple reasons, and I can't even finish a question. Like
Well,
this is
Lucy,
crazy.
if we use your logic of reasoning, you're not in the U.S. either, though, right now, right?
You don't know my logic and reason because nobody will let me talk.
But you just told us you're in
All
Ghana.
y'all doing is yelling at me. All
I,
y'all been doing for the past 20 minutes is yelling at me.
Well, I'm
Nobody,
sorry. I didn't
can
mean to yell
anybody
at
in the
you,
chat
Lucy.
say
Okay,
that
Lucy.
Lucy has got an opportunity to talk?
Okay, Lucy, make your position loud and clear then. Since we have misunderstood you so terribly, make your position loud and clear.
How can I make my position if I didn't even get to finish asking a question to even know what was going on? Y'all start attacking me.
No one's
Like, what
attacking
the
you.
fuck?
Okay, you're American,
Y'all
so
haven't
you're
been
fine. No
attacking
one's
me?
attacking you. So
Well,
why
if
don't
you
you
feel
just
like I've been attacking
tell
you,
me
I
what your
apologize,
position
Lucy.
is?
I really didn't mean for it to feel like that.
Okay.
So my apologies.
Yeah, no, the topic of the show is what black men should build. Let's go to that. Because this, like,
No, but
man.
I'm in Canada, so if I need to disengage, moving forward, if this conversation
See how
doesn't
you
pertain to
adding
me,
shit in? See how you adding shit? And nobody said you had to disengage. This is what I'm talking about. This is how we got
Lucy,
to
but
this
no, you
point
know
in
what,
this
Lucy?
conversation.
Hold on, Lucy, woman to woman, I'm trying to understand your position. Woman to woman, honestly and truthfully, I'm going to put myself
I'm
on
not
mute, and I would like for
understanding
you to
yours
make it very
either, because
clear.
now you're putting words in my mouth. I never said you need to disengage. You said that.
No. You said if I'm in
What
Canada,
is wrong
that
with
everything is
you?
different. So when you say you're in Canada,
Sis,
things are different, you're intimating that I can't talk
sis,
about these things because it's different. We're not the
sis.
same.
Your anger should not be at me. It should be at the colonizer.
You're a professional
Hey,
gaslighter.
honest truth. Honest
You're a
truth.
professional gaslighter.
Please hold on one
Thank you.
second. Honest truth.
Yes.
Compliment.
What are you doing?
What do you mean?
Thank you.
Okay. Have you ever seen this show before?
Yeah, plenty of times.
All right. Okay. Well, here's the deal.
Uh-huh.
On here, we don't allow men to jump in between two women.
Okay.
We don't do that here.
I tell you what, I apologize, and I'll stop promoting your platform as well. And I apologize for anything that I might have done to offend you and everybody else on the show. So my apologies. I'll see my way out.
Okay, fine. So here, people, we don't on this channel. We don't allow we don't jump into between two women. Let the women handle their business. All right. We don't do that. We don't antagonize women here. Okay. It's not something we do here.
Okay, Lucy, can you make your position very clear since I misunderstood you?
The only thing I was going to ask you is okay? The reason why I asked you where you're from is because I knew T. Washington was from America, and the brothers that are up here on the panel are from America. So when we're talking about building, you're like I said, I came in late in the conversation, so I was trying to understand why you were, because it sounded like you were being hostile towards them, that they're not doing enough. So like the brothers will explain to you what they're doing, but these are just a small, like a few brothers that you're talking to. So if we build, we need to start where we are first, because we can't spread ourselves too thin. You understand? Even with me being in Ghana, you think my mind is not on what's going on in my own country? You know what I'm saying? I get a lot of flack for being in Ghana, be like, oh, you trying to do stuff in Ghana, but you need to do stuff in the US first. This is a global issue. I already understand this is a global issue, but we got to do what we can. So I was trying to understand why you were yelling at the brothers that they're not doing enough. Because I was trying to understand, were you saying that those particular brothers were not doing enough, or is it on a collective that the brothers are not doing enough? And instead of yelling at them, like, we really need to talk about solutions and connecting with each other. I mean, if you want to roll back the tape, I said that how many of us, when we have these conversations, are linking up behind the scenes. That's why I was asking you questions about where you from, your lineage and stuff like that, because that's important. It is important. A lot of people don't think it's important, but it is important. You know what I'm saying? Why? Because you are an asset in Canada. I don't know nobody in Canada. You know what I'm saying? My connects are in the US, and now I'm in Ghana. So now, hopefully you will be a connection now that I could connect you with other people that I know because now we got somebody from Canada. Because I don't know other Black Americans that know somebody that's in Canada. You know what I'm saying? And the only reason why I was asking your lineage is because I don't deal with people that got like Meghan Markle. You know what I'm saying? Meghan Markle. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't. And so that's me. So if you have an issue with that, you know what I'm saying? That's your own cross to carry. But, I fuck with Michi X. You know what I'm saying? So it varies. So that's why I was asking you those type of informations, because also with Ado's history with the Black Panther Party, there were a lot of people that infiltrated the COINTELPRO. We've had, with our history in America, we've had issues with people that are of mixed race. Okay. And so that's why I also had to ask. So, I don't know how much you know about American history. Maybe it doesn't matter to you, but it does. All of our histories matter, because in Ghana, for me to understand their culture and what they've been through, because there's a lot of Black Americans that's come to Ghana and shit on Ghana like, oh, y'all need to be doing this, you should be doing this, you should be doing that. And that's not correct when you're not looking at the history of the people and where they have come from and what they have been through. We have to understand and accept each other's cultures so we can get a better understanding of each other, and then we could be able to come together. I'm not talking about unity. I'm talking about having an understanding and, like you said, overstanding of each other. So yes, I need to know your culture so I can understand you better. Everybody don't consider themselves Black. And with me being on a continent, they don't look at themselves as Black. They look at themselves with their nationality. That's why I'm asking the nationality questions, because when you deal with outside the West, that's what they look at. They don't check no boxes whether you Black or Asian or African or with Asian, Pacifica, and all this other stuff that they want you to check on the boxes. They don't know nothing about that. So culture, understanding each other's culture, their history, and where they come from, yes, that's important. That's why I asked. I hope that explains
Can I
a lot.
respond? Can I respond?
Yeah, you got the floor.
So I understand what you're saying. This is my position, right? If we're having a conversation about issues that are pervasive in our communities, and when I say our, I'm not sure how much you know about Canadian history, maybe, or how much you know about Canadian socioeconomics, or what goes on in our marginalized and criminalized communities. Maybe you don't. But I wouldn't have these conversations with Black people in America, in Canada, in anywhere in the North America, if there weren't parallels that I could draw. If Black men in Canada were different from Black men in the United States, I would be just dealing with Black men in Canada, right? If there were no parallels, even statistically speaking, if there were no parallels, I wouldn't be on this panel and I wouldn't have a need to have this conversation. So when you initially said, okay, well, where are you from? Because, and I want to make something clear, because when I come on these panels, when I go on any panel, the object of the, I guess, no, I don't want to call it a game, but the objective is to talk about what we're doing as a collective and what's going on with the minority versus the majority of people building and people engaging in degenerate behavior. So I wasn't asking any Black man on the panel, what are they individually doing? My arguments, my position was specifically and exclusively pertaining to the Black collective, what's happening in the Black groups. That's what I was talking about. I wasn't even asking anybody what they're individually doing. I'm saying when they're individually, not enough individuals are doing what they're doing, and therefore it's not impactful, and therefore they represent a minority. That's why we're talking about what the majority is doing, because it's more impactful than the people who are trying to evoke change. So my talking points are very much relevant to the United States, to Canada, to any, and if it wasn't, this is my issue. If me being from Toronto pose so many challenges and so many differentials just between the plights, then my talking points would be very invalid. I wouldn't be on this panel. There would be no truth to what I'm saying. And the reason that I'm talking with the passion and at times the vitriol that I'm speaking with is because there's so much truth to it. And when I met with deniability, when I met with cognitive dissonance, it further enrages me. I felt at many points that you were gaslighting me because you said it's not about where you're from. But once you found out where I was from, you used that and you said, well, how can you then talk to these brothers about what they're doing? How can you then talk about what's happening in the United States? Because there are so many differences. But once again, if there were so many differences, then everything that I said, I've been on the panel for all like 100 hours now, from minute one to this moment would be invalid, would be untrue, and wouldn't be impactful. Unfortunately, though, Lucy, in my estimation, I haven't said one lie. I haven't said anything that no American or otherwise cannot identify, cannot understand, whether it's nuanced or simplistic. Everything that I am saying pertains to you, pertains to me, pertains to us. The whatever division or whatever differentiations you want to make, if those differentiations were important, then I wouldn't be able to have this conversation with anyone outside of Canada. But unfortunately, oppression, systemic oppression, societal oppression, socioeconomic, all of these things, it has extended to Canada. And if you want to make the argument that it hasn't extended to the same degree, if you want to make the argument that these things are all relative, I still have a dog in the fight because my own experiences and my own plight have everything to do with what happens in the United States, and is parallel to what a lot of you have experienced or are experiencing or will experience. So
May I ask a question?
Using where I'm from, talking about where I'm from, and because that's what you did, Lucy. You said, okay, well, you're from Toronto and there are differences. So why are you here yelling at the brothers? Why are you telling them what to do to organize in the United States when it has nothing to do? But this is my thing. Because it extends to everyone in North America, I'll tell everyone in North America to organize. If you are Black, I'm going to tell you to organize because it is in our best interest. Just you don't have to be in the United States for me to understand, based on the systemic challenges that we're having. I don't have to be in the United States to know what would be beneficial in terms of organizing and mentorship. I'm in social work. I don't have to be in the United States to understand some of the ways we can remedy the deficits in our communities. I just don't. I
May
work with
I
the
ask a
most
question?
vulnerable
Let me just say this, man.
in the world.
Well, we just got through fussing about talking over people. Let her finish.
All right, go ahead, man.
I work with the most vulnerable people on the planet, not just in Canada. If you put the people that I work with in the United States, they're going to be just as vulnerable. They're going to be just as everything that plagues them here is going to plague them there. There are not going to be any differences. That's the demographic in the population that I work with. That's my purview. I'm in social work. This is what I do. So I'm very much plugged in to race relations, to socioeconomics, all of the plights that we're talking about. I overstand, regardless of where I'm from. My lineage is a part of the diaspora. It very much pumps in my blood. It is very much a part of my identity, regardless of who wants to invalidate it or not. They simply can't. It doesn't work like that with me. You don't know me from a can of paint, and I don't know you. We're talking about what I'm saying, my argument, my position, what is my dog in the fight. And what you're doing is, the minute that you find that I'm from Toronto, you said, okay, but how can you, you're from Toronto, so how can you even talk to these guys like this and say these things like this? So that's where the gaslighting comes in, right? Because once we circled back and once we thought we came to a consensus, you said, well, no, I wasn't doing that. It doesn't matter where she's from. I just wanted to know where she's from so I know how to approach the conversation. So you you doubled back and then you doubled down. That was my issue with you, and that is my position in general. If someone here on this panel has a problem with me, with my talking points, if they feel that they are invalid, they are irrelevant and unreasonable, then I will I will come off the panel. I don't have to come back. It's really not a problem for me. But I think that these conversations are important to have if you are in Canada, if you're in the United States, if you can identify, and if you are a part of the diaspora, you should have these conversations. Because you can organize, Canadians will organize, Americans will organize, and at some point, they'll have to organize together. It just makes sense. It makes pragmatic sense. Because we are extensions of each other. It is North America. If you really understand the history, you'll understand that.
May I ask Lucy a question?
But,
Lucy, you there?
Oh yeah, Alicia. All right, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Lucy.
Lucy, yellow.
I'm sorry, y'all. Give me a second. I'm on the phone discussing having a well dug on my land. So give me a second. Yeah.
All right, no problem. All right, so one of the questions I have, and what I wanted to ask Lucy, I was going to ask her about Ghana for a specific reason, because I have to go back to this. While Black people are oppressed globally for different reasons, it's almost like if a lot of people in the hospital sick, people are sick from the different things, and you can't give the same medication to all these people simply because they're sick. You have to find out what specific things are wrong with them. So when it comes to different parts of the world, politics plays a huge role in understanding history, socioeconomics. All of those things count. So while there may be some similarities in communities that are not next to each other, there are also some nuance and some subcultures in the even within the United States. I'm from Jersey. If I go to LA or if I go to Louisiana, I go to their hood, I need to understand what's going on in the streets before I go out there, walking and talking Jersey. I might say some shit that goes against their code or their culture. So before I, make myself too comfortable in someone else's place, I need to understand that place even before I say something about
what don't
them.
I understand? What
So
do you
that's
feel
why,
I don't
hold on,
understand?
wait a minute. So that's why when it comes to you coming from Canada and you having your specific background, well, let me ask you this. What was your neighborhood like? Can you tell me a little bit about like your upbringing? Just a little bit, just an overview.
Okay. T-Wash, I'm gonna say this to you, and I'm actually done conversing with you after I say this, okay?
No, don't run.
You're
Don't be
not.
insulted. I want you to know I'm
I'm not
being
getting off the
real.
panel. I'm
Because there's
not
a
talking
reason
to
why
you
you running.
anymore.
There's a
I'm
reason
just
why
not
you
doing
want to
it.
run. But go ahead.
I'm just not going to do it. I don't.
Reason why you want to run.
Like I said, and I'm done. I'm done talking. I'm done addressing you specifically, because this is the problem that I have.
I'm holding
I'm
up a
not
mirror.
about to sit here and prove. I'm not proving anything to you of all people. That's just not going to happen. Okay, I'm not going to allow you
But
to
you know
assess my blackness
nothing
or
about
value
my
in any way.
community.
I'm not
Nothing
going to
at
allow
all.
you to do that. If I told you that my brother has been shot 6 times, what community do you think that happens in? If I told you that they've been incarcerated and they're institutionalized for most of their lives,
Canada,
where do you
in
think that
that
happens
culture,
at, right?
I know
If I say
nothing
that I
about
live and
that
I grew up
area,
in
so I'm not
poverty,
going to judge
where
it.
do these things happen at, right? So don't ask me, don't question me about anything, okay?
I'm not going to
I don't know you
judge
from a can of
where
paint,
your
and I don't
brother
want to
came
judge you
from
from a
Can I
can
just
of
because I
say
paint.
don't know
something?
that
But that's what we're
community.
not
Can I
going to
just say
do.
something?
That's not what
I just
we're
want to
not
I
say
know
going
that
to
something.
do that.
community.
I just want to say
I'm
something,
not
man.
going to be on the outside looking in and judging somebody else's hood or community. I don't know. You said he got shot. I'm sorry that happened, but I'm not going to interject and put my
We're done.
opinion on it.
We're done. We're moving forward. We're moving
Okay,
forward.
I just want to say
All right,
something, man.
We're moving
Go
forward.
ahead.
I just want to say something.
Okay, everybody. Okay.
I'm sorry. I had to handle a little bit of business, man. I'm trying to do multiple things at one time. I got to get this farm together. I got to get this bread. So,
Oopsie.
international business. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. So, what was the question for me?
Yeah, my earlier question. My question to you before I changed it was, see, you've been in Ghana, so now you have a better understanding of Ghanaian culture and some of their norms and some of their politics. So now, me being from America in Jersey with our politics, history, and understanding, can I take what I believe about Ghana based on what's happening in Jersey, go over there and give them suggestions based on what's happening in Jersey?
That's
Or
a
do I
very
need to understand
terrible
more things about
example.
Ghana and that
That
culture
example is
before I
not
say something?
accurate.
What do you think, Lucy?
It's not accurate. You're not even
No, I'm
intelligent enough
talking
to
to
come up with
Lucy.
an
I'm
accurate
asking
Hey, yo,
Lucy the
Lucy,
question.
Lucy,
comparison.
Lucy. Before you answer that, right? I just want to say something right quick. Before you answer that, Lucy. T. Washington. Before Lucy answer that, T. Washington, I just want to say this, my brother. You know, the sister is you know, and Alicia. I'm sure the sister is black first, right?
Oh, okay.
So
All right.
Oh,
I'm
I love her
sure she.
energy. I love her energy. I love her, and she don't even know. I love that she's yelling at me. Actually, I love her energy because
But
y'all
listen,
know if
though.
she don't know how I am, how I done got up
No,
on these
that's our
panels and
people,
went
and
the
I
hell
respect
on.
that.
But let me
All right,
just
that's
say
our
this
people.
though.
I respect that.
But
Go
let me
ahead.
just say this though. I'm sure the sister is pro-black, black first, all for the community. So it wouldn't even matter. And I'm saying this to you, T. Washington. It wouldn't even matter if she's from Canada. She's looking at America, and she is seeing how you know she might not know. Okay, of course she don't know everything about what's going on in the Black American community. Of course she's not going to know every damn thing. But at the end of the day, she is a black woman who wants black men to man up. She's looking at what's going
I
on in
respect.
America.
I respect your perspective of her.
Hold up.
That's
Now,
cool.
come on, please don't. Come on, brother. Don't.
No, go
Give me
ahead.
a
Go ahead. Go ahead. I respect
All right.
your peoples. Go ahead.
Now, you know, she's seeing what's going on in America. She see that we're not in a good shape as black American men, right? And she's saying, just man the fuck up. It don't matter whether the sister from Canada or not. If she's for
I
our
get your
people,
point. I get your point.
if she's black first and she's for our people, that's the only thing that matters. Hold up, brother. That's the only thing that matters.
I get
We
it.
need,
You're right.
and she ain't gonna know everything what's going on in Jersey. She
You're
don't.
right.
She probably don't know shit about Jersey. I'm from Delaware. She probably don't. She don't know shit about Delaware. I bet you. But let me tell you something. What she do know, I bet you she do know that the black community in Delaware and in Jersey and New York is not in the best of shape. She do know that. Okay,
Oh,
so
okay.
it don't matter
Cool,
whether
cool.
she know all the intricate details about what's going on in our hood. She don't
Right
have
on.
to know all that.
Right on.
Why you keep doing that, brother? She
No, because
don't really
you're
know all that.
speaking for her, like I get it. Everything you're saying, I get it. I respect it.
Okay.
That I respect
I'm
the
sorry.
people.
I'm
Cool.
going
That's
mute.
all I'm saying.
I'm going mute. I'm going mute, brother. Go ahead.
Only thing I'm saying with that, there's some things that each community can relate to, but there's other things, and I know I said this already, but there's some other things that if I don't know, I'm not going to put my own personal beliefs or some anecdotal whatever on a community I know nothing about before I judge them. If anything, I'm going to ask questions. I'm going to try to be fair. I want to understand that community better before I go out pointing my fingers and saying black men need to and black men are not. And even with that, my earlier response, earlier in the conversation was, while there are black men that need to improve, while there are elements in the neighborhood that need to improve, I personally see, and maybe nobody on this panel see it, but I personally see and know a lot of black men doing great things here on the internet with their channels, with their business connections, in the streets, mentoring, education, entrepreneurship. I
T.Y.
didn't see that.
A small
That's my
amount
point.
of them.
And let me just say this. Let me just
Okay,
say this.
T.Y.
Let me just say this. Yes. Yeah, she's. Damn. Yes, you're right, man. You got some black men who are doing great in the community. You know, she ain't deny that, man. And you know, she ain't denying that, man. I just want you to understand that she ain't denying that, man.
No, I heard everything she said. I heard what she said.
No, let me say. Can I say something now?
Ask me a question.
This is my problem, right? Because you're saying if it were me and I wasn't from Jersey, Harlem, Brooklyn, Georgia, Mississippi, I wouldn't say anything because I wouldn't feel comfortable, because I don't feel confident, because I don't know enough. But
There
you're
you
not me.
go, making up your own shit. But
You
go ahead.
understand? You are not me.
You see what I'm saying?
If I
see
felt
what
like
I'm
you felt,
saying?
I wouldn't say
Making
anything
up
to
your own
anybody.
shit. You
Right?
funny.
I don't have the merit.
But
I
hey,
don't have
that's your
I don't
people.
have
I
the
respect your
intellectual
people.
capacity.
I respect your people.
Right? You're not me is really what it comes down to. We're two very different people. This
Oh,
is
we absolutely
why
are.
you
We are
can't say,
absolutely
well, this is
different.
what I would do if I were. No, you can't tell me I don't care what you would do. I'm clearly doing what I would do. I clearly feel I am knowledgeable enough. I am intelligent enough and articulated enough to have this conversation. If I didn't feel that way, I wouldn't be having this conversation.
I respect your feelings.
Because you don't possess what I possess, you wouldn't have the conversation. But if I was you, I wouldn't have it either, right?
What do you
But
possess
because
that I
of the
don't?
field
Just
that I work in,
so I
because of
don't know,
my
so I can
experiences
understand.
growing up, because of the understanding that I have of the world around me and the world
Oh,
abroad and at large,
let's
I
unpack your
feel
experiences
compelled
growing up.
to have these
Let's unpack that.
conversations.
Let's have that
And I
conversation.
feel that I could have this conversation with any of my intellectual equals, with anybody that is on the same type of time that I am on. I can have this
Okay, let's
conversation.
do that. Let's do that. Let's
can,
show the
I
panel
will, and I
our
do.
intellectual
And you are
capabilities.
not going
Let's
to
do
use my
this right now. Let's go.
nationality as a deterrent. It's just not going to work. Because if
Okay,
it truly
let's
was
do this. Let's show
deterring,
the people
or
right
if it was
now.
a
Let's show the
determinant
people
in
right now.
any capacity, guess what? Then I would be ran out of the space because I'm a little fool who doesn't know what she's
Okay,
talking
let's do
about.
that right now. Let's show the
Right?
people right now.
It
Let's
would
go.
be okay. That's not happening here. Wrong. Move on. No, that's not our problem. That's not. These are not our issues in our community. You don't know what you're talking about. You need to keep it moving. You need to push. Keep it pushing. But that's not what's happening.
Can we get
I
to the
haven't said
topic?
one thing that was a lie. I haven't said one thing
Nobody
that I
said
can't
you
support
did.
with statistical data. I
Hey,
haven't said
damn,
one
mute her,
thing
man.
that doesn't resonate
I
and
can
that
say she
you
don't know
cannot
what she's
justify
talking about
with.
in a
Not
lot of
one.
cases.
Not
I know
one.
she got a lot of support here, but
Do you understand the
I
difference
can
between
say
you and I
that is a
and our
lot she don't know
mentality and
what
our
she don't
psychology?
understand.
We're not the same. If I don't know any rational
I ain't
human
saying
being,
it
if they don't
personally
know what
that
they're
there's a
talking
lot you
about,
don't
they're probably
understand,
going to get
and you do not
denied.
know what
But
you're
I know
talking
what
about.
I'm talking
I
about.
know they
And if I
support you,
didn't,
but
somebody
I
could
don't
tell me,
support you
no,
talking
you
points.
don't. You're wrong, and this is why. A, B, C, X, Y, Z, and then
Which
I
I
fall back
already
and
did,
I'm
but we
gone.
can get
But
we can get
nobody's been
into it.
able to do that. Nobody can, because I'm not wrong, because I'm not
I've already
invalid.
done it, but
I
okay.
could be in Timbuktu, and I'm still going to know what I'm talking about, because that's who I am. That's what I have.
Let's unpack
Do you
what you
understand the
said
difference
before.
between you and I?
Let's unpack what you said before. Now you said based on your
No,
experience.
we not unpacking what the fuck the stupid shit she just said, man. We going back to the fucking topic. What should black men be building? Black men should be building land.
Understand the difference?
I'm gonna tell you
between
what black men.
Tawash and I?
I'm gonna answer the question. Black men should be building land, infrastructure, and nationhood. Land, infrastructure, and nationhood. That's what black men should be building. I'm gonna say it again. Black men should be building land, infrastructure, and nationhood. And this is where the women be quiet and let the men talk about that, what I just said.
All right, now from your perspective, the acres, and I'm sure y'all are aware of the acres that were bought up or purchased, or the black people who were attempting to purchase X amount of acres to start to build a town. Y'all heard of that?
The one in Georgia?
Yeah, I think that's it.
Yep.
Yeah, I think with that, with what I mentioned earlier, uh the numerous black channels, even here on YouTube, where there's a lot of intelligent black men and women. Of course, women, we ain't gotta speak for them because sisters doing anything. You know what I'm saying? That's obvious. But there's a lot of brothers who, if we're honest, or maybe we don't know because maybe we are not aware, but there's a lot of brothers doing a lot of good things, including those families who are attempting to buy that land in Georgia and the entrepreneurs and all of that. Black people are doing great things. We got a lot of improving to do. We got a lot of things to fix within our community. We do have some outside forces, and I'm not going to deny that they don't, because they do exist. But there are a lot of beautiful black people doing some beautiful things, and I'm gonna stand on that. At the same time,
Wait, did you guys hear what I said?
with the black people in the neighborhood who are doing the wrong thing. Yes, I
Wait,
condemn them.
did I cut
But
off
I'm
at
not
any
going to
point?
look down on them. I'm not going to look down on them, and I'm
Can you
not
guys
going
hear
to
me?
call them all kind of names and all of that. I love them too, and I think we should do more uplifting them. Now, there's certain people, fuck them. There's certain people that you cross a certain line, fuck them. You're nothing. But at the same time, I believe we should try to uplift
I'm
more
only working with
and
people that
instead
want
of
to work with
pointing
me.
fingers and condemning and trying to point fingers and look for negativity in every single thing. There's a lot of black people doing some beautiful things. But go ahead.
Hey, can I ask Lucy a question? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you so.
All right. So black men building this nation. Like, what's the details of that? Because with the infrastructure and everything, all that's built by the men that y'all tend to shun. Electricians, the plumbers, the blah, 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 blah. So it's bigger than just saying like black men need to build something when the infrastructure's kind of already been created. So what do you mean like build?
That was 50 years ago. We talking about now.
Who is shunning you? Who is shunning you
We
from
don't
becoming
shun
a
that.
Oh,
plumber,
I
carpenter, a
answer that.
builder? Who is shunning you? Who is
I can answer it. I can answer
because
that. I
that's
can
what I'm
answer that.
sending my sons to go to school and get real trades to work with their hands. So, if you want
Oh,
to go into this
that may
if
be
you want to
you.
go into this manosphere, if you gonna try to let me stop you right now. If you want to go into this manosphere talk and try to blame single mothers and baby mamas and all this other shit that we shun these
Right.
men,
They doing
it don't
way
have
more than
nothing to
that.
do with me, brother. It don't have nothing
No,
to do with me,
I'm
brother.
gonna
I
blame.
cannot make you choose what you know needs to be done. What you know needs to be done. You can not now. I'm giving you the answer. Now you
That's not an
asking me
answer.
for more
That ain't an
answers.
answer.
You asking
That's
me
not
Right.
an
for
answer.
more answers. Now,
That's
so
not
now
an
Black
y'all
men
answer.
got a
ask the
black
question:
Wall
what
Street
does black
going.
men need to build? Land, infrastructure, and nation. You asking me where the land coming from? Now you need to go and find some land and secure some land.
There's a finite amount of land, so it is simple as saying go
That's a
find.
lie.
So,
Where?
What do
so,
you
all
mean
right, so
finite? What does
there's
that
just
mean?
new land
Maybe I'm
spread all over,
ignorant. Maybe I'm ignorant. I need you to use a baby word. That's a new word.
maybe.
That's the SAT word. That's the SAT word. You're adding to my vocabulary. That's why I
Finite
love
means
talking to.
almost non-existent. It means small, and you're wrong. You're wrong.
Are you talking? Wait, that's thank you, sister. Are you talking about for where? Where is
You're
there a
lying. You're
finite of
saying
land?
this so that
You
you
say
want
you
people
in
to
it.
be comfortable with their loserdom. You just don't want to
So,
buy land. You want to be a loser. So you think that you could go around
thank
saying
you.
that
Because
there's
there
not
are
enough land to
towns.
buy.
That ain't what I
Sister,
said.
I got your back right here. There are towns. There are towns and cities that Neanderthals have abandoned. There's already structures and farmland and everything on it that they have abandoned. If you want to start there, if you want to just talk about America, you got a whole world, right? That you can buy land in and create a nationhood.
The bottom line is, if you look, you will find. You're just not looking, and you
Thank you.
want us to believe that there's nothing there, but we're obviously smarter than you because there's
I
land.
want to acknowledge
Let me
the
There's
stop you
black
right.
land to
I'm
acquire.
kind
farmers
of
You
good.
just don't
who
want to
No,
are
acquire it.
winning the
some men
lawsuit.
are actually good in the spot that they have. So, like for me, I'm good in the location I have. Just like how y'all was talking about the different areas and everything. I'm from Louisiana, so You know, when y'all was talking about the other topics about who's more oppressed, blah blah blah. I'm from Louisiana, so I get what you're saying. I'm comfortable in like the position I hold. What I'm saying is,
You're comfortable in your subjugation, huh? That's it.
Yeah. So
actually,
since basically what he's saying is if we don't buy land where he is, he ain't gonna move. So you know,
so
with the
then,
people that bought the
wait.
acres in
So what did I
Atlanta,
say?
you ain't ready to
one.
give up what you got to
I
move
said
to
Louisiana.
where.
Yeah.
So let me ask y'all a question like this. What if 10,000 Black Americans bought 5,000 acres in the middle of fucking nowhere in America? And we had solar energy, we had unlimited water because we have multiple wells and everything. And all you had to do was come there and build your house. Would y'all pick up and leave and go to that place and it's secure and we done built a trunk wall around that motherfucker? And we
Nope.
securing that motherfucker?
Nope.
Yeah.
Why?
Nope.
Why?
Because they got people who don't like to listen, kind of like y'all. So
why is you worried about them? No. Why is you worried about them? So you don't want to move there. You don't want to move to a black sanctuary. You don't want to move to a black sanctuary because you worried about what some other niggas gonna say.
All right, just listen for a
Or
second.
I'd rather go live where that lady built Black Wall Street. She built them.
Y'all couldn't deal with the
They
tornadoes.
don't want to build. They comfortable.
Tornadoes and all kind of other
stuff. Be in tornado land. That is going to be tornado land. It would be a land where we can do agriculture. Come on, man. You think we stupid?
Wait, all right. So
it'll be somewhere where we can grow food.
You from that part of Africa, right?
We can build houses.
You from that part of Africa, right?
Huh?
You from that part of Africa you was talking about, Ghana, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So let me ask you this. Y'all got all the resources possible, like imaginable, but it took like the British to come conquer y'all, China come conquer y'all now. So why couldn't y'all do it? You know
don't say y'all, because I'm not Ghanaian.
I'm curious. Like I'm not from there. I don't know.
I mean, we could say the same thing about America. I mean, shit, we done had our civil rights since 1968, but
and what have y'all done?
How many millionaires we got? We got niggas that, you know, love food stamps, and you know, it's easier for them to just, you know, love Biden and keep Democrats in so they can live for free. We can have that conversation too, and I don't want to go into that conversation. So that's why I don't like, and that's another reason why I actually geographical location of people, because I'm not going to get into these conversations of why somebody ain't do some shit in they fucking country, because Edo can't say shit about Africa, and Africa can't say shit about Asia, and that's fucking right. So we're not going back down this road, brother. We're not going back down
because you wouldn't want to.
And notice I didn't even mention Africa. I didn't even mention Africa as a base for the land. Notice I mentioned somewhere in America that already has infrastructure, that already has a town built that's for sale for like $6 million. You can buy a whole fucking municipality. You laughing. You can go online and Google it. Y'all can get off this live stream right now and go and Google it. You can buy a whole municipality in America for the minimum of $6 million.
It's still under federal and state regulations. That it is easy.
Why are you scared of that? Why, if you got the money to do it, why is black people scared to fucking do shit? Niggas be like, oh, when we get that money, when we talk about getting that money, we scared now. What about the law? What about what they gonna say to us? How about we cross that bridge when we get to it?
I'm American, and I'm good with being American.
And we American, and I'm talking about setting up a town in America where we don't have to worry about Neanderthals and Mzungus coming and policing our shit, where we can build beautiful ass houses and shit like that. Why can't we have that? Why can't we have that? But we police our own. They got their own area. They got their shit your ass can't walk up into unless you got a certain amount of money and shit. So why the fuck you don't think black people deserve to have that shit in America? See, this is where the fuck I'm gonna go off now. Because I'm not even talking about Africa. I'm talking about America, because you sounding real trife right now.
deserve or take. White folks took this, then earn it, then give it.
Nigga, did we build this country? Right. This with y'all niggas, with y'all FBA ADOS niggas be saying that we built this country and the bloods of the back off our ancestors and all this shit.
Them.
Like, what the fuck is you talking about, nigga? Nigga, we damn sure deserve it. And how you fucking take the shit is you take $9 million and you buy you a municipality somewhere in fucking Massachusetts where the cost of living is high. We build our own motherfucking shit. We provide our own shit. Or you go somewhere like Nebraska. Niggas, see, these are places niggas don't want to go to fuck to because they want to be comfortable where the fuck they at. Niggas ain't ready to go to the inside of Oklahoma somewhere where it's already wells dug, already fucking electricity on the property, already got buildings and infrastructure and shit like that. And all you gotta do is pay $9 million and the shit is yours. Y'all scared of the fucking law. So that's why I took my ass to God, because y'all niggas
there were black people trying to do that.
Y'all niggas is motherfucking scared. When y'all niggas is ready to put together $9 million to build and buy, do what these crackers is doing. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I've been avoiding the word. What these crackers is doing.
There were brothers trying to do that.
So when we talk about what black men need to be doing, guess what? That's what y'all need to be doing. We need to be putting our money together. Notice I still said we, even though I said black man.
We can't use the CR word or the KR word.
Nah, it should be all right. They ain't gonna block her for that. There's nobody take black women serious like that, so she good.
No, they don't, and that's why y'all need to be talking like this. And y'all call us masculine. Y'all call us masculine because y'all need to be the ones that's talking like this, so I can rest in my femininity. That's why the sister was on here barking. You know what I'm saying? That's why the sister was on here barking. And she, man, look, the sister was on here barking because, look, yes, y'all, if we do it, y'all gonna call us dudes. We masculine, we this, we all this. You want me? How can I say what needs to be done in a soft manner?
Just build them and keep the certain ones out. Just leave them where they at.
This is
I wouldn't call it masculine. I call it more delusional. So I mean, I get what the motherfuckers saying. I think it's delusional.
It's a delusion.
And they're gonna always be where they at, on the bottom. Just keep doing your thing, Lucy. I hear you though. If you start a stream, we still because I still want to think about coming there and moving there too. You know, I still probably build here in my own little neighborhood because I'm gonna help the garden that's up the street too. I'm gonna be cleaning and planting this stuff over the summer.
Who am I talking to right now? Introduce yourself.
This me, Kate.
Hey, what's
we
up?
We talked in a while. What's up?
What is showcase?
Yeah, I was talking about coming to Africa this year. You know, thinking about moving there out a couple of years.
I mean, so what they want us to do, sis? Now I'm giving them some. Now look, they asked a question. We told them. Now he asking me how, and I'm giving them two. I gave him one scenario in America. Didn't even bring up Africa because I know when I bring up Africa, people be like, I don't want to go to Africa. We need to do it in America. This is our country. So I solved that whole conversation. Right. This is why I love the sister that was on here before. That's why I want her to go ahead and finish fast, and so I can really see it.
Let me respond to that.
No, you don't have to prerequisite your conversation with me, sis. No, you don't. But see, we need to know who each other, who we are, so we can build.
Lucy, I guess if we ain't Robert F. Smith or Jay Morrison or Umar Johnson, we can't get that. They ain't gonna listen to us or sell them false hope.
And if you a baby mama, you ain't nobody either.
True.
Right.
All right, let me.
No, you married.
All right. I believe we can walk and chew gum at the same time, and what I mean by that is, we can try to organize and build in America and Africa and be an extension to each other. But a lot of ways we let outsiders and outside entities, greed, selfishness, different religious backgrounds, we allow all these different elements to become roadblocks and keep us from doing these things. And when we look at other communities, such as many in the Hispanic communities and the Jewish communities, they have a certain code of conduct within their cultures. And I think Black people overall are getting better. I mean, we have a ways to go, but we are getting better. I cannot deny that. And even within
I don't know
the
about all that.
generation,
I'm not gonna even second that.
I understand your frustration, sister. It may be from where you are, maybe you haven't seen it, and I can understand.
No, the men need to get it together on a global
Okay,
aspect.
all right,
It's a
all right.
collective. Now,
Okay,
women, black women, we gonna do what we need to do, and I'm
okay.
cool with the few black men that do the stuff around me that I actually know in person. Those are people I only want to help the people that want to work with me and the children and the women. I'm not
All right.
anybody else that don't want to change, leave them stuck in where they at. I'm not. We ain't doing the whole adding everybody in. No, we off that. I've been doing this pro black thing for a long time. No, I ain't just woke up one day and went on YouTube to be pro black. Some of us have the
And
boots on the ground,
have I.
not just talking about it. The
So have
action
I.
of it. The men that
So
actually have to do it.
so have I. And
They should
I've come
join
up under
different
men.
disparities and different state to work together.
And there are men doing it. We don't always hear about it. We don't always hear
Probably
about
a
it.
small amount.
But
Don't
there
keep
are some
saying a
people
lot of it.
doing it. Excuse
Now I
me?
like the brother George Macon. Now he does what he's supposed
He's
to.
an example
Q
of
butter, like
many
those
others.
types.
They're an
Not the ones
example of
that's
many
gonna whine
others.
and bitch and complain and ain't gonna do it. I don't want
There's
to talk to
many
no more of them because I limit my conversation now.
there are many people like them that you don't know about who are doing great things just like them, and I just want to acknowledge them. That's all I'm saying.
So what?
Yeah, I
What Q
definitely
brother doing?
acknowledge that. That's
What like?
even somebody that's on YouTube. I know they do what they supposed to do. I've met and I saw them and they do what they supposed to do. It's a man and a woman and one other person. They boots on the ground. They actually doing the work.
Mm.
I don't think like we can have different conversations, but I don't want to keep like arguing and debating stuff if it's not gonna solve anything.
But see, I need to caution everybody. We need to keep in mind that we're not going to see an immediate result. We're
Mm-hmm.
talking about life, and where our impact needs to be is on the future. And where's the future? In the children. So if our
Mm-hmm.
efforts are not focused on the children, that is how we would change our future, because they are our future. Man, we're going to be dead in the next damn 200 years. You know what I'm
Actually,
saying?
please
So
let me respond to that one because I worked in education. Please let me respond to that one. Now, what you just mentioned is key, and here's what happened to me when I used to work in education. One of the main things I would talk about in the staff meetings, or what I would try to bring up, is the curriculum, because around the era when George Bush came in, they changed the curriculum, especially in our community, with this everyday math and all this old bullshit, where they took the different subjects that we used to have and they crammed them all together, and basically they just screwed the whole thing up, preparing our kids for further failure. So in our staff meetings, I would bring that up, like, yo, how are you going to take away phonics, and how are you going to take away these basics before you teach these kids how to write paragraphs, and how are you going to mix up addition, subtraction, multiplication instead of doing it in order, because the old way of learning worked. Anytime I would ask those questions, the
They took
administrators,
away cursive writing too.
yes, exactly. So whenever I would ask those questions, the principals in the administration, they would kind of like try to change the subject, and I could tell a lot of my coworkers who were teachers, they wanted to say something, but if you say too much, you'll be railroaded right up out of there, and you'll be written up for insubordination. So when the state sent this curriculum down, these teachers had no choice, because if they said something, even the ones who were in administration, they knew it was bullshit, but to save their job, they played the game. So you're right, but we have to keep in mind this is
Did you go to your local city hall or try your
yes,
unions and stuff like that
yes,
and downstate?
yes,
Hey,
all of that
hey, brother,
shit, all that shit.
Cause I keep going to
I,
their
I, I did it
bosses and
for
to their
15
bosses.
years.
That's how I fight.
hey,
I
brother,
worked in it for
can I
And
ask you
then
15
a
years.
question?
plus them rewriting the history.
Yes, all that shit.
Hey,
Mhm.
can I ask you a question? Quick question on
Yeah.
that. All right. How much more effective would the schools be if teachers wasn't spending 10 to 15 minutes just trying to calm their students down because whatever home training they should have got at home, they didn't get it at school. So how much more time could be invested in teaching these kids if it
Oh, let me
wasn't like
respond to that.
dealing with like chaos before it started? I'm
Oh,
just
please
curious.
let me respond to that. Now, one of the main parts of where I worked in special education, in some of the resource room. Those are the classes where the toughest kids, the so-called bad kids, were. And one thing I learned about children is the ones we call bad, the ones we call negative and all of that shit. Actually, some of those kids are some of the brightest. And one thing I learned about these kids, when you take them away from everybody else, and when those so-called bad kids learn that you really give a damn about them, you'll be surprised at some of the toughest kids. When you get them to open up and they really believe you care, you can get them to do the right thing. So there's not a lot of resources put in place to allow teachers to connect better with these kids. They have to force feed this curriculum, and they don't have time. So what happens is the teachers come in with beautiful ideas. They're motivated. We want to help the children, but because of what they're forced to do within blocks of time, it kills a lot of the time they can have with creating these interpersonal connections with these kids. I did this for 15, 20 years. And so I seen it happen. And that's why it burnt me out. And what it ends up doing is the teachers come in caring, but then after having to deal with the curriculum and the coursework, having to work extra hours at the school, not being paid, doing paperwork, they get burnt out. And they end up saying, fuck it, I'm going to just do what administration say. I'm trying my best with the kids. So it's like, and then the teachers get blamed for all this shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's very unfair. A lot of the teachers are the least powerful in this situation. Some are doing great things and some figured out ways around it, but it is not an easy hustle whatsoever. I've been in there.
Now, I would like to back up what the brother is saying on a different perspective, as being a woman in the community and knowing women that quote unquote have bad children. Okay, just having associates or friends that live in the hood, in the projects, and I'm there for reasons of that's none of y'all business. And because the type of person I am and I have a love for children, they all, I'm seeing how their children are being treated, how they're being verbally abused, how they're being physically abused, and things like that. But when I come around, even just me pulling up in my car, it's like, oh, Miss Lucy, Miss Lucy, Miss Lucy, Miss Lucy. You know what I'm saying?
I
Like,
can
oh,
relate to that.
let me show you what I did in school today. Let me show you what I did in school today. And
I'm like a
me
father
just
figure. I
showing
can
them,
relate.
huh?
But
I'm like a father figure because of that. And my kids that I used to have, even some of them are grown now, and some of them got their own kids. And when I go to the hood to this day, I still get that same respect because outside of the school, I still, because I lived in their neighborhood, they still see me. They still see me kicking with their uncles
I'm
and all
not
of
even
that.
a teacher, bro. I'm not even a teacher.
No, I'm just saying I can relate. That's all.
I'm auntie that come through because I'm going to get to y'all 100. I smoke, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? And I don't smoke around my children. I don't smoke in my grandmother's house. You know what I'm saying? So I go to my quote unquote homie's house to partake in what I want to partake in. You know what I'm saying? So while I'm there, I'm in an environment where there's a lot of, baby mamas and children and stuff running around. And when these children see me, they're just like, oh, they so excited to show me what they did in school, and then they do their homework, but when I hear the parents talk about them, they dumb, they stupid, they this. But when they get around me, it's like I don't have to instruct them at all. They already know the shit. They want to do it for me because I'm looking at them and just like, oh wow, I'm giving them attention. I'm giving them attention. You know what I'm saying? So
That sound great.
yeah, even my son, they tried
But
to
who's the parent
diagnose
though?
my son. They tried to diagnose my son, one of my sons, with ADHD. Come on, he slow learning. You know, I don't know how old y'all is, but back in the day they called him LD. Okay, and they try to put him in that, but it wasn't that he was that. Is that he needs somebody to sit down and tell him. Him sitting in a classroom. I mean, if y'all think back how being in a classroom and the pressure to give the right answer when the teacher call on you and shit like that, you don't want to be answering and give the wrong answer, and then the kids be making fun of you and shit like that. So now you ain't never saying nothing. You not participating. You feel you lose your confidence in your education. So now you
Children
don't
have
want to do
different learning
schoolwork and
styles.
shit.
All that
You know what I'm saying?
ADHD
We
shit
don't
is
have
bullshit.
enough. We don't have enough encouragement. Look, how many of y'all remember being told if you sound white when you talk because you enunciate your words, or if you read books and you interested in science and you a nerd
I'm from the
and you a
hood and I
nerd,
never
you
heard that
trying to
shit.
be white. You trying to be white.
I'm
And
from the
let me
hood
tell
and
you
I
something,
never
my
heard that
children
shit.
are still but see, this is the issue though. If we will really talk about the issue, right? I still have children in school. And with them going through elementary school in the 2010, 2015, you know what I'm saying? They starting to go through elementary school, middle school. My son came home. I got twin boys. My second born twin, he told me, he said, Mom, the children in school making fun of me because they said I sound white. I sound white. Now I know I don't sound white right now. So you talking to a mother. I talk to my children just like this. But my son to them sounds white because I make my children read books. I encourage their education. I teach them how to enunciate their words. And a lot of niggas on YouTube don't even think I got a degree. And I actually do have a degree in medical laboratory science. I can tell you about
Let me
the whole
add to
fucking
that.
human body.
Let me add to that because even though I'm from the hood and I worked in those schools and I was that kid who was in special ed. I experienced all that. I was one of those kids, and I have no shame in saying that. You know what I'm saying? Because I beat the odds. You know,
I ain't got no shame in saying either because I snatched my son out.
but let
I
me add.
snatched his ass out.
But let me just add something. That whole you sound white and all that. Yes, that exists, but it don't exist as much as we people say. A
Yeah,
lot
it
of
does.
that
Yes, it
happened.
does.
That
Yeah,
Yes,
it
it
hold
does.
does.
on,
Kids not mean, they
talk.
tease anyway, the self-esteem
Please let
thing.
me talk. Y'all had y'all experiences, but hold on. What
My
I'm
bad, my
trying to
bad.
say is, there are certain things that have happened in the community that are repeated over and over and turned into talking points to the point where even when the shit don't happen no more, people keep saying it happened. Most of the time, that whole talking white, you barely hear that shit. You barely hear
Bro,
that.
no, it's
It
not. I'm
happens
trying to
every once
tell
in a
you
while.
now. Bro, I just
I
told you.
get that it happens, but for instance, here's another example. You know that African booty scratcher shit. Well, when some of our brothers from the diaspora come to the school and they say, "Oh, they used to call me African," that's a old 1980s joke that we even called each other. But
And they
among
They
said it.
did
them,
it in the 90s too.
hold on, god damn.
Ladies,
But they keep repeating
please.
this shit, repeating it over and over and over. And I'm around these kids, and they don't hardly say none of that shit. So in a sense, a lot of us take old shit and we repeat it to the point where we actually create an extra narrative that don't even exist no more. These kids are way past that African booty scratcher shit, and you talking white. A lot of that shit is 80s shit. But we keep repeating it and repeating it. That shit is rare. I'm telling
All right,
you it is. But go ahead.
I don't repeat it. I don't repeat it to my children. That's what I'm telling you. I live. I don't. I
Make a
live
wrong
in Virginia.
accusation.
I raised my children in Virginia. You know what I'm saying? In Richmond, Virginia. That's where I raised my children. And they went
Right. It
to
be
a
other kids that do
school,
it.
and they still, I just told you, I still have children that are in school. I got sons. They just told, okay, so my sons are in the 10th grade. My daughter is a senior. They were telling me this when they got to like middle school. You know what I'm saying? Middle school, when they got to the 9th grade, that mom, oh, they telling me we talk white and we trying to be white. Let me tell you something. My son got clowned in the 9th grade, which is no, in the 7th grade, the last year that he was in public school. They clowned him because he had an almanac in his book bag. They told him he was white because he had books. He came home upset. So so you could say, baby, I'm one case, but how many other
Telling you that's
children
rare,
born
yo.
from
Our
this
kids are
that's not
way past
talking
that
about
shit.
it? Man, this just happened like what? So what? 2017, 2016, 2017? That's not that long ago. So I'm talking, we talking about things that happened to us 20 years ago, 30 years ago. It is still happening now because my children they were coming home telling me, and I'm like, damn, what you know about that? How you know about that? You know what I'm saying? Oh, they saying we talking while I'm like, no, you're enunciating your words. You know, the way you speak lets
Yo,
people know that you are
here's why I
great.
say that. Here's why I say that. Because even in the neighborhood right now, you got gangsters who will check you on that. Like if somebody says some dumb shit like, "Oh, you talking white," or because somebody got an almanac or an encyclopedia or something like that, you would get clowned for trying to clown somebody for displaying some kind of intelligence.
Well,
So
that's good.
that's why like it's crazy. Like I've been to different
Well, that's
neighborhoods,
good.
and even some of the OGs in the street. You talk that you try to clown somebody from sounding intelligent, you get clowned. You make yourself look like the idiot. They get it. They're going
That's
on
good.
you. So that's why that's you know what I mean. That's rare,
That's
yo.
good. And that's good. But don't get upset, brother, when we telling you about things that's
No,
going
I'm not
on
getting
in
upset.
other
I'm not getting
parts.
upset. It's just like the repeated. Like a lot
But it's
of
not
times
repeated.
we keep.
It's
All
being
right, go ahead.
repeated because it's what's happening. That's why it's
Well,
being repeated
Right.
because it's what's happening. It's what's still
okay.
happening.
With the other kids' schools in their household, that's what they probably doing and on the playground.
Man,
No,
let me tell y'all another story. I tell y'all another story. I moved my children to a rural area in Virginia where it was predominantly white. Okay, and this is the first time they went to a predominantly white school,
Mhm.
and they they definitely did not observe Black History Month. So it was maybe like February 10th or 15th. This was in 2014. I think it was 2014. And I said, "Hey, okay, so I'm not saying, if y'all went to predominantly Black schools like I did when I grew up, I went to predominantly Black schools when I grew up, and
Mhm.
we always got the Black History worksheets with Martin Luther King and everything, you know what I'm saying, all those
And the
things,
little
whatever.
booklet.
Yeah, the little booklet, all that stuff, right? And so when I wasn't seeing that stuff coming home, I was like, yo, are they teaching y'all about Black History Month? And they was like, no. I was like, what? So okay. So I didn't take it to the school. I'm like, all right, I don't know what time it is. I don't want no problems. So I did my own Black History Month, but I did it how I didn't do the gangster. I didn't do the gangster lesson. I did the lesson that they gave us in school, showing the Martin Luther King and the dogs, them spraying us with water hoses. They showed that to us when I went to school through the 80s and the 90s.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? So I showed them the YouTube. I showed them the YouTube stuff. So, maybe about a week later, one of my sons asked one of the Neanderthals, one of the Bazungus, he had an issue. He was like, oh, you okay or whatever. And he straight told him, like, it's none of your business, N-word. None of your business, N-word. Now, they're in elementary school. They're in elementary school. None of your business, N-word. You just say, good morning, how you doing today? None of your business, N-word. So I say that word all the time, but I wasn't saying it around them when they were young. I can tell you that. I wasn't saying it around them when they were young. So they didn't hear that word in the household. So when he brought it home and told me what this boy said, so what my son replied with was, man, Mzungus are weak. My son got labeled as a racist. My son got labeled as a racist.
Yeah, it would be kind of racist.
Yeah, but this boy called my son the N-word.
Right. We can't even be racist.
And it's other things that was going on in that town too, that eventually the black parents actually did come together. And this is the first time in my life I ever seen black people come together and unite
and
like
organize.
this is a small town. Yeah, because it was a after school program that they were mistreating black children in that place, and
Wow.
we did get that place closed. So like when I say when we hear these things, I'm telling you, brother, it depends. I grew up in Virginia. That's where it started.
Mm-hmm.
In Virginia, it's real subtle.
Is that one of them towns that you have to keep like a shotgun and a gun on you? Is it like one of those towns? If you don't mind me asking.
I mean, if you in Virginia, I mean, it's a Confederate state.
Yeah, I figured that could kind of like in certain parts of the South, because I'm a Midwest and we kind of like we quick to get hot, like that's why like I never moved to
it
the
don't
South.
really get hot. It really don't get hot in Virginia because we so close to DC and in Maryland.
Oh
right
no,
on
not that kind of hot, quick to fuck somebody up. That's what I meant. Like, see, if you disrespect us and call us a nigga here in the Midwest of Chicago, we'll fight you. Or like if I'm in the South, like I don't accept that from non-black. Like I don't play that. Like, and I know I'm a woman, and I run up on them quick and bust them in the head with something. Like I be trying to be nice and respectful to people until they get disrespectful with me, and I don't play with like race.
I would say it depends on where you are in Virginia. If you in the city, it's not tolerated. But if you down in them areas where they be mixing,
probably certain parts like a Georgia, like, and I thought about like Charlotte, like what that stuff that they did a couple of years ago when them little white dudes came out with them little tinky torches.
Oh,
that wasn't in Charlotte, baby. That wasn't in Charlotte, baby. That was in Charlottesville, Virginia. That was
yeah.
That was in my state, Virginia. So yes, that should tell you the temperature of Virginia. Okay. See,
Black people united. I think they came out and showed out on them.
Wanted to let y'all know Ebony is in the room.
Ebony, my sister. Aquara. It's the same.
What you say, Lucy?
Abby?
Ebony.
Ebony?
Oh, I thought her name was Avina at first.
Yeah.
Hey, it's the same. It's the same. It's the same.
Hey, now I swear.
Hey, sister, I love your accent.
See, I wonder how far y'all apart is, Lucy, you and Abana.
Huh?
I wonder how far you guys from each other.
Like across the street.
Oh, okay. All right, that's what's up. I can build too. That's what's good.
Man, we've been building. Let me tell you something. This sister right here, man. If it weren't for her, I would have left Ghana a long time ago.
Oh wow, that's what's up. That's unity right there.
Yeah, I would have left Ghana a long time ago. Like I'm very blessed to have met her. You know what I'm saying? She's definitely somebody that's trustworthy here. if you want to come to Ghana, like she's definitely somebody trustworthy. You know what I'm saying? I can attest to that. I've known her 3 years now. 3 years.
Oh, okay, that's what's up. Yeah, because a lot of people be, you know, how, like doing a despair war. I don't like doing that. Like I just tell people, it's good and bad everywhere. It's good and
Yeah,
bad here, and it's good and bad there. Link with the people that's for you or that want to build.
you have to. And that's why I like having these discussions, and I don't mind having a back and forth with people. You know what I'm saying? Because we all different and we all come from different walks of life. We all have our different points of view. Many of us are angry. I'm angry too. You know what I'm saying? But you know, if we can have our fight and we can go back and forth, and then at the end of that, we can be like, okay. Look, I don't like what you said, but I do like what you said about this. I do like what you said about this. So, you know what I'm saying? You gotta judge who people say, oh, you don't judge. Yes, you gotta judge. You gotta judge who you think you can work with. See, what people say, I don't always take what people say first out their mouth, like, okay, because I understand the plight of our people. We're very angry, and something needs to be done, and we don't know what to do.
Right. And I want to go more off actions too versus words. I'm kind of like sick of the words.
Yeah.
Put your words to action, even if it's little by little.
Yeah.
Because I think
not to be negative, but I can't work with it.
I'm gonna do something too, like in my city or town, where I'm gonna start up something for Black women. But like I probably could talk to you behind the scenes about it, Lucy.
Yeah, you gotta start somewhere.
My idea.
You gotta start somewhere. You gotta start somewhere. You know what I'm saying? You gotta
Because on
start
YouTube,
somewhere.
they will steal it. Like, cause I'm gonna do a city hall wise and take it either to the state or the Congress. Like, I ain't waiting on nobody or none of these other niggas. Like, they just talk. You know, like that's cool if you got a lesson and you educating people. But like, my thing is to get that going, and cause of the kids, like all the naysayers and the people that want to complain and never want to help, or I'm not for them. I'm not representing them. That's over with. Like, I'm cutting my stuff down short too. Like, and Black women we gonna do our thing. It's certain Black men that's gonna do. It's not gonna be all of them as a collective. So I'm only supporting those that support Black women. I'm not. No, I'm like, that's dead and over with me.
Well, let me say this before. Let me say this before you go into that, because that'll change the conversation. And the brother wanted to say something. So I want to let.
Yeah, but he been talking for a while, so that's why
No. Yeah. But I want, because the brother want to interject and see one thing with us. We gotta deal with one thing that somebody said at a time and things like that. That's where I have moderators and conversations. But I want to go back to this real quick. The sister that was on here before, I don't know if she's still on here. I ain't got my glasses on. This is why if she's still listening, this is why I asked where she was from and things like this. This is why geography matters, where you are. Because like you said, you want to start something where you at in your city and things like that, right? So maybe where she is, we know we need to do the same thing, right? Okay, now we know she in Canada. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it wasn't an appropriate time for me to ask where she was from. Maybe that's why people were upset. But see, I like to cut to the chase. So sometimes my line of questioning, maybe people take it as being offensive, because I like to get straight to the point.
That was not offensive at all. That was not offensive at all.
I need to cut to the straight to the point, because the way I think is I need to know certain things. So because the way my mind works, and people may call me a weirdo, and I'll take the pushback. I'll let somebody rant and get up, and do their thing, because they don't understand why I'm asking. You know what I'm saying? I ask certain questions.
You might want to make sure they Black first too, though. Like I get that part.
Well, see, that wasn't even my line of questioning. Because I'm hearing her accent. I'm hearing her yelling at the brothers, and I'm like, okay, so I'm just coming into the conversation. So that's why I wanted to ask her, like, okay, you asking these brothers to do this, blah, 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 or whatever, like, where are you from? Because where is this conversation going? So maybe that's me coming in through it all. I apologize for that. You know what I'm saying? But my mind works in a crazy ass way, and people just gonna have to forgive me or not. You know what I'm saying? But I ask questions for a reason, not to be petty. I don't have time to be petty.
That was a
I
good
don't
question.
I don't even know
Or
how to be
having people
petty.
talk over me 24/7.
Yeah, I don't even know how to be petty. I don't have time for me to take time. It would take time for me to sit down to be petty, and I know that petty shit gonna come back on me. I'm man, look, man, I'm gonna be in elder status in 20 years. I'm preparing myself for that. You know what I'm saying? So, time is of the fucking essence. And we have a nation to save, because we do have a nation. Us, melanated people. We have a nation. So we need to figure that out, because we all over the place. But brother, go ahead and save your piece.
Oh, that was me or Rozzy?
Whichever one of y'all was saying you wanted to say something.
I think that was you.
I think it was T. Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, real quick. That was actually a good question that you asked. I'm not gonna, keep staying on this, but I just wanted to add that in. Wasn't nothing wrong with that question, and I must still stand on. Before you point the finger and ramble off about somebody else, you need to understand them. You need to be empathetic, and you need to try to understand people more before you go pointing fingers and using talking points. Now, go ahead, Razi. Go ahead, Razi.
Yeah, man.
Thank you. That's all I wanted. Thank you.
It's a lot to take in, man. It's a whole lot to take in, man. I want all this to change, man. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Talking about all this shit, it gets me frustrated, gets me angry.
Well, brother, don't let it frustrate you. Because, see, this is the thing. This is why I'm not upset. This is why I didn't yell. This is why I didn't yell until the end. You know what I'm saying? Because let's face it. I actually thank the universe, God, Allah, whatever you want to call it, for the internet, because it allows us to be able to communicate. And now you're seeing they starting to censor us, right? Because when certain people post something, it draws your attention. You're like, okay, well, maybe that person thinks along the same lines as I do. So maybe let me follow them. Let me subscribe to them. Let me start getting information from them. Okay, I might not agree with everything that they fucking say, but they still on the same agenda that we need land, infrastructure, and nationhood. We need to be in charge of our own shit. We need to be back in the place that we were in. And for those that didn't think we were ever in that place, well, where are the resources? Where is the wealth? If you're tired of being oppressed, we don't even need to go into that shit. This conversation is for people to understand where the fuck we need to be going. So I might not always agree with you. There's someone that's in an organization that I'm affiliated with that is in the alphabet community, LGBT. And I already laid and cussed that motherfucker out and was like, bruh, just know I would not live on the same compound with you, because I don't want my children and what I'm trying to do. I don't want to see that. You know what I'm saying? So you actually do have people that can understand that, okay, well, we care more about having our freedom than we do having the freedom to do some bullshit.
Right.
Okay.
They got more rights than us here.
Or what we would call bullshit. Let me correct that. I'm sorry. Let me apologize to the that community. I don't mean bullshit. I'm sorry. I'm I guess I'm talking like one of those, what they call us, whatever. Look, I don't want to see it, but do I want you to be harmed? You still a black person. You still a black person. You know what I'm saying? So what you do, but you know there's guidelines. We don't do children, animals, and stuff. Oh, you know, y'all, we
Or
know where
sharing
the
the same
guidelines.
bathroom.
Thank you. We don't need to say that so we don't get the channel shut down. We know where the guidelines are. Okay, so you know there's a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of work to be done. You
And
know,
if I could
there's
add
a
one more
lot of
thing
work
when
to
you're
be
done.
done. And before we can even deal with those inter social issues between us and the Black community, because we still got to deal with our drug dealers. We still got to deal with the crazy motherfuckers that's in our community. We still got to deal with the rotten apples that's in our fucking community. We still got to deal with all of them. So even if we had land, infrastructure, and nationhood right here, and we had our own country, and all the niggas, let's say all the Black people went to a perfect place on the planet, and all the Black people was there, we still got to deal with the niggatry.
If I
So
can
you know
add
what
to
I'm saying?
what
We
you're
got
saying.
to deal with one thing at a time. We got to deal with one thing at a time. What are we going to do? Do we
All
want
right,
to fix things in America, or do we want to buy land somewhere and create our own community?
Both.
And people will say where. Then we
all
got
right.
to decide on that.
Start where,
But first,
start
before
where
we can
we at.
decide on where, we got to decide if we want a piece of land somewhere. Don't talk about military. Don't talk about how we gonna protect it. We can't talk about none of those things until we decide how
Cross
many
that bridge.
motherfuckers say, yes, I want to be on a piece of land with other Black people that will accept me for being Black, and I can be free to be who I am, and we can be protected. Do you want that? Then when we deal with
Yes.
that, then we can go forward.
Part of what I
Lucy, I
was
had a
saying
quick question.
earlier.
Go ahead.
All right. Part of what I was saying earlier is just like we're in here talking about what we should do, what we need to do, so on and so forth. Again, in case we don't know, there's a lot of other people who are doing these things. It's an ongoing process. It's not easy. There's a lot of things that are not going to happen overnight. There's still systems that need to be fought and overturned. So it's not like the majority of Black people are sitting on their ass and just letting it happen and not doing nothing about it. There's a lot of Black folk out there who are actually doing good things. It's just a long-term fight. And there's been a lot of Black folks in this fight for a long time. We may not see them a lot.
Yeah.
We may be in our frustration. Maybe in our frustration, we overlook certain things that are probably being done. But we have to acknowledge and we have to support those Black folks, men and women, who are doing great things. And there are a lot. We just may
Yeah, and
not.
I'm vetting them first. I'm not supporting everybody. I'm vetting them. But some people
need
are
to support
inside traders, like she said. It
Oh,
goes back
of
to the
course.
Black Panther thing. So I'm
Of
not
course,
trusting that. I'm
even
vetting them
though
and checking their background out.
even those who get up on panels and point the finger at other places they don't know nothing about. But that's my point. We gotta be more supportive and uplifting. Yes, condemn the bullshit. Of course we condemn that. But we have to recognize just as much the greatness that our people are doing, have been doing, and will continue to do. But go ahead.
I would have to agree with what you said, brother. But we gotta start somewhere. We
Yeah,
gotta
we
start.
do have to also call out the bullshit, though.
We gotta
Yeah,
start
of
somewhere.
course, I agree.
And that goes back. That goes back again. And y'all gonna be mad at me. I don't care. That goes back to why I asked the sister where she at. Because okay, we know this is a global issue. Okay, now I know you in Canada. Where were your parents born? That's important because I mean, y'all, let's face it. Did y'all see the Nigerian dude that was up there talking about all these Jamaicans and Dominican Republicans and Nigerians that have are like first and second generation born in America, and now they're in Congress and they're talking about we don't need reparations. Are y'all paying attention to that?
Absolutely. And that goes to the point that I mentioned earlier. Great
Thank
point.
you.
I'm glad you brought that shit up.
Yeah.
So
That's
glad
why I
you
was
And they
brought that up.
did it
asking
4
that
years
because,
ago too when they was there.
bruh, you're not gonna send your grandpappy over here in 1979 in
1900.
1946. Y'all done came over here, you done birthed a child. Now this child 31 years old and they speak the same language we do, and because we see that they the same. And so people would say, oh, you're being divisive. You're being divisive. No, I'm not being divisive because I'm willing to. Come on, don't bring that fucking argument in this shit right here. What I'm
Oh,
talking about, I'm being
let's talk
divisive.
about that.
We seeing these motherfuckers is getting up on.
Mm-hmm. Even my guy friend from Libya is not even against reparations. It's crazy. Some of them do think that though.
See, here's the thing.
old
Around the 60s, I would say the 60s and 70s. Prior to that,
These
even if it
people
was,
is not even
even if it was,
ADOS. Someone say, "Oh, you're ADOS. You
no,
want to
hold
separate
on,
yourself." We
hold
have
on.
to
Let me
because
make
if
this
you
point.
you gonna come from being born, you from your parents are from Nigeria and you was born in America, and now you're the senator of fucking Michigan, and you're talking about, oh,
Exactly,
black people don't need reparations
exactly.
because you didn't earn it and shit. Bitch, you don't know my motherfucking history. What the
This
fuck
is
are
what
you talking about? If
this is what
anything,
right.
you
Or
happened.
they
need to
don't they
be
don't
This
care
is what
doing
about
the
it.
happened though.
fucking
Black
sweep
History
that by
Month.
the door and be helping us both get Hold on, you need to be helping both of us get reparations because I think Britain colonized your motherfucking ass, nigga.
But you
You need
gotta
to be
peep
helping
the
us get money
game.
from America.
You gotta peep the game and how they were coerced and how
Dipping.
other people coerced them. Now, before the big immigration act happened, whether you was from Jamaica, Europe, or anywhere else, if you was black, you was black. That's how we used to look at each other prior to the 60s. But one of the things that happened,
Right.
and that what certain people did in a clever way, they started to vet the black immigrants before they came over here. And they started to find out who the coons were. Because at one time, we didn't have that separation. We viewed each other as a global community in a sense. But once they found out who the coons were in these other places, those are the people who came over here. And if you ask a lot of immigrants who came over, a lot of them will tell you. Some of them even told me. They're told about black Americans. Oh, they're criminals, they're lazy, blah, blah, blah. They're told all of this shit. And the only thing they know about us is through the media. So there were outsiders who had a
Like
hand
propaganda.
in picking and choosing, and it caused this division. And this is why we're going through this right now.
Hey, yo,
Matter of fact, to add to that, Lyndon Johnson had something called Memorandum 46. And what that is when the Black Power movement was going on in the 60s, and then the African liberation movement was happening over in Africa, and Malcolm X met with Patrice Lumumba and all of that. The number one thing they said was, we cannot let the Black Americans and the Black Africans come together. That will be that's the biggest threat to America. And that's why they did everything in their power to create this situation. I just wanted to add to that. Go ahead.
Thanks.
Yo, I just wanted to know what Calvin James had to say about all this shit. What you got to say, my man? Let's hear
I had to bounce back. I had to bounce out, come back in. So, all right, well, I guess I can just kind of jump in with what y'all said. They still take away accountability. All right, so let's say the FBI and everybody else infiltrated blacks. All right, at a certain point, either one or two things: blacks too dumb to adjust to whatever happened, or shit, there is no other options. But like all that's just excuses. So that doesn't have anything to do with right now why it is. Like you can listen to rap music saying the dumbest shit possible. Why, like you know, like women still choose like to have kids in poverty and not be married and still think it's a great idea. None of that has anything to do with like, you know, the current situation right now. So
Let's unpack that. Let's not talk about it and not go underneath it, because we keep making they're just making excuses. That's not excuses. You at least need to know the root.
It's an excuse.
You at least need to know the root. I'm not saying that this is where we continue to be, But you got to understand that
The
people are not in a fucked up situation simply because they're fucked up. Everything has a root, and there are outside situations.
all right,
So it's a
you can
multifaceted approach you have to take.
all right, you can still say root. It's still excuse. It's still excuse.
All
However
right,
you
go ahead.
want
Go
to do
ahead, make your point.
it,
Go ahead.
it's still excuse. So
All right.
because it could have went two ways. Like you want to go to Malcolm X? Cool. I'm an opinion where if we'd have followed Malcolm X and just said like, you know what, we don't want the liberal whites in our business, blah blah blah. Technology would have still advanced, whereas everybody would have just needed to do what we're doing right now, like being able to simulcast on cellular phones. So Malcolm X might have been right. I'm
He
saying
was
like if
right.
we went Malcolm X way instead of Martin way, maybe everything will be right. But the point is, Malcolm was talking about personal accountability for blacks. Martin wanted to integrate with the whites. So with that being said, it could have went two ways. Blacks could have like, man, you know what? We're gonna thrive at education. We're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. We didn't choose that option. We just wanted to be given shit and
No,
allowed
that's
to
who
like
we
what.
were. We
So let me
used to
ask you this. Let
be
me
that.
ask you this. Hold
Yeah,
on, hold on, hold
We
on.
did
the
thrive in
Calvin,
education.
We were that.
Calvin, though. Are you black first?
Negative.
yeah.
No, you don't talk.
No. I'm black because I was born black. So I don't know about black
No, no,
first.
no, no.
No,
no.
black first, meaning
Okay.
black people, pro-black, all black.
That's
Black
only I
black.
control. No.
Huh?
He
More
don't
important
sound
than
like
anything else,
I ain't
I'm
arguing.
accountability and principle centered first. All the other stuff,
No,
I'm
no, no,
not.
but hold up, hold up, hold up,
Black
hold up.
No,
first
But,
is
hold up, hold up.
accountability
God,
first.
leave. Hold up. Okay, but hold up, hold up. When I say black first, are you for the empowerment of black people?
No.
I'm empowerment for blacks that want to like be empowered, not giving empowerment, not like you need to uplift me.
Oh my
None of
God.
that.
I think you. I think.
Ain't no
I think.
You want to come along. You don't want to come
I think you
along. You
miss.
want to
I
work.
think you. Hold
All
up.
right.
I think you misunderstanding what I'm saying. Are you for the black community? Are you for the
I'm for
unity
black
between
folks that
black?
want to
Hold
build.
up, hold up, hold up. Hey,
I
yo,
got
brother, let me get everything out so you can understand
you.
what I'm saying.
Got you.
Okay, I don't like doing over talking stuff. Okay, we're in a black people are in a situation where we're not in the best of shape, right? So when I say black first, are you for the empowerment of the black community? Are you for black men and women coming together and doing what's best for our people? Are you for that?
Yes. But you gotta continue
So
on.
you're black first.
It sound real negative.
No. Wait. Let me explain it. That's the best case scenario. Yes, I'm in full agreements where it's like, man, black people should like only be with black people. I'm agreeing with that. Only issue is like, man, there's no principles, there's no standards, there's no whatever guidelines we need in order to have that. It just seems where it's
Right.
like, man,
And
the
if you
women,
40
the
and
women
50 and up and older, that's y'all job to teach this generation.
no, women don't want to listen to nothing.
You don't
Oh,
teach
come
it.
on,
You
come on,
don't
brother.
build. You don't
Come on,
protect
brother.
or
Oh
provide.
no.
Quit trying to blame
Let me
black women.
explain.
Don't start with
Let me
the
explain.
blaming black women
Let me
bullshit.
let me explain. Let me explain why I say this. All right. So
We not following nobody that don't even know what the hell they doing.
I get
Look
that.
at you the last 30 or 40 years and ask
All right,
yourself.
can I
You ain't
explain?
even out here fighting. You ain't even fighting injustice on the
So
street.
you're
That's
not gonna let
something
me
that I
explain.
do.
So you're not gonna let me explain what I mean, right? You're not gonna let me explain.
Hey, go ahead,
I
man.
don't really want to hear it, but go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Okay,
what
King,
I mean.
let him speak. Come on, we need to hear
Yeah,
what he's
All
saying.
right. Okay. So this is all I mean. All right. So we seen where there was a system that dominated the earth. We see where it's not like China having a system that's dominating the earth. And the one thing that it is just set up on like this thing called principles. It's just things where it's like, it just goes standards. I'm not saying black men should dominate, women should be submissive, none of this. But I see where, for whatever reason, black women just want to go against things where it's working for other people. It's working for them. For whatever you want to say, it's working for them. And they get in the head. And just to argue over like I don't gotta listen to this, blah 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 blah.
False.
But it seems to be working for other people. So why not try like what works first, and then if it doesn't work, then be argumentative. But for whatever reason, y'all black women just wanna just argue something that's worked for everybody else and argue that shit when you lose it. And now
And what is that? And what is that though?
You can't even keep the cops off you.
Cops ain't
Get the
bothering
hell out
me.
of here.
No. That's niggas. Like I ain't
No,
involved.
it ain't just no niggas. It's black people, period. They killed a teacher, a bona fide educated teacher that didn't have a background.
Y'all want to rep
They
areas?
teach. They killed a single mother.
Wait. I'm just coming in. Let me ask a question.
Wait.
I want to ask a question. Can I ask a question? I want to ask a question. So I've been hearing bits and pieces. So now I may be deterring another conversation, but maybe this scenario will fit. I want to give you a scenario. I was in the back seat of a vehicle. A black female was driving. The vehicle was registered. Everything was legit. She had a license. Black male that was sitting in the passenger seat is what YouTube call them? An educated lane. Okay, an educated lane was sitting in the front passenger seat. Okay, we were stopped.
Oh, I'm listening.
Okay.
Wait. She might be froze, y'all.
Oh.
Yeah, her network is starting to act up. Lucy.
Save him.
Earlier.
Should I let him? Or should
you went out, Lucy?
Lucy, you just came back. The last thing we heard was that y'all was stopped. Lucy,
can you hear us?
Okay, what's the last part y'all heard? I'm sorry, y'all. I'm in Africa.
That you was stopped.
Yeah, I can hear y'all. Yeah, I can hear you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the last thing we heard was that you was stopped.
Yeah, continue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we were stopped. The vehicle was properly registered. There was a black female driving. I was in the back seat. There was an educated lane in the what we call on YouTube, social media, educated lane. I'm not calling him that because I've known him since birth. But that's how I guess we would consider him on social media.
Mm-hmm.
They harassed us small, but they threw him immediately to the ground. And so what I want to know is, should I?
You went out.
Oh no, not again.
Alpha male do his thing because he has no children. He don't have no baby mamas. He don't have no wife, and he does pretty good for himself to be 21 years old. Or should I, go into my masculinity and try to save him when I see them about to do some George Floyd shit to his ass?
Wait, what's your masculinity? Wait. Can I ask a question? What's your masculinity? What were you gonna do to
She
that?
was in the Marines.
Now still repeat my question. What was your masculinity gonna do? I mean, unless you're about to say you pull out that AK and when you handle business. But other than that,
I could have handled it in two different types of ways.
What got him on the grounds, y'all probably started talking shit to that cop, and then
No, that's not really. Okay, brother.
Frankie, dude ain't black first. You should screen people before they come up here.
Brother, brother, the sister already told you that I served in the United States Marine Corps. So I wouldn't come with some ghetto. I wouldn't come with some ghetto ratchet shit. But I do. But when I went, but I will say this: when I did enlist into the United States Marine Corps, I had what y'all would call a high value man, and he dumped me because he said that I will become masculine once I come from the Marine Corps. So that's why I said masculine. So. But I mean, what am I supposed to do? I'm a woman. and the police are jumping on this young brother. I'm old enough to be this brother's mother.
Act feminine and
So
calm the situation down. Use your powers of
okay,
femininity to calm the
and the
situation
way
down.
they were attacking me, the best thing for me to do was to shut the fuck up, and that's exactly what the fuck I did.
You
Now,
didn't have
that's
to
what I'm
shut up.
asking.
No, you didn't have to shut up.
Well,
You could
that's
use
what I'm
femininity
asking
to calm
though.
the situation
If
down.
me as a black woman, and I'm seeing this brother, and they're choking this brother out. They're choking this brother out. He has done absolutely fucking nothing.
You want
Okay.
defense mode. You protect.
Yeah, so
You
should
help
I
because it's
just
a black
sit there
man.
and rest in my femininity, or should I use my military masculinity and speak
Femininity.
to them in a language that they understand, or should I grab the weapon that y'all said that I had because we were actually pulled over in front of our house because he grew up across the street from me and I had definitely easy fucking access.
BNB, use your weapon or your military.
I would say use your femininity.
So what do y'all like?
Don't listen to him.
I would
They
say
don't
use
even
your
deserve
femininity.
femininity.
Wait. I'm confused. Like my wife give me to do shit that I don't want to do. Why? Because of femininity. She ain't just talking to me like some nigga and like get me to do whatever she need
No.
me to do. That don't
But
make
I would've
all
did-
other
what I
women don't owe
would've
you
did was-
femininity. Only
That
your
don't make
wife.
any
Okay, so
sense.
let me ask y'all, and I'm not sure if you are now, brother. Let me give my disclaimer because, like the sister said before, sometimes do I need to give a disclaimer? Sometimes we do because I don't know you, brother. So yes, we're building, right? We're building.
Sure.
I don't know if you like follow this manosphere logic or not. I'm not saying you do.
Sound like
I'm
that.
not saying you do. But let me say this: like, what if I did what I had to do? To get back to my house, because literally we was parked in between our houses, and because I am military trained, I could have went to a certain place, grabbed a certain thing, and did a certain thing. Would that make me masculine?
Can I answer? Can I answer in the rough? I answer. All right. So with that being said, I feel you got two options. I personally feel whereas women have like this thing called femininity and just the ability to calm situations down that men just don't have the ability to do. That option can be used first
That won't be
from
black.
compared. Nah, I mean no, that's just another excuse because it's able to be
But
employed.
see, I did
when you
though,
lose
bro.
a-
That's how I did diffuse the situation. I used my femininity. But let me ask you this:
What are we arguing about?
No, she
Hey, yo,
wants
I just want to say something. I just want to ask a question because homeboy said black women don't listen. Who don't black women listen to though? Like, what do you mean?
Reasoning.
Okay,
Yeah.
so and hold on. Okay, so you said logic, reasoning, principles.
And who
what
you
is
say
the
that
logic?
man?
And what is the logic? And hold up. And what is the logic black women don't want to hear?
All right. Just like how they just gave. Wait. How?
There's no logic I don't want to hear. I live my life by logic.
This is why we don't get nowhere.
Y'all do know y'all have women.
But I just want to hear what
y'all
the man
do
got
know
to say,
y'all
though.
have women.
All right. But
I'm saying y'all do know y'all have women that live their lives by logic.
All right.
I live my life by logic.
I'm about to defend what you're saying right now. All right. The situation happened. They put the dude on the ground, choking him out. You said, like, you was about to say all this other stuff, but then you said, like, yeah, I diffuse it with my femininity. I mean,
MLK shit.
I mean, that's diffusing situation. You did a great thing, honored a great thing. I wouldn't sit there and say, like, you should have did something else. You did what was best, and that's your power. Why not just go with your power? And then why want to have a power of like a dude? Why? I mean, it's not great. Like I would.
Okay, so I gotta ask you a question. What is the power?
Hold up, though. My question was never even asked.
Oh,
what don't black women want to? What the fuck?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait, who is this? I'm sorry. Who is this?
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, hold up. Let's see. Because you said black women don't want to listen to logic and principle. And what logic is that?
Oh, because she just went against what her argument was.
No, I'm talking about black women.
No, I'm sorry. I did answer your question because she went against like what was just said. Like, man,
What you
all
talking
I'm
about?
saying, all
No, I'm talking about black women in general, bro. Black women in general.
No, wait. Somebody said that I would want to use the power of a dude, or you like what is the power of a dude?
You just said
Or
like,
no. He dodging this shit.
Well,
He
I'm not
dodging.
trying to dodge. I don't want to dodge. All right.
Okay.
Ask me.
Let me add on when I get a chance.
He's using
No, I'm asking. No, listen. Leave, man. I'm just trying to ask. What logic does I'm talking about black women in general? You said black women in general do not want to listen to logic.
All right. So logic would say I'm about to try to answer. All right. So logic would say your man, feedback. Hold on, make sure I got it off. All right. So logic would pretty much say men have one ability, women have another ability. People like the physical being of women and just the soft toneness of women. So logic would say, well, let me use what I have developed that's God given, which for women is the femininity, the look, and just the softness of their tone. So
that's back in the 1950s.
I need to
in
be
a different era.
Wait, say what?
You in a different era in time.
No,
that's back in the 1950s.
I'm not in a different era of time. Wait. What physically and whatever has changed in the tone? Do you sound like me? I mean, I may not have a deep voice or nothing like that. Does your voice sound deeper than mine, or like the other brother trying to talk? The one that asked the question. Do your voice sound like him? No. Do you physically look like him? No. None of that stuff has changed.
What do this have to do with surviving? What kind
it
of
has a lot to do with surviving.
Are you saying?
Hold up. That some of y'all are really scared to go to war. He's not black first.
Are you saying my brother?
He just wants you to use the best, Mr. Charles.
May I add on to this conversation?
Okay, well, I can't hear anything over the echo. Sorry,
yeah,
I don't know what's going on with you, but you're echoing and it's drowning everybody.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
All right. To answer the sister's question with the situation she was in, from my perspective, we are already at war. So fortunately, the brother survived the situation. And if you would have reacted the way you wanted to react, which I'm not saying is right or wrong, I can't put myself in your shoes or judge you from my perspective. I wasn't there. I didn't see it, so on and so forth. But we are already at war. And if you would have reacted the other way, that would have gave those race soldiers the okay. However it would have went down, that would have gave them the okay to do what they wanted to do. So fortunately, I don't know if it was your femininity. I just believe that the situation, it was just a fortunate situation. I can't blame you or blame him. There's no simple way to describe that situation and saying masculine or feminine would have helped. That's the situation.
What happened? Why we can't say like, man, yeah, she did good. She did good.
No. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying that she didn't do good, but I think something like that is beyond masculine and feminine. You got to survive because certain race soldiers in those situations are looking for a reason to pull the trigger and be extra. So even though, like, I would want to tear a motherfucker head off, like, for disrespecting me. At the end of the day, if I got children, if I got a family,
about to die, you won't want your wife to save you or your friend.
I want my wife to survive. I'll deal with however I need to deal with. But
So if you was
I
down, you
don't
would
want my
rather.
wife in that situation because if they touch my wife, I'm murdering everything walking. So I need her to stay out of that. You know what I'm saying?
So if you getting choked out and finna die.
I
Okay.
need my wife to survive. I need my wife to survive. Now, if my woman or my kids were being choked out, I'm murdering everything, including a rock. But that's just my perception of it. I need my wife to stay out of that and be there for our children. That's how I view it.
But basically, you don't want her to escalate
This
the
better
situation
explain
into
it.
a worse situation, right?
Regardless, I need my wife to
No,
survive.
it can't be regardless. It can't be
No, it
regardless.
is
So you
regardless,
want her to
motherfucker.
escalate
Because
the situation,
anybody
make it
touch
worse.
my wife, I'm killing them and their kids and everything else. I kill
She
fucking
can make the
everything.
situation worse. She can make it worse so she can
Okay.
make
That's
it better.
why.
So
That's
We don't
why
care
Lucy,
about
she'll
that.
stay out of it. She'll stay alive and she'll keep our family going. Hopefully, I'll survive. She stays out of that. I'm a man. I deal with that. That's what I'm saying.
Gotcha. I
okay.
agree with that.
Okay.
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 Frankie,
But back to what Rozzy was trying to say. Okay, you kept saying, and you did say before she was telling, while she was telling the story, that women are probably say some stuff and escalate the situation, and that women in general, you know, and Lucy was giving you two possible ways she could handle it. And the way she actually handled it was the way you kind of suggest. She leaned on and put on, remind them the fact that she's a woman. She tried to calm the situation down. So they'll let the brother go or at least leave him alive, you know. But, you know, some part of her, the part of her that was the Marine, felt she might should have just go for the gun.
And
That's what
that's
I'm saying. Being
and
nice
that's
don't
silly.
work either.
But that's silly to think that way. I don't understand like what transpired that like we just can't like appreciate each other for our differences. Whereas
Right, and
we
it's silly
gotta
to
be more.
you. It might not be silly to everybody else. That's just
No,
your
it
opinion.
no, it's silly because it's not working. It's not working.
It'll be silly
Things
because it's
that got
not
worse.
working for you because you're not running
No, it can
anything.
got
You're
worse.
not
Things
changing
that,
anything in your community. You're not going in power. You're not at your
no, I'm not
local
reckoning either.
your
No,
local
Okay.
council
I may
meetings
not
and
be
keeping
fixing
these
it, but I'm
police
not
off
reckoning.
your neck.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
I may not be fixing it, but I am not
And
the one that's
I'm
reckoning.
back now. I'm back now.
And what happened
Before
in the end, Lucy?
man, I don't even remember what story I was telling y'all because
When the
I'm.
guy was getting choked out, your friend, you was in the back of the car.
The little 21-year-old guy
Yeah.
by the police.
Oh yeah.
The house.
So so what like okay, so we really talking about setting a standard because see what we need is a consequence. The reason why they're able to do this to us is because we don't provide a consequence. So should I just, I sat there and just comply with the police and went back in my house and said, damn, I wish the best for this guy? Or are we ready for me to go up on the rooftop?
Go on the
Because
rooftop and do what? Go on the rooftop and do what? Do what?
we don't need to say that. We
Or bust
already
your
know.
gun up in the air.
We don't need to say that. We don't need to say that on here because we don't
because it
want to
wouldn't
get this.
happen.
Okay, so it would matter. It would matter if there was a community of Black men that's ready for that. If we had a system set
But
up
it's
to
not. Yeah.
where we could have our own private 911 calls like we had when we had the Black Panther Party, and it just so happened to be a sister that would set it off. So am I supposed to just watch them? Am I supposed, what I want to know is, am I supposed to watch this brother die? Or am I supposed to at least try to Y'all know what I'm trying to say. Do I gotta
No,
say it?
Somebody
Do I
got
gotta
some
say
No,
it?
you survive. You
Do I
survive.
gotta say it?
Take care of
So if
yourself
I
and
need
the
to
children.
survive, if I need
Let
to
men do
survive,
what men do.
then I will go back. I will use my femininity, get out of the situation just like I did. Go back into my house and just wish the brother the best.
and I want to say,
I was
thank
saying
you.
Well,
that's a
go back in
man's
the house
doing
and
though.
grab your
Thank you for
thing.
doing that for them. I don't know him, but thank you for doing that for me. Thank you.
I mean, that's actually what happened. I went in the house and I just prayed to a God I don't believe in no more. That they don't, George Floyd this brother, because I'm right there backseat. I'm seeing, man, when the cop opened my door, he looked like a bull. I could see the steam coming out his nose. It was on, get down from the car. What's your name? I'm like, look, man, I live right here. I gotta use the bathroom. He said, then go. Man, like, I ain't tell that nigga shit. I was able to go in my house. But meantime, between time, they was beating the shit on my neighbor.
You did a good job. Don't second guess
Ah,
yourself. You did a good job.
I
You
feel bad.
absolutely did. You did the right thing.
So I got black men telling me I did the right thing.
Yeah, take the compliment. Just roll with
What
it.
if they George Floyd him though? How would I
You
be
did a
able to
good
live with
thing.
that?
You did. They didn't.
How
They
would I
didn't
be able
George
to live
Floyd.
with that?
They
Let's talk
didn't.
about that.
Right. They
How would
don't
I
say
be
black
able to live with
Hey,
revolution.
that?
yo,
You
Calvin.
did a good job.
Calvin. Hey, yo, my brother, do you put black women first?
No.
I am putting black women first because I'm glad, like, she ain't put herself in a situation where she could,
No,
she,
no, 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 no,
she could
no,
have popped off. They both
no,
wouldn't have been
no,
different.
no,
Great
no, no, no,
situation.
no, no, no,
We
no.
talking.
No,
They tell
he
me.
as a
Come
whole.
on.
Not that specific situation.
All right, throw me another one then.
Listen, what I'm saying is when it comes to women, right? Black woman, white woman, do you put you women on a pedestal over all women?
No.
Black women?
Oh, actually, I have to say yes because I never did shit for a white woman. I only did shit for black women, including my wife, including my sisters, including every other chick that I had dealt with in my life. They got shit for me.
You
Got
got a
me.
wife?
Yes, I got a wife.
Oh, you got a wife?
Yeah, I got a black wife. Does shit for
Okay.
them, pay mortgage, pay bills, pay all this other shit. Went through
Okay.
all other bullshit for them. So I only did shit for black women. Never did shit for
Right,
white
but
women.
they man say got to be black first.
Now,
Black.
I prefer black, but one thing I'm starting to learn is it's like they just want to fight a battle that doesn't need to be fought. I'm not
Echo.
oppressed.
You got
Both
echo.
these brothers aren't oppressors, which I want to consider us to be oppressors, but we're not. Now, they may be a bunch of brothers out there talking about the manosphere and be submissive, whatever. I don't agree with none of that shit. But all I want to say is, like, man, I take care of like a lot of stuff. I took care of a lot of stuff for black women. No other race. So it may sound coonish, and that's great. But like I only took care of black women. Nothing else. But just seem
Would you
unappreciative.
hold up if you wasn't married, right?
Protect black
If
kids.
if you wasn't married, right, would you deal with a white woman?
I would want a black woman, personally. Me personally.
You know what I'm saying? I'm saying, would you fuck with a white woman?
Would I? Yeah, I guess. I mean, yeah, I mean,
Nah, you don't got a black person, man.
wait.
I knew
It depends how you ask me this. Now, if I was around white women, then chances is I'd have been dating a white woman. But I was around most of black women.
Okay, no. What I'm saying, like,
I knew
like, say if you single, right?
Right.
And like you just went out there and you try to holler at some women. Would you go fuck with a white woman?
If that was my only option.
No, it
see, I
ain't.
told y'all
You
he
in
was a black
America,
person.
bro.
I told you.
No. I
He need to be off this panel.
Wait.
Okay.
Stop. Okay, so I want to interject right here. Now, see, I got attacked 2 hours ago because I asked basic geographical questions. And now Rozzy is actually digging into this nigga and he's talking about he would divest. Now, see why we ask the questions that we fucking ask See why we ask the questions that we fucking ask, because we need to know who the fuck
Use your femininity
we're
right now.
dealing with.
Listen, use your
Excuse my
femininity right now.
masculinity. Excuse my masculinity. We need to ask
Yeah, because your
who
masculinity
the
is
fuck
illogical.
we're dealing with. Yeah, excuse my
Oh, but she's
masculinity.
not being
I
masculine
tried
though,
to an
bro.
hour ago.
It is because she skipped the first part of it when I said like,
You
man,
worried
yeah,
about
I'm married to
femininity and we down in the war.
she skipped the first part when I said like, yeah, I'm married to a black woman. And I get your question, and I would agree. Like, I wouldn't be somewhere I hate white people, so I would never marry a white woman. I don't know the
Oh, so
situation.
you
You're
I'm
not
would
married
marry
to
a
black
a
white
first.
woman.
You need to
white
look
woman.
up that definition. You don't
Wait,
have a
Oh,
masculinity mindset, Khalil
Kevin,
Muhammad.
And now let them talk,
Kevin,
man. Let them talk, man. Please let them talk. Please let
Go
them
ahead.
talk.
go ahead.
Oh no, you was about to ask me something.
So you would marry a white woman?
He said, yeah.
I'm not about to sit there and give a hypothetical. If I was around a bunch of white women, then like if
No,
I
no, no. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Okay, listen. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Like, would you, if you were single, and like, would you do
Roz,
that? Though?
Roz, you can't ask that question. Roz, you can't ask that question. I'm gonna tell you why. Why that's not a logical question.
Why not?
I'm on the continent of Africa right now. I'm in Ghana. There are white men around that think I'm Ghanaian. Okay.
What?
If one of these rich French goddamn euro having, pound having motherfuckers want to take my hand in marriage, you think I'm with nigga?
I agree
This is
with
the time for me to be the ultimate gold digger, nigga. What the fuck? I will gold dig, dog. I will mine that
This is a
gold.
man.
You have to push too far. You have to
No,
go too
this is a
far.
man we talking about. Are you
You have to
comparing
go-
yourself to a man? You can't
No.
compare yourself to a man.
No. He asked, will he marry a white woman? I'm flipping it on the other side. I would marry the fuck out of a cracker right now. If are you rich, nigga? Because I'm gonna take that money and put it straight into my black community. So I just, I like y'all. Y'all know I
Okay, but hold on. Okay, Lucy.
Lucy would take one for the team, huh?
Lucy. Oh, Lucy, though. If you would have asked me, would I marry a white woman? I would say hell no. Not at
I would
all.
say hell no too.
You don't know the
I would say hell no too. I say hell no too, Roz. Roz, I say hell no too. I say hell no too. But see, y'all don't know the tricks I got up my sleeve. You think I'm gonna touch that motherfucker? You think I'm gonna touch that?
All right,
He
brother.
won't want to be touched.
Wait, brother. Can I ask the question?
I usually don't care who nobody is, but
All right. So let's say, like, man,
Lucy, you tripping.
you was in Korea.
this
You was
conversation
in
ain't
Korea
for
for whatever reason. You was in Korea. You was working. You happen to just run across like a Korean. You and her clique. You mean to tell me like because like man, I want to be black first, but I'm around nothing but Koreans. You wouldn't marry this Korean woman?
My brother,
you a black Korean.
Hold up. For me, okay, but can I answer that?
Sure.
Let me answer that. Let me tell you something. I would not marry no goddamn non-black woman. No.
So you gonna sit in Korea working for however many years, and you just gonna stay single? Why? Because your blackness? That's what I'm saying. If I was in different situations,
let me tell you something. Hold up. You see hold on. First of all, you said in Korea. I'm sure there's black people in Korea right now. For one.
Well,
For two.
Be real. Not even many. It's Korea.
But hold up. But let me just say this. We in America. Can you stick to America?
That's what don't get me. You threw me a hypothetical.
No.
I'm telling you, I married a black woman because, like, man, like, yeah, have I met white women? Yes, but I prefer like black women.
And they love to tell black women what not to do, and they go do it.
No,
That's
what I'm
I'm
saying
listening to
is
double talking ass black men.
no. What I'm saying is, if you put me in a situation where I was around majority of white women, I can't tell you.
I don't really care who black women
somebody I would like.
let me. Can I add something to this conversation?
They stink, man. I'm not.
Okay,
No.
everybody, mute up so T. Washington can talk. Otherwise, we're gonna be going through this maddening echo.
Echoing. Frank.
All right, y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, as far as this marrying black and white and all that, I see on a lot of YouTube channels, on TikTok and all that shit. I see the black dudes, young boys, mostly young boys and like that who talk this I like white girls and all that. And then you got the young black girls who talk all this divest shit. Black men ain't nothing. I got me a zaddy. White. I see a lot of that going on. So I got to a point where I don't give a fuck who nobody else date. That's not my thing. If you like it, I love it. Me personally, based on my personal politics, my life experience, and what's going on around the world, I wouldn't feel comfortable being with a person who don't understand me as a whole. And what I mean by that is there's certain points where I might have to kill a motherfucker or put my life on the line based on who I am. And the only person who would understand that is a black woman, mainly a black woman from America, because we do have black women who, some in America and some outside of America, who don't necessarily have loyalty to the black community also. I see that on both sides. So,
but
I
they
think it depends
disparaging
on.
black women on TikTok though. That's the difference.
No, hold on. Let me talk
But
about
that's same if you
that.
only around.
And let me talk about that. I get at these dudes, but at the same time, just like there's some women in these chats, as we're having a conversation, there's women making negative generalizations about black men. Oh, they don't do nothing. They ain't nothing. They don't fight. They, all of that kind of shit. Now, maybe it's their personal experience, maybe their dad or the men in their family. I'm not sure what would make
But it's the
black women.
collective that speak.
Hold on. I'm not sure what would make black women negatively generalize all black men, saying that we don't do this and all they are is this. Basically saying we are the bottom of the barrel. All that weakest link talk. So it goes both ways. And I don't use that as an excuse to return fire on
But we're
black
not on
women.
the equal playing field though.
Oh, okay, all right. Let me ask you this question then. And I want all the
Because
sisters
it's
to
more
answer
you
this.
guys disparaging. I'm not saying particularly you as a collective. It's all over social media, all in Hollywood, all in my neighborhood. I just got through talking to two guys
Okay.
just
Let
having
me
that
ask,
conversation.
okay, let me ask you
Versus
this question
the
because
guy
I see it.
that I talked to from overseas, he do none of that. And
Okay,
I'm glad
let
he
me
actually is not from here.
okay, let me ask you this question because I see it all too. And it's on both sides. It's not one more than the other. Now,
Nah.
It
hold
is.
on, let me talk, bro. Please don't do that.
Nah.
Please don't do that. Don't please let me ask my question. Now, to you sisters, in what ways are black men
Y'all hate accountability.
using our power to oppress black women? I'm not saying we're not, but I want you to articulate that. In what ways black men are
I
using our
can
power
answer that.
to oppress
Wait,
black women.
Good question,
What
brother. Good
was
question.
the question? Wait. What was the question?
In what ways are black men using whatever power we have to oppress black women?
You don't have no power to oppress me. You don't have the power to oppress me. I don't even know why niggas is even talking about this shit because you do not have the power to oppress me.
Oh,
The
you
fuck
I
just
know they
you
have
do
oppressive
just like
ways
me.
too.
We in the same fucking boat.
The
The
reason why
fuck?
I asked
Why
that
is
I used to
niggas
question,
talking
think
about
that
this
too.
dumbass shit?
the reason why I asked that question is because I hear a lot of women make comments, black men the misogynoir and
And
even
they
though we
stupid
do
as
have
fuck.
we
We
do
call
have
those
corn.
coons.
Hold
We call
on.
those coons.
We do have cornballs and coons and stuff who make these negative comments about black women, and those represent a minority no matter what the hell nobody want to say. But what I try to argue back with them is, can you explain how black men, what power we have and how are we using that power to oppress black women, because I think outsiders are doing a good
But I'm
job.
not looking at it
Bro,
from your
wait,
eyes.
wait,
I'm
wait,
looking
wait,
at it from a woman.
wait, brother. What I want to tell you is, when you hear retarded ass shit like that, you don't even respond, brother, because your intellect is higher than that retarded ass shit that you hearing. See, what you do is you connect yourself with sisters. I don't even, when I see it too, brother, and I don't even engage in those conversations. You know why? Because the mentality of the people that are trying to compartmentalize all this other retarded ass shit, like, nigga, there's no way that the black man can oppress me when we are both being oppressed. Because if the black man is fucked up, I'm fucked up. That's what got us in this position in the first place. Was the
Right, but
crime
we also
bills and
talking
shit
about
and telling
women
all
and
our
chicks
black
too.
men,
Hold on, let me
did we
Not just black
forsake?
men.
Yeah, let me
Max,
jump
Max,
into
go
it.
ahead, Max. Go
Not
ahead,
being
Max.
Yeah, let me jump
provided
in.
for, not them
Let
taking care
Max
of their
let
kids,
Max get
abusive,
in here, sis. Let
killing
Max
us. Go ahead, Matt.
let Max.
Look. It's not oppression because we don't have the power to oppress anybody, but we have left our women in a state of misery. We won't protect them. We won't get this white man's foot off their neck. We won't provide for them. We don't hardly ever raise our damn children. Our children are running wild in the goddamn street and being raised like animals, and they're attacking our women and attacking other children. We got crazy ass kids growing up,
Fact.
blowing people away because they have no
So,
guidance. So
so
we
when you say
have left
protection,
them
what does
in
protection
a
mean?
state. Hold on, brother. You've been talking. We have left them in a state of misery, and we have let them down. We're supposed to be their line of protection. We are supposed to be their black knights, right? We are too afraid to get out here and deal with the situation in real time in the real world. And we leave her out here on her own. Like right now, you got black women going to war with Korean men, and there are no black men in sight to support them. That Korean man, he has his woman by his side, supporting him. Where's the black man supporting the black woman? We don't support our sisters. When's the last time you motherfuckers cried a tear for Korean Games?
Facts.
Or Sandra Bland?
Let me respond to that.
Can we ask a
Hold
question?
on. When's the last time you motherfuckers got out here with some goddamn protest sound like black women do every time a black man goes down? I don't see you niggas doing nothing. So we have
more women.
We have left our woman in a state of despair, in a state of fucking misery.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask you a question?
I got a question, and I got a question for you too. I want to know what you can build with it.
So can I ask my question first? All right.
Yeah, you go ahead. I got one for you too.
All right, protection. Like I do securities and automation and stuff like that. The main thing about protection is prevention. So prevention means where it's like you try to teach somebody to not put themselves in harm's way. Do you believe that black women currently are doing their best to not put themselves in harm's way?
In this situation? Yes, I believe that they're doing their best to not put themselves in harm's way.
That goes back to my police situation.
I'm
agreeing. Here's another thing too, right? You left a fucked up environment for them.
All right, these black men that you're talking about who leaving black women, not protecting them.
Watch one thing, man. My brother, one thing. That's my jersey, brother. Hold on 1 second, T. My brother, Kevin, whatever, I got a question for you. I know you said that you wasn't with white women or whatever, okay? But let me ask you a question. If you had a choice, what can you build with white women?
A family, a legacy, and wealth.
This is why we can't get nowhere.
It'll just be biracial, but it'll be like a family, wealth, and
why you can't do that with a black woman? Why you can't do that with a black woman?
Well, he can't do that with a white woman either.
No, I'm doing it with my black woman. But you asked me a question, It would be the same
He's
thing.
from
It'd be
Hill
the same
Pro.
exact thing.
But you can't build a black family with a white woman, and you're not
Y'all
going to build any
call
wealth.
biracial
You
people
think her
black.
family going to allow you to get a part of their generational wealth? You out of your damn mind.
No, wait. All right, let me answer. All right, so like there's like $800,000 on my head for life insurance. All the life insurance policies, the shit from my job. So black woman or white woman, it will get like a $800K off my head. So with that being said, either way, black woman or white woman, like the family will probably be okay because guess what? The nigga gonna leave something to him. So like the
So
white
he
woman
just don't care who he breed with.
no,
Yeah, but
He
you
don't care who he breed
I'm
with.
Right, your
asking.
kids won't be black, biracial.
Yeah, he don't
yeah,
care
The
who
plus
he
you
And
breed
your
leaving
with.
kids are
money.
not welcome to the table.
And you
Yeah.
leaving
See,
money
this is
in.
why I
You
ask
ask what?
questions about people's backgrounds. Now, do
Right,
y'all understand why I ask questions about people's backgrounds? Because
right.
even though,
Keep
look,
the gangster.
this brother
She,
could be a
Betty for
huge
your
contributor.
grandmama.
Hold on, this
I'm
brother could be a
married to a
huge
black woman.
contributor to the black community. He
I'm
could be a
married to a
huge
black
contributor
woman.
to the black community, and he probably is. You know what I'm saying?
I'm
But
giving a
when we're
hypothetical
talking about
situation.
when you got a certain mentality and what certain people is talking about, that's why I asked the questions that I asked the people that was so mad earlier about me asking about a person's, where they from, their parents
They mad
from,
at
and what your
But
background is and shit like that. Because
wait, but
now
I'm
we know that this dude, a dude like him,
is
which
married
is
to a
not
black
bad.
woman.
You're not a bad dude, but you could potentially marry someone outside of the race, and then
I'm
the
married
things
to a
that we
black
build for
woman.
the community and the money will go outside of the community. You know what I'm
Why you not
saying?
talking about
A
what I'm
lot of
saying?
people,
bringing
a
Meghan
lot of people
Markle to
want
the
to
community.
keep things in the community because that's what those other people do. They
I'm
build
married to a
and they
black woman.
manifest within their own people. You don't see Asians mixing with, what I'm saying, other races. That's why they have this thing called white power. You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
married
That
to a
that
black
that
woman.
we the only ones that want to mix with other races and build
I'm married
communities
to a
with
black
other
woman.
fucking races and shit. So like
I'm
some
married.
people will look at you or someone with your
Bro, we
ideology
talking
as
about
a
your
threat,
mindset.
I'm married to a black woman.
Well, hold
I'm
up,
married
and
to a
that's
hold up,
good.
hold up. But did you marry that black woman on some B1 shit, or you just married a black woman?
I
Just
spent
because.
I was married a
I,
black woman.
I spent $10K on a black woman. I got a $250,000 mortgage with a black woman. So
Why
I
is you
don't
talking
want no
about
That
your
black
don't
woman.
mean
money?
nothing.
Why
Your
is you
money
talking
don't mean
about your
nothing.
money? Why is
But I
that
got
the
a lot
first
of
thing y'all
obligations
talk
with black women.
about?
Right. We
I got
talking
a
about
lot
your
of
moral
obligations with black
compass,
women.
your mindset.
Yeah, we you talking about your money. We talking about I think we were talking about morality,
All
right?
that's
You
invested, all
you
that's
bring up
invested
money.
with a black woman. So I put my slavery that I ain't worked for the white man for all these years, and I invested it with a black woman. So obviously I got love for this black woman and the other black stuff that I have developed.
You don't
Black
get
kid. I'm confused. You threw me a hypothetical. I answered the hypothetical because I want to be honest. Honestly saying,
Yeah.
if man, if I was
so
just a
you're not
random white,
black first then. Your
how is that not
mindset.
black person? How that wouldn't be black
Because you'll
person?
say, well, I don't want to marry no other than a black woman and I want to build black for my black family.
I don't want to smoke,
Yeah,
blow
that's black
smoke up
first.
anybody's ass. I don't
Right.
want to blow. I want to be honest. I don't want to blow
I'll
smoke
fight
in
for
their
black
face.
people. I'll die for them. That's the kind of mindset. I want
So
to
why do you
protect
think the
children and
black
women,
woman?
black women and children. I want to do what's right. I want to
Let me
change
ask you
the
a question.
stereotypes. I
Cause
want
it
to
sounds
raise the
stupid.
children
Let me
Wait,
let me
wait,
ask
wait.
you a
Let me
question,
like I
right?
did. I don't have none, but I raised
If
them
you
anyway.
created,
hold on. Let me
listen,
ask you.
if you was the man you were supposed to be and you created that salubrious environment for black women and children to thrive in, then you can sit up here and say things like she may be putting herself in harm's way. But when you failed as a leader and you allowed the community to fall in ruins and it became corrupted, you can't say shit about her putting herself in harm's way because everywhere she goes is harm's way.
I ain't
And
got a
you've allowed
dumbass
that to
wife.
happen.
My wife, my black wife ain't this dumbass girl that just go around just talking shit to everybody neither. So
Yeah,
with that being
but
said,
my thing is, you've allowed that kind of environment to manifest with your
no,
poor leadership.
no, majority of niggas did. I didn't. I don't have a wife
So
that
you
go
think
around
you
talking
different
shit.
from Nick? No, you in the same collective. As an
Oh, I may be
African
a
is
nigga, but I'm not
overseas
doing
from
no nigga.
Canada, from America, Cuba, black is black, African, whatever the hell you want to call it.
All right.
Y'all
What
want you
I'm
judged as
saying
a
is,
collective, not individually.
see, what I'm
What
saying
part you
is,
won't get?
my
You need to go
wife,
back to your black scholar books. I
my
recommend a
wife
lot of them
don't
for you.
talk shit. My wife don't talk shit. My wife
Go
didn't put me
read
in
The
a situation
Destruction of the
to be
Black
fucked up.
Civilization.
No.
What does a woman
Wait,
talking
wait,
got to
wait,
do
wait,
with
wait,
anything?
wait, wait. Let them talk. Let them talk.
Why you Negroes are so weak, man?
No,
My
but hold
wife
on, man.
And
Can we talk
every
about
allows
time a
some?
woman,
me, I'm assuming.
every time a
My
woman
wife
opens up
allows
her
me to
mouth,
be.
every time a woman opens up her mouth, y'all want to use that as an excuse to not do what the fuck you supposed to do.
I'm telling you, I got a wife that don't talk shit. Why wouldn't you accept my wife don't talk shit? Why wouldn't it be a positive? So I should have a
Well,
wife that
Who's
talks shit?
talking shit?
That don't make
Are
any
you saying?
sense.
Are you insinuating that we're talking shit?
I
He
ain't
want to
saying
so
be in
what
that.
if they
control.
are?
His way or
What if
no
they are
way.
talking shit though? But wait a minute, but hold on. What if they are talking shit? So what does that mean?
I would marry. Talk shit with somebody. Talk shit to somebody else. Some other dude may want that. I want a wife that's feminine. That's me. So y'all can have whatever it is y'all want to have.
Wait,
I
wait, wait,
prefer the
wait,
black
wait.
woman that's feminine.
No, I need to answer. I need the question answered. Are you? See, I'm not like the sister that was on 3 hours ago that was going ham. I like to ask questions. I like to ask questions before I go ham. Before I go ham. Are you insinuating that me and this other young lady right now that's speaking to you, do you think that we're talking shit?
I assume you are because let me finish. I assume you are because I congratulate you on diffusing the situation, use your femininity. But that wasn't enough. You had to sit there and not take that as a compliment, saying like, damn, I did do the best thing. You had to say maybe I should have went in and got the AK, show them crackers what the business is. Where the shit? I don't want a wife like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't want that. I want a wife that's happy, like, man, I appreciate you,
I don't
not
want
putting
a
me in a
life
Yeah,
real
like
like
that
they
fucked up
saying that we
either.
situation.
ain't
I don't
feminine, we
want
ain't women.
wait. I don't want a life like that either, but I was posing a question because, this black man was defenseless and I had a vantage point. If we're talking about our freedom,
But
okay?
you set
What
them
what
free.
what wait, what are we really talking about here? So if you think me bringing up something like that when people are serious about their fucking freedom, if if that's talking shit to you and you don't want a woman that talks shit, then I would put you in the category as a weak ass dude because that
That's
means
good.
I can't have a conversation with you. So what am I supposed to do?
And that's
So
why
what
I'm
you
married to the
said,
wife that I
because
have.
what
That's
you
why I'm
said
married to the wife
before,
I have. I'm
wait,
not trying to be a
because
polygamist. I got my
wait a minute,
one wife.
what you said before, you said that I did the right thing by leaving this black man out to fend for himself. So that's what you're saying, that us
No,
black
you
women,
said
we
you
should
diffused
rest in
the
our
situation with your
femininity
femininity.
and just
You
leave
said
a black
you
man to fend for himself.
You didn't say that. You said like, man, I was nice. Well, all right, well, now I'm adding stuff, but I'm assuming you was nice in the situation and it calmed things down. That's what
No,
I'm
it
saying.
didn't calm things down. It didn't calm things
They
down. I had to be nice in order for them motherfuckers to not throw me on the ground because I told you the female was the driver and they had her slamming her up against the fucking car too. But because I've been through the United States Marine Corps, I speak a language that they can understand.
What's
I
that?
took orders. I took orders. That's what I did. I took orders and I called the distraction something that they cannot deny. I said, I have to use the bathroom. I live right there. They let me go. That's what I said. If I try to say, wait a minute, hold on, what's going on? It would have been some whole other shit.
I mean, you talking that whole other shit. Yeah, it'll be some other shit if you told the cop, man, this is some whole other shit right now. Yeah, instead of like, man, yeah, you
Okay,
know.
so should
He
I
got the
have gone
Mr.
to my
Charlie
house?
mindset.
So should I have gone to my house? So what I'm asking you as a black man, if I had an opportunity to save that black man's life,
By talking shit. Yeah, go ahead.
no, see, now you're doing what the lady was doing before.
I'm
I
sorry,
just
you're right.
told you I was
I'm sorry.
military. I'm
I'm sorry.
trying.
I'm sorry.
Listen, brother. I'm trying to have a conversation with you without putting
You're
all
right.
my business out there because we're on
You're
the
right.
internet.
Okay.
Okay. Now I'm telling you, I am. Listen to the key words, brother. I'm trying to speak a language to you. I am military trained. I don't have a criminal record. I am able to have access to things that regular civilians don't have access to. So with me getting myself strategically out of a situation, if they were killing this brother, should I have gone into my house and just closed my eyes and let them do what they were going to do to them? Or should I have taken my vantage point and been prepared to save a brother's life by any means necessary?
You would have saved his life temporary. So let's say you knocked every cop that was down on the street. Guess what they got? Radio, all kind of dispatch. A lot of other cops.
Okay, and then guess what? It would have been on the news. It would have been on the news, and it would have been up to you niggas to say, hey, this.
Them niggas stupid.
We would have had the free.
I thought it been them
Okay, and see, this is why I'm in Ghana. Now, this is why I'm talking like this, because this is this is why I ask questions and talk the way I do. This is why I left y'all niggas in America, and I'm in Ghana, and I'm in the bush, and I'm doing what the fuck I'm doing, because fuck you niggas that don't want to do some real shit.
What y'all got power?
Y'all don't want to do no real black power, all that. I'm about some real shit, nigga.
Energy, running
and
water.
I'm in the bush, and fuck y'all. When y'all get y'all shit together on the continent in America, when y'all ready to goddamn sacrifice your life for fucking freedom like our ancestors did, that we all like to post on our social medias and stuff, Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and all them. When we like to, praise them when their birthdays and shit come around, we want to fight for Black History Month. We still want to fight for them, them taking these stupid ass shits away. We comfortable now. Oh, they put more black people on TV and more black people on commercials. They're selling black dolls now. If y'all think all that shit is good and cute and that's what's gonna help you, then fuck y'all. I'm in the bush. When y'all ready for some real self-sustainability shit, then y'all holler at me, and I'll be back in America.
All I have to say is this, man. All I have to say is that
I'll stay masculine. If y'all manosphere bitch ass sissy bim ass niggas, think I'm masculine, fuck y'all. I'll stay masculine.
Lucy,
I don't like talking to them. If you Frank and them, it's so used to talking to the red pill thinking or manosphere thinking, man.
Lucy, I'm gonna say this though.
Don't they call me Lucy because I'm a man right now. Call me Lucifer.
Man, I know you for Lucy. I know you, Lucy. You okay? All right. So I'm gonna say this. You ain't masculine to me. You're not masculine to me at all. You might be masculine to the mother folk, but you're not masculine to me. So let me just keep it all the way moving.
You in fight mode. They got us in this position, so we have to be defensive and be the way how we are.
Yeah,
I'm not even mad at old girl that was up here early. They put us on defensive mode. So we gotta be like this. It's like
sister, let me tell you something. Sister, there's a village in Kenya right now. There's a village in Kenya right now because there's a patriarchal society, and these women are being abused by their husbands, abused by men in the community. So they took their money and put together and built themselves their own mud hut. I'm talking about straight mud hut community to where they could protect themselves and be all women, because the police, the government is not doing anything for them. Not doing anything for them. So niggas in America and the West will say, oh, they're being feminist. They probably won't act right. That's why they was getting beat up. Why was they getting beat up and shit like that? Hold the fuck on. I mean, okay.
Wow, yeah. Women all go
Girl,
over
this
there.
is patriarchal society globally. It's a global patriarchal society.
All I have to say is that, man, the black man of today ain't shit compared to his ancestors, man. We a disgrace to our ancestors,
and
man.
That's true.
And the real ones,
they not protecting black women on the continent, neither.
You can't even get a Negro to be unapologetically black. You can't even get a black man to say I'm unapologetically black.
You're black
I
because
asked
you
If
were
they
born
not black
black. There
first,
was
they
no
can
other
date who
reason
they
for you to
want
be
to
black.
date.
You
They
was
don't
just
want to be a
born
part
black.
of the
no
black
no no
Ain't
no
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 reason to be
no.
I don't care
unapologetically
what.
black.
But
You was
hold up,
born black.
but I'm saying, my brother, you can't get a black man to say I am for black people. I love black women in America.
Right. I haven't heard that
I
out his
want
mouth once, Rosie. Facts.
right. You can't get no Negro. Well, I'm not gonna say no Negro, but you can't. It's hard to get a Negro to say I'm for the community. I'm for the sisters. I want to see the best for them. I want to network with black men. I want the best for black people. You can't get a Negro to be unapologetically black. It's always some nigga tap dancing and moonwalking and
Butter biscuits.
beating up. Yeah, yo, cuz he can't get no nigga.
Tom,
What
was
I
you
want to
in
know
with the
is,
vote?
what I want to know is, can black men? What I want to know is can black men get over that black women are broken, and can black women get
That's
over
why they
that
divest.
black men are broken? Look, when I'm
Oh, you went out, Lucy.
Let me tell you this. I understand our sisters are broken. They're broken because
blaming people
Oh, you went out.
for shit.
I love black women regardless of their brokenness. I'll tell you that.
Oh, you the first one I heard say that, Rosie. Thank you.
I
That's
like
rare.
you.
I don't really hear that. It very few. Not in real
You
life
know,
neither. Shit.
I would love
like
them for their brokenness if they want to get out of their brokenness. But they don't want to get out of their brokenness, then fuck them. See what I'm saying?
but
Right, and
hold up.
fuck a lot of
But
y'all too,
hold up.
because a lot of y'all don't want to get out of y'all brokenness. Y'all just want to lay down and just pass away in the street instead of just standing on your feet 10 toes tall. No matter what the consequences come with it. It's
But
do
y'all
or die.
criticizing me for my thoughts, but I'm not trying to lay down. I'm confused.
We gotta stop blaming
You
each
just
other,
got the
man.
Mr. Charlie
Like, the
mindset.
blame
We'll
game
be
is
dead and gone,
over.
depending on you.
It's over. Like, we gotta stop blaming it. Okay, we fucked up. Okay, we fucked up. Can we?
Lucy, you keep going out, baby. I'm sorry, we can't hardly hear you.
Now we done
You
all
going out,
fucked
Lucy.
up.
You might want to halfway start over.
What is we gonna do?
You going in and out, Lucy.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you had went out like halfway through your
Can y'all hear me
first
now?
Yeah.
I'm making it real short. I had a rant. I'm making it real short. If we can accept that we all fucked up, we all fucked up. Our history, everything, we all fucked up. Okay, and
Damn, you went out again.
Now, what do we do to stop fucking up? We need to stop fucking up.
Take accountability.
How do we stop fucking up? Like, okay, we can admit everybody fucked up. Black men, black women, we fucked up.
Start
Do
to
y'all hear
work
what
on
I'm saying?
ourselves locally. A lot of our families need therapy, like I mentioned yesterday. I don't know if you was here. Like,
can y'all hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Family counseling and the therapy. That's much needed.
Yeah, man, like we gotta stop blaming each other. We have to stop blaming each other. Like that's what they want. They want us to keep blaming. We gotta stop blaming each other, man. Look, we messed up, yo. We need to get help. That's why I was trying to tell the sister earlier, like, look, stop yelling. Let's have a conversation. Stop yelling. Just listen to what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? So we can come to an understanding. I don't know you. You don't know me. I don't know none of y'all in real life.
Wait.
You know what I'm saying?
It's fine to be different, but that both of y'all are different.
And if it take a little fight back and forth and shit, that's cool. I don't mind going back and forth. I still might not agree with you at the end of the day, but at least look, is there something? Do we agree that we need freedom? That we need to be able to have the same things that we see the other groups have? Should we have control over land, infrastructure, and nationhood?
But you wasn't asking none of that though. Be real, you wasn't asking none of that.
He worried about femininity.
No. I'm against her too. I ain't like I agree with her. But what I'm saying is like, okay, so she half breed, whatever you want to call her. biracial, whatever. So, like, whatever point she was making, does it make it less valid? That because of like she from
No, her
Canada?
point. No, like I said, that's why
Because
I
then
brought
my
up.
point
That's
ought to
why
be
I brought
more
up
valid because I'm
BTX.
from
That's
Louisiana.
why I brought up
I'm from the
BTX,
slave states. So my points ought to be
and
completely
that's
valid.
why I brought up BTX because I agree with.
Isn't Meechin
I mean,
from
that's why I
like
agree with BTX.
Colorado?
Look, the reason.
Isn't
Look,
Meechin from Colorado, something like that? Meechin from
But I think
Colorado.
we all black
and
people have a
she's
lot
a
of
half
trauma.
breed, and she's a half breed, and she's a half breed, and this is where I'm going to get to your point. The reason why we need to know these things is because these things have already happened to us in history. COINTELPRO dismantled the Black Panther Party. They've always used a buffer class. Even if that's why do you think in South Africa they have your black and then colored and then white? They call mixed breeds colored. They have their own class. They still do that. So we cannot fool ourselves and not acknowledge this class of people that is not accepted by whites fully and that's not accepted by blacks fully. We have to acknowledge, do I have a hate for them? No, but we have to acknowledge that there's always been a buffer class.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah,
So we
somebody
got
got
to
to.
talk about real shit, bro. It's strategy.
But you went out kind of wrong for the way you went about it, though. You gotta say that.
Man, get out your feelings, man. We got to get out our feelings, man. Look,
I'm not trying to
you
defend her.
think
I'm
you
not trying
think
to
I
defend her.
didn't feel
I
angry?
think a lot
He
of folks
down
You think
on
I
the
didn't feel
battlefield. He worried
angry?
about femininity.
And
I am worried about femininity. I don't see femininity as being this bad
Look,
word.
he ain't worried about
am
these
I not
laws and this
feminine right
new
now?
Jim Crow that's finna come down on them.
So let me ask you this. Wait, sis. So let me ask you, brother. Do you think that I'm not being feminine right now?
You're switching on and off, but overall, no.
So what makes me what makes me not feminine? Tell me
You
what
Can I
makes
just
me
say
not
this?
feminine right
you want to go
You
against
got to stop
femininity.
putting feminine.
You ain't.
You got to stop putting feminine women in a
now.
box.
Hold on, wait,
You got to stop doing that, man.
Wait, brother. You put
Rozzy,
masculinity in a box.
Femininity.
So why would I put
please,
femininity in a box?
Rozzy, wait. Let me use my feminine voice, Rozzy,
Thank you.
please.
There
I need you.
you
I
go.
need you to please,
Femininity gonna
Rozzy.
save our
Thank you.
life. We gonna get
I
reparations for
need you.
femininity.
I need you to
You get with
please. I want to understand the brother, Rozzy, please, and I will let you advocate for me. But I beg, okay. Now, brother, what did anything that I say before now made me not feminine?
Well, the story you gave earlier made a lot of sense, but I thought I was wrong because you said you just ran in the house. But I thought that you diffused the situation because you were speaking like how you speaking now, very nice, very cordial, thinking like somebody who are like, yeah, if something happened to her, I really want to defend her. But they start, talk about, fuck shit, this and that. Well, you know what? That person seems pretty strong. She can defend her damn self. So, I mean, there's a point where it's like, man, it's so nice and sweet. I want to go defend that person. But then there's the other person that starts talking, well, you know what? Fuck her, let her defend herself. So it just depends on which person you want to be. So if I would throw my life on the line and throw whatever, I'd really throw it on the line for that woman that's, sweet and kind of feminine compared to the one that want to be, rugged and
Okay,
strong. Go on by there, sweetie.
so
Get Miss
let
Independent. You know what I'm saying?
Well, can
Oh,
I
yeah.
just say this?
Okay. Wait, no, Rozzy, please. Let me say this to you, Rozzy, and then because I already know what you want to say. So, Rozzy is my ADOS, my Pan
Protector.
African. He is my everything. He's my king. And Rozzy, I have an AR-15. I have the weapons in the closet. I have the military knowledge, and so this is what we need to do. I've planted minefields in this place. I have created this secure place, and I made all these things, and this is the intel that I have gotten. These motherfuckers are trying to do this. And so, Rozzy, if I say it like this, instead of saying, yo, bruh, look, I got the shit in the place, my nigga. Everything is dead. I got the ammo dead. I got everything dead. It's in this place. Blah, 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 blah. It's done. It's done. Look, this the intel. This what's going on. Da, 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 over and out. So you mean to tell me, Rozzy, tell me,
Femininity
do I
gonna
need
save
to,
our life.
do I need to say what's going on like this for you to accept the information? Or I tell it to you like a real nigga how I am, and just how I am, and I'm just gonna say it how it is. I use profanity. Like.
So you're a real
say it
nigga.
how
I
it
got
is. Oh, I'm a real nigga. Okay.
Oh, that's
I
what he
mean,
did.
Rozzy, I want Rozzy to answer the question and then say what he was
You
going
think
to say.
lowly of black people, Kelvin?
Well,
Let
I want you to be. I want you to be yourself and say it with your motherfucking chest if you wanted to. I ain't intimidated by that shit. Shit. If you want to say it with your chest, nigga, say it with your chest, nigga. The fuck? It's like, nah. If you listen, man, I ain't caught up in that. Oh, you ain't being.
It's not even about standing with my chest. It's about different degrees of women. It's not even about standing with my chest. It's about different degrees of women. You know what I'm saying? I can talk however nigga want me to talk, but I think it's silly for men to not accept information from women because of how we deliver our delivery. That's what it sounds like to me. That this brother has an issue with is my delivery. I should speak to him
I'll tell you my I'll tell you my issue.
We all niggas and we ain't feminine.
All right. My
Mr.
issue.
Charlie will just get up off our back if we just be more feminine, and it'll save our life.
Kevin, but listen, some women, when they talk, they're going to talk straightforward, no chaser, and it's just going to come off a certain way. But that don't mean they're not feminine women, bro.
Do you understand that we're angry? Do you understand that we're being oppressed by the same motherfucker that's oppressing you? Do you understand that? And that we're angry too? And it's been like going on 500 years now, this shit. So we're not allowed to scream and cry and show our emotions. And see, when I hear black men talk about, oh, these black women, they're emotional, they're screaming and hollering. Yes, nigga, what the fuck? Yes, we're screaming out in pain, fucking in pain. Do you not see what the fuck's going on around the world?
I do, and you niggas.
I'm being emotional. I'm sorry. I'm being emotional.
I'm put our head down and be feminine. Ignore everything.
That's all y'all really doing. Just making it hard for the future generations to come about. Cause I can't speak for everybody else. Speak for myself. Like I'm not.
You just want us to follow what Mr. Charlie saying. Put our head down.
No, because
just be feminine.
No, because there's
Mr. Charlie
that's under me. There's Mr. Charlie that's under me. So like I'm not bottom of the barrel. Like there's not these white people that's over me. Because there's white people over me, there's niggers over me. There's white people below me, there's niggers below me. And that's fine. But all I'm saying is like, if you want to be strategic, if you want to be strategic, then like it isn't about like, automatic gunplay. Cause I will say again, for whatever you got in your closet,
you the special token Negro in the big house, right?
You don't
let the brother finish.
You don't make weapons. So once your bullets run out, you done. Game over. It's just like playing Call of Duty. Once your bullets are done, you done. Because you don't make bullets. You don't make guns. You don't know how to prepare none of this shit. So guess what?
Who is you?
You. I guarantee you don't.
Black women?
No, there's no black women that under
You don't know what we can make. You can make gunpowder for your gun.
There's no black women that can develop bullets and weapons and artillery. There ain't none. You point
just know black women.
But there are black women that have.
There's no black man either. There's no black man either.
Okay, so what's the point of your argument?
Okay, when y'all get through, I want to say something.
Go ahead, Dame. Say something now because his argument is has no point. Go ahead, go
Okay.
ahead, go ahead.
You don't make weapons. You don't make
Okay.
weapons.
You don't
Okay.
either.
I'm not arguing for it. I'm asking so my wife don't start a battle I can't finish. That's all I'm saying. You want to go out there and grab yours and start
So
shooting
you
at
want
people?
your wife to not start a battle that you can't finish.
Just
You
rest
want
in her
your wife
femininity.
to not start a battle that y'all can't finish. So you are
Yes.
comfortable and complacent in your life, and we should never speak on anything. Go ahead, Dame. Go ahead. Go ahead, Dame.
Okay. All right. Now, okay, the part that Lucy portrayed kind of, and which you seem to be interested in. Okay, it was traditionally the black woman was in the 50s and earlier times, but part of that was a necessity to in order to survive, without her, without her dad or the males in her family. She had to have a husband. She had no husband when those relatives died. There was no way for her to take care of the house, bring any money in, so she had to marry. To capture the man interest, she molded herself into this type of woman to attract a man to take care of her, to be her husband. And it became tradition after a while. Okay, World War One and Two, but especially World War Two, women was put in the workforce because all able-bodied men was in the war. So now she got a chance to earn her own money, earn her own money, and some of them was able to continue on working. They found that they did like work. They did like owning their own money. So they weren't as dependent. They weren't with a man in order to survive. Now they get to be with a man because they loved him. Some of the traditional ways the women were still carried on, but there were still women. There were still women. There was also women who work, but they were still women. They still needed men. They just didn't need him just to survive. So it became a little bit more of a partnership. Okay, so now we got a variety of women. We got women all the way to Lucy naturally, and then we got the women the way Lucy portrayed, and then there's those of us that fall somewhere in the middle. We're not wholly this way or that way. We somewhere in the middle. Like the way Lucy do that soft voice, I can't do that. If my voice goes soft, that's natural. I don't curse necessarily, but when I do curse, that means I'm either really fired up or you piss me off to the highest degree that you got me cursing. But that's me. I'm like somewhere in the middle. I am not a girl that wears dresses and makeup. I barely take care of my hair. My hair is not that important. I'm very easily with cutting it all off. And have done it, which makes me tend to look a little bit more masculine and stuff like that. But I don't know guns or anything or hunting and stuff like that. My mom, very feminine woman. She can handle a gun, just like Lucy. Very feminine woman. She can handle a gun, but there's times when don't have time to go through all of the degrees of looking all of the traditional femininity with the dress. Not to mention, dress make too much easy access. And for those who had to beat off men, grabbing, lifting, touching, you don't want to make it easier. So, that didn't encourage us to want to wear dresses anyhow. Okay. Now, I understand that for you want a woman that's a little bit more traditional. She used her feminine wiles to de-escalate certain situations. That's as close as I can get to Lucy's feminine voice. But not every woman could do that, and not every situation that's going to be possible. Lucy using a feminine voice in that situation would not have worked. It would not work on these police, these race. They were intent on doing what they was going to do. So she used her brain and she made herself look less threatening to get out of the situation. Now, the part that struggle is the black first person, the black pride, the black mother of a son, or a black sister of a brother, or her dad, and the part that wants to save them because they my family. They're important to me. That was all fighting with the no. I should just stay safe because I'm a female and hope that once I'm out of there, it'll de-escalate and they won't kill him and stuff like that. You say she was right, but she's struggling with that. Even to this day, she still feels that she should have done something. He could have been George Floyd. Luckily, he wasn't, but it still hurts her that she didn't do anything. Now, a lot of men say, no, you did the right thing. You protected yourself because traditionally, you protect the women. The women is the second line of defense to save the family. They would have reminded her, you have children. That, I know you wanted to defend them because you see your children, but you got to remember, you got children. If you did what you wanted to do, you might not have came out alive, or you would have been arrested. Either way, you've been separated from your children. Your children would not have you for protection that they do now. And stuff like that. But the B1, the soldier, the sister, mother, daughter that sees I need to defend my the men in my life, have their back, make sure that they are okay too. I have the capabilities they do not have, that they cannot utilize at that moment. And there's a bunch of us women that are like that. That's why George Floyd was so triggering, because he called for his mother. They did not care that he was swirling. They did not care that he was a possible criminal. That did not matter. Every woman that's a mother that ever took care of a child heard a child's cry. That's why so many women, that's why the filming of it escalated around the world. But what not too many people know, there was a 16-year-old girl who filmed that. And she is tore up to this day that she did nothing, that she didn't try to tackle the police. She didn't try to physically do something. She didn't know what to do. So all she felt that she could do was to record this, to make sure that there's evidence out there of what these men did so that justice can be found. Even though we're fighting for it today, that footage was needed because it went around the world. It triggered everything, everybody. So yes, a lot of the problem with the manosphere system being, they trying to force us into that mold of when we were dependent on men for survival. We weren't with our men because we love them, or just because we loved them. There was the part that was dependent on him. So if he was a no good guy and he beat it up on them, they had to stay and take it. Because in other words, they had to starve or they had to be homeless, and they probably could not go back to their family. Sometimes that happens. They believe once a wife is married, she can't go back to her family house. Yeah, and some households back then, they won't. That's why they keep referring to back in our grandmother's day and our great grandmother's day, because that's
right. And it was different type of men. They're nothing like those men. Facts.
So they trying to force us. We already dealing with oppression because in order to work, we have to fit a certain mold. Our hair has to be straightened. We have to dress a certain. We had to talk a certain way. We had to talk a certain way. We had to switch colors.
Femininity gonna save us from white supremacy, according to
Yeah,
them.
but I didn't hear what
But
happened.
now,
Who's
I'm sorry, Max. Let me finish this, and we're gonna tell you what's going on. Okay, so we feel that with our men who's supposed to love us and accept us, we can be ourselves no matter what ourselves is. Are we the soft, feminine type? Are we the sister with boots and guns? You know, whichever, that we can relax and be ourselves with our men. But now we have a bunch of men that's saying we as we are is not enough. We got to squeeze into that old traditional mold that was a necessity. In fact, they want us to be at that point where it's either be with a man no matter what he is, good or bad, or starve, or be homeless, or be forced to do something like sell your body to be at his foot with his boot on his neck. So in order for they messing with the community to the point that in order to protect the community, take care of the community, take care of your children, we got to be in that old way, force ourselves in that old mold that we don't fit in anymore.
Right.
And with their boot on our neck. And we should be grateful and kiss the bottom of the boot and be thankful that they have it on our necks.
Be comfortable with $30,000 or $40,000 a year.
And that's what is so irritating, man. And even triggering when you said we kind of understand what they're talking about. We kind of understand. Okay, so you're gonna get the brunt of the anger that says to me, screaming that you want your boot on my neck, even though that's not what you intended, that's not what you meant. That's what's triggering the anger. When you say Sissy Ben Manosphere, red pill is talking point, because that's what they say they want to do.
Can I ask a quick question? What is this manosphere? Because I'm kind of new to that term. I don't even understand what they do.
Wait, before we go into that, let Max say what he wanted to say before we go into the next. Because Max wanted to say something.
Yeah, I was confused as to what y'all was talking about when you say she did the right thing. Who did the right thing? What happened? I missed something. Somebody fill me in.
It was a good story.
Okay, so I was talking about my situation with the young brother that I told you about, Max. Where I was in the back seat and the young brother was in the passenger seat, and the police snatched him out and had their legs and feet and shit on his neck. And remember I told you about that one. And so the brothers was saying that I did the right thing by just letting him, fend for himself. Me just, doing my feminine thing, getting out of the situation and going into my house and not minding it. But, my thinking is what I wanted the brothers to think about is if we really wanted our freedom, right? And we really had our shit together, if I went a different route, and you know what I'm talking about. If I wanted, because I'm military and you know me, Max. Okay. If I went a different route, of course I would have to expect that I probably would lose my life, maybe my family members, because we was right in front of our house. Would that be, is that worth me trying to save that young black man? Or should I just mind my business, get out the car, use my excuse, get out the car and let him fend for his fucking self? And maybe he would have been George Floyd. Because what they was doing to him, he could have potentially been a George Floyd before there was a George Floyd. Because, when we had this discussion, this was way before the George Floyd situation. You and Dane, we talked about this in Discord. And the brothers are saying that I did the right thing by, just being calm, quiet, complying with the police officers, and going to my house and minding my business. They said they what I'm getting from them, they saying I would have been masculine if I took to the rooftop, or because before I even said what I would have did, they said, "Oh, you would have talked shit." No, talking shit. No, I
They
would
think
have did the
femininity
same
gonna
exact what yeah, because see, they don't know me because they taking how I'm talking right now and they think I'm masculine, they think I'm some hood chick, and they think I would just talk shit to the police. No, I would have did exactly what I did, but I would have took to the rooftop. And then like, you ain't had no answer for that one. They had no answer.
Man, you didn't. Yeah, you did the right thing. I mean, you had really no choice. I mean, you're
Right,
pretty
I
much
didn't because I have a family.
right.
I'm a baby mama. I'm a baby
Right.
mama. You know, I got children to look for. You know, we was right there in front of my grandmother's house. You know what I'm saying? But you know, so then I would have had to let's say it ended up in a George Floyd situation. Then what would my trauma be as a Black woman, as a Marine? I could bring so many aspects how you could think about it, to go in my house and watch them kill this brother. You know what I'm saying? So is there going to be Black men there for me that I took to my femininity and decided to just sit there and watch? You know, I'm trying to bring about real conversations. Like, what are we really doing as a community? What are we ready for? I don't think people is ready for what we need to do.
I don't think so either.
No, and so I get attacked because, you know, I'm talking masculine right now.
It's
They
more
think
naive.
that's the answer to everything. Femininity gonna stop oppression and white supremacy, according to Kelvin.
No, it's more
His
naive.
thinking process.
Because you couldn't win. Like there have been no
No, I
end.
couldn't win. No, I couldn't win. But see, if we had a real community, there would be a sacrifice made to show an example. And maybe that would, you know, for those ones that call themselves woke, be like, okay, perfect example. This is why I chose what I call the punk route. Because I feel like a punk. I really do. I feel like a punk. Now, what could I have done in that situation? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, people say, oh, Black power, that shit to get you fucked up. Maybe so. But when you in that situation and you watching 10 police officers fighting their way to all get a place to put their knee on this brother fucking neck, until you been through that shit and seen for your fucking self, them jumping on him, and I'm begging them, man. And I still got the video footage. I'm begging. Only thing I do is beg. I'm begging them to not kill them. They telling me to shut the fuck up. Because I'm begging them to not kill him. Okay. So, you know, I'm in the mix and I'm trying to figure out, okay, like, I know what time it is, but I have to make a decision. Right? So I took the punk route, what I call the punk route, the safe route. I spoke the language that they understand.
Can't call it smart route. Gotta call it punk route.
And I'm still alive. He's alive too. Well, all that situation has been situated. You know what I'm saying? But in that moment though, I never thought I would experience that moment. That's what I'm saying. So we need to think about, what are we really trying to do? So let's talk about Korean gangs. People want to talk shit about whatever her background is or whatever. I got misdemeanors too. Driving on suspended license and all that other shit. Nigga, I gotta go to work. Fuck your license. I gotta go to work. Okay? And maybe I couldn't afford my car insurance. That's why you want to suspend my driver's license. Stupid ass shit. That we know stupid fucking laws that can land us in jail. So Corinne Gaines, her son got to see that trauma. Is it what support group do we have for her son? What's going through her son's mind that he saw that trauma? He saw his mama go out like a motherfucking soldier.
I got a quick question. All right. I got people got upset because I said this before. All right. Imagine if 90% of black kids had life insurance policies on them, and black folks just had life insurance policies on them. And you talk about like the shootings and the neck on his throat.
But how you could know all black people can afford it?
Wait, you know what? I'm gonna
they
shut that
can't.
down
Oh,
right
no.
here. I'm gonna shut that down right here.
They
Guess
can't.
what?
They
My
can't.
grandma got a life insurance policy on me. She has a life insurance policy on all her children and her grandchildren. And we didn't come from a rich family.
All right.
So there
Okay.
are black people that
No,
have
no,
insurance
no,
policies.
no.
So what's your
That-
argument?
No, that's great. But guess what? If there was just this epidemic of white cops killing blacks, but life insurance policies had to pay out all these policies, guess what would happen? Change. You want to talk
Yeah,
about
damn
real
right.
change? Some would
That
have to
would give
change.
us an
But guess what?
incentive.
They don't want to quit paying out these
Yeah.
policies. So
Yeah.
it may
Yes.
sound like the bullshit I'm saying right now, but
No, it's not bullshit. It's not bullshit what you saying, because that would have given me more of an incentive. You know what I'm saying? Like everything in place. And I know that I have someone that's going to take the beneficiary money from me putting my life out there. You know what I'm saying? And knowing that everything gonna be done how it's supposed to. Yes, hell yeah. That's damn sure an incentive, because like shit, we need this motherfucking freedom. Freedom ain't
glad
free.
we agree. Glad we agree.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I love talking to the brainiacs and the ones that be like, oh, y'all too gangster for me. Let's talk about money. Okay, let's talk about money. Yes, if we all had insurance policies on each other and shit like that, hell yeah, nigga, this shit, nigga, what? Then you talking about deliberately having babies to put insurance policies on them. Do I need to keep talking? I can't keep talking. Do you get what I'm talking about?
Okay. Hey, just
Thank
to give y'all a
you.
heads up. Hey, just to give y'all a heads up, in 20 minutes, I'm gonna shut it down to go. So, make sure y'all get a chance to say something.
Well, the ones that's on this stream, y'all want to continue the conversation. We need to go into Discord or something like that so we can
Or do you
continue
want to
this
start a
conversation.
stream? I don't know how to do it.
Well, I'll tell you,
I mean,
this was fun. I enjoyed all y'all. Keep
Okay.
it feminine. Ain't nothing wrong being feminine. Keep it feminine. So yeah.
is it feminine to want to bust a nigga in this fucking head? If I want to say, let's bust, hey baby, let's bust this motherfucker in this fucking head. So that's not feminine?
It means the Bible.
Because I
You
think
was
we can
doing a
have a
great
real good
job.
time
I ain't got
together
no beef
after
with
we
you.
bust that motherfucker in his fucking head.
Hey, you're all good. I like you feminine. So, I'm just if no other guy gonna appreciate you for being feminine, I just want to say I want to appreciate you for being feminine, a feminine black woman.
Nigga,
If
I can wear
nobody else
high
gonna do it,
heels. I
Because
can
this
wear
is
high
going to start with
heels and
everything,
lace
right,
up.
Kelvin?
there it is.
Feminine black woman.
Yeah, hey, there it is.
It's going to stop oppression and wars and everything, right? You got all the answers, right? If we just follow you, right? So Mr. Charlie could keep his foot off our neck.
Hey, it's gonna make me happy. So I don't know about Mr. Charlie and his foot, but it makes me like,
We
yeah,
don't really
I
care
see a
what
black
you
I'm
woman.
like.
just
I think the
hoping.
brothers, I think
I'm
the
just
brothers that
hoping
talk
I don't
about
have to.
femininity, the brothers that talk about femininity, they need to go back and do some research in African history about the women that bust ass on the continent and in other, black places in the world.
Well, I wouldn't
So,
defend this.
because
Oh my goodness.
you got Queen and Zinga, and you got other women that bust some ass, and they're still busting ass right now. So I mean, part of femininity is defending your femininity if you got to bust a nigga in his ass. So
Exactly.
Yeah, and And I don't think the girl who jumped on the police officer that tried to shoot her man was any less feminine just because she became the aggressor. Unfortunately, she couldn't save him, but she tried. You know the one I'm talking about. You living in Louisiana.
No.
Oh, wait a minute. I forgot what part of Louisiana you in. Okay.
I'm South Louisiana. I'm trying to think what one.
All right. Does my move sound familiar to you?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Okay. You remember the Guillory boy that got killed by the cop? Him and his girl was on a 4-wheeler.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
She tried to save him when that cop was about to shoot him in the back. Unfortunately, she couldn't. She got beat up, and he still got shot.
Yeah, the half breed. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
But do you think she was any less feminine because she attacked the cop?
All right. So this the only because I don't remember exact details, but I will ask you this question. Why wasn't like 'cause Trump was president, I think, and like they had all this media attention. Something must have went down where this didn't get the same Mr. Crump and Sharpton and them didn't come down here to defend this. Something else must have been in play because they didn't come down here and defend none of this. So I mean they got to be more details to what actually happened. I remember the situation, but for whatever reason, like it wasn't like a Black Lives Matter type thing. So I don't really know all that happened with it because this was what 2007, 17, I think.
Yeah.
Something around that.
Yes,
Yeah. So like Black Lives Matter and all this, they come down here and defend this. I'm trying to picture the details of it right now. But this would have been George Floyd's situation, but it was a little bit different. I'm trying to remember why. Can't right now.
I always thought because they didn't know about it.
No,
not everything that's on the news reaches every state.
Alton Sterling was a CD man, and it happened at a time when everybody had guns, but niggas came down here to show their ass around here. So I mean, that same story is what 40 minutes away from here, from where I'm at. They came down here for Sterling. So I mean, yeah, it could have made national news. For some reason it didn't. Must have been something else to the story. That's all I'm saying. That's 40 minutes away from here. Bamu. That's 40 minutes away from here. Racist little town. Very racist little town. They ain't come down here for that.
I've only been through there and to the hospital and the church down there every now and then. So
that's it.
No, nope. I'm still in St. Landry Parish.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Sorry, y'all. I didn't mean to.
Are you in the South, Frankie?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Louisiana.
Yep. Yeah, I guess you could say we consider the southeastern part of Louisiana.
Oh, okay.
Or since we shape like the boot, we're closer to the ankle.
Oh, okay.
So yeah,
frying up that good food down there.
When they talk about models and everything else, you know what I'm talking about. Then, so they want to talk about racial oppression and mixed breeds and all that. This to stay forward, all right. Is it?
Oh yeah, they still got sundown towns. I can't remember.
Yeah, they do.
I can't remember the name of the one.
There's a lot in the South, and even with me being in Virginia, but like Virginia is so segregated. When you go into the southern parts, the Bama parts, and there are Bama parts of Virginia, like the town I told y'all I moved into, you see it like it's normal. It's normal. But at the end of the day, I don't give a damn. Because if these children are not being taught both sides of their history, They're not being, if they're being raised by their white grandmama, because what I saw in Southern Virginia is that these children are being raised by their white grandmama. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yes, I've
There's
seen a
a
lot
lot
of
of
that.
degenerate behavior going on. You know what I'm saying? So like these people can't speak on our issues. You don't know if you black or white or what. You don't, it depends on the household that they're being brought into. That's why I don't even get into conversations with them, and I need to know who you are before I even start having a conversation with you. Because when I talk about my liberation, okay, then I need to be talking to people that understand what the hell's going on, and understand the history in all parts of the world. So no, I can't. No, I can't have someone from Canada, born and raised in Canada, the family is in Canada, telling me, what I need to do in America, because us in America, we got a different story. Is that being divisive? Some people
Yes,
say that's divisive. It could be. It could be. But guess
because you
what?
can ask
You got a
why
lot of
first.
black Americans that will go to the continent of Africa and try to tell them what they need to be doing, and don't understand the history of those people and where you come from. So no, a Canadian born person cannot tell me what I need to be doing in America when we don't even have the same healthcare system. We don't even have the same healthcare system. We don't
But you,
have the same system other than white supremacy. The only system that we have in common with Canada is white supremacy. Now we could discuss that, right?
but you can ask her why, and not like shut her conversation down, and ask her
Nobody
like
shut
why
a
she thinks
conversation down. Nobody shut
you
a
did,
conversation
you
down. I was
did, you
asking
did.
questions. I was
No,
asking
no.
questions
You
because
asked her like, who are you to
she
say
was
this?
yelling at T. Washington like he was supposed to be doing something more than what he's already doing. And so I was trying to understand, like, sis, okay, I get your energy. What do you suggest that the brothers do? And I needed to know where she was coming from, because you got a lot of people in the UK that want to look at us. You got immigrants from other countries that come to America and want to look at us and say, oh, well, y'all niggas been over here for 400 years and y'all ain't got shit yet. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't doing this, y'all ain't doing that. And we will have to stop them in their tracks and be like, well, wait a minute. You need to understand the dynamics that has been going on in this country before you can say, oh, you should be doing this, you should be doing that.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
You was able to use that feminine voice. Why wasn't you able to use that feminine voice just to ask her, like, look, you may not
Being
fully
calm and
understand
quiet
like
like
our
I am now.
situation.
So I need
No,
to talk to another woman how I would talk to
I'm
you.
just saying.
So I need to
I'm
talk
just
to
saying.
another woman how I talk to you. So I couldn't talk to my sister how sisters talk to each
Cause
other.
you wait,
So,
all right, cause I'm
so y'all
agreeing.
worried
Like,
about tone.
no,
We
Right.
are
no,
at,
They
y'all
worry
niggas
about
understand that we
femininity,
are
not
at
us
war.
dying out here.
We are at
And
fucking war.
resources.
We are
I'm
at
agreeing with
fucking
you. No,
war.
he's
And
hey,
y'all concerned about how our tones are and how
Right.
feminine we are saying some shit, and we
she
are
made
at
you
Right.
look
Kelvin,
fucking
just
she
shut up. You
made you
war.
look
make no
angry
sense.
because she made you look angry when she was the one that was angry. She
We
made
should
you
Be
all be
feel
quiet.
like
Kelvin,
angry.
you
you
make
was
no sense.
when you wasn't. When you
I'm
wasn't.
glad she's
She,
angry. We should all be
no,
angry.
why should that half breed make you look bad when you had a better talking point? But you couldn't get it across more because you just had to be angry at the half breed talking. When you had actually better talking points than her, but no, you didn't get it across. So it just seemed like you was
I
attacking her.
couldn't get it across
That
because
was
she wouldn't
that
shut
was
up long
about me.
enough.
You were just attacking her.
Everybody
She was right.
knows. Everybody knows I couldn't get my point across because she wouldn't be quiet. That's
And
why
they
I couldn't get my
defended her.
point across.
And guess what? Those same black men, I think one of them still on the call. They defended her when, like, I'm agreeing with you, but the
And
way
I
you
was
went
trying to
across
listen
it,
to his
they can
point
attack
as
you.
well. And I was trying to listen to his point as well. And I couldn't listen to his point because the woman kept talking over him as well.
I agree, but
Okay,
you
so
came in hot.
okay, guys. Okay, so okay, let me do this then. Because see, now I'm being fake. And so I guess, okay, so let's have the conversation like this. If this makes you feel better, this makes you
It
feel
does.
better. Okay, it
It
does.
does.
Okay, so I
It
need to
does.
soothe. Okay, so I will talk to you like this. And when I talk about banging brains out and, going to war, and doing things that we need to do as a community, I will talk like this. So, go ahead, brother. You have the floor.
All I'm saying is, all right. So the host from Louisiana. All right. I wouldn't want to sit around and listen to Baby talk like however Baby talk. I wouldn't want to listen to Master P talk how Master P talk. I'd rather sit there and talk to somebody who like act like they got sense, man or female. I just want to hear somebody got sense. I
That's
don't want
your opinion,
I don't
though.
want
You don't.
toxic.
You're
Listen,
not
So
the
if
majority.
someone,
I don't want
wait,
toxic
so,
femininity. I don't want toxic masculinity. I don't want a
so
You
nigga that
you
can
not
fuck.
you not really giving us no solutions or helping black people. So your point
so
I
is
am
you
getting
useless and
solutions. Talk like
pointless
I got
still.
sense.
We're
this
Talk to
not
each
in the
other like a
19
nigga got
damn
sense.
50s. We're not worried about the femininity. That's something that people can do individually with their husband or their man or whatever.
Talk
We
like
don't
we
have
have
time
okay,
for
sense to
that.
each
We
other.
at fucking war and you talking about femininity.
We
I'm
You
don't
need
trying
to
talk
worry about the
respectful to each
concrete
other.
okay,
that they put up
We
off their
we
back
can't
and
yes,
talk
your neck.
disrespectful to each other.
Policy,
We have a
What?
building,
hello.
and protecting children and women.
I would like
You
to
mean
respond.
we
I would like
talk your whole shift or something?
I would like to
I say
respond.
talk respectfully,
Um,
Excuse me,
period, to
femininity.
no, like
everybody.
I only work
It's a
4 hours
man.
today. I'm just,
Oh, okay.
Who is
yeah,
All
this?
right.
I got the
Who is
night
this?
off, so I'm just
Brother,
chilling.
how are you?
Okay.
Who is this? Who is this new on the stream? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Angelica.
we
Can
can
you
hear you.
Peace, peace.
I'm,
He
Yeah.
is. It's no point in
it's,
him even being up.
no, it's a new person on the
No point.
stream.
He not black first. I don't even know why he up here.
I,
Hey,
I would
Hassan.
like, I just, hello, brother. It's a new person on the stream. Hello, how are you?
That's
Peace, peace,
Hassan,
gangster.
one of
How you
y'all people.
doing? What up, Cat?
Good.
He
Lucy,
wasn't
can you hear
Hassan.
me?
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
I can hear you. I
Okay,
can hear
great.
you.
So I'm happy that you brought this back up, and I'm really happy that you doubled down on it. So I'm just going to comment on what you said. So now we're completely changing the narrative, right? So now I was on the panel asking individuals what they're doing on an individual level, right? So that's the first lie, right? That's your first gaslighting tactic. So let me just page you, because you're not about to tell me what I was doing and what I said unless you're being accurate, right? Because you're being inaccurate, that you're lying, actually, quite frankly. I was asking, what is the collective doing, right? I said, what is the majority doing? I didn't ask one individual on this panel, not one. Actually, you asked that question. I didn't ask one individual on the panel what they were doing individually to contribute to the community. That wasn't my question. That was yours. That's the first thing. Let's get that straight. But now now you've doubled down, right? So when you said it didn't have anything to do with my nationality, when you said it didn't have anything to do with any of those things, right? Now you're saying, oh, well, yeah, so I'm doubling down. What I said earlier, I was just gaslighting. Really, what I really mean is, if you're not from the United States, regardless of the validity of the points that you make, regardless of how intelligent you are, regardless of whether or not I can dispute your talking points, you can't talk about our issues and our plight. So that now that's your position, right?
That was me.
Climate is a global issue.
Is
It
that
is a
your position
global.
now?
My position has been that from the beginning. Are you ready
No.
to hear my
Oh,
position?
so your position has
Are
been
you
that from the
ready to
beginning.
hear my
Then
position?
why were you gaslighting and lying and saying, I'm not
Nobody
asking
was
her. I didn't say it.
gaslighting
I just
or
wanted to know
lying.
where she's from. I
I
wanted to
think
know
you
so we
made it
can do
pretty
stocks and
clear.
trades and bonds.
I think
I
you
wasn't
made it
asking
pretty
because I was
clear
invalidating what she's saying. So
that
now you're
no
doubling
one can
down and you
tell
are trying to
anyone
invalidate what I was saying.
what to do in their country. My statement to you was, what I was trying to ask you was, why are you yelling at the brothers on the panel that are in America about doing something globally? Like, I was trying to understand the basis of the conversation and you just started going off.
But you asked that question and I answered it. I'll answer it again, right? Like I
Okay,
said,
and so
I
now
have
we've moved
family.
forward.
Like,
We're like
hold on.
2
Let me
hours
answer the
forward,
question for the
and you
100th
want to
time.
go back
Ad
and
nauseum.
yell
Ad
about
nauseum.
something,
I'll answer the
and
question
we've
ad
moved
nauseum.
forward. Actually, the brother that was in the defense of you, we've actually all moved forward on
No,
to
but
trying to come
you
to
just
some
brought it back up and you
solutions.
doubled down. See, don't professional gaslight me.
We're trying to come
I
to
will page you.
solutions now that
I will
everyone
page you. You're
knows where
doubling
we
down,
stand.
and you think no. Let me answer your question
So
because
she wants
I
to
answered
come
it
and
before, but it
argue
went over your
with
head.
me.
Let me answer it again.
My
Okay.
feminine
The
voice is
reason
not
that I am
working, guys.
speaking.
Hey, I can't argue with you.
Voice is not working, guys. It's not working. You men said that my feminine voice would work.
I
Okay, so
still
when you're done
congratulate you.
talking, well, once you're done talking, I'll answer your question for the 100th time.
I didn't ask you a question.
You did.
You
You
came up
did.
here yelling.
You
Came up
said
here
why am I
yelling.
on the panel yelling at American
Bringing
men
up
to
something that we
organize? That's
talked
what you
about
asked,
2
right?
hours ago, and we've
But
all moved
you brought it
past
back
that
up. No,
conversation.
you just brought it back up. You said that's why I
Wow.
told the lady earlier X, Y, and Z. Joe, so you
And
brought it
I
back
was
up, and I'm
agreeing
gonna
with
speak on
you,
it.
and I was
And I'm gonna
actually
speak on
agreeing
it.
with you.
No, you're
Yeah,
not
and I was
agreeing with me.
agreeing with
You see
you.
what you're
I
you
was
see how you
on the point that I
oh, this is
made.
a
I was
sickness. You
agreeing
have a
with you.
real
I
sickness. You're
was.
sad. This is sad.
Oh, I mean, that's your opinion. That's your opinion. That's your perspective.
No, this is a fact because you doubled down. You brought
No,
it up.
it's not
Nobody was
that.
talking about it. You brought it up, and I'm on the panel to
We
address it.
were
And now
all
now
talking
you want to
about it,
backpedal. Now you
actually.
want to backpedal. Now you don't want to discuss it, right? Because it was
No,
2 hours
one's
ago. But
backpedaling.
you just brought it back up.
I mean,
Nobody else
you
on the
can
panel did, but
look
you.
at the chat and see.
You just brought. I don't care about the chat. We're on the panel. You just brought it up on the panel.
Okay.
And now you're backpedaling once again, right?
No, I'm
So now
not.
my
I stand on
nationality
everything that I
invalidates
said.
my ability to speak on the issue. Now my nationality, because I'm from Canada and apparently there's no plight, and apparently the plight there are no parallels
No
between
one
American
said
and
that.
Canadians. No, you just
Did I
did.
say that?
What's wrong with this lady? What is
Did
actually wrong with
anyone
you?
say that people? I'm actually in another country, and I even spoke on the issues that are going on in this country.
You're talking about a
And
whole
we
other
all talked
continent,
about
and I'm
that.
talking
We
about North
all
America.
talked about that.
You don't know the difference between another continent and North America? Really? You have to be
Yeah,
told that people on another continent probably don't know what the hell's going on. But if you're in North America, you probably do. Really?
Wow. Yeah, because we're talking about a global issue, and that's outside of North America.
You have been bringing up the incident from earlier constantly. You just brought it up now. I'm on the panel to address it, and you're
Actually, I haven't.
backpedaling.
We actually moved
That's
on
what
to
you're
other
doing. You're
subject matter.
backpedaling. You are
We actually
backpedaling.
moved on
You
to
need to
other
be a
subject
woman
matter,
about
and
this and stand on
everyone
everything
on the
that you
panel
say.
was starting to
Because if you
come
have a
to
problem with me
a
being
sensible
from Toronto,
conversation, and we were moving
but
forward.
this is the problem. But this is the problem. Because what did you just say? You said this is why I will not have conversations with people from Canada about what's going on. So what did I say that was a lie? Once again, debunk my
No
argument,
one
please and thank
said
you. Debunk my
anything you
Canadian
said
talking points.
was a
Go ahead.
lie.
Debunk
I
my
mean,
Canadian talking points.
didn't
I'll wait.
I bring up points from her conversation that I said that I agreed with her on, but
You
I just
did.
didn't have the
Debunk
opportunity
my
to
Canadian
say it.
talking points. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm asking the panel right now,
You
didn't I
did.
bring up points
You did.
and
You
I
did.
agreed with majority of what she said, but I just never got an opportunity to articulate it
Then why
like
would you just
now?
say I'm not going to have a conversation with somebody who was born in Canada? Why did you just say that? You see, you
Did
can't
I
have
say
it both
that?
ways.
Did I
You're
say that,
double
y'all?
talking and you can't have it both ways.
Did I
You
say
really
I would
can't.
never have a conversation with someone from Canada?
No.
No, but
Okay.
Kina, you see how sad she is, right? You see she'll gaslight, backpedal, and then be the victim. Everyone, did I say that? Everyone, did you hear me say that? You're sad. You're sad.
Sister, I never said that. Even the other brothers on the panel, you have been interjecting to them. You've been putting words
I'm
even
talking
in their
about
mouth.
you are the one that was focused on my nationality, and once I told you I'm from Canada, you said, well,
I
then
asked
why are you on the
everyone what
panel
their
screaming to black
nationality
men about
was.
why are you on the panel asking black men what they're doing? I told you. I'm not asking him what he's doing. I'm saying as a
And
collective,
we
there
started
are
talking about
challenges and there are
land,
issues. And
infrastructure,
I said,
and
as a
nationhood,
collective,
and we
what
were
are they
actually
doing?
getting somewhere.
Okay.
and trying to
Yeah, keep talking.
understand land.
Keep over talking me. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead and rant. I'll go on mute. I have
Thank
plenty
you.
of data.
Thank you.
I have plenty of data.
Thank you. Thank you. Like I said, you asked me what my nationality was, right? Let's try to remember the series of events. You asked me what my nationality was. You said, "Oh, you're Canadian." I knew it. Well, why are you asking these black men from America what they're doing? And I answered the question. I said, I'm not asking these black men. I'm asking as a collective, what are they doing? Because as a collective, in Canada, as a collective, we're not doing anything either. If there was a panel full of Canadian black men, I'd have the same conversation, because the plight that you guys are experiencing, we too are experiencing. The oppression that you are subjected to, black Canadians are too subjected to. You guys think that you get to the Canadian border and all of a sudden you think we live in a utopia. You need to do your history. You need a history lesson is what you need. So you said, okay, well, why are you asking these? What you questioned me and you said, why am I asking them anything if you are in Canada? I answered the question and you proceeded to say, oh, I'm not asking you because you're Canadian. I didn't say you can't talk because you're Canadian. And now you just doubled down and said, this is why I will never have a conversation and I am never going to take advice or listen to anything that a Canadian has to say. So you doubled down. And then you backpedaled a little bit more.
You probably wanted to make sure your man was black first.
What is it? So what is it? You need to pick a lane. What's your lane? I know gaslighting is your lane, backpedaling is your professional, but what is your real position? Because earlier you said I was just trying to understand where you're from. I just ask questions. What's wrong with asking a question? And then you said this is why I can't ever have conversations with someone who's born and raised in Canada. That's what you just said. You just brought it up. I'm on the panel to address it.
Can I defend him for a second?
Like, this is sad. No, because Max said somebody was already booted off and blocked as a result of defending a woman. So no, you can't. No, I don't make the rules. This is what Max said. So if Max wants to come in and say, "Hey, yeah, you can defend her," okay, then fine. But according to the rules that I heard earlier, no, this is between Lucy and I. I'm just trying to understand her gaslighting tactics. That's all. I want to understand why say, oh, being Canadian doesn't matter. I was just asking. I just wanted to understand. And then in the same breath, you say, well, you're Canadian. We can't have a conversation with you. I'll never have a conversation with you because you're Canadian. And also, why are you lying, talking about, oh, I'm asking these brothers what they're doing? I didn't ask anybody what they are doing. I said, what's happening with the majority? I said, what is the collective doing is what I asked. And they asked me, what do I think should be done? I said that they need to organize. I think Americans need to organize.
Hold on for 1 second.
I think that black men in Canada
excuse me, hold on 1 second. Hold on one second, please.
North America.
Hold on 1 second, please. Nobody was booted off for defending a woman. He was booted off because he got in between two women and tried to antagonize one to the other. We don't do that up here.
Well, I'm pretty sure he was about to antagonize and gaslight me in defense of gaslighting.
No, he was on one side trying to instigate one side towards the other. We don't play that up here.
I think we got to disconnect from the younger and the older people.
Okay, so we don't boot nobody for defending a black woman. This is a pro-black woman's channel.
Well, no, we have to make it clear because it's pro-black American women, because Lucy just made it very clear.
It's pro-black women. It's pro-black women, period. And we don't attack people up here that defend black. We defend black women. He wasn't defending a black woman. What he was doing was trying to instigate one side over the other. That's why he got booted off.
We're gonna have to agree to. We have different perceptions of everything that happened, because
it was a conversation between you and Lucy,
right?
And he should have minded his own business.
But you weren't saying anything to Twat or whatever his name was when he was interjecting and when he was like, "Tag me in, sis, tag me in." Nobody said anything to him, and that actually happened. You guys can.
I wasn't up here. I didn't hear that. If that was he doing, you talking about T. Washington?
Yes, I am.
All right, I'll talk to you. That's my Jersey brother. I'm talking about. I wasn't up here when that was going on, but up here, we don't fight with women. We don't antagonize women. We don't get in the middle of two women having a situation and instigate one against the other. I don't allow that shit up here. That's why he was booted
He
off.
was defending, but I guess T. Washington was defending, but the audience wants y'all to just squash this or come to
No, I just want to make it clear about what we're about. You know, we don't kick people off, because we defend. This is all about defending black women. This channel.
Yeah, they just want them to squash the audience wants to squash
if it's
and just agree to disagree.
If it's all about black women, regardless of where you are in the world, and this is my problem, right?
Exactly, it's all black women.
If my nationality was so problematic,
okay, let me say something about that. Hold on one second. Let me say something about that. This channel is pro-black. Period. Wherever you are in the world, as long as you're black, you down with us. Now, as far as the little squabbles back and forth about whether you come from Canada or U.S. or whatever, we're all black. That's something that you're going to have to fight through and work out amongst each other.
But you know what else it is too? Keeping the gangster talk. I think because it's a lot of biracials, like that troll that run around here, Lessica X. She come around here and she's very divisive. So it's like a lot of no offense to you, Annalise, but it's like different when like they come and they like real obsessed and they're worried about what black women are doing and what black men need to do. The ones that are really divisive. Like her, and they try to keep stuff up and bash black women and just always in our business instead of just worrying about what's going on in their country or trying to compare and just make it better. And they not doing that in other spaces.
But I'm not trying to do that.
Listen, as black people,
I know I'm not.
And I don't like the idea of anybody, regardless of gender or race. I don't like the idea of them undermining or insulting my intelligence. When I come on here, I give you facts. I can give you the data to back everything up. And then you can still turn around and say, oh, you're from Canada? Forget about it. We can't have a conversation.
Let me say,
like I live on Pluto.
But everybody's not going to always.
Let me say one quick thing, and you guys can have it back. Let me say one quick thing, you can have it back. Listen, we all black people, right? Okay, now I understand some brothers and sisters don't like what they would consider outsiders, and then I understand how the outsiders feel because they're black too.
And a lot of people are not black first.
We have a long way to go as black people, but we got to start working through our problems. That's just something that we're going to have to find a way to work out with each other.
Okay. I wanted to say something.
But if a person's not black first, I'm not going.
This is Aaron Collins. I wanted to say something real quick. I've been real quiet, silent, but I actually put it in the chat a long time ago. I made it specifically clear that it's two women speaking. Let them work it out. Don't interrupt.
Exactly.
The brothers. So just so you know,
I can have hold on, wait a minute. I can have a conversation with Lucy if she is honest. You see, she's backpedaled. She's digressed.
No, we don't have a problem with you and Lucy.
Too many
Hold on
times.
1 second. Right, we don't have a problem with you and Lucy trying to work out your situation. Yes, it's a little heated, but y'all got to try to work that out. Well, what we don't want guys jumping in between y'all and trying to instigate one of y'all against the other. Yeah, we don't want that. That's what he was doing.
With that. I don't.
Right, that's what he was doing.
For the mob mentality, I don't want anybody. I don't need any. First of all, I don't need anybody to jump in. I need people to be honest. That's what I need. That's what everybody needs. So if your position is I can't have intellectual debates and conversations with people who are in Canada, then you just have to stop talking to me if I come on the panel.
Wait, who said that? Wait, who said that?
Lucy just said that.
Oh, okay. That's the personal thing between you. Okay. I thought you were talking about the channel. No, we welcome all
Max,
black people.
I never said that. Max, the thing is, she constantly is insulting herself. She's constantly saying that I'm saying all this stuff about her, that I don't fuck with Canadian blacks and all this stuff.
Rewind the tape and listen to what she just said.
I'm gonna stay out of that.
I don't have.
I'm gonna stay out of that.
Max,
Rewind the tape, please. You're sad.
No, you can't. No, you can't because you can't because I'm talking to Max right now, and you said enough. because you've been up here
No, you
twice now,
haven't said enough.
and
You're a
you
liar.
keep
Tell the truth. Stop
you
lying.
keep
Stop
insulting
backpedaling.
yourself.
Stop
Why do
Okay,
you
I'm
backpedaling.
gonna go on
insult
mute.
Stop
Max?
backpedaling. Stop
Oh
backpedaling.
my God.
Be honest.
Oh my God.
You're a
This
serial
I'm
liar.
not gonna
Is what you
talk to
are.
an
It's sad.
insane woman. So you keep talking because I'm not gonna talk to a woman that's insane. I never said that I'm
Let's
not
ask
willing
the
to talk
chat.
to
Let
somebody.
everybody ask the chat. If Lucy
See,
said,
here
I'm
we
not gonna
go.
call you
See,
lying Lucy,
again.
because you're a pathological
I'm
liar.
talking
If
and she
lying
wants to
Lucy
talk.
said,
So I'm like,
I cannot have conversations with people who are born in
Can I
Canada,
just say
who were
something?
raised in Canada, and not from the United States, put one in the chat, please. If she just said that before I got in the panel, please put a one in the chat.
And you know what y'all different at too? One, Lucy is pro-black everybody, and you may be pro-black woman or pro-black feminist. I don't know. So maybe that's what the difference
No,
come
actually,
in.
you're
But
wrong.
also,
That's not the problem here. But let's just see what the chat says.
it seemed like that's
And
a
we have
part
to
because y'all
understand too,
have
it's
different
not gonna
views.
be pretty all the time, but we gotta try to work through. We're all
But not
black
every
people.
day have to be a
Right.
no,
debate.
let
Right.
the chat respond.
Right.
She want a response for the chat. Let her say what she said again, and they could put the one in the chat for whatever she just said. Let the chat respond.
The
And we
chat
have
might
a
be
long way to
divided.
go. We still have a ways to
Some
go
may
as
be
black people.
pro-black, some may be pro-black woman or pro-black
We
woman.
still
I
we
don't really
still
care
have
They
what
views are
faction.
not the
I don't
same.
care what faction you think I'm a part of. If I'm coming on this panel, I'm speaking facts. None of that matters. If I come on the panel and I don't tell any lies, none of that
well
matters. Period.
Everybody have their own version.
yeah, but all black people are welcome here. Okay, Canada, everybody. As long as you're black
Max, let me
people.
tell you something. Max, the woman is very intelligent. And the points that she's making about our plight as black people, I don't disagree with that.
I can agree
She
with
got upset because I start asking like where is she from and things like that, because when we want to connect with people, it's important to know where everybody's from. And so when I start explaining myself, which she never would really let me explain myself because she keeps talking over me. Max, you know who I am. And see, she don't even know the beef that me and you had. You was on some fuck Africa type shit. You know what I'm saying at the beginning, and me and you had it out on here. You know what I'm saying? So me going back and forth with her is not an issue. I let her speak her point. I don't say nothing, but what she's telling you is not true. And I don't see no ones in the
Okay,
chat right
Max,
now.
rewind the tape. You're not about to call
I
me
don't see no
stupid,
ones in
and
the chat right now.
you're not
Okay,
about to
ladies,
call me uninformed
I'm
and
a
a
back out.
liar. You're not about to do that.
I'm gonna
Please,
get on that one.
we're not going to do that. I am not uninformed and a liar. You're just not going to do that. You're not going to do that. Because the only reason I got on the panel is because once again you brought it up and you said this is why when we were having the conversation with the woman earlier, I asked her where she's from, because I cannot, if somebody from Canada, raised in Canada with the Canadian, whatever it is that you said I cannot have these conversations with them. Somebody rewind the effing tape. This is absurd, the gaslighting that's going on. This is absolutely disgusting. Lucy, you're sick. You're sick. Rewind the tape, please. That is the only reason I got on the panel. Nobody else was talking about it. You brought it up. That's why I am here. You brought it up once again. And now you're backpedaling to Max. Now you're trying to cop a plea with Max. But that's not really what happened. You're lying once again. Because you're saying, Max, I asked her where she's from because you know me, Max. I just asked because I just want to know and connect. No, you want to know so you can invalidate. You want to know so you could say, oh, well, you're not from where I'm from. So why are you asking these guys questions? Why are you talking with so much vitriol and passion? That's what happened. Stop lying. You're sick. How old are you? You're too old to lie like this and gaslight young women like this. This is sad. Rewind the friggin' tape. I really need somebody to rewind the tape for real, because this is sad. This is really sad.
Yeah, it is.
But this ain't gonna solve nothing because y'all
chat.
agree to disagree. Just call
Yeah,
it a
okay,
draw.
the chat wants y'all. Okay,
Yeah,
the
just
chat
bring it
wants
back
you
up.
guys
That was the
to.
only thing. But she's not a bad person. Lucy
Yeah,
is
the chat. What?
To agree or
Yeah,
disagree about. That's the whole
the
thing.
chat.
divisive.
Yeah, the chat wants you guys to move on.
Max, we already moved on. She jumped back up here and
No,
brought
why
back
did you
up
bring it up if we already moved on?
because I was agreeing with you on a
No,
point
you
that you
weren't
were
agreeing with
making.
anything. You just brought it up again. You said this is why Canadians, this is why you can't talk to them. You just brought it up. That's why I'm on the panel.
No.
Okay, so, yo, Max, rewind the tape. You can't. You have to hold people accountable, especially grown ass women. This is not okay. Gaslighting and lying at this age is not okay. This girl's talking about we got over it, and then you doubled down and backpedaled and circled back around to what happened 2 hours ago. You brought it up.
We were actually talking about something else, and you jumped up here and start going off again.
Because you said this is why I can't talk to someone who's from Canada, who was born in Canada. You just said that. Why am I on the panel, Lucy? Because you just said that when we were having the conversation, you said it's not about that. I just wanted to know. I was just asking a question. Earlier, you said, "Oh, I'm not trying to invalidate. I'm not trying to do any of that. I'm just asking questions so I can connect." But now we see that you're saying there's no validity. You can't. There's no parallels in your mind, anyways. Only in your mind. But in reality, you think that there are no parallels to be drawn between blacks, the plights between Americans and Canadians. Really? You're sad.
I didn't say that. If you listen to what we were talking about, I drew the lines between all of us globally. But maybe you missed that part.
I might. You're talking about globally. I'm talking about North America. You understand? There's a difference, right?
Oh, so white supremacy only exists in North America?
Is that what we were talking about earlier? So why weren't you saying this
I'm
earlier?
asking you a question.
Why weren't you saying this earlier?
I'm asking you a question.
Why was nationality
Does white
a point of
supremacy
contention
only
earlier?
exist in North
Why
America?
was nationality a point of contention earlier for you, Lucy?
Because the rest of the world goes based on nationality. I've said that 3 times before.
But we are operating within the same systems. It is North America.
North America is not the whole world, sweetie.
I'm talking about North America. I said Canada. You said, "Oh, well, why are you talking then? Why are you asking these brothers what they're doing?"
Is a global.
You
White
said you're from
supremacy is a
Canada. Why are you
global
asking these brothers
issue.
what they are doing? That is
Why
what
are
you said
you
verbatim.
yelling? Why are you yelling?
You're so old and
Because
you act
white
like this.
supremacy is a
This is
global issue. White supremacy is a global issue.
No,
That's why I'm
gaslighting and
speaking-
lying is a global issue. You need to stop. You need to pause and just stop doing that.
Okay,
Seriously,
so
this is
when
really
you
sad.
go
If you
outside
rewind
of
the
North
tape, I
America,
promise you, Max.
where white supremacy
I
exists,
promise you. Rewind the
do you
tape in the
think
name of all that lies.
Nigerians and Colombians and Dominican Republicans and Puerto Ricans and Ghanaians,
Then why did if all of this transcends globally, right? Then why did you just say I can't have conversations and I can't relate to someone who was raised in Canada and born in Canada?
That's
If
why
what
I
you're saying
asked
now
where
is
you're
true,
from.
why did you just say that about
Because
Canadians?
it's a global issue.
If this is a
And
global
the
issue,
reason
then
why
why
I
did you
wanted
just
to know
say
where
you
you're
cannot talk to
from,
people who are
so
born
I
and
can
raised in
ask
Canada?
you about
Why
your
did you just say
experience
that?
in Canada. Because you
This girl
didn't
is sad.
fucking let me. You never let me. You keep running your fucking mouth and you never let anybody ask you any fucking questions.
Panel, you were talking about it. What are
I
you
don't
talking
live
about?
in Canada. Nobody on this panel lives in Canada. So
crazy.
it's important to know that you live in Canada so we can ask you questions about how is Black life in Canada.
This is sad.
Because Black life in Canada,
This is sad.
I'm pretty sure is
This
different
is sad.
from.
Tina, she's not going to acknowledge it. She's a professional gaslighter and a
I
professional liar.
mean,
Point
am
blank
I
period.
the crazy one?
She's not
Or
going
is she
to.
the crazy one?
Because now it's now
I
our
mean,
issues are
I'm not
global. But before I got on the
understanding.
panel, being Canadian and being raised in Canada was a problem, and why? And the reason you can't talk about global issues, you're a nut.
Yeah,
you sound like a nut.
you right, Vander. Being
Before I
too
got on the panel, you were
emotional is a
talking about
global
Canada.
issue.
You said Canadian,
because
you're raised in
you
Canada, you're
know
born in Canada.
she
This
still
is
hasn't
why you
answered my
can't talk
question
about our
about white
issues. But now
supremacy
it's a
being a
global
global
issue, right?
issue.
Now it's global. Okay.
Is white
Okay.
supremacy a global
I got
issue?
you. I heard you. Got it.
Answer the question.
Got it.
Is white
Got it.
supremacy a global issue?
I got it.
Is it a global issue?
No, but not apparently not in Canada. That's
Is
why
white
I can't talk about
supremacy
America.
a global
Right?
issue?
That's what you just said, you little
Is white
nut.
supremacy a
Apparently, being
global
in Canada,
issue?
you can't talk about Americans. That's what you
Is
just
white
said. That's why I got on the
supremacy
panel.
a
Somebody rewind the
global
tape. This
issue?
lady's a nut.
Is
She's a
white
gaslighter, and you
supremacy
wonder why I'm
a
so
global
angry. Because
issue?
you're lying. You're outright lying. Just
She
outright.
don't want to answer the
You're
question, y'all.
backpedaling and
So
doubling down like a professional gaslighter.
okay. All right. Keep talking, honey. I'm gonna go on mute, baby. I'm gonna rest in my feminine energy, okay, baby?
Yeah, Lucy right.
I'm gonna rest in my
Okay.
feminine energy, baby. And you keep yelling,
You
okay?
need to rest in your gaslighting energy, because that's what you expend the most energy gaslighting and lying. So you need to conserve that energy. Go chill. Go ahead.
I've been chilling the whole time, dear. I've been chilling the whole time.
Yeah, it's probably easy to gaslight and chill. People gaslight and they just sit back, right? And then they call everybody else around them crazy, even though they're responding to the contradictory statements that you make, right? Like, this is contradictory. For example, oh, so white supremacy is global. These issues are global. But if you were born in Canada and raised in Canada, you can't talk about America. Yeah, that's not contradictory in nature. You're right. You got it. You're not a gaslighter. You're not a look-a-liar. You're right. You got it. It was dead 2 hours ago, and then she brought it up again, right? She brought up Canadians being raised in Canada and just don't talk about Americans. She brought that up, and that's why I'm here. But now I understand. We're not having an intellectually honest conversation. I don't think you have the capacity for it. Personally, I think that your proclivities are more geared towards lying and gaslighting, and that's why we can't get anywhere, right? Because if you were honest and you said, okay, yeah, I did say that, but actually, no, you know what? It's true. It is global, so we can all have these conversations regardless of your nationality, regardless of where you are. But you didn't say that, right? You doubled down, and then you backpedaled, and then you said, I didn't say that. Guys, did you hear me say that? Nobody said that. Okay, I heard you. Got you.
You don't know anybody else can talk.
Well, it was. I'm not sure what the hell to say now.
But I don't know. It's like Lucy, like she really toned it down. Like had a conversation like for a good little while.
I really like this panel.
I ain't got nothing bad to say about Lucy. I don't.
I really like this panel, man. It's covered, we're all black people, man. We have these little internal issues. We got to find a way to work through them.
Right.
We got to find a way. It's not going to always be pretty, but we got to find a way to work through them.
It went off on the beaner yesterday.
Right, because at the end of the day, we're all black.
Just like black men need to acknowledge, they need to acknowledge their position and how bad it is. People just need to be honest. If you are honest, you can have any conversation with ease.
What up, Hassan?
So we all not gonna agree always, so it's agree to disagree.
Brother Hassan is in the building.
Just move on. No disrespect. Just move on.
Hassan Burton, what's going on, bro? It's Aaron Collins, man. I've literally been on this panel all day. I done fell asleep and everything.
Man, I got
Aaron,
I got another
9 hours.
I got another
9 hours.
I got another podcast I'm doing around about 10.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that one's going to be called Should Black Women Risk Their Lives for Black Men?
Oh,
that's what's up.
Sorry, if they not pro-black, protect me.
If one of the sisters called me, I might hear you. You were trying to say something.
So I was gonna. You was trying to hear what your opinion was on the original topic, or I ain't hear you.
Yeah,
but you see, my thing is, if you're gonna say that you're B1, black first, then you got to be for all black people.
Yeah.
Not,
Oh,
I'm not.
but see,
I'm not for those that are not for me.
problem lies.
Certain black men don't see it like that with us. So.
The problem lies, Max, in the idea that if you are Canadian, none of the things that go on in America resonate with Black Canadians. That's the idea, right? That's what she just said. If you were born in Canada, if you were raised in Canada, you can't speak on these issues, right? That's the idea. But the problem with that is, it's not true. Because if it was true, I couldn't get on anyone's panel, and I wouldn't make it. I don't talk about things that I don't know of. I just don't. I'm not like that. I can only talk about things that I have proficient understanding in. That's what I came up here and did. You couldn't dispute my talking points, so you relegated invalidating them to my nationality. And you did it again. You just said, yeah, this is why Canadians born in Canada who are raised in Canada can't speak on my issues, on our issues. That's what she just did.
What was the issue? What was the issue?
The issue was, we were fine. We were having our conversation, and obviously I was saying, listen, what are Black men as a collective doing? Because T. Washington said, well, you guys have to stop talking about Black men. I know a lot of Black men. I said, no, I don't want anecdotal stories, because I have data to support the fact that not enough of them are doing something. Not enough.
Well, that's an easy answer. As a collective, they're doing nothing.
Right. But Lucy came in and she said, okay, Anna, where are you from? Toronto. Oh, okay. Well, why are you asking these men what are they doing in America? Why are you and I never, first of all, I never asked them as individuals. I didn't say, T. Washington, what are you doing as a Black man? I didn't say the real what's his name? I don't know his name. I didn't ask anyone as individual Black men what are they doing.
Collins.
I said, what are you doing? What's happening with the majority and what's going on with the collective? But she said, oh, you're from Canada. Okay, so why are you talking to these Black men from America like this if you're not even from America and you can't identify, and it's a different experience? Well, but my thing is, it's not, because if it was, I wouldn't have a point to make. I wouldn't have a dog in the fight. You can't tell me that I'm lying. You can't tell me my points are invalid, and you can't tell me that everything I'm saying you don't resonate with. You can't identify with. And I'm only saying it because I can identify with, because that's been my experience in Canada.
Well, some brothers are doing some things, but collectively we're not doing anywhere near enough. I mean, it can't even be. You can't even point to one thing that Black men are doing as a group. Not one thing, but you can point to individual efforts.
Right, but we weren't talking about Max. We were talking about individual efforts, Max. We were talking about the collective, the majority. We were talking about the group of men that account for the collective, because the greater number they're going to represent are the whole group, because there's more of them than there is of us.
Can't do anything as a collective.
Then there are that are doing something. That was my point.
Right. You can't.
Why are you questioning these Black men? That's what she said, and that's how this got started.
Right, you can't do that as a collective because too many of them are walking around being sissies, and being cowards. So you can't really get together and do anything as a collective. You got to stop being a coward first.
Right, but see, we couldn't get to that part of the conversation. That was the trajectory of the conversation. We couldn't.
We got entirely too many cowards and sissies.
The conversation was derailed because of being Canadian, apparently. Not because
I know Lucy. I don't believe she said.
It makes sense. Not because I was wrong, but because I was from Toronto, and why am I questioning the Black men on the panel and asking them what they're doing? Mind you, I didn't ask them what they're doing. I was talking about the majority. I was talking about the collective and the group the entire time. I never talk about individual efforts ever. I talk about the group, the majority. So that's how this. That's
a big zilch right there. They ain't doing nothing. Well, actually, you know what? That's wrong, because collectively, a lot of them are, trying on women's clothes, wearing women's makeup, getting on panels, acting like
they worried about what we doing.
Yeah, acting like gay roosters and these cackling male hen houses. They're doing that.
We went back in time 3 hours ago because you brought it up again. You doubled down. You said, this is why. After the whole conversation that she just had, Max, Before I got on the panel, the reason I got on the panel is because she said, guys, this is why people from Canada who were raised in Canada, born in Canada, can't have these conversations because they don't know this experience. They cannot. She just said that. That's why I got on the panel. You see, she's gaslighting and she's saying, oh, we went 3 hours back in time. You're gaslighting. That's crazy. You brought it up again. Nobody was talking about it. You started talking about it and you doubled down. Because when I addressed it and I said, oh, so me being Canadian, I'm invalid. It invalidates all of the validity to my talking points. You said, no, I'm just asking. I just wanted to know where you were from. But now you revealed. Now you said, no, if you're from Canada, you can't talk.
My thing is, I think black men need to focus on building their families, rebuilding these families, because strong families create strong communities. I think the black man needs to really focus on building his family. First thing to do that, though, you got to keep your black ass in the home.
And also, I don't know, maybe she was trying to see how that you guys was raised over there in Canada, compared to ours, meaning like what's going over there, like what's the
that's not what she did. So don't lie for her.
I know what she said, as no one's lying for her, because Lucy is not a bad person. I've been around her for the last year and a half or two, so nobody's lying. You can fall.
I'm not. Listen, I'm not calling her good. I'm not calling her bad. I'm saying that she's lying.
Right, but we don't want to keep arguing about this. We just the audience wants y'all to drop this conversation, leave it alone.
And try to change the subject right now. Yeah.
Right. We just want to make sure that you had a black first mindset, and just to make sure that you was just black, like two black parents, basically.
But hold on, let me ask you a question. Why do you need to make sure that I am when you have a black man on the panel?
Not me per se.
No, okay, well let me look.
Because this is a pro-black space.
Hold on, wait a minute. Why is it
a pro-black space?
But it's not important for Speak Bro, who said he's not black first, who said he's individualistic in mindset. Why is it okay for him to
we've been told him to just drop it.
Yeah, but who was that? Who was that? He still comes up here. It's not a problem, but you're questioning me, right?
Wait a minute, who is that?
It ain't no. I must wasn't here when they was up here.
Who is she talking about? Who's she talking about now?
Black. What's his name? Bro something. Bro Speak.
Oh, Bro Speak.
Yeah.
Oh,
Bro Speak.
Bro
Speak black. Bro
no,
Speak black. He just has
No. She just said black first mentality. Bro first is me first mentality. He is the self first.
Well, I don't want to speak for him because he can come up and speak for himself.
He already said that, Max. I had that conversation with him earlier. He said that verbatim.
I wasn't up here earlier. I can't vouch for that. I don't know.
Okay,
I didn't hear that.
Well, don't maybe.
Yeah, that's
we don't personally have nothing against you, but we're just looking out for black people. Like this, like you said earlier, just black people conversations. Not the Meghan Markle mindset. No one else.
You sure he said that? Because I didn't know.
Max, I really hope that I want you to rewind the tape so you can understand.
Because Kelvin is not black first neither.
Please, you need to understand my frustration.
He black.
You're not going to undermine my
Kelvin
intelligence.
is black first.
You're not going to try to. You're not
his man.
I understand, Kelvin. My brother's kind of like you. He's black first. He just has, conditions.
No, I'm not.
I never said Kelvin. I said Bro Speak, the guy that I was talking to earlier.
At the end of the day, Kelvin.
Right, we know what you said. I'm talking about Calvin though. They probably his mindset is similar.
Yeah. Yeah, he just got conditions, but at the end of the day,
I understand.
At the end of the day, he gonna be there. Trust me.
I don't know.
He just got different conditions, man. He I know brothers like he just got different like certain conditions and stuff. But
to each their own, people can accept who they want to, but if they not black first in the mind and putting women first before them the only ones that I'm accepting.
And I know because he's married to a black. He's married to a black. Right, because he's married to a black woman, so I respect the hell out of that.
That's just a stepping stone. Yeah, that's true.
Well, that's the most important though, man. It starts with the black woman. That's the most important part right there.
Exactly.
But we talking about doing the work though. Besides that, like that's most people been married for a long time. It's like when they're gonna. A lot of men need to kind of stand up and get the work.
He working. He working. He just got conditions. Like I said, my older brother is somewhat like him. That's why I understand him a lot.
Now I understand a lot of them. I'm just good on those types.
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah.
not willing to work with those types. They can be pushed to the side.
Mhm.
Pushed to the side, left out. We
And
just gotta keep moving. It is what it is.
and
When you
then, like
in
I
the
said,
Well,
it's
fight of
hard
black
to.
liberation of black.
apparently, all black people, unless they are from the United States, should be pushed to the side too. So you have there's a very problematic pathology that's happening.
Wait a minute,
Nah,
who
it's
said?
not
Wait a
problematic.
minute,
It's
wait
just
a minute.
about
Hold on,
black
hold on,
people.
hold
It
on.
is what it is.
Wait a minute. What
Nobody
happened?
had no
What the hell?
pathology or anything. Because
Hey,
I'm
what the
still
hell?
black women first too. So I agree with a lot of stuff Sin say. So
What the hell happened?
just
Who
like
said?
argue and
Who
be
said
divisive
that we don't
about
want?
nothing all the fucking time.
Wait a minute. Who said that we don't like black people from Canada?
Right, I never said that.
Yeah, I don't know any.
We just talking about we want a black mindset or pathology. You can be pro-black woman, whatever you want to be, as long as you black first. We don't have a problem with that. But some mentality do have to also change. You can't just to keep debating or arguing about the same stuff over and over. When are we gonna solve the issue? What is the problem? And who's ever wrong? Oh, my bad. We're sorry.
The
Let's
problem,
move
I
on.
think, is
Let's fix this.
the problem
Nobody
is
dislike anybody.
the problem is that we gotta restore. We got too many lazy ass punk Negroes that won't want to get off their ass and do anything.
Even if it's little by little.
We got to start rebuilding the family. You want strong communities, you need strong families. Families make up the community.
Yeah.
But as far
Even
as
if you
this,
want to call the children on your block family, you can make them family.
wait, did somebody
like I
say
said,
that
I know the
want...
children is important to me first too.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to keep this going, but did somebody tell her that she couldn't come up here because she was Canadian?
No.
Yeah, no.
No, it's
maybe she feel different. Maybe it was something that she just didn't like. I don't.
No, we're not like that. I mean, if you black, you welcome up here. If you black, I don't care if you're from Canada to the moon, as long as you're black.
They should have a black mindset first. I want this. You might want to rephrase that.
Well, that's what I said. If you're black, we can
come up here. Like those men, like from the manosphere and other parts, it's a lot of divisive people in black YouTube too. Also,
I mean, if you come up here and you start sounding like
she didn't like the questions I asked her.
Yeah, but if you come up here and you sound like Clarence Thomas, we booting you off.
She didn't like the questions that I asked her. And I didn't ask her any other questions. I wouldn't ask any other person.
Right.
No matter where they're from.
Right. Because I actually like her. Some of her talking points make sense. And then some stuff I may agree or disagree. We don't dislike her.
I didn't even get to my talking points because she constantly talked over me. And when she asked me, why did I ask her where she's from? I was going into explaining to her. And here it is now, 3 hours later, we're back into this again. And I don't know where she was in between that, but I made it clear. Because I'm in Ghana. You come to Africa, you leave out of North America, you leave out of the West. There's no you black, you white. It's your nationality. And y'all know the reason why I'm asking for nationality. Now we talking about building something, man. That's currency. Canadian currency is different. She was like, "Oh, why are you talking about currency? You talking about forex and all that?" Are we talking about building? Right? We're talking about building, right? So I think me asking her, was she black? Was her parents black? Where was she born? Like she could, so we found out because I was hearing how when she was going off on the brother T. Washington, I was hearing how she was pronouncing some of her words. So I was like, oh yeah, see, she sound Canadian. So let me ask her, like, where you from? I mean, I don't know nobody black in Canada. That's a link. But now she's like, oh, you won't ask me them questions because you're not trying to make a link. You trying to say, and she just went on a whole tad. Am I lying, y'all?
No.
Am I lying?
You don't want to.
She could
You
have
don't want to
stayed
say
calm.
that.
She could have stayed calm in the situation. I agree that just could have let you just keep asking questions, just answer the questions, but not get upset
Okay.
about the questions.
I mean, some people said they ain't feel like the questions I asked her were appropriate because it shouldn't matter if she's black, but we didn't know if she was black or not. So I was asking, was she black? And some people say, oh, well, it doesn't matter, but that does matter. It does matter. You know what I'm saying? Like it does when we're gonna have these conversations. It does matter.
Well, let's not talk about it like she's not here. I mean,
But she was here and she keeps jumping off, and that's why I'm able to speak now. And she probably going to jump back on and say that I'm backpedaling and all this stuff or whatever. But I mean, I'm asking y'all now that I mean, guys, I'm pretty sure she's still listening. You know, she can come back on at any time. She did. Did I sound like I was trying to exclude Black Canadians from the conversation? Am I wrong for wanting to know her ethnicity, if she's black, if she's of African descent or not? I mean, did I say anything wrong? People say my delivery. Some people didn't like my delivery, but I mean,
your delivery is
y'all
wrong.
tell me.
Delivery is wrong, but you changed it, but delivery.
I didn't hear nothing wrong with anything. I don't even know what's going on.
So my delivery. So people say my delivery, but she's still harping on. She's saying that now. I'm saying that Canadians should not be in this conversation. That we don't like Canadians. Like, where did I say any of that, y'all? Did anything that she's saying? Did I say any of that?
I didn't hear nothing like that.
Yeah, I didn't hear nothing like that either.
No.
Yeah, matter of fact, I even brought up some facts that just trying to really placate the conversation that Nova Scotia has the highest black population in Canada. And the capital is Halifax.
Yes, we need to link with them. We need to link with them.
Gotta stay. Yeah, but I think we got to stay away from that, though. I think that's what's hurting us, too. Whenever we meet black people from another country or something like that, we tend to try to go in on their politics or their way of life.
We didn't even do that, Max. We didn't even, it didn't even go that far. It didn't go that far. So I'm glad the brother brought that up, that she said there's a high population of black people in Nova Scotia. Now, I didn't know that. It's probably a whole bunch of black people that didn't know that. So now that I know that, see how beneficial it is for me to ask her where she's from. Oh, you from Canada? She's able to say, now we know she's from Canada. She's like, oh, there's a high population of black people in Nova Scotia. For real? For real, son? Okay, well, the niggas that live in Michigan, the niggas that live in New York, you know what I'm saying? Like,
can we, Max, this Aaron Collins, I'm the one that brought that up, and I was just mentioning.
Okay, you brought that up. Okay. Yeah. So, but see, you wouldn't have brought that up if I didn't ask her where she was from. So now she's saying I'm backpedaling because now I'm like, okay, this is a connect. Yes, this is a connect. I didn't know that. I didn't know it was a whole bunch of black people in Nova Scotia. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know that. Okay, so now how can we link with them and be able to do some shit because we are in close proximity of each other? Because our systems are very similar to each other. How can we, you know what I'm saying? Now that I know you in Canada, let's not argue. Like, I'm not trying to argue.
It's a couple of black content creators I'm real cool with in Toronto. One of them LMP, the other one's Classic Ruby. Well, she might be right outside Toronto, but yeah, I miss my Canadian brothers and sisters who used to be on this platform. I used to be on the panels with them.
Yeah, I know a couple of people from Canada too.
You might know LMP, Max.
Yeah, I know LMP.
Yeah, yeah, me too. That's my brother right there. I miss that brother. That brother, LMP, he had a really chill panel. I really miss cool. Yeah, Classic Ruby too. She was real chill also. Matter of fact, when I was listening to Annalisa, I was like, man, she kind of reminded me of Classic Ruby. You know, I know you know.
Right.
Wait, what Classic Ruby from?
She's from outside of Toronto. I forget
Oh, she
how
agree
you
with
Don't
all
be
that
asking that.
manosphere and red
Don't
pill
be
stuff.
asking. Don't be asking no Canadian where they from because they gonna
Nah,
come
she
up with
agree
a
with that
snap on your
manosphere
ass.
and red pill mess.
And you just
I'm
did.
good
Now
on
you
her.
just did what I did. You just did what I did. You asked where she
They
from.
were on
Now
my
did not just
Facebook.
get scolded for 4 hours for asking a nigga where they from.
Yeah.
Now you just did what I did. Now come on, man, y'all.
I
The
literally
fuck,
came on.
man.
I literally fell asleep. I literally fell asleep on the panel. I didn't even realize what was going on.
Man, I ain't got no
Got,
free pop out
got,
for this
ro-
motherfucker.
got roasted for 4 hours. That's funny.
Damn.
Y'all a mess.
Come on, man. Wait, you just asked where. Come on, man. Come on,
That's
man.
why I said
Somebody
what I
else is
said,
dealing
though.
with me. Like, come on, man. So now
That's
niggas
why I
gonna
said
be
what I said.
asking where I'm from, nigga. I'm black. I'm black. Don't worry about where the fuck I'm from, nigga. Don't worry, I'm black, nigga. Don't worry about where I'm from. Don't worry about where I'm from. I'm black. Okay, we got an attitude, but let's be real.
Well, so
Well,
y'all
have
know I'm
fun.
from Chicago.
We
I'm
wasted
born and raised in
hours.
Chicago, live in LA.
We
Have
wasted
fun.
hours.
LA.
Go ahead. Talk
That's
about
all.
something. Yeah.
I was born and raised in Chicago. Me and Carlos,
Just
I was
like
born and
me.
raised on
Funny
the south side of
shit.
Chicago.
They got
Now I
roasted
live
for
in
4
Los
hours.
Angeles.
We might have
I
the
got
same
roasted.
man.
Hey, hey, look, if y'all want to say I got roasted, okay. I
That's
rested
funny,
in my
yo.
femininity.
Nah,
Can't
nah,
nothing
you
get
didn't get
taken
That's
roasted.
from me.
funny. It's
You
funny,
didn't
though,
get nah,
man.
you didn't
Everybody
get
just
roasted.
roasted
Max,
each other.
Yeah,
Max,
roasted
I
for
Hey,
4
Lucy,
rested
hours.
in my femininity, Max. I rested in my
hey, Lucy,
femininity,
you live in
Max.
Gang, gangsters
Max,
don't get roasted, man.
and
Gangsters don't get roasted.
can't no nigga up
Oh
here
my
say
goodness.
I ain't rest in my femininity.
I
If
love my black people, man.
You handle
Right.
Ask
yourself
hey,
the
You,
Lucy,
very
chat.
you live
well.
in
I don't have
Chicago.
no
You
problem with
know
her. Nobody that's from the spirit.
such a
If
fucking
you
lady.
win, girl, just be obliged.
Ask
Hey,
Let us
look,
somebody
know.
where
win.
they from. It got roasted for
I would have
4
loved to
hours.
hear her statistics. It's fine. She can, if it's
She
all right with
win.
You live
y'all.
in Akron,
If she
Lucy?
want to
She
come back
win.
up, we can move
She
on.
Hey,
We
Lucy,
win.
you
hear
live in
you. We
Akron?
not saying you not lying. We didn't say that. Just can we,
Do you live in Akron?
move past
You live in
our
Akron, Lucy?
things and work it out.
Hey, look, man. Look, what I understand is our people is hurt, man. And I don't mind another black person snapping off on me.
Mhm.
I'm strong enough to, embrace that. Let it all out, baby. Let it out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Let it out, man. Like we have a right to be angry. We have a right to be angry. You know what I'm saying? Some of us have to, just,
Right. Yeah, we had a
She's
right to be
spicy.
angry. It's all
She's
right.
mad, like
She
fiery and
can
yeah,
feel how
spicy.
she
man.
want to feel, and that's cool.
I
Because
like that.
Feel how
value.
you want to feel. We all
She
do.
has value. She has value in the conversation. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
She a good debater.
And we don't disagree. I don't disagree with anything that she's saying with the plight and what we need to do and what needs to be done. Nobody ever disagreed with that. She got mad because I asked her where she was from and asked her why she was yelling at the Ados brothers and you in Canada. Like, why you yelling at them? Because we two different countries. We can't do two things at the same time. You know what I'm saying? But before I could even, we even talk about, you know, okay, I digress.
Hey, Lucy, you live in Akron?
Nah, man, I can't do the city life. I ain't do the city life in America. So, I like
Oh, all right.
where it's quiet.
Yeah, I know Ghana, they got the gate of no return there. I think that's like a tourist site. They got this place called the Gate of No Return where the slaves came through.
Man, they got
Really?
multiple sites like that all up and down the west coast of Africa, all up and down the west coast.
Can you do some more videos of showing what's going on over there?
Huh?
Can you do some more videos and show us what's going on over there?
Man, let
Right.
me tell you why I ain't been posting no
Yeah,
content.
right. We need more
Y'all, man,
videos, man.
look, I ain't been posting no content because I've been sick. I get sick a lot over here because I'm on the
Oh man.
and I'm eating street food. You know what I'm saying? And
Get
You
well
think you
soon.
detoxing from like all the American food you had versus the
man,
non-GMO?
I wish I could get my hands on some American food. If I could get a Five Guys cheeseburger right now, I'll pay $100 for
Oh,
that.
Five Guys, yeah.
You want us to ship it to
No,
you?
I'm saying, yo,
Wish
I'll
y'all
get you one.
could. All I need for real,
Everybody
all I
chip
need
in
is the
for
Nah,
meat and
I
the
go there for
cheese.
lunch. I'll get you one.
Your skin is getting brighter
every,
and stuff like that, like glowing.
everybody on
It
the panel. Let's
is.
chip in for Lucy's Five Guys burger.
Right?
Man,
They give you a lot of fries too.
man. Well, see well, the reason why I say that because okay, so when I'm in a cry, I have a place that's close to a cry in the city, so I'm able to cook for myself and stuff like that. But when I go to my land, because I'm in the bush, and because man, the way they do stuff over here, man, it's better for me to grow my own foods. It's better for me to grow my own foods.
They
And
got
Yeah,
McDonald's
Africa
over
got
there.
Africa's got
no,
an environment that's right to grow food though. They got a real rich environment over there. That's
it
why a lot of
is.
Africans are healthier than us.
It
Right. You
is.
got a gate and stuff around your house, like security
But see,
alarm
In
system and
Africa,
stuff.
they don't have that GMO tainted food that we got over here in the
No,
States.
they don't. But they import a lot of food. They import food that you wouldn't believe that they import. They import and they don't support local foods. Like they don't eat their own local bananas because the imported bananas that y'all eat in the U.S. is cheaper.
Oh, okay.
So they doing the same thing to them they do to us in the U.S. that eating it from McDonald's is cheaper than actually going to Whole Foods or going to the farmer's market or trying to grow your own food. You know what I'm saying? So here it's cheaper to eat the imported foods that come from outside countries. And then you have they don't invest in their farmers like that. So like eggs, they import eggs from other countries. They import in chicken from other
Wow.
countries.
I thought they had chickens on the farm or something.
They do. But see, the thing is, it's easier to buy frozen meat that's already cut into parts than to buy live chickens. There's no meat processing plants here.
Do you
You know
got
what I'm
your
saying?
own chickens out there on the farm?
Yeah, but I ain't trying to kill them, so I had to pay somebody. You know, I got somebody that had to kill them for me. I
Oh,
ain't
no,
trying
to
to.
get the eggs, or do you have to go
Oh,
through the process?
yeah, yeah. And I got people that want to buy eggs and want to buy chickens for me, but I don't have I don't have the supply to meet the demand.
Oh, okay. But so you and the
Lucy,
kids get to work over there?
do you
No.
got halal? Halal? Do you do like halal chicken?
Right now,
To my brother.
I started off with 4 chickens 5 months ago, and now I have about 120 chickens.
Oh wow.
Wow, they made it like that.
Okay.
They
Wow.
reproduce like crazy, like crazy.
You got to go into business with Tyson. No, I'm just playing.
But see, that's what I'm saying. See, that's part of solutions, right? So
Tyson
you
Hungry
have
Man.
this is why I
For
don't do the
black
whole
men.
ADOS. This is why I don't do the whole ADOS FBA thing. Look, if we really talking about setting ourselves free, we need to get into things that we see these other motherfuckers getting into, these other groups of people. So, okay, you ADOS, you FBA, guess what? I'm over here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm telling you there's a multi-million-dollar business that we can start now, I just need your money to fucking get this shit done like now. Instead of me trying to take 5 to 7 years and do it myself. And you know, like there's a high demand for a lot of things over here because the people here don't have the money to invest in themselves because the government is not investing in them. There, you can do things here that you can't do in America as easily. If we invest in a poultry farm, let me tell y'all something. If I had 24,000 chickens right now that
Wow.
laid eggs every day, I would gross 19,000 US dollars a month.
Mm.
I'm gonna say that again. If I had 24,000 chickens right now that laid at least one egg every day, I would gross and I'm rounding it down. I'm rounding it down.
Wow.
19,000 US dollars a month. And if you don't believe me, I can put links in the chat where the profits and scales have been done by other Ghanaians that have already done it, and they're doing it right now.
Wow. And it's no other
Amazing.
farmers near you or people that can help you on
Oh
your
man,
farm to
it's
get
people that can help me, but you know, we talking about, you know, you got to be careful who's helping you. You
Oh
gonna
yeah,
let
that's true too.
you don't forget we black now. Don't forget, y'all see, we got to remember that when you come over here, we still niggas. If you don't like that word, but so
Yeah.
you got to be careful who's helping you. I'm looking at people's
The
strategic
mindset.
books, people that have documents, they have written these things, have mapped these things out, and I have seen them and seen the profits that they are making because they have this amount of chickens. I don't have the capital to get 24,000 chickens right now. What I have the capital to do is 2,000 chickens. So how many of us will it take to do 24,000 chickens right now so we can start making this 19,000 US dollars a month gross? And then y'all do the math on that, the more people that invest in that. That's just eggs. That's just eggs. You're not even talking about supplying cold stores so they can stop importing people that's importing it leftover fucked up ass chicken from France and the UK and shit like that, where we can raise our own chicken. We just need to be able to process the meat. Now we talk about meat processing. Okay, this just chicken. I haven't even gone into goats and cows and everything
Wow.
else. Okay, I haven't even done with chicken. When we talk about feed, do you know the number one problem with poultry farmers on the continent of Africa is the unavailability of the feed. The feed.
The feed to for the animals.
Yes. So if Black Americans just invest in production
Like
of
shipping
feed,
stuff to you. Okay.
just production of feed, that's the smallest. If you want to invest in poultry farming, the smallest amount you can invest to get a return is to invest in the feed production. Because without the feed, nothing else even damn matters. It's a lot of
Right.
farmers that go out of business because we can't get access to feed, man. Let me tell you, the reason why I've been posting content too is because I've been chasing down motherfucking feed. I ain't got time to make videos for you niggas. I'm trying to look for feed to keep my animals alive. I even had one of my dogs get bit because I'm trying to
Wow.
hurry up and get my fence up, and he got bit by something. I don't know if it was a scorpion or snake or what. And he ended up going rabid. You know what I'm saying? And I had to take him to the vet and all this. So it's like it's a lot of footage I could put up, but man, it's a lot going on. It's a lot going on over here, and I'm doing this by myself. It's
Are you
money to
afraid of?
make.
Are you afraid of
That's
like like lions and stuff like that, or tigers and
Girl,
stuff
we
like
don't
that?
see none of that, child. We don't,
You
child.
ain't
That
that
we don't
far
see
out.
nothing.
Okay.
We don't see none of that stuff. All that chat, like we don't see none. In the bush, there are alligators out there where I'm at, but I haven't seen any. The men that work for me, they said they seen them. That's why I've got cats on the land there to keep snakes and stuff like that away or whatever like that. But once everything gets cleared and I can get my wall up, I won't have to worry about all these predators coming on to my land.
Yeah, you
So the
mostly see
cats eat the
predators like
snakes
that.
away.
Lions and leopards are usually in southern and eastern Africa.
Hold on, too many people asking me questions.
Oh, I was just saying, I didn't know the cats keep snakes away. Or depending on what kind of cat it is. Yes.
No, girl, cats
Yeah,
period. Yeah,
and I was saying
cats
that
keep
like you
all
usually see like lions or leopards or anything like that, predators
Mm-hmm.
like that, usually in the
But them
Eastern
little
African and
bobcats.
Southern
no,
African.
not in Ghana. Not in Ghana.
Oh,
Those type of animals you'll find
the
in
Serengeti.
East
Yeah, I was saying
Africa and
that
stuff
like
like
that. Yeah, I was saying that. Yeah, you see them in either Eastern Africa or South Africa. You know, in Kenya or Tanzania
that.
or in Kruger Park. That's in South Africa, in the Kruger. So yeah, I've been doing a
Oh,
little. I look at a lot of nature shows, so I know about lions and hyenas and stuff like that. Been looking at
Man,
nature
I don't
shows all
see
my
none of
life.
that. What I see is goats, cows, chickens, dogs, cats, birds. That's
Right.
what I see. You know, and with me being
Yeah,
in the bush, I do see some different type of birds that come down and eat the frogs and stuff off my land after it rains. And because I
right.
have chickens, I'm seeing hawks. I'm having a hawk issue now. Because I
Yeah,
got more birds and stuff. So I'm starting to see other type of predators, but like foxes and
and
wolves and I don't
ooh.
know, man. No, I don't see that type of
the
stuff.
most you got to
My
worry
my
about is
my
probably a
my
goat.
biggest predator is the hunters that's out there and the thieves. That's my biggest
Oh,
concern. Is hunters and thieves.
right.
Maybe
I
you might
thought
get
about prairie
a
dogs. I
frisky
don't know if
goat.
they had it on there.
And most you probably got to worry about is a frisky goat that probably butting you or something like that.
You said what?
You worry about like
Yeah,
any of
go.
those frisky goats that be butting you because sometimes goats be butting you all up
Oh,
in
hitting
the
you.
tail and all that.
Oh no, they
Mhm.
run from you, man. Like animals over here, they'll run from you. Nah, everything runs from you. Everything runs from you, man. Everything
I
runs
remember
from
I
you.
was
So
working
no,
on this. I remember when I lived in
yeah.
Texas, I worked on this little kitty farm, and it was this bull. This bull was kind of aggressive,
Oh, yeah,
just
them.
butting people,
Them
butting me.
meals, right?
Yeah, that's the male. And then I even had a young baby zebra try to bite me in the ass one time. I'm like,
Where
oh.
you was at?
I was cleaning up this little kitty farm when I lived in Texas at the state fair,
Oh,
and this dude had a little kitty farm he would travel with, and he had baby zebras and goats and stuff. So one little baby zebras kept trying to bite me in the ass. So,
like on Friday, the movie, you got to worry about a goat, a
mhm.
zebra. Hit you. Ooh, that's
Yeah, but I'm
funny.
like, man, let me get up out of this enclosure, man, so I have to have a fight with the
Right.
zebra or something.
All right, my
Um,
man.
Lucy,
no, I have
not
issues.
Lucy, not these chickens over here in the hood. They not scared of nobody. They big and
They
tall
over
too.
here ain't scared either. I mean, you know, the chickens, I don't they'll get out your way, but I don't mess with them. You know, I know my boundaries. So, you know, sometimes you can be sitting down somewhere and that might be where the chickens sleep at. Because, you know, it's a hood. You know, everywhere is a hood. You in the village, so the chicken will come around and let you know, like nigga, you in my sleeping space. It'll come around and keep walking around you, like you know what I'm saying? Bye bye,
Chickens be banging on
bye
y'all out there.
bye. Like bye bye. I'm like, oh
Chickens be
okay,
throwing
okay,
up
okay.
gang signs.
Hey,
Yeah,
look, let me
chickens are
tell you something. When you
gangsters.
come to the continent, you will respect
Chickens be
yourself
throwing
when
up
it
gang
comes to
signs
nature.
out there.
Gangster
You will
chickens.
respect yourself when it comes to nature when you
Mhm.
get over here. I'm like, okay, I'm in your way. Soon as I moved out the way, the chicken went right up under the little bench I was sitting on, and I sat back down. I was like, oh, okay, I got you, and it ain't
But the
bothered me.
chicken be
It just
asking
wanted to,
chicken be asking
yeah.
where you from, huh?
Mhm.
Chicken be asking where you from, be hitting you up. Where you from, fool?
Yeah, I
Well,
ain't
that's
never
probably
seen you.
that's one of them LA chickens that be hitting folks up. Probably had on some colors or something like that.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man, them
What's
chickens
going
be
on
getting
there,
kind of
Aaron?
aggressive. What's going on, Kay? I'm out. Shoot, LA
What's
doing this
going on
thing,
up
you
there?
know.
Oh, you in LA, not San Francisco, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I was
I'm
born
going
in
to LA
Chicago.
in
Yeah, I live in
June.
LA now. Huh?
Yeah, what's going on in
I'm going to
LA? Is
LA
it
in
like
June.
getting worse?
Yeah,
Is
you
it
know,
getting
it's supposed to be getting better. I mean, I hear that we had 25%.
Oh, word.
I mean, yeah, the governor of
with the
California
housing
being
stuff out there?
the housing,
It's
you
going
know how
down.
California is. It's gonna still be up there.
Well,
But
by
But
the
then
I know
time
the
I get
last
out
time
there,
I
it'll
was
be
there,
cool.
that Skid Row was getting worse.
yeah, I
Oh,
used to
hell
live
yeah.
in
Like it
Skid
was
Row.
getting long.
That goes for blocks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Skid Row.
Blocks.
I can
I'm
give you a
not scared of them
statistic on
though.
Skid
I
Row.
remember I drove through there, man. Yo, I felt like dirty when I got out of there. I'm like, damn.
You wrong for that.
Yeah,
Nah,
yeah,
I'm
You
like
Skid
gotta
Row.
you can
serious.
be nice to them unless they being rude
No,
to you.
I mean, I'm just saying. I just felt like,
Hassan is bougie.
no, I'm not
Yeah,
bougie. I'm
Skid
just
Row is
like,
50 square blocks. Yeah,
oh,
Skid
wow.
Row is his own world. Trust me,
And all I
Hassan
seen was
Hassan know what he's talking
tents.
about. I know what
I
Hassan
think
means
San
because I used to live
Francisco
in
got
Skid
one in
Row.
Oakland too.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
No,
Oh,
I
for
think
real?
they do too. I don't know what they call it though.
Yeah, it was
You know, when
crazy.
I was homeless out here, I lived in a few shelters, and Skid Row
Oh,
was
wow.
mostly where I lived at. And Skid Row is literally 50 square blocks to the east of downtown LA. And Skid Row is literally its own civilization. It's
Yeah,
like when you go to
Like a
Skid
whole
Row,
nother
that's a way
world.
of life, right? Nah. I'm like, damn.
when
I'm
you go to
convinced.
Skid Row, you're literally stepping into a microcosm of hell when you go into Skid Row.
You're right.
I don't know if it run into East LA.
Now, it don't
I know I was
necessarily run
walking
into
somewhere, I
East
almost
LA,
walked
but
into East LA here.
you got pockets of homelessness in LA, but it's mostly
Oh, yeah.
centralized in Skid Row.
Right.
But
You
yeah,
know what
you
I
got them
saw,
all through
Aaron?
Hollywood too.
That I don't
Yeah,
never really see hardly. I seen a lady, well, it was a white lady. She was naked and had like a towel on. Like just her hands up in there. I haven't seen that here hardly, even where I'm at. I'm like, just with a towel on wrapped around. I was like, that was too much.
I done seen people, both male and female, relieve themselves, and I ain't necessarily talking about number one either.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
I know they pee outside, but
I done seen some sights out here, some stuff that'll make your stomach turn for real. And it got me to thinking, man, people are hurting out here. I don't do it in a way to look down on them. It almost brings tears to your eyes when you see human beings actually living this way. Because
facts.
I mean, I lived in a few
it's
shelters.
similar here too. Like they had the underground like on Randolph, like here in Chicago.
Oh yeah, I was born and raised
They
on the
might
south
be
side.
breaking
So
it up though. Yeah. Downtown. And this downtown or Wacker Drive or whatever.
Wacker Drive. Yeah, I know about Wacker Drive. All three levels
they
of
own world.
There's Lower Wacker Drive, and then there's Upper Wacker. Then you got Randolph. Yep. You got Wabash. LaSalle. Yep.
Yeah.
That's you pretty much described the loop, Kay. That's the entire loop right there.
Yeah, let me know if you come back to visit. Hit me up. If you like downtown the High Park. I might hit you up too, because I usually go to LA, but due to COVID.
That's what's up. You know what? COVID, you know what? People still traveling.
That's
people are still traveling.
Yo,
but the numbers
and
was
the
high.
flights are cheap
like,
too.
Yeah, I might take a chance. I don't know.
Cheap.
Maybe July or something.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, LA and Chicago, to me, they got some similarities also. Matter of fact, it's even a stretch of highway that come between you. You heard of Route 66? That's a famous stretch of highway. It connects LA and Chicago. So.
Oh yeah, I saw like a video. I'm gonna have to. I don't know if I drove maybe once. I gotta see. I don't know. I need to go sightseeing. I need to do it like in an RV or something. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Maybe with my family, we thought about that. Because that's what we do. We usually travel a lot, like a couple times a year or more. You know, go to different places. You know,
don't fall for the myths. People don't fall for the hype. People are, oh, it's dangerous out there. You know what? If you're not careful anywhere, it could be dangerous.
Right.
I'm a
I've
product
been
of
all
the
in Compton.
Oh yeah, me too.
Inglewood.
Compton. Watts.
Yeah.
Right.
I've been in Compton, Watts, South Central.
That's
I've
a
lived
little
in.
way. They
Yeah,
got
do
the
they- do they
best.
still
Well, they
have-
got the best hair stuff.
Gus's famous chicken.
I mean, don't get me wrong, do they still have the element out there? They still have some people that's active. They still do their thing, but you know what? They really don't just run up on you like that. I
Right.
mean, they can pretty
You
much
talking about
tell
out
who
there?
active.
Right. That's just Hollywood,
Yeah.
man. You know what I mean?
You know what? But
Yeah.
Aaron, they do. They'll run up on you and try to holler at you. They follow you for blocks. I don't know about that. And I be dressed pretty decent. I think one time or two when I was
Well, they
going
might
out,
follow you.
my leg.
Well, I'm talking about
No,
as
they
far as
follow you
banging.
trying to holler at you.
I'm talking as far as the banging and stuff. Now, I will say this
Banging.
much: you might want to be careful with wearing blue and red in certain neighborhoods because they are still on that. I'm gonna just be real with you.
Oh,
They are
no,
still
no,
on
no,
that
no.
in certain.
Fact,
Yeah. I got into it with a guy on the bus. I think he tried to challenge me. I think I was just running somewhere and I didn't want to call a cab because I was from Chicago. I ain't have on no colors or nothing, but I was finna give it to his ass stuff. Cause I'm like, I don't let people grade. You know, they think just because you are out of town, or they think that they could talk to you in kind of way. I don't know if he was testing my Chicago skills. We was gonna get on that level. He was
Actually,
younger.
LA.
Yeah, like I don't know
Real
what
talk,
some
actually.
of them is kind of crazy out there. Not every one of them. I know some of them a little weird, but it's just
LA got a little
I
bit of respect though from people. But
You
LA
know,
got
it's
a little
okay
bit
to
of
be
respect
hitting
though
me
from
at
people
beach,
from
but
Chicago though.
yeah.
Yeah, LA
I
got
had
some
a cool
respect though
girl
from
from
people from Chicago.
Compton, and I linked with
Because
another brother from Chicago out there. And
Yeah. Matter of
he
fact,
drove
we
me
even got
back
a
to my
Facebook page.
hotel. I
We
think
even
he was
got our
some
own
kind of
Facebook
cab.
page. This even his Facebook page you should check out called Shine LA. It's literally a Facebook page about people that's connected to Chicago or live there that's living in LA now. Matter of fact,
Kendrick
one of the
Lamar
shelters I
family
lived
is
in.
too.
Yeah, his family was born in Chicago and they had him in Compton. But one of the shelters I lived in, a dude was literally telling me, I mean, I told him I was from Chicago, and this is a cat from South Central. He said, "Oh man, shoot, y'all crazy out there." And I'm like, "Ain't this a pot calling the same black?" I'm like, man, I mean, that was something to really think about. I mean, somebody from LA with the reputation they got calling somebody crazy. I'm like, hey, that's a first one for me. It's like even the bad calling somebody bad. But yeah, Chicago does have a reputation. I mean, people be like, yeah, they got real gangsters in
It is
Chicago.
how it is here to a point, but then people try to glamorize it, but we still not on the top 10 list. Or like DC.
Yeah.
Like they really be, I have to check a lot of people with their stats.
T. Rogers,
like,
one of
you
the
don't know what the
OG
hell.
Bloods out here. There's OG Blood out here named T. Rogers. He actually brought the Peace Stones from Chicago to LA and formed the Peace Stone Blood.
Oh, yeah, T. Rogers, yeah. That's that dude.
He formed the.
Oh, he's OG.
Shout it with the dread.
He formed the Peace Stone Blood Nation out here. Matter of fact, T. Rogers, that was the one that was checking Jim Jones, Lil Wayne, and all these industry bloods.
Right. He needs to go back to that though, and they check them about how they treat black women and they damn colorists. They is just running rampant. Too many coons.
And he was talking about them like how y'all want to be in the music industry. Y'all want to make your music. Then all of a sudden you want to side the gangbang. And he even had some of the young homies on there checking them too, saying, how you going to sit up there and make millions of dollars? Y'all need to be teaching us how to get out of here. We trying to break away from this shit, and y'all trying to steadily bring it up. We trying to get up out of this shit. We actually had real homies that died on these streets.
Yes, sir.
I mean, Soulja Boy done got checked. He trying to claim the Pyrus out.
I saw that on Black.
Y'all remember that?
Mm-hmm.
They stay checking Soulja Boy.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
They got Lil Wayne too before. He was scared to get out.
Yeah, I saw that famous video of Lil Wayne. He was scared to get out of the car. Oh, that cat that I forget his name. He a Crip. The one he got beat up by the gang. Yeah, him and Lil Wayne's entire entourage was stuck in their car, couldn't get out. And then Soulja Boy, he trying to run around with the Pyrus out there in Compton. And
Yeah.
the Pyrus had they had to yank his chain, say, hold up, homeboy, you paid for this. You ain't from us.
Right, yeah.
Oh,
Trying to
yeah,
hug the
I
dude.
saw
Like,
that part.
yo, what up, man? It's like, yo, man,
Yeah.
I saw that, yo.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
these a lot of these rappers want to
Industry,
bang
yeah.
so bad. And Jim Jones, another one. He sat up there and yelled out a battle cry for the Bloods, and then went to safety. He got whisked off to safety. That damn near
Yeah,
got a
but you
riot
know, he
call.
cool with Easy E son too though, cause he real
Oh,
laid
Lil
back.
Easy, yeah.
I kind of like his vibe though. I know like with their music and stuff like that. It's just sometimes this generation act like everybody's not perfect. We can't admit to our flaws and ills. Even the people before us, like we are responsible for something and
But you
stuff.
know what? I never
And it's still
understood. Like, what is the purpose of fighting over the way somebody dress?
I don't know. It's just
I mean,
it's been like that since
can
the
we
50s
find
or 30s.
can we find any more like ridiculous reasons to kill each other?
Right. You right
Hey,
about
you
that.
know,
Yeah.
you know, other gang
Rap,
tokens they do that too.
Real
Keeping the
talk.
gangster.
Real rap.
You know,
I would
non-black
say
people do that too. In the
I would
gangs
say
of
that
New York, it's all.
the
That's not
closest
just
one.
us though. But I get what you're saying.
I think the closest one that really tried to bring some semblance of some normalcy back here was probably Nipsey. Because see, Nip,
Mm-hmm.
he was really
Oh
trying
yeah,
to
I
bring
wanted
that
to
peace.
ask you. And where did he what street? How far is that from you where he got shot at?
I'm not too far. Crenshaw and Slauson. Literally, I could literally get on the bus from where I live and just go down the street. Because I'm not too far. See, I live in Hollywood. But believe it or not, Hollywood is not that far from the hood as people may think.
No, it's
I
not.
mean,
No, it's not.
it's like I'm literally like 30 minutes from Crenshaw, from where I'm at. And so if you go down Crenshaw, you run right into Slauson. That's the intersection. He was shot right in front of his store.
Yeah, that's sad. That still hurt my heart though.
If
Somebody
you
ain't try to make progression, you know.
if you check out one of my video library, I got some footage from his funeral, some real good footage too.
You was shot over some bullshit. You shot over some bullshit too, man. I mean, like,
Yeah. I think dude was jealous of him or something. Or
they said some stuff about old boy because his nickname was Shitty Cuz. They said that there was some shadiness about him anyway. And he came from the 60s too. He was from the 60s also. But they said that that dude, it was something about him that they didn't really trust. And all Nip was trying to do, Nip was just trying to check his resume because you know out here they if the word get out that you a snitch, they don't want nothing to do with you. So he was just saying, listen, I can't have you around here. Go get your paperwork, and if your paperwork check out, you good. So I guess he felt some kind of way, went back unloaded on Nip, but now he in jail. We obviously know he won't be getting back out because his life is over with. But yeah, Nip
oh yeah, they did some stuff to do too to make sure. I heard like they fixed dude for doing it. He probably getting served in jail too.
Might be. Matter of fact, it's this documentary.
He's in PC, man.
Hip hop.
He in PC.
Hip Hop Undiscovered. They interviewed Big U's former manager. I mean Nip's former manager, Big U. Big U. He out of the Rolling 60s too. He's one of the ones that they interviewing on the hip hop show. It's on Hulu, Hip Hop Discovered, and he was talking about some of the things that go on how LA is connected to the music industry, particularly the gang culture. And I mean, I've been noticing that myself. It's like a lot of the rappers that is from LA, some of them have gang ties. A lot of them do. And even though they was from both two different gangs, you know, YG and Nip was cool.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, the game was even like the game was even shedding some tears over Nip because he was like
different gangs. I saw that his whole like funeral around the street. I think we saw it live on TV though. I think I seen Nipsey.
Y'all, I kid you not. I was on Crenshaw. I was in the middle of it. I mean, y'all, it's nothing like you never seen. I mean, it's like the people really came out there in a show of force for Nip. He
had a thing like Biggie, like one of those funerals. It was so big all up.
You're right,
California.
Kay. Exactly, Kay. You 100%. It was like a Biggie type funeral, and the fact that his funeral was at the Staples Center. Now here in LA, you gotta really be somebody to have a funeral at the Staples Center. That's where the Lakers play.
Oh yeah, the house that Kobe built, man.
Yeah, you gotta be somebody real big to have a funeral there. And Nip, man, I'm like, man, I didn't make it to the funeral service.
Yeah, didn't they catch a couple of racist cops saying some racist shit on the walkie-talkies?
They probably did. I didn't hear them. I mean,
Yeah, I think they caught a couple of them saying some racist shit.
I guarantee if they did say racist, they weren't on Crenshaw where I was.
Because I support somebody like Nipsey and like Lauren London with her, you know, with her maybe her views, her man. Like I don't have a problem with her. Like if she's the black man said you're marrying back into like, I don't have a problem with that. But like Kobe views, no. Like no, his views and who he married, no.
Yeah, Kobe's
like I don't support that. No, I'm not going. No, that's like I'm somewhat truly B1 on that. Now, if you're not B1 and you're a woman, if you're a woman or a man and you want to date out, go ahead. I have no problem with that. Or if you a black woman and you don't want to date black, that's on you. You know, you don't want to be part of the black community. Go on. But I advise them to still build. But some women don't think like that. I don't get that from Serena. She don't talk down like all the hideous stuff that they done did and said about her.
Yeah, Kobe
and her husband still put somebody black in position.
Yeah, Kobe had his funeral at the Staples Center, and even his funeral wasn't as big as Nipsey's. I mean, Nip's funeral was literally an event in itself. I'm telling you, we had Crenshaw Boulevard was literally a parking lot. Cars could barely get down there. They even had the hearse and the limos tied up for a minute, but then when they finally came to where we were, I mean, it was like, shoot, the police was trying to hold people back, man. LAPD had to get up out of the way and lay it down. They weren't gonna hold all them folks back because folks wanted to be a part of it. Folks, that's how much love Nip had in the hood.
Oh hell yeah!
He also had a few incidents though. You had some shootouts though, people getting killed still, but you know that's no that's the hood. But yeah, Nip even had like you had the gangs come together. You even had Bloods and Crips. They had a meeting. Even the Mexicans came down there to show some support because the essays they love Nip also.
Yeah.
Yeah, the essays even laid it down, and you already know the history between black and brown out here.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
That's a big thing, and I hope it stay like that. You know, like they can speak on white supremacy too, or if they want to speak out against. Because I seen them, I saw them another time uniting with black people when it was white supremacists down there, and either in Oakland or Sacramento or down there in Orange County. They was giving them the business. I caught that on film too about 4 or 5 years ago.
I know Tariq did.
They was going to war with them. They was beating them white supremacists up.
It was this group out here, I forget what they called. It was a group that tried to call themselves Come to Watts. They were going to try to protest Maxine Waters. And the hood came out and ran them out the block too. Max, you know what I'm talking about?
When was this? Back in the days or now?
They should have known better than that. Come on now.
Yeah,
really?
I remember that. Yeah,
Really?
they tried to go after Maxine Waters. Yeah, they ran them white boys out of there.
This was a few years ago. I forget the name of that group.
Check this out. The white boys, they had guns and they still got ran out of there.
Yeah. They actually came to I think it was over there by Imperial. It was somewhere where her office is.
Yeah, they tried it.
It was in the hundreds somewhere.
That's why I did my podcast about the new faces of white supremacy, because white folks can't get into the hood. They stick out too much. Yep. So they need a buffer to get close to us. That's why I did the podcast about the new faces of white supremacy and the black hand of white supremacy. You got a bunch of these niggas working for white supremacy, that are infiltrating the hood.
Yep, and that's why the feminists, the feminism was literally a white woman's thing. The reason why black women became feminists because they wanted to pad out their numbers. They were just trying to buffer their numbers. That's all white women.
But a lot of us didn't join that movement. That was bumped too a while back. We was womanists in our own, and it benefited white women too also.
But they don't realize though that white women can still care less about black women's issues. They're like, we just want y'all numbers. We don't care about
now
y'all.
we black womanists and like the Panther movements and other movements that they started on their own, or Alice Walker types and stuff like that.
Yeah, Alice Walker, Elaine Brown.
It's a good and bad too. Like I agree with certain stuff, then certain stuff I don't agree with. But I side with black women. I don't side with non-black women. White feminism is not my thing, and all that trans stuff. That's not my. Not to be mean, that ain't my thing. You know, if they black first and they gay, I don't have a problem.
Yeah, her daughter shitted on her, man.
Who, Elaine Brown's daughter?
No, Alice Walker.
What her daughter say?
I'm gonna have to catch that. I don't know if I remember that.
She wrote The Color Purple, right, Max?
Yeah.
It's based on her book, And Steven Spielberg did the film.
Yeah. But Alice Walker, yeah, she did lean heavily toward that feminism stuff just a little bit. Elaine Brown.
Now she was the first black womanist, but she spoke some backs too. So I wasn't. It was on and off again because this femininity. People be worried about femininity, and we at war here.
Well, Angela Davis.
This fake femininity in this space with these women, and a lot of them is a lot of black Karens too. It's certain women.
I think Angela Davis is now she's now in a gay relationship. I think with a white woman now.
Oh, really?
Who, Angela Davis?
Yep.
Yeah. I can't deny her work, but she also was a part of the other party too.
I really do.
The Communist Party or something. I gotta look into that original. Yeah, but she did her part because I know it's a lot of black men running around here with mixed and non-black women and octo rooms, and they want to call them, oh, they black. I'm like, we don't have the same experience. And people should be the gatekeeper. You know, a lot of them want to be so offended, but it's like, why are you offended? You know, we do need to be better gatekeepers of that. It ain't saying you hate or don't like, but it's like hell. A lot of them had a hate and dislike for us too. Even if I'm not a dark-skinned woman, I still understand some of their plight because we still black. You know, it don't matter if I do have a light appearance, but we're not mixed. We black. It's like, it's not to be disrespectful or nothing like that, but some people just, you know, if you in your own lane, you in your own lane. You still can bring awareness about black issues. But I'm just like, I don't know. And then even if you have Asian and half black, I don't know if somebody in the audience will say you had somebody up there that was half black. I don't know, maybe a couple of months ago, but I don't consider them fully black people.
Now,
truth be told,
it depends on how they was raised.
Truth be told,
then we got to see how
back in the civil rights movement. Yeah, just to be real honest, we're back in the civil rights movement during the days of the Panthers.
Harry
We had a lot of
wasn't
violations.
pro-black, married to no white bride.
Yeah, just be real. Yeah. That was Harry Belafonte was a swirler.
Oh,
him
yeah.
and Sidney Poitier.
A lot of black men.
Yeah,
That's
that
what
motherfucker. Hey, that motherfucker told Eartha Kitt back in the day that a black woman could do nothing for a black man but hold him back.
What?
Yeah, something like that. She did, yup. She said she was forced to date white men because they did not want to date her. She's a biracial. She was pro-black. I can respect her.
Yo, he's done here, yo.
Sammy Davis Jr. did for black women too. Sammy Davis Jr. did that too.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, Mr. Glass Eye. Fuck out
Did he
here.
say something?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know he was. I know he was like somewhat of a squirrel. I didn't know like that though.
Oh yeah. He a
Like,
piece
I
of
can't
shit.
deny his work. But see, like even Bob Marley had a white father, but he was pro-black. Like that's how I look at it.
Yeah, Bob Marley couldn't help his lineage, but yeah, he was definitely pro-black.
Yeah, he was murdered by the he was murdered by the
I wish
government.
they stopped saying Prince is black. Malcolm X is black. They love to discredit the real. There's some of this generation, like I don't know if it's a
But y'all see how that's important. That's how that's important. And y'all see, I let y'all talk and y'all making my case and I ain't even gotta say it. That's why I was asking the questions I was asking earlier. Because those They matter.
Mm-hmm.
Matter,
It's the
man. We went through COINTELPRO. We already
right.
went through COINTELPRO, man.
Right,
Now
and
we
it's
got
not to be disrespectful or mean to somebody. It's just you have to
now
really
we
know
got
what somebody
COINTELPRO.
means. Like, now, yeah, being a
Y'all
hardcore feminist,
heard
I
me?
get what you're saying, Aaron. Being a hardcore feminist, yeah, no, like certain stuff. I don't have nothing against black ones, but like, oh, it's certain things that I agree and disagree with too, though.
We to answer Lucy, we done went from COINTELPRO to COINTELBRO because looking at the
Oh
way these
wow.
black men.
Cartel bro, yo, yeah.
Seriously, these black men
Cartel
are off the
bro,
chain
yo.
today, y'all.
Yo, hashtag that.
Lucy,
Yo,
maybe this
hashtag that in the
generation,
chat. Cartel bro, yo.
Lucy, I think this generation look at it differently. They look at some views through a woman eyes more versus a black man all the time. So like some women are just
Rules
for
for that
black women.
because the black man has a job and the black woman has a job. And they are not equal and they will never be equal, but they complement each other because one can't exist without the other. So
I like the way Lucy put that.
But it
I like
depends
the way you
on
put
what
that.
kind of man it is.
That's
I'm
poetry.
not everything. I'm not gonna look at every single thing through his eyes too, because there's some stuff that they don't want to do or stand up for, and I'm just, you just got to keep moving. I'm not putting I'm not putting everything on my back no more. I'm sorry. I used to do that too and be super hardcore like you, and somewhere still is, but I'm like, nah, I'm finna rest in my femininity and do what I need to do. Build my little stuff
But you know
around
what,
whatever I
Kay?
want to do in the community. I'm not finna keep
You know what,
doing it.
Kato?
We go
You
harder
shouldn't
than
have
they
to put everything on
motherfucking
your
asses.
back.
I get sick of that.
You know what, Kay? You shouldn't
Just
have to
keep
put
turning on
everything
us.
on your back. And you're right about that.
That's
As a
right,
black
Kay.
woman, you shouldn't have to put everything on your back. You should
You
have
have to
some
put
help
nothing on
with
your
it.
back.
Exactly.
It's me, but see, you got so many of these black men,
Right.
particularly on these spaces, that they trying to be women. That's the problem.
Oh,
Right.
yeah.
They
And in real life too.
Facts.
Because
In real
real
life,
men don't go
guys
back
I
and
met
forth with women.
in our families
Right.
too.
And real
And
men
like
don't
Max
act
said
back too.
earlier.
Why you being so hard on black men?
Yeah,
Max said
I
earlier.
can't.
Max got to be hard on their asses.
How am I supposed
Right.
to
And
approach that?
I
Like,
understood
what?
what Anna was coming from.
wait. Who said that? Why are we so hard on black men?
Somebody asked
Why?
me.
Somebody
some
had the nerve to
motherfucking.
ask Max that.
Yeah, why am I so hard on black men? Some dude.
Snow gators. Xander, you funny.
That shit.
Snow gators. Xander got a new word for the women. Snow gators. You a fool.
I thought men were supposed to be hard. I thought men were
It's too much.
hard anyway. So
It's too much
like,
Nah, they bleeding
Right,
in
and
the
if they can gang, you know what I came up with? If they can gang bang, they can go to war, goddammit. For your own race. They better do what Charlottesville did, Virginia. Now, I respect those type of young warriors.
Them niggas walking around with tiki torches. They walk around with tiki torches and stuff, but they did something. They made their voices heard though.
Right.
Now,
Did you
let
see
me-
that black man when he
let me tell
sprayed
you
that
something.
stuff and made that
Let me tell
fire?
you something. Them Neanderthals said, "Fuck that. We want what we want." And
They was
did the
organized.
most masculine shit I done seen since the goddamn 70s, and I wasn't even born then when motherfuckers was standing up for their rights and busting down shit. And then black men get up on social media and whine and cry, and then they want to talk about black women swirling and shit. But goddamn it, that was some masculine ass shit. Them motherfuckers running up in that
They mad at the
goddamn
sisters
Capitol
for
House.
divesting. I'm not mad.
Oh, running up
They
in
don't
that
gotta hate them.
goddamn.
They don't gotta hate black men.
But the nigga, but the in-flack nigga, he get arrested. He got scandals. Now someone his bitch over in Burkina Faso causing problems on the continent now, and it's always some drama with niggas. Like
What they call masculine today, they try to be high value now.
High value. Just be a little high value, but not YouTube high value.
High on
So
dust.
now let me solve that high value for you. So now I'm supposed to choose a high value man. Now when we were doing that from the 90s and back, Y'all called us gold diggers.
Yep, they sure did. They don't know
Yes.
what the hell they want. Now the sisters
Gold diggers
So,
and schizoids.
so what
Lucy,
am I
they
supposed
think
to do?
$40,000 a year is high value.
Whatever. So, am I supposed to sit back in my femininity, be pretty, and choose? Or what? They said I can't even choose. The high value man got to choose me. Or do I get up off my ass and do what the fuck I gotta do to position myself so maybe a high value man will even see me? Because I position myself in the same square with him. But see, what I hear from these niggas that claim, oh, a high value man, what I hear is these niggas talking about you getting the jobs that we supposed to be getting. Y'all want to be CEOs. You want to be the manager. You want to be the supervisor. I
Still
had a
saying
dude
compete
tell
with
me.
women, man.
I had a
Compete
dude
with women.
tell
Come on.
me. I had a dude tell me, why did I go to the university and get a degree in healthcare when I could have put a black man on how to get the degree, and instead of me getting the degree
And
and
that
making the
ain't your
money, I
job to
should have
do.
put the black
Wait a
man
minute.
on so he
Say
could get the
what?
degree so he can make the money for me.
Say what?
Lucy, a dude
Like he
actually asked
pimping
you that.
you.
Are you serious?
What?
A
I'm
dude
I'm
actually
I'm
asked you
serious.
that question?
Dead
Yes, I'm
serious? Oh
serious.
wow.
I'm serious. I'm serious.
You should have got
I'm
a
serious. He was
screenshot
like,
so he
so
can
why
make
you ain't
sure
Oh
put
he
the
hell
knows
yeah,
man
that.
on?
right?
You got to screenshot that next time.
Oh hell
This
You
ain't
yeah.
should
no
have screenshot
screenshot.
so he
This
can
was
see
a
what you
live
got.
conversation
Oh,
that I
live
had over
Well, you
conversation.
here.
should have recorded that live
This was a
conversation.
live conversation
Cause
in
that's
between
pathetic.
personal
And they never,
consultation.
half of them wouldn't even put us on. But we
And
trying to
these
please
was
you.
these was
I
Hebrew
say all of
Israelite niggas.
them.
These was
Yeah, I'm
Hebrew
sick of them.
Israelite niggas.
I cussed
Oh,
them
you
out
just hit
back
the
then.
nail on the head. He was a Mizraelite. No matter. He was no wonder he was a Mizraelite.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's what y'all call them, Mr. Like.
He told me they told me that I should not be making the money that I'm making, that I should have got with a man and told him how to make the money so he can make the money so he can provide for me.
Okay,
I
so
should
ask these
not be in
niggas
the
instead of
position
standing
of
on the
making the
corner.
money
Oh, definitely
that I'm
So
Israelite.
making.
we should have told them instead of standing on the corner yelling out on every street corner, should have asked them, okay, so nigga, what are you
Go to
doing
war.
then since you out here?
But
They
brother, we
won't
won't
hardly
even in
out
the
there for no
US.
rights.
We won't even in the US. This is over here on the continent. This is over here on the
Right.
continent. Black
We ain't see
American
no
niggas.
brother pro light out there going to war when the riots was going on. He wasn't out
You
here
know
with
what?
us.
I call him brother pro white because that's what he got now. He got some white girls with on his team. He pro white.
Oh no, he took a picture of him. He married to all black and Latino people. Now I don't know if he ever messed with a white girl. I saw her on camera like a couple of weeks ago. Like I was
Is he
scrolling
still
YouTube street.
is he
He
still
got a
scamming
couple of
people?
black wives.
I know he's
Sure, I
still
ain't
scamming
listening
folks.
to these niggas.
Yeah,
I ain't
he did
listening to
promote
them because
business with white girls. That's true.
man,
He's
look,
still scamming people.
look, these niggas want to complain about somebody being a baby mama and all that. Let me tell you something. Now, with this crisis that's going on, that C word, it has been very, very beneficial of being a baby mama.
Right. Y'all finna get that 3K. I don't know if you gonna be able to get that, Lucy. In July, girl, 3K.
And the stimmy and the
Yes.
tax return.
Yes. Now, just like for like a couple of months or so many months, they finna start. If you got kids or a baby mama, you finna get 3K a month, something
Oh
like
yeah.
that.
No, it's not a month. It's for
Inform.
each child, and they gonna split. They split it up. They gonna split it up into the payments. Yeah. So the niggas
Yeah,
that
I'm
want to
kind of
talk
salty. I
shit,
should have had
don't want to
one.
talk shit. But
Look,
if
I
you
was
want to
talking
get
shit about not having one, but I'm
but
losing
instead
over
they
here
want to
doing
be
tax
mad.
time.
They want to be mad. They want to be jealous. They want to be upset.
Cause
Oh,
white
she's
daddy
a
taking
baby
care of
mama.
them.
Right.
She a baby
And
mama. She's
look, and
worthless.
Golden Stats gave us
Zaddy, help
10
us. Give us
billion.
money.
They mad about that.
Baby mamas, y'all better invest that money. Y'all better invest that money that Zaddy is
Right.
giving
Invest with
you.
other baby mamas. Get y'all some. Get some
And if you a
beneficial
baby daddy,
things
you
going
better.
on.
If you a baby daddy, you got them children. You better be applying for that same money Zaddy is giving us. God damn it!
Right.
Some people
Yeah,
need to
but the
stop being
Goldman Sachs
stupid.
is only for black women. I hope you
I
gotta
ain't never
prove
heard of that.
yourself too. Oh
I ain't
yeah,
never heard of
girl.
that.
You gotta check out Sin video. It's been going around all online and in the
Oh
paper. You
yeah,
gotta
yeah, the
look.
Goldman Sachs.
This for black women. So many jealous men, non-black people, non-black men
They
jealous.
helping black women. They helping black women. Nigga, look, don't you realize that white supremacy has flipped everything upside motherfucking down and have done that for the past at least 50 fucking years since they said we's the free. We's the
Facts.
free
Right.
in 1968. So if they giving the black woman everything, nigga, shut the fuck up. Ride on the coattail, nigga. That don't
There
mean
you
your
go.
masculinity went down. Your masculinity ain't go nowhere. You need to use
Right.
your common sense and logic because guess what? The woman, we
Okay.
stupid, right? We want to spend our money on everything, right? Okay, then use your masculine logic to say, baby, look, hey, look, shit, we got these kids, right? It's beneficial for us to not get married right now because you can get this, you can get that, you can get that. Meantime, between time, I'm gonna work these 4 jobs over here, set up bank accounts over here. I never put him on child support. The government never knows how much he fucking makes because guess what? His name is not on the birth certificate.
Oh.
So they never
Okay,
know
y'all.
about the baby daddy's
All right, y'all.
income. And with my
That's
food
true.
stamps and my Medicaid and my STEMI and, Section
Okay,
8
y'all.
and anything fucking. Do y'all get where I'm going with
And
this?
non-black
No,
and
no, yeah,
non-black
All right,
I follow.
listen,
people.
I
listen,
Wait,
listen,
follow.
wait.
y'all.
I follow.
Hey,
All right, y'all. We over the 10-hour mark. We got to shut it down.
Okay,
We're gonna
word.
do
Damn,
another
we've been on here 10
podcast in
hours.
like, yeah, we're gonna start
Oh
up
yeah,
again
that's
like
right.
another.
I forget. Yeah.
All
Oh,
right.
still
Sorry, I
time
hope
limit.
we ain't do too much damage to your screen.
No. We're gonna start another like an hour or something like that. So
Oh,
All right,
I
okay.
gotta
word. Intermission.
And we
yeah.
love both women. We don't have nothing against Anna or
Yeah, I don't even know what
Lucy. I
that's
like you
about.
guys both and some of y'all views, but
Yeah, I
we
don't
just
even know what
gotta
that's
chill.
about.
oh yeah, I was wondering if
All
y'all
right, but
wanted
listen.
to play back.
This
All right,
panel
Dan,
was
cue
needed,
up the
Max.
music.
We
Yeah.
needed this,
Okay,
Max.
all right.
Yeah, I love this podcast, man. Y'all was absolutely awesome, man. I hope y'all come back for the other one. We get ready to fire up an overdrive in like an hour from
Okay.
now.
Okay.
All
Sorry
right,
we
so
took all your time.
and listen, like all of y'all. Let me see. I think the only one ain't on Discord is Aaron. Okay, is
Yeah,
on
I'm
Discord.
gonna tell you
Lucy's.
my name.
I think I'm on the Discord, Max. I thought I was on Discord.
I don't know,
I know
but we got to
I'm
make
on
sure. Hey,
Dane.
Dane, send the
I think
Discord
I'm on
link out
Dane's
again so Aaron can
Discord.
get it.
Anna, you funny. And T.
Okay.
Dane,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
and cue up the music, all right? Because we got to get out of here.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
we see
right.
y'all in about
Thank
an hour.
you.
So we always on Discord too. So
Okay. Y'all was a firecracker today, everybody.
Yeah,
yeah,
what's
this
the
was
name of your
great.
Discord, Max? So I know too. What's the name of your
I think you
Maximum
just
Overdrive?
click on it.
E Nation.
E Nation. Oh, yeah, I think I am on. Okay,
No, but just double check, man. Just can't do it anyway. Just double check. Make sure you're on.
I'll do
Get to
that.
the invite anyway. All right, y'all. We're gonna see y'all about an hour on the overdrive. Okay. Hey,
I'm
thank
surprised
you
you
with the
got
music.
strength. I'm
Peace,
surprised you
power,
got enough
unity.
strength to do it in an
Word.
hour.
What you say,
Peace, power, unity.
Yeah,
Peace.
peace, power, unity.
All right.
All right, where's Dame at?
Oh, I don't know. She up there. I don't know if she sleep though.
Okay. Hey, I'm
Oh, you
trying
there?
to get the invite to drop down
Okay.
before I leave out.
Okay.
Okay.
I just go back to YouTube and click on it then. All right.
Okay. Thanks, Dame.
All right, thanks
Sorry
everybody for showing
for
up.
my language.
This Powercast was powerful, man. We went 10 hours, man. Great
Right.
show.
That's a first for you, Max.
Yeah, we
I
appreciate
know,
y'all
right?
position and y'all
Hey,
fight
we
for black
appreciate
people.
y'all too, man.
Right. I don't
I
want y'all
wish
to think we unappreciative. I appreciate the little men that's
we
still in
see
the
y'all
fight.
like an hour for another powerful topic, so that can get a little
Okay.
volatile too. So
I literally fell asleep on the panel and came back. Y'all still here.
Right,
I
Aaron,
know.
2 or 3 times.
I know.
Abina, are you
All
there?
right,
What's her name?
Abina.
Abina. I'm sorry. Right, Aaron, 2 or 3. All
All right,
right,
Dan,
nice
you
meeting
ready?
you, Abina.
All right, y'all. We see y'all later on your O Drive. Peace, power, and unity. Dan, get us out of here.
All right, the Discord link is in the chat.
All right, I'm on my way over there.
Okay. All right. Peace, power, and unity, y'all.
All right.
Oh boy, she